Otherwise, he would have already succumbed to the poison. At this critical moment, the power of his peak true god physique finally kicked in. His body began to resist the invading toxins. The stronger the physique, the greater the resistance. Light immediately flickered across his body as the undead general began healing Lin Moyu. The therapeutic effect wasn't overwhelming, but it managed to alleviate some of the damage. The harm from the deadly poison could even be transferred to his skeletons. Under these conditions, Lin Moyu could withstand the toxic powder for 10 days to half a month without issue. His gaze fell upon the giant. Lin Moyu was wary. This attack was too bizarre and completely unblockable. Following Lin Moyu's command, the Skeleton King simultaneously slashed its sword toward the giant. The blade's light cut through the massive figure, which let out a piercing shriek and grew more transparent, but it didn't disappear. The giant then began its third kowtow. A dark force struck. Lin Moyu's entire body shuddered as a wave of weakness and drowsiness washed over him. He felt the urge to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. His body went limp, as if all his strength had been drained, and his attributes were weakened. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that the opponent's kowtow was weakening all of his attributes. However, it didn't affect his laws or physical resilience. It simply induced a feeling of powerlessness. While it caused no concrete damage, in a normal battle, this would be a fatal move. I will devour your soul and make you my slave. I want you to be my slave for eternity. The voice of the gold-devouring beast emperor emanated from the toxic powder, growing increasingly shrill. Caught in the cloud of poison, Lin Moyu's eyes were as cold as ice. This can't drag on. He didn't know if there would be a 4th or 5th kowtow, but if this continued, he would be in grave danger. The techniques of the celestial spirit race were too strange. Lin Moyu knew he couldn't delay any longer. With his mind made up, his eyes swept over the gold-devouring beast emperor and the massive, solid primordial gold essence star. In front of it were 2 smaller gold essence stars and the remaining 10,000 plus gold-devouring beasts. These lesser beasts were not qualified to join this battle. Lin Moyu didn't intend to wipe them out completely, as they could still be useful. Taking a deep breath, he decided that if he couldn't solve this, he would flee. Clenching his fist, his body suddenly lit up. Origin skill, power of the summoned. Origin skill, power accumulation. 2 major origin skills were activated simultaneously. Lin Moyu summoned to all his creatures, converging all their attributes into his body. His weakened stats instantly recovered to their peak, and then broke through it. Faced with the unreasonable power of his origin skills, the barrier of realms seemed non-existent. As long as Lin Moyu's body and soul could withstand it, and he could supply enough power, he could reach an astonishing level of strength. Lin Moyu's aura surged relentlessly. 7th level true god, 8th level, then 9th level, breaking through to the God King realm. The aura of a God King erupted from him, momentarily pushing back the dense toxic powder. 1st level God King, 2nd, 4th. A straining sensation came from his soul. Just like last time, though his body had more to give, his soul reached its limit first. Last time, Lin Moyu had stopped. This time, he couldn't. 4th level God King was far from enough. Continue. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and continued to amplify his power. Immense energy, following an unseen law, poured into his body and soul. 5th level God King, 6th, 7th. His aura grew stronger, shaking the fabric of space. A portion of the toxic powder was blown away by an invisible force. He felt the strain on his soul intensifying, as if it would explode in the next second. His body was also nearing its limit, his skin stretched taut, and his frame appeared a size larger. Faced with this overwhelming power, the deadly poison was completely dispelled. Level King. Lin Moyu reached the 9th level God King realm. Aside from lacking a soul law domain, he was in other respects no different from a true 9th level God King. This corner of space welcomed an unprecedentedly powerful existence. Lin Moyu had wanted to see if he could reach the venerable realm, but the answer was a clear no. If he pushed further, his body would explode on the spot. However, he couldn't maintain this state for long. His soul was taking massive damage. An ordinary person would have already died. He didn't have much time. Under the strain of his major origin skills, his soul power was being consumed at a dramatic rate. He could only maintain this form for 20 seconds. This was where the remaining gold-devouring beasts would play a huge role. They were the best soul supplement for Lin Moyu. The wings of the undead began to vibrate with unprecedented intensity. This skill had no upper limit. The more power fed into it, the more violent its reaction. This was especially true for the space law embedded within it. Previously, when Lin Moyu had pushed it to its limits, it had shown signs of this. Now, with the power of a 9th level God King, the space before him shattered like a mirror. Lin Moyu instantly teleported in front of the primordial gold essence star. The Skeleton King threw its bone sword to him. The sword shrank mid-air, and by the time it reached Lin Moyu's hand, it was the size of a normal longsword. The gold-devouring beast emperor was stunned. It couldn't understand how Lin Moyu had suddenly recovered. Moreover, the aura radiating from him struck terror into its heart. God-slaying slash. Lin Moyu roared. With a single slash, he targeted the giant's two raised hands. The sword light was incredibly fierce, far surpassing the Skeleton King's previous attack. The giant exploded within the sword light, and the technique was broken. The gold-devouring beast emperor let out a piercing scream. Lin Moyu's second slash locked onto all the remaining gold-devouring beasts. The sword light swept through space, enveloping them all. Whether they were common, elite, or captain level, nearly 20,000 gold-devouring beasts were turned to nothingness by the single strike. A mass of metal filled the void, and countless streams of soul energy were drawn back, replenishing Lin Moyu's expenditure. The duration of his power state was significantly extended. He could now maintain it for at least 100 seconds. 100 seconds is more than enough, Lin Moyu smirked, pointing a finger. Fusion skill, time curse, a red light descended. The two smaller gold essence stars vibrated violently, their essences scattering as their souls suffered heavy damage and began to collapse. The pain shrieks of the gold-devouring beast emperor echoed in his ears. The sky trembled, and cracks appeared on the main primordial gold essence star. Lin Moyu thrust his sword into a crack. The primordial gold essence star shook violently as he pushed deeper, unleashing the full might of a 9th-level God King. Not only that, but the power of the summon skill also granted him a tenfold damage multiplier. Even with the defensive body of the primordial gold essence star, the gold-devouring beast emperor had no way to resist. The power gap was simply too vast. A 5th-level God King was no match for a 9th-level God King. Outside the star, the Skeleton God General and the Skeleton King launched a fierce assault on the two smaller stars. They too benefited from the tenfold damage bonus, tearing the stars apart like they were made of wood. The gold-devouring beast emperor wailed incessantly, but nothing it did could stop Lin Moyu. His sword pierced through the pure metal, heading straight for the core. A purple light filled his vision. Everywhere was the essence of the primordial gold. Strands of this essence intertwined like silk, smooth, noble, and beautiful. Within the purple light, Lin Moyu saw the mastermind of this event, a fist-sized gold-devouring beast. It was the soul of the beast emperor, trembling in the purple light like a small dog. Its eyes showed fear, but also held a deep-seated malice. It stared fiercely at Lin Moyu, its soul voice echoing, "I want to kill you, I want to kill you." It had clearly descended into madness. Lin Moyu continued to advance, relentlessly using time curse. Under the intense soul attack, the beast emperor had only survived this long thanks to the protection of the essence. Lin Moyu wasted no more words and slashed with his sword. The soul erupted in a blinding purple light, screaming in agony, but it was still not dead. The gold-devouring beast emperor shrieked, "Die, die!" The purple light intensified, and a blurry figure appeared before Lin Moyu. The figure held its hands as if embracing something, and then bowed to Lin Moyu. A massive force slammed into him, shaking his soul violently once again. Lin Moyu felt his realm being stripped away, dropping from 9th-level true God to 8th level. The figure bowed a second time. Another invisible force struck Lin Moyu, and his realm fell again, down to 7th-level true God. It was another celestial spirit race technique. This attack was far too strange. However, the realm Lin Moyu currently possessed was not his own but a temporary boost from his skill. This was getting ridiculous. Lin Moyu wasn't afraid of his realm dropping. He took a deep breath, and in an instant, his aura surged back to 9th-level God King. Then, his own soul emerged, holding a high-grade God King realm soul treasure, the soul-slaying sword. As a temporary 9th-level God King, he could unleash its full power. His soul raised its hand and pointed at the gold-devouring beast emperor. The soul-flaying sword shot out with a fierce light, piercing into the beast emperor's soul. As a soul treasure, all its attacks targeted the soul. The sword erupted into flames, burning the soul away. The beast emperor's soul burned fiercely, screaming in agony. The essence of the primordial gold frantically poured in like water, trying to douse the flames, but it was useless. The fire of the soul-flaying sword could not be so easily extinguished. About 2 seconds later, the soul of the gold-devouring beast emperor was burned to nothing. The surrounding faders vanished, the technique ended, and with the soul gone, the entire primordial gold essence star fell silent. Although it still emitted a blue light, the situation was completely different. It was no longer on the verge of exploding but was now stabilizing. By now, the two smaller stars had been torn to shreds by the skeletons, reduced to countless fragments scattered in space. Lin Moyu let out a breath, and his aura weakened drastically. He actively dispelled his 2 origin skills. At that moment, his body shuddered, and a strange smile appeared on his face. As the skills were deactivated, his soul, which had been stretched to its limit like a balloon, suddenly burst into pieces. Then, his entire body was enveloped in a purple light as his talent, Comprehensive Rebirth, activated. His soul was reborn, and his body returned to a healthy state. Only then did Lin Moyu realize his realm had increased. After this battle, he had advanced from a 5th-level true god to a 6th-level true god. After activating his origin skills, he had killed nearly 20,000 gold-devouring beasts, some of which were at the God King realm, with the rest being Ether 9th-level true gods. He had then killed the 5th-level God King Beast Emperor, absorbing a massive amount of soul power. After being purified by his talents and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, it converted into an immense amount of soul power for him. Origin skills was growing stronger through battle. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, these skills are too heaven-defying. Others only get 1 chance to become a true powerhouse, but I get a second. Anyone would be envious to death of this. With a flick of his finger, a silver, white flame shot out. The gold-devouring Beast Emperor was about to be revived. Lin Moyu had no interest in the soon-to-be-born Beast Emperor. What interested him was the celestial spirit race. This race was shrouded in mystery, their techniques were bizarre, and their purpose for coming here was still a question. Lin Moyu wanted to know more, and the best way was through the mouth of a revived creature. The flames burned brightly, but the soul did not recondense. The gold-devouring Beast Emperor could not be revived. Lin Moyu frowned, his undead revival skill had failed. After a few seconds of thought, he understood why. Undead revival required a corpse. Even a single strand of hair would do. But here, there was only the soul of the Beast Emperor, and that soul had been reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The primordial gold essence star had always existed, it was just occupied and manipulated, not its true body. Therefore, it didn't count as a corpse. Without a corpse, undead revival naturally wouldn't work. He likely didn't place his true body in something that was bound to be destroyed. He must have hidden it somewhere nearby, in a safe place. The most likely possibility was to search here. In this place, both physical and soul senses were heavily obstructed, making it hard to see clearly. Besides, he didn't need to do this himself. With a thought, over 10,000 skeletons appeared and began to search the area. Lin Moyu, meanwhile, turned his attention to the surrounding essence of the primordial gold. This was the central hub, a world belonging to the essence itself. Strands of it danced like purple silk in the air. Lin Moyu reached out, and a piece of the silk-like essence floated into his hand. This single piece contained at least tens of thousands of strands of essence. His soul opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing in all the surrounding essence. A purple light appeared on the outside of his soul, clinging to it like flowing water, settling between the soul surface and his soul armor, forming another layer of defense. Lin Moyu could feel that the defensive power of this purple light was incredibly strong, even surpassing his soul armor. As his soul grew stronger, the purple light would also become more powerful. This is truly good stuff. Lin Moyu began to absorb the essence of the primordial gold voraciously. The purple light flowed over his soul's surface, quickly enveloping it completely before being absorbed, disappearing from sight. After absorbing the essence, his soul's defensive power increased significantly. More essence appeared, flowing towards his soul to be absorbed. After a full round of absorption, his soul's defense became even stronger. Relying on the quality of his soul, Lin Moyu absorbed the essence without restraint until he was fully saturated and could absorb no more. Although the great world was full of treasures, those that could strengthen the soul were extremely rare. The essence of the primordial gold was a hard-to-come-by treasure. If a soul did not leave the soul world, it was protected by the soul fortress and would not need this essence. But once a soul left the body, whether as a tangible soul or as a soul law domain, its defensive power became crucial. A soul could exert incredible combat power, but it was also extremely fragile. After absorbing the essence, Lin Moyu estimated that his soul's defensive power had surpassed that of a peak God King. His soul could now almost ignore soul attacks from the God King realm. Even a God Venerable's soul attack couldn't easily destroy his soul. If he encountered a God Venerable like Wen Fudo again, at least in terms of soul combat, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Ultimately, his own realm was still too low, which held back his soul's potential. Otherwise, it could continue to strengthen. He had absorbed a great deal of the essence, but the purple light in the space was still dazzling, and the amount of essence didn't seem to have decreased. It was a pity he couldn't take it with him. Once the essence left the star, it would dissipate. So, the only way was to absorb it here. but not many could enter the star. Even if they could, their realm and soul quality would limit how much they could absorb, unlike Lin Moyu. Being able to absorb even a fraction of what he did would be considered very strong. Since he couldn't take it, there was no need to dwell on it. His gaze left the essence, and he checked the information sent back by his skeletons. As expected, one of them had found a passageway. It was very well hidden. If not for the thorough search, it would have been nearly impossible to find. It was concealed behind a block of primordial gold, wrapped in its essence, blending in with the purple light, making it almost undetectable. Following the passageway, Lin Moyu felt something was off after just a few steps. The essence inside was incredibly dense, dyeing the entire passage purple. Most of the essence was floating within the passage, and every step took him through a large amount of it. Outside, only a small amount of essence floated near the entrance. Lin Moyu's curiosity about what lay at the other end grew, but he remained vigilant. A god king of the celestial spirit race had died here, but whether it was outside or in this passage was hard to say. Since no body was found outside, Lin Moyu guessed it was likely at the other end. Visibility inside was extremely poor, completely obscured by the purple light of the essence. A few skeletons led the way, their steps making cracking sounds. After a while, the purple light suddenly dispersed, and they entered a different space. This place was still filled with purple light, but it was concentrated, not obscuring the view as it had in the passage. Inside the space was a huge purple orb of light, formed from the essence of the primordial gold. Streams of essence were flowing out of it. Below the orb, a figure that looked like a living being sat cross-legged. Beside him lay a gold-devouring beast. This beast wasn't large. Compared to others, it was quite small, but its aura was not weak. A purple light flowed over its skin, giving it a noble feel. A celestial spirit race member and the gold-devouring beast emperor. Combining the information he had gathered, it wasn't hard to identify these two. The celestial spirit race member had been absorbing the essence here, was ambushed by the gold-devouring beast emperor, and ended up like this. His soul was devoured by the beast, which in turn gained intelligence, leading to all the subsequent events. This was the first time Lin Moyu had seen a member of this mysterious race, and he couldn't help but observe him more closely. The celestial spirit race was somewhat similar to humans, but they had a long, sharp horn on their forehead, somewhat like a unicorn's but more delicate and beautiful. Other than that, they were almost identical to humans, even their clothing was very similar. The celestial spirit race was indeed extraordinary to have found this place. Any other race might not even have been able to get close. Furthermore, his body had not decayed after death, indicating a very strong resistance to the deadly poison, possibly even immunity. If there's a body here, then this is easy. Lin Moyu tossed a flame onto the corpse of the celestial spirit race member. Within the flame, Lin Moyu felt the soul being reformed, following a mysterious rule. A few seconds later, his eyes, deep as the starry sky, opened, seeming to contain the entire world. Lin Moyu had seen such eyes before. They were gentle. The starry sky race. The celestial spirit race. Both have starry sky in their names. Is there a special meaning? Lin Moyu wondered. After being revived, the celestial spirit race member looked at Lin Moyu calmly. Unlike others who would grovel on the ground, he didn't call out master. Lin Moyu could see the pride in his eyes. A revived person retains all their memories from when they were alive, including their thoughts and personality. Although the skill forces their thoughts to be twisted to completely obey Lin Moyu's commands, sometimes those with arrogant personalities will show resistance. This time, Lin Moyu didn't mind and asked, "Are you a member of the celestial spirit race?" The person nodded without speaking. "What is your name? What is your cultivation realm?" Tian Zihan, 3rd level God King. His reply was curt, with no extra words. Lin Moyu asked the giant that raised its hands and kowtowed, the figure that embraced the void and bowed. "Are those your race's techniques?" Tian Zihan nodded again. "It is." Lin Moyu continued, "Then tell me, what are the principles behind your celestial spirit race's techniques? How do those strange effects come about?" Tian Zihan remained silent, a trace of struggle and pain in his eyes. Soon, his star-filled eyes turned bloodshot, and fresh blood trickled from the corners. Lin Moyu frowned. Tian Zihan was actually resisting his command. Then, Tian Zihan suddenly closed his eyes, and the aura around him began to fluctuate violently. He was about to self-destruct. Lin Moyu's expression changed instantly. With a thought, he gave a command, and Tian Zihan's soul was destroyed and dissipated. His entire body turned to ash and vanished. Lin Moyu had the power to control the life and death of the revived. A single thought could turn them to dust. He hadn't expected Tian Zihan to try to self-destruct. What kind of power allowed him to resist undead revival? Clearly, Tianzihan did not want to reveal the secrets of the celestial spirit race. Lin Moyu was at a loss. The danger level of this mysterious race rose another notch in his eyes. It seemed that even the dead were not entirely reliable. From now on, all traces of Tianzihan in this world were erased. Perhaps in the memories of some celestial spirit race members, such a god, king still existed. Lin Moyu's gaze fell on the gold-devouring beast emperor beside him. I hope you can give me an answer. He flicked a flame onto its body. The fire flared, and the gold-devouring beast emperor slowly opened its eyes. After being revived, it groveled on the ground, letting out a low growl. Seeing this, Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he could get some information. The gold-devouring beast emperor had devoured Tianzihan's soul, so it should know a lot about the celestial spirit race. But then, Lin Moyu frowned again. Through his connection with the revived creature, he sensed something was wrong. The beast emperor's soul was heavy with the aura of death, lacking any flexibility. It didn't seem intelligent. It was more like a wild beast acting on instinct, without thought. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, "Can you speak?" "Roar," was the reply, the sound of a beast, like a lion or a tiger, carrying some imposing momentum. Unfortunately, it was useless to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu slapped his forehead. It seemed he knew what had happened. Tianzihan had turned to dust, and undead revival had erased all traces of his existence. Even if his soul was devoured, it couldn't be restored. Even the soul of the gold-devouring beast emperor, revived through undead revival, did not include any information related to Tianzihan. The revived beast emperor's soul had reverted to its state before devouring Tianzihan's soul. No intelligence, no thoughts, just a beast acting on instinct. Not even as smart as many ordinary people's pet dogs. But it wasn't all bad. At least after being revived, it was more obedient than a dog. Lin Moyu knew he couldn't get any more information, and changed the question. Can you manipulate the primordial gold essence star? The gold-devouring beast emperor raised its head, a look of confusion in its eyes, as if it didn't understand his words. It had no intelligence, so of course it couldn't understand the common language of the great world. Lin Moyu sighed and switched to using his consciousness for soul communication, which could bypass language barriers. The gold-devouring beast emperor obediently nodded. As Lin Moyu thought, it did have the ability to manipulate the star, but because it lacked intelligence, it had never been able to demonstrate this ability over countless years. It was because of this ability that it could use the star as a new body. Lin Moyu understood now that it wasn't a true body, just its soul temporarily residing within the star to control it, thereby sealing off the region and making areas 6 to 99 a one-way trip. However, it was truly too stupid to clearly explain its own origins. Even when Lin Moyu gave it a command, he had to communicate many times for it to understand. Lin Moyu was helpless. Finally, after continuous communication, he told it to lift the restriction on areas 699 and restore things to normal. From this moment on, people from the outside could enter, and those inside could leave. Lin Moyu looked up at the purple orb of light in the air. The primordial gold essence star was the core of areas 699, and this purple orb was the core of the star. All the essence of the primordial gold originated from it. The beast emperor couldn't explain its origins, but while communicating with it, Lin Moyu discovered that the origins of the gold-devouring beasts were related to this purple orb. In fact, the entire region, and all the primordial gold produced were related to it. This 5-meter diameter orb was the true source of areas 6 to 99. Lin Moyu's gaze was electric, his thoughts racing. After Tianzihan died, his position should have been untouched. From his previous position, it could be analyzed that he was absorbing power from the orb. On the surface, the purple orb wasn't just primordial gold essence. The vast amount of essence outside was enough for him to absorb. Given his soul level, he couldn't absorb that much essence anyway. So why would he go to the trouble of coming here to absorb from the orb? Could the essence in the orb be different from the outside worlds? Muttering to himself, Lin Moyu focused all his attention on the orb. All the answers should be here. Tianzihan's purpose in coming here must have been for this orb, or something inside it. The gold-devouring beast emperor did not inherit this piece of information after devouring Tianzihan's soul. Otherwise, it certainly wouldn't have ignored the orb. Hundreds of years would have been enough to study it thoroughly. Lin Moyu's body slowly moved forward, arriving in front of the orb. He watched the flowing light around it. Streams of essence continuously flew out from within, spreading to the outside world. He cautiously reached out to touch the orb. The sensation was soft, like entering ice-cold water, but this coldness quickly turned into a burning heat. Poison. Lin Moyu sensed the deadly poison in the orb. Similar to the poison from the silver primordial stone, but much more potent. The orb was not only the source of the essence, but also the source of the deadly poison, and perhaps even the source of the primordial gold mine itself. If anyone else touched this orb, even a third-level God King, they would undoubtedly die. No wonder Tian Zihan didn't touch it directly. He clearly knew it was highly toxic. But for Lin Moyu, apart from a slight warmth, there was no other damage. After testing it, he decided to go inside. The purple orb was at most 5 meters in diameter. Not a large area. Lin Moyu stepped inside. His vision was enveloped by a field of purple light. He couldn't even see his hand in front of his face. Bathed in the purple light, Lin Moyu felt a strange sense of comfort. The slight warmth became a pleasant heat, warming his whole body. With a look of surprise, he slowly walked towards the center of the orb. Soon, he reached the center and saw what was there. In the very middle was a purple gemstone, from which all the essence of the primordial gold originated. This was the true source of areas 6 to 99. It was smaller than a baby's fist, and it even looked a little broken. Yet, it was the origin of this entire region. This was simply unbelievable. Lin Moyu felt it was incredibly magical, but he didn't immediately reach out. Caution had become his instinct in any situation. He cast a reconnaissance spell and waited for the results. Unidentified material. The result was not unexpected. As his knowledge and realm grew, he discovered that his reconnaissance spell was not omnipotent. There were many things it couldn't identify. A skeleton appeared beside him and reached out to grab the gemstone. Nothing happened. After the skeleton grasped it, there was no reaction, indicating it was safe. After a few seconds, with still no change, Lin Moyu reached out and took the gemstone. The warm gemstone fit into his hand. It didn't just emit purple light, it flowed like water, slowly moving up his hand, along his arm, across his shoulder, and quickly throughout his entire body. The warmth made him feel as if he were soaking in a hot spring, extremely comfortable. A thought occurred to Lin Moyu. If he took it back, could he continuously produce the essence of the primordial gold? This essence was magical. It could significantly increase soul defense, making the soul safer and stronger, and greatly increasing the combat power of the human race. Lin Moyu's heart pounded with excitement. He decided to act on his thought and tried to take the purple gemstone, but it wouldn't budge. No matter how much force he used, nothing happened. Lin Moyu frowned. With his physical strength, he couldn't move this small gemstone. It was almost laughable. He tried several times, but it remained motionless. Lin Moyu began to increase his power. With a low shout, his body lit up, breaking through the purple glow. He had unconsciously used his power accumulation skill. The strength of all his summons converged, and his power began to increase dramatically, quickly breaking through the limits of the true God realm and reaching the God King realm, then continuing to climb. 5th level God King, 6th, 7th. Lin Moyu stopped. He knew there was no need to continue. The gemstone showed no signs of moving. Even if he pushed his realm to its limit, 9th level God King, and risked destroying his soul again, he couldn't move it. This gemstone was like a deeply rooted tree, and its roots were incredibly firm, far beyond his level of power. Lin Moyu was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The purple gemstone flickered as if mocking him. Lin Moyu was at a loss. It seemed this item couldn't be taken. Looking at the purple gemstone, with its faint purple light and noble aura, Lin Moyu suddenly widened his eyes. It looked familiar. He looked at the edge of the gemstone. It was clearly a shattered piece, smaller than a baby's fist. Aside from the break, the outer edges were perfect, with clear angles, as if they had been deliberately polished, with hundreds of facets at different angles, all smooth and beautiful. Lin Moyu felt he had seen this kind of facet somewhere before. He reached out and stroked the edge of the gemstone. A spark ignited in his mind, and he finally remembered. The Sovereign Scepter. He had obtained this weapon in the small world. It was a very mysterious weapon. The Sovereign Scepter was incomplete, a legendary grade weapon that gave 500,000 to all stats. Lin Moyu hadn't used it much. It was only useful for a short period. At low levels, he didn't need it, and at high levels, it was useless. It was quite a chicken rib. Originally, a gem was supposed to be embedded in the scepter, but it was missing, making the scepter incomplete. Lin Moyu had studied the Sovereign Scepter before and felt it should be a very powerful weapon. Even incomplete, it was legendary grade. If it were complete, it would only be stronger. He had studied the spot where the gem was supposed to be embedded, and the facets he touched were very similar to this purple gemstone. Lin Moyu took the Sovereign Scepter out of his personal storage space and carefully placed the purple gemstone into the socket. The two pieces came into contact, and the size seemed to be a perfect fit. The purple gemstone burst and emitted a brilliant light. Lin Moyu's vision suddenly changed, and he found himself in an unfamiliar starry sky. It felt like watching a skill demonstration screen. He was a third-person observer. In the starry sky, a fierce battle raged. Countless skeletons advanced wave after wave, fighting against an enemy. The battlefield stretched across the stars for hundreds of millions of kilometers. The number of skeletons was countless, and there were many types. Lin Moyu saw skeleton god warriors, god level mages and archers, skeleton god generals, and bone dragons. He saw death knights, undead generals, and some skeletons he had never seen before. Some had long bone wings and radiated a holy light. Others were unicorn-mounted warriors cloaked in lightning. These skeletons had auras under their feet, indicating they were extremely powerful. But the enemy they were fighting, Lin Moyu couldn't see clearly, as if they were shrouded in a thick fog. The skeletons fought without fear of death, and the battle was incredibly fierce. At this moment, someone holding a scepter arrived. On the sovereign scepter was a large gemstone, gold, silver, purple, white, and gray. A fire-colored light radiated from it, illuminating the starry sky. The person raised the scepter and cast a spell. The skeleton's combat power soared, and the enemy was routed, their bodies turning to dust. Just then, a long spear shot from the distant starry sky with astonishing momentum. It started the gemstone on the scepter. The gemstone shattered into 5 pieces, and the image shattered as well. Lin Moyu came back to his senses. The image he had just seen was the reason the gemstone was broken. The purple gemstone before him was just one of the 5 pieces of the original. The spear that shattered it sent a tremor through his heart. He saw very clearly that the spear was covered in runes. One could even say it was formed from runes. And these runes were unexpectedly runes of the Great World. It was the Great World's runes that shattered the gemstone, but they could only shatter it, not destroy it. This gemstone was on the same level as the Great World's runes. Since it could be part of the sovereign scepter, it must be a treasure of the same level. Lin Moyu's mind raced, and he quickly understood. He never expected that the incomplete weapon he obtained in a small world instance would be of this level. He looked at the sovereign scepter in his hand. Its entire body was now glowing brightly, its shape completely changed, as if a layer had peeled off, revealing its true form. Intricate patterns appeared on the scepter, looking luxurious and magnificent from any angle. The patterns resembled a sai. The entire scepter exuded a terrifying pressure. The purple gemstone was now embedded in the scepter. When Lin Moyu put the scepter away, the gemstone went with it. With a thought, he used a reconnaissance spell on the unidentified treasure again, but it didn't give the same answer as before. Lin Moyu was surprised and wondered why. The spell had given an answer before, but now it was different. After some thought, he guessed a possibility. The previous answer was given by the sovereign scepter itself, deceiving his spell. Lin Moyu communicated with the scepter through his soul and indeed felt a consciousness within it, but it seemed to be in a deep sleep, with not much response. There was just enough information for him to learn the weapon's name. Sovereign Scepter was just a false name. Its real name was the Calamity Scepter. The moment he learned the name, Lin Moyu seemed to see countless undead souls descend like a calamity, destroying the world. The entire world was enveloped in an apocalypse. Destruction was at hand. Lin Moyu trembled, almost dropping the scepter. He felt that he was not just holding a hard-to-describe magic treasure, but a terrifying object capable of destroying the entire great world. Calming his mind, Lin Moyu took a deep breath, inhaling a large amount of the essence of the primordial gold, and exhaled streams of purple mist. He didn't throw the Calamity Scepter away but gripped it tightly. Calamity or apocalypse, it all depends on who wields it. If one day a calamity is truly brought forth, it will be orchestrated by me. My existence is a calamity for the other races. Lin Moyu said solemnly, each word like steel. In a great war, the core gemstone of the Calamity Scepter was shattered into 5 pieces: gold, silver, purple, gray, and white. Their powers were interconnected yet relatively independent, each with its own function. The purple gemstone in his hand contained the ability to enhance the soul and was called the Soul Gemstone. The essence of the primordial gold was just the overflow of its power. This essence inherited the ability to enhance the soul, and then scattered throughout the starry sky, forming a special region. Over the long years, the essence split into yin and yang aspects. The yang side was the primordial gold, an excellent material. The yin side was the silver primordial stone, containing a deadly poison that could corrode all things and kill without a trace. Lin Moyu had long understood that all things had yin and yang, black and white. His own law of undeath was a prime example. Knowing the origin of this region, Lin Moyu knew that after he took the Soul Gemstone, this area would cease to exist in a few hundred years. With the source gone, it couldn't last long. But what did that have to do with him? He couldn't just leave the Calamity Scepter here. A treasure on the same level as the Great World's runes. But only a fool wouldn't take it. The scepter's consciousness had fallen in asleep in that great war, and it was unknown when it would awaken. The 5 gemstones were scattered, their whereabouts unknown. Finding them would be incredibly difficult, depending on fate. Even if he couldn't use the Calamity Scepter's full power, its level was so high that it could still have some effects. Unlike the singular effect of enhancing soul defense from the essence, the purple soul gemstone contained a more comprehensive ability. It could increase the soul's perception of laws, and it was a fundamental increase. Gradually, the soul's comprehension of laws would increase significantly, making cultivation easier and easier. This was extremely important, as Lin Moyu knew well. In his eyes, this ability was even more important than increasing soul defense. Suppressing his joy, Lin Moyu muttered, as expected of something on the same level as the Great World's runes. Even with the treasure's soul asleep, and its core gemstone shattered, its effect was still so powerful. Anyone who obtained it would treasure it. Although his comprehension of the law of undeath was fast, this kind of thing slowed down in the later stages, especially after reaching the 3rd level God King. Halfway through cultivating the law, each level increase would take hundreds of years. When he reached the 7th level God King, it might take hundreds or even thousands of years to advance one level. Countless people were stuck at the God King level, unable to advance to God Venerable. One reason was insufficient soul quality, and the other was the difficulty of comprehending laws. To reach the God Venerable realm, one's comprehension of a law had to reach 100. The existing law would then be integrated into the river of laws, beginning a path of struggle. At that point, it would become even more difficult, and one would have to comprehend other laws. That was when the ability to comprehend laws would be fully revealed. The ability to comprehend laws had an upper limit. Although Lin Moyu hadn't reached that level yet, through reading materials and his own analysis, he had a raw idea. Therefore, the higher the cultivation realm, the more important the soul's comprehension ability, unless one followed the path of a pure saintly body, in which case this could be ignored. A light flashed in his hand, and the Calamity Scepter disappeared, reappearing in his soul world, held by his soul. A warm, water-like sensation flowed from the scepter, making his soul feel as if it were in a hot spring, incredibly comfortable. His soul let out a long breath, his thoughts becoming exceptionally clear, and his understanding of laws deepened. He had just reached the 6th level true God, and now he had taken another step forward, not far from the 7th level. Furthermore, some unclear points in his comprehension after reaching the 6th level were now clearer. Thus, if there was another massacre, relying on his soul absorption characteristic and origin skills, he could definitely advance to the 7th level true God. A corner of his mouth lifted. This trip had been very fruitful. Although there were some twists and turns, the rewards far exceeded his expectations. Not only did he get the essence of the primordial gold as he wished, significantly increasing his defense, but he also unexpectedly obtained the purple gemstone, allowing the true identity of the Calamity Scepter to reappear and exert its effect. As the purple gemstone disappeared, the orb of light gradually dissipated. The process was slow. At this rate, it would take at least another 100 years. But what happened in 100 years had nothing to do with him. Leaving the primordial gold essence star, the starry sky was silent. All the gold-devouring beasts were dead. A thoughtful look appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes. He still didn't know where the beasts came from, but it didn't matter to him. He summoned the Golden Eagle God King from afar. At this moment, the Golden Eagle God King was emitting green smoke, its golden body having long lost its luster. The poison near the star was too potent for it to resist. If not for it constantly using poison, resistance treasures to prolong its life, it would have died long ago. It had reached its limit. If Lin Moyu had been a little later, it would have undoubtedly died. But as a revived creature, it would not leave without Lin Moyu's command. Even if it meant death. Lin Moyu cast a law of undeath, turning it into life force, and cleansed its entire body. Its feathers regained their vitality, and the golden light shone once more. Lin Moyu stood on its back, and gave a command. With a cry, the Golden Eagle God King flew towards the exit. Not long after Lin Moyu left, a phantom appeared in the core cave of the primordial gold essence star. The phantom wore green clothes embroidered with cloud patterns, exuding a noble aura. His appearance was somewhat similar to Tianzi Han's, with a long, beautiful horn on his head. He was also a member of the celestial spirit race. The phantom looked at the essence of the primordial gold, a thoughtful expression on his face. Tianzi Han fell here. There is a lot of soul origin energy here. Could it be that Tianzi Han really found the soul gemstone? But where is this place? The laws here are very strange. It doesn't seem to be a normal starry sky. However, besides Tianzi Han, there is another's aura here. I'll remember this aura, perhaps I can find them in the future. His gaze swept around, filled with doubt. He was clearly restricted by something and couldn't leave this place, nor could he determine his current location. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh and gradually disappeared. After he left, a new change occurred in the small cave. A black dot appeared in the purple orb of light. The black dot was like a black hole connected to another world, and an unusual fluctuation emanated from it. For the past few days, Daihenshin's brows had been furrowed. The surprise attack by the devouring beasts had been resolved as Lin Moyu had predicted. The skeletons had displayed terrifying combat power, sweeping through the beasts like autumn leaves. All the cultivating race members watched in awe. But after the cleanup, more than half of the skeletons suddenly disappeared, leaving only a small portion behind. Daihenshin didn't know that Lin Moyu was controlling them from afar, and the remaining skeletons were also in hiding. He was still a little scared, afraid that more devouring beasts would come, or that another nearby star would explode, spreading toxic powder here. I wonder how Brother Lin is doing. But seeing as the skeletons are fine, the master should be fine too. His gaze fell on the remaining skeleton god general deep in thought. After cleaning up the beasts, the skeletons had gathered all the remaining primordial gold in one place. Tens of thousands of high-purity primordial gold pieces were piled up, emitting a deep blue light. This was a considerable fortune, but no one dared to have any ideas about it. Just looking at the skeleton god general guarding it, anyone who dared would be seeking death. After a few days, a golden light appeared in the distance, and Lin Moyu's figure came into view. The golden eagle god king had left, and Lin Moyu used his wings of the undead, stepping on the how of the law of light speed. Daihenshin was overjoyed, and immediately flew his worship out to greet him. Brother Lin, you're finally back. Lin Moyu saw the worry in his eyes and knew this was his true nature. He didn't like to waste words and said, it's all resolved. We can go back. A look of joy appeared in Daihenshin's eyes, but then it was replaced by a slight worry. But the area covered by the toxic powder is too large. I'm afraid our warship can't withstand it. Lin Moyu smiled. It's fine, I'll lead you out. I guess the military from the outside world can enter now. The blockade was lifted, and areas 6 to 99 had returned to normal. In this short time, he was sure the military had found a suitable passage and sent people in again. Daihenshin now had great trust in Lin Moyu and nodded. Okay, we'll listen to Brother Lin. The two entered the warship, which started up and flew back the way they came. Soon, the warship stopped before the toxic powder-filled space. This place had become a forbidden zone. Lin Moyu stood at the front of the warship, casting his law domain to envelop the entire vessel. The warship then plunged into the toxic powder, advancing quickly. Protected by Lin Moyu's law, the powder had no effect on the warship. Daihenshin's eyes lit up. He had thought Lin Moyu had some powerful treasure to avoid the poison, but he didn't expect him to block it with just his own law domain. He was curious about Lin Moyu's law, but after careful thought, he couldn't find a matching one. It was clearly a law he didn't know. Though curious, he didn't ask. It was Lin Moyu's secret. He was very smart and knew not to ask what he shouldn't. Over the past few days, Meng Dang, Yu Xiu, and the others had also been very worried. The starry sky was silent. After the human and demon race armies entered, there had been no news. But just the day before, the starry sky had suddenly shaken, and the quiet edge of the region had changed. As a god king, Meng Gang was the first to sense the spatial change. He carefully perceived it, and said, the blockade is lifted. The space has recovered. A joyful smile appeared on Yu Xiu's face. So, can we go out now? Meng Gang said, probably, but should we? He remembered Lin Moyu's instructions. If the skeletons were still alive, even if a passage appeared, they shouldn't go out. At the time, Lin Moyu hadn't explained why. Hearing this, Yu Xiu also remembered. So, should we go out? Meng Gang thought for a moment. I think we should wait and see. Let's not go out for now. My analysis is this, the blockade disappearing means the captain must have done something. And since the skeletons are fine, the captain must be fine too. So, we'll wait. Maybe he's about to return. The other three felt Meng Gang's words made sense and agreed. Then let's wait for him to come back. After the blockade was lifted, the space became more active. Bubbles occasionally appeared, turning into passages of various sizes. Some were too small for people to pass through, but large passages also appeared, even for armies. People outside also noticed this change. On the third day, a team entered. This time, it wasn't just the human and demon races, the golden eagle race, demon race, and human race all had teams entering. Not only were there more races, but their numbers also far exceeded the previous time. The demon race alone had tens of thousands. Warships bared their fangs, stopping in the starry sky, their momentum terrifying. The Golden Eagle race also had over 10,000, and above their team was a huge golden eagle over 1,000 kilometers long, their totem and a weapon of war. The human race was not weak either. At 2,000, an army stood solemnly in the starry sky, ready for a great battle. They also had a warship stopped in the void. The various sides confronted each other in the deep blue starry sky, no one making the first move, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Mengang's group was right in the middle, as if surrounded. Yuji's face darkened, and she asked in a low voice, "What do we do now?" Mengang was also a little troubled. Although the skeletons were strong, the enemies' numbers were vast. The Golden Eagle and Demon races were both enemies of the human race. If they attacked at the same time, it was hard to say if the skeletons could hold them off. They were now the focal point, and their actions could become the trigger. When the battle started, they would surely be the first to be affected. Just as they were hesitating, a starship appeared in the distance, a human warship flying from the depths of the starry sky. Although the appearance of human warships was similar, they were all numbered. Mengang recognized it at a glance as the one Gai Henshin had led. Gai Henshin is back, so is Lin Wei on board. At this moment all the skeleton god generals in the vicinity turned to look at the warship. This scene made Mengang's group realize that Lin Wei was back. The warship stopped, and Lin Wei was the first to fly out. Mengang's group immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wei was fine, he had really returned. After him, human soldiers flew out of the warship one after another, quickly forming a battle formation, and joining the standoff. With another 1,000 people, the human race's power increased. Now, even if the Demon and Golden Eagle races joined forces, the human race would not be afraid, especially with Gai Henshin, who knew Lin Wei's combat power. In front of Lin Wei, the Demon and Golden Eagle races were not even a consideration. Lin Wei went straight to Mengang, his gaze sweeping over them. "All right, we should go back." Mengang immediately saluted. "Yes, sir." Lin Wei was their captain, his order was a military command. Mengang's group followed his order and quickly retreated. Throughout the process, although the Demon and Golden Eagle races made some movements, they ultimately did not attack. In an unclear situation, no one would act rashly. The strength of the three sides was similar. If a real fight broke out, it would be a lose-lose situation. Although the Demon and Golden Eagle races didn't take the lead, they also didn't want the other side to gain an advantage. The Bull Demon race would certainly not act. They had always been a neutral region, and their relations with the three sides were just average, neither good nor bad. After Mengang's group returned, the human race's team quickly retreated and consolidated. After waiting for a few hours, when a large figure appeared at the passage, the team left the region controlled by the primordial bulldustant star. During this time, Yuji curiously asked, "Captain, is the mission complete?" Lin Wei simply replied, "Completed." Yuji's eyes lit up. "Really? Did you find any survivors?" "I'll tell you the details when we get back. Just wait for the news." Some things that happened inside could be told, some could not. After consideration, Lin Wei decided he had to at least talk to someone at the corps commander level. Even an elder wouldn't be qualified. Yuji wanted to ask more, but Mengang interrupted. "It's good that the mission is complete." He gave her a look, signaling her not to ask any more. As a veteran in the army, he naturally knew these things. If he wanted to ask, he should do it in private. With so many people around, it was better to say less. Even with soul sound transmission, the military was not without means of eavesdropping. The starry sky before them began to change. The deep blue void gradually disappeared, replaced by a sky full of stars and a pitch-black expanse. The familiar aura of the great world spread through their bodies. They had left the world enveloped by the primordial gold and returned to the original great world. What greeted them was the atmosphere after a great battle. Wrecked warships floated everywhere, and countless soldiers flew back and forth, busy cleaning up the battlefield. Every material on a warship was very precious. Even if shattered, it could be returned to the furnace for reforging and couldn't be wasted. 10,000 kilometers away, the demons were doing the same. Lin Wei took it all in. As he had expected, a war had indeed happened here, and on a large scale. Just looking at the wreckage of the warships, the human race had lost at least 10, each capable of holding 10,000 people. The army participating in the war had to be several times larger, possibly 1,000,000, scale battle. 1,000,000 was the total military force of a starry sky fortress. The 10 starry sky fortresses of the human race normally station 10 million people. Of course, the human race's army was not just that but 10 times that. If a real war broke out, the human race could increase its army by tens of millions, even hundreds of millions in a short time. This was the strength of the human race, the strength of a powerful race in the great world. White clothes fluttered as an old acquaintance, Li Yuanbei, flew over. He had received the news first, and knew Lin Moyu was back. Greetings, senior. Lin Moyu took the initiative to greet him. Li Yuanbei grunted and laughed heartily. It's good that you're back. The general is waiting for you. Lin Moyu nodded, his gaze sweeping over Menggang, Yu Jiu, and the other two behind him. He meant that they were his teammates. If there was something, they should go with him. Li Yuanbei naturally understood and said, "Come along. Your squad will be rewarded for completing this mission." Lin Moyu walked side by side with Li Yuanbei, with the 4 others following behind, their expressions strange. In this mission, the 4 of them were just a burden. Not only did they not help, but they also made Lin Moyu get distracted by them. The mission was completed by Lin Moyu alone. It would be normal if they didn't get any reward. Li Yuanbei led them through the defense line formed by the warships to a circular fortress. This fortress was not large, not much bigger than a warship, but it exuded a pressure that made it hard to breathe. Lin Moyu smelled the scent of blood from the fortress and knew it had been through battlefields, stained with blood, and had killed countless people. Manhwa's group didn't have this feeling. When they looked at the fortress, they just felt a heavy weight on them, making them nervous. Manhwa's expression changed slightly. He recognized this fortress and said in a low voice, "The God of War fortress." It was the first time Yu Shu hadn't seen it, but she had heard of its fame and immediately asked, "Is this the fortress forged by the great God of War?" Manhwa nodded. "That's right." Yu Shu's eyes lit up, full of anticipation, and she muttered, "I can't believe I get to see the God of War fortress." There was only one person who could be called the God of War, Xiao Zhantian. Lin Moyu heard their conversation, and knew this fortress was created by Xiao Zhantian. He couldn't help but feel a sense of respect, but he also found it strange. The era of Xiao Zhantian was very far from the present. If it was truly forged by him, it would naturally exude an ancient aura. Although this fortress was old, it wasn't ancient. Li Yuanbei also heard them, and turned his head with a smile. This is indeed a God of War fortress, but it's not the one personally forged by the great God of War. Yu Jiu immediately asked, "So it's a replica of the real one?" Li Yuanbei smiled and nodded. "That's right. Although it's a replica, it's still very powerful, though of course, it can't compare to the one forged by the great God of War." A look of disappointment flashed in Yu Jiu's eyes, but her expression immediately brightened. But even a replica is not bad. My ancestors said that the God of War fortress is an extremely powerful weapon of war, not easy to see. Li Yuanbei smiled and nodded. His attitude was very good, without any arrogance. As an elder, and a god-venerable realm expert, it was unusual for someone to be so approachable. Manhwa wasn't surprised. He knew Li Yuanbei was showing face to Lin Moyu, otherwise, he wouldn't have said half a word to a small character like him. Li Yuanbei led everyone into the fortress, and to a building at the top. Lin Moyu sized it up. The black walls and sharp angles were in military style, without any decoration, and there were many marks of battle on it. Lin Moyu couldn't tell what material it was made of, but he was sure he couldn't leave any mark on it. Even as a replica, the God of War fortress had extremely strong combat power, at least not weaker than a god venerable. Even if he risked his life to raise his strength to 9th level God King, he still couldn't cross the gap to God venerable. However, this fortress was still worlds apart from that mysterious ancient manor. Although he still had to respect this fortress, sooner or later he would be able to look at it as an equal, even look down on it. The door opened silently, and a heroic aura emanated from within before dissipating. "Come in." A solemn voice slowly sounded. Lin Moyu's heart stirred. The voice was somewhat familiar. He had thought the one waiting for them would be the corpse commander of Fortress No. 6, but he didn't expect it to be Zhu Kaiwu. No wonder Li Yuanbei only said the general was waiting, without saying who. Zhu Kaiwu was not a corpse commander, but a powerhouse who guarded the entire Vermilion Bird battlefield. He was the adjudicator of the Vermilion Bird battlefield, his status even higher than a corpse commander. His cultivation had reached the limit of a god venerable, a top-tier expert among them. This matter actually alarmed this great guardian. Could it be that he knows about the existence of the soul gemstone? Otherwise, it shouldn't have alarmed him. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Lin Moyu's mind. Entering the room, Zhu Kaiwu sat in the main seat, the other seats empty. After they entered, his face was expressionless, exuding a solemn and silent majesty. "Sit down." His voice was hoarse and prudent, like a military order no one dared to defy. Everyone immediately sat down, except for Li Yuanbei, who remained standing. Zhu Kaiwu said in a low voice, "Elder Li, you will take the record." Li Yuanbei nodded and took out a jade tablet, placing it on the table. The jade tablet was activated. emitting a brilliant mist that enveloped the entire small room. Zhu Kaiwu said, "Lin Moyu, report the process of this mission." Lin Moyu nodded, and immediately recounted the entire process, from being ambushed by the gold-devouring beast upon entering, to being trapped by them, to discovering they devoured souls and gained intelligence, and finally to eliminating the gold-devouring beast Emperor. Lin Moyu gave a brief overview. The four of Mangang, Yuqiu, and the others stared at Lin Moyu with wide eyes, as if they would pop out, a look of complete disbelief on their faces. They couldn't believe that what Lin Moyu had experienced was so bizarre. The gold-devouring beast Emperor had taken the primordial gold essence star as its body, its defensive power reaching the extreme, far surpassing a third-level god king. Such a beast was almost an unsolvable existence in areas 6 to 99. But even so, it was killed by Lin Moyu. What level had his combat power reached? Lin Moyu had rescued over 700 people from the mouths of the beasts and an entire military branch. It could be said that he had completed the mission with flying colors. A promotion in military rank was a sure thing, and he might even get an additional reward. Meng Gang's body trembled slightly with excitement. He knew very well that if Lin Moyu could get an additional reward as members of his team, they would also get something. The higher Lin Moyu's reward, the more they would get. Zhu Kaiwu's eyes shone as he looked at Lin Moyu. "Elderly, record everything." Li Yuanbai closed the jade tablet. "It's all recorded." Zhu Kaiwu's voice was slow, and deep. "Then I'll trouble Elder Li to take the jade tablet back, and submit it to the Human Emperor Network for verification. The rest of you may leave. Lin Moyu, stay for a moment." Li Yuanbai said nothing more, stood up, saluted Zhu Kaiwu, and quickly walked out. The others followed suit, and left. The big door slammed shut, leaving only Lin Moyu and Zhu Kaiwu in the room. Outside the door, Meng Gang mustered his courage and cautiously asked Elder Li, who was that general. He felt the aura from Zhu Kaiwu was even stronger than that of the corps commander of Fortress No. 1. He was extremely curious. Li Yuanbai's voice held a trace of reverence. "The Guardian General." Meng Gang was stunned on the spot, muttering, "The Guardian General? No wonder His Majesty is so overwhelming. I can't believe even the Guardian General was involved. It seems this matter is not to be taken lightly." Yuqiu at the side said softly, "It seems the Guardian General knows Lin Moyu." Li Yuanbai glanced at her and snorted lightly. "There are some things that shouldn't be said." Yuqiu was scared pale and stuck out her tongue. "No. You guys wait here. We'll go back together later." After saying that, Li Yuanbai left first to submit the jade tablet for verification. He was only responsible for recording, not verifying. The atmosphere in the room suddenly relaxed a little. The smile on Zhu Kaiwu's face gradually faded, and he reverted to the familiar senior Chu that Lin Moyu knew. He tapped his finger on the table and said, "All right, what else did you leave out?" Lin Moyu laughed. There were some things not convenient to tell them. The they he referred to were Meng Gang and the others. Having been at the pinnacle of power in a small world, he naturally understood. Zhu Kaiwu was an old fox and naturally understood as well. That's why he only asked him to talk about the mission process without going into detail. The real details couldn't be publicly recorded. Zhu Kaiwu narrowed his eyes. The two of them, one old and one young, had a tacit understanding. Lin Moyu said, "I was looking for someone to talk to about this. I felt it wasn't appropriate to find an elder. I don't know the corps commander very well, so after thinking about it, I decided to find you. It just so happens you came." Zhu Kaiwu said angrily, "Cut the crap and get to the point." Lin Moyu chuckled. The gold-devouring beast Emperor was the first of its kind to gain intelligence. The one it devoured was a person named Tianzihan, and the place it was devoured was the core of the primordial gold essence star. Zhu Kaiwu frowned and muttered, "Tianzihan. In our human race, there aren't many with the surname Tian. And to be able to enter the core of the star as a third-level god king, there probably aren't any. Is he not human?" Lin Moyu didn't answer directly and said, "Because the beast emperor devoured his soul, it also inherited some of his abilities, such as a technique. When using the technique, a giant would appear, raise its hands, and kowtow to the enemy." Zhu Kaiwu suddenly stood up, a look of shock on his face. The celestial spirit race. As expected, he knew. The celestial spirit race was just a name to the entire human race. Besides knowing that such a mysterious race existed, they knew almost nothing else about them, let alone their techniques, appearance, or characteristics. Zhu Kaiwu could tell it was the celestial spirit race just from the description of the technique. Obviously, he knew a lot about them. Information was always in the hands of a few high-level people. This was indeed true. The higher the position, the more one knew. Lin Moyu was not surprised. He was only surprised by Xu Kai-Wu's reaction. Judging from it, the celestial spirit race was not ordinary. Even the always calm Xu Kai-Wu was so shocked. Xu Kai-Wu also realized his reaction was a bit excessive and said in a low voice, "The celestial spirit race all take Tian as their surname, so his name being Tian Zihan is not wrong. But didn't you say his soul was devoured by the gold-devouring beast emperor? How do you know his name?" Lin Moyu looked at Xu Kai-Wu, and after a few seconds of silence, he slowly said, "Senior, how about we make a deal?" Xu Kai-Wu raised an eyebrow. "A deal?" Lin Moyu said, "You tell me some things about the celestial spirit race, and I will tell you a secret. And at some point in the future, I will help you with a few things." Lin Moyu was very interested in the celestial spirit race. This race was too mysterious, and their techniques were even stranger. Although he didn't officially fight them, just fighting the gold-devouring beast emperor that used their techniques made him feel a little scared. Looking back, he still didn't understand what law they used. On the surface, it seemed to be the law of gravity. The data also mentioned that the celestial spirit race was skilled in the law of gravity. But that law didn't weaken an opponent's abilities, let alone cause their realm to decline. It was best to understand the opponent's abilities. Otherwise, he would be the one at a disadvantage next time. Xu Kai pondered for a moment, and said in a low voice, "You are not yet qualified to know about the celestial spirit race." Lin Moyu laughed. "Of course I'm only a 6th level true god, his can fodder on the battlefield. But we're talking about a deal. How do you think I could possibly know?" Xu Kai-Wu asked. "Then tell me, what benefit is there in making a deal with this old man? Is it really that good?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I guarantee it's good, and sometimes, it can have miraculous effects." Xu Kai-Wu pondered for a few more seconds before his expression finally relaxed and his brows unfurrowed. "All right," he said, "this old man will trust you this one time. I won't let you down." Lin Moyu adopted a posture of listening with rapt attention. Xu Kai-Wu spoke seriously. "The celestial spirit race is one of the 4 great origin races." The 4 great origin races. This was the first time Lin Moyu had heard this term. He had never seen it in any documents. Xu Kai-Wu quickly explained, "The 4 great origin races are, the celestial spirit race, the starry sky merman race, the starry sky demon god race, and the starry sky divine human race. You've met a member of the starry sky merman race before, that little girl, Yu Kingru. You've now seen the celestial spirit race. As for the starry sky demon god race, you've probably never met them. Neither have I." Lin Moyu perked up his ears, continuing to listen intently for the last one, the starry sky divine human race. Xu Kai-Wu chuckled. "We are the starry sky divine human race." This answer startled Lin Moyu. "Aren't we human? Why are we called the starry sky divine human race? If the names of the race is only different by a single word, they couldn't possibly be the same." Xu Kai-Wu said, "Don't doubt it. We are the starry sky divine human race. However, you cannot yet be considered a member. You are not yet qualified." Lin Moyu cautiously asked, "And you?" Xu Kai-Wu sighed. "I'm almost qualified." Almost qualified means still not qualified. However, Xu Kai-Wu didn't elaborate further on this topic, instead shifting back to the celestial spirit race. The celestial spirit race. They live in an extremely remote star region and do not interact with other races. They do not mobilize easily. But when they appear, it is always with a purpose. The last time I heard about them was over 500 years ago. At that time, there was news they were searching for something. The technique you described with the 2 raised hands is theirs, a soul-type technique. Besides being naturally adept with the law of gravity, they are also highly skilled in the soul law. The effects of the soul law are numerous. The kowtowing technique you mentioned is likely a curse-type technique within the soul law. The soul law is a first-tier law, incredibly powerful, mysterious, and bizarre. It attacks the soul directly, making it difficult to grasp. I never expected the celestial spirit race to also be proficient in it. No wonder. Our human race has some interactions with the starry sky merman race, but almost none with the celestial spirit race. This old man has only learned a little through documents." After speaking, Xu Kai-Wu fell silent and looked at Lin Moyu, his meaning clear. "Your turn." Lin Moyu feigned ignorance and continued to ask, "Senior, what exactly is the significance of the 4 great origin races?" Xu Kai-Wu replied, "It's not yet time for you to understand these things. I've told you what you need to know about the celestial spirit race. Now, it's your turn." He directly cut off Lin Moyu's line of questioning. Lin Moyu felt a bit helpless, but what could he do? He couldn't win in a fight, so he could only accept it. With a faint smile, he took out a piece of flesh and blood. It came from a demon, whose realm and life should have been God King. The flesh exuded a nauseatingly fishy smell with fresh blood that looked ready to drip. Shukai knew Lin Moyu had a technique called corpse explosion, which was extremely powerful. So it wasn't strange for Lin Moyu to collect the corpses of powerful experts. But what was he planning to do with this one now? Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "Senior, can you promise me one thing?" "Let's hear it." Shukai, who didn't agree immediately. He couldn't just grant any request from Lin Moyu, he would only consider it if it was reasonable. Lin Moyu said, "This technique of mine, please do your best not to tell anyone, and do not register it on the Human Emperor Network." Shukai Wu frowned. Lin Moyu's request wasn't excessive, and his serious demeanor told him this technique was no small matter. Still, Shukai Wu didn't agree directly. "I will consider it," he said in a low voice. Lin Moyu flicked a finger, and a silver-white flame landed on the corpse. The body immediately burst into flames, which illuminated the room. Strangely, there was no heat. Normally, a corpse would be burned to ash or at least charred, but this one was rapidly regenerating within the flames. In an instant, the mangled corpse transformed into a complete demon. Shukai, who was slightly astonished. Body reconstruction. Not only was the body reconstructed, but after the process was complete, soul fluctuations began to ripple. The soul quickly reformed and was restored in a flash. The demon became a revived one, kneeling before Lin Moyu and prostrating respectfully on the ground. Shukai Wu was even more shocked. "He's alive again." Lin Moyu explained, "He hasn't come back to life. Because of my technique, he has become a revived one." He then detailed the effects of undead revival, mentioning that he only learned Tianzi Han's name by reviving him. However, Tianzi Han had somehow been able to resist the skill and chose to self-destruct, leaving Lin Moyu with no choice but to order his destruction. After the explanation, Shukai Wu finally understood this technique of Lin Moyu's. It was a miraculous art, truly miraculous, involving multiple laws, time, soul, life. For so many laws to merge into one technique was simply unimaginable. To think such an art existed in the world. Immediately Shukai thought of many uses for this technique, creating an army of the revived on the battlefield to make enemies kill each other, minimizing his own side's losses. Moreover, it ignored levels. The higher the level of the battlefield, the stronger the revived would be. Of course, this was just the most basic application. If it were used to interrogate for intelligence, obtain secrets, or even revive ancient powerhouses for his own use, the applications were immense. Shukai, who also understood why Lin Moyu requested that this technique not be recorded on the Human Emperor Network. It truly was not suitable. He lowered his voice, with a hint of suspicion and questioning, "Why do you distrust the Human Emperor Network?" Lin Moyu naturally didn't distrust the network. He had anticipated this question. He voiced his thoughts. "My name just recently appeared on the demon race's kill list. They even enlisted the Buddhist race to try and kill me. At that time, the Buddhist race happened to be in our territory preaching their dharma, and they recognized me at a glance. From that moment, I began to suspect that someone was leaking information from the Human Emperor Network. The rank of this person is likely not low. I'm afraid that the more information enters the network, the more will be deliberately leaked, and more people will come to kill me. After all, I'm only a 6th level true god, us cannon fodder." This made Shukai laugh. "Even you call yourself cannon fodder? I think ordinary 6th level god kings would just be lambs to the slaughter in your hands." Lin Moyu smiled, but said nothing. Shukai Wu changed the subject. "But you're not wrong. The Human Emperor Network itself has no problems, but some people within our race certainly do. I've recently received intelligence that someone has been spreading information about your presence on the battlefield. By now, many people probably know you're here." Shukai Wu chuckled darkly. "Be careful when you go out." Lin Moyu raised an eyebrow. "Senior, aren't you going to investigate? Leaking important information within the race is an act of treason. How can it be easily overlooked?" Shukai Wu replied, "Of course, we investigate. But we don't always dig too deep. Sometimes, even if we find the culprit, we won't deal with them. Just like this time, the one who leaked the information has long been under our control, but there's no need to handle him. He's just a jumping clown. Sometimes, we can even use him in reverse. Using their own plan against them, we can use this kind of person to spread false information." Lin Moyu nodded. "That's certainly possible. And the information this person has access to won't be too classified." Shukai Wu agreed. "It's convenient talking to a smart person. Information about your technique is known by very few and will not enter the Human Emperor Network. You can rest assured. But as you said, when we need you to use this technique, you cannot refuse." Lin Moyu immediately said, "Of course not." "Good," Shukai Wu grunted. "Go on then. You've fulfilled your military rank promotion mission this time. The rewards won't be small. Lin Moyu had one last question. As he stood up, he asked, Senior, during my second chain mission, I have to complete 5 battlefield tasks. Does this promotion mission count as one? Shu Kai will blink. You'll find out when the time comes. Lin Moyu was speechless. This old man clearly didn't want to tell him. If I have to wait until then to find out, why would I ask you now? But he was certain the old man wouldn't tell him. Outside the room, Meng Gang and the others were waiting for Lin Moyu. After he came out, they returned to Fortress Number 1 together. In the void outside Fortress Number 10, Shukai, who sat cross-legged in the starry sky year-round, opened his eyes. In a voice only he could hear, he slowly said, I have long heard that the celestial spirit race is searching for a treasure. The treasure that would catch their attention must be extraordinary. Did they die in the primordial gold essence star because they were attracted by its essence? Was it a coincidence, or was it because of that treasure? That kid didn't say. Is he deliberately hiding it? Or was there no treasure at all? And that technique of his is truly miraculous. How can such a miraculous technique exist in the world? You've never heard of it. He held a jade tablet in his hand, which was faintly glowing. Shukai, who poured his consciousness into it. A moment later, the tablet dimmed. He waited quietly. He knew that on the other side of the tablet, someone had seen the message he sent. He didn't need to do anything now but wait. About half an hour later, the jade tablet lit up on its own. A stream of information entered his mind. After receiving it, Shukai, who couldn't help but smile. That little brat, you're about to be busy. Lin Moyu brought Meng Gang and the others back to Fortress Number 1. The first thing they did was go to the military merit office to turn in their mission. They had completed it with outstanding results, and the rewards would not be meager. On the way, Wan Zhenghao and Rongji were very relaxed. For them, although they didn't contribute much effort, the experience was extraordinary. It was like walking through the gates of hell and back. Their mindset had completely changed. If they faced danger again in the future, perhaps they could handle it more calmly. Inside the military merit office, a god venerable was sitting at the mission submission window. Meng Gang saw him, and immediately performed a military salute. Greetings, Elder Moron. Moron Bafang, one of the elders of Fortress Number 1. He was in charge of military merit and rank, making him Meng Gang's direct superior. Meng Gang hadn't expected Moron Bafang to personally handle their mission submission this time. He rarely showed up for these things, usually delegating them to his subordinates. His gaze drifted to Lin Moyu. He figured it was probably out of respect for him. Lin Moyu also greeted him. Junior pays his respects to Elder Moron. Moron Bafang looked elderly, with a gentle aura and a kind face, appearing very approachable. He stroked his beard and smiled. Little friend Lin, no need for formalities. This old man received news from Elder Li and came specifically to handle your mission. So it was Li Yuanbei. Lin Moyu thought to himself. Otherwise, why would he care so much about his mission completion? Li Yuanbei was an elder of Fortress Number 6. It was natural for them to know each other as fellow god venerables. Moron Bafang said. Elder Li came earlier to verify the mission. The basic information is already on the Human Emperor network. Now, if you would all hand over your battlefield command tokens, this old man will verify your mission. Everyone immediately gave their tokens to Moron Bafang. Lin Moyu didn't quite understand how the Human Emperor network verified missions. Perhaps it had its own methods. The existence of the network was mysterious, and its capabilities were incredibly powerful, far beyond his ability to fathom. Moron Bafang personally handling their mission caused a stir in the office. Many eyes focused on Lin Moyu. As an elder of Fortress Number 1, anyone who had been on the battlefield for a long time would know him. Even if they didn't, it wasn't hard to guess the identity of a god venerable standing there. For an elder to personally handle a mission submission was shocking. Everyone was curious, and many gazes were filled with heated discussion, especially towards the team leader, Lin Moyu, whose handsome figure drew even more attention. She was also eye-catching, standing there looking lovely, exuding a hint of maturity and full of charm. Could he be a disciple of some great family? Impossible. The military wouldn't do this just for a disciple of a great family. That's right. Even a genius who has reached the god realm doesn't get special privileges. Suddenly, someone shouted in surprise. Ah, I recognize him. He's the one who won the honorary title before. I remember now, it's him, he's the one who won the title. I think his name is Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu. The one at the top of the Vermilion Bird potential rankings. Exclamations of surprise echoed through the office. Any who heard looked over. In the eyes of all cultivators in the Vermilion Bird starfield, the potential rankings represented genius. To be ranked at the top was already amazing. To be number one was beyond question. It represented the most talented individual in the star field in recent years. Lin Moyu's identity was never a secret. Before, he didn't want to expose it. However, now with the massive boost from his two origin skills, it was impossible for God Venerable to kill him. With strength came the ability to be a bit more high profile. Zhuang Bei's words still echoed in his ears. He needed the power of faith. He needed to top the 3 leaderboards. He couldn't be low-key. So, when he won the honorary title, he had immediately revealed his identity. Anyone who wasn't a fool could figure out who he was. Amidst the whispers, Murong Bufeng also showed a look of surprise. He knew Lin Moyu's reward would be valuable, but he didn't expect it to be this much. In all his years as an elder, he had never seen such a reward. Elder Murong, is there a problem? Lin Moyu asked, noticing his unusual expression. No. Murong Bufeng suddenly smiled. Little friend Lin's reward is enough to make others envious. Lin Moyu was also a bit curious. What kind of reward could shock a God Venerable elder? Murong Bufeng returned the command token to Lin Moyu. Little friend Lin, see for yourself. Lin Moyu took the token, which was faintly glowing. He then received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Military rank promotion mission completed. Mission completion level, overfulfilled. Basic mission reward, honorary officer rank, 1000 military merit. Overfulfillment reward, 2000 military merit. 1 contribution point, 1 military supply point. During the mission, for eliminating a large number of enemy races, a total of 3000 military merit has been awarded. Because the elimination occurred during the promotion mission, it has been tallied together. Excluding the successful promotion to officer, he had received a total of 6000 military merit, 1 contribution point, and 1 military supply point. Lin Moyu felt that the thing that shocked Elder Murong was probably this military supply point. He didn't know what it was. It was better to ask than to look it up and guess. He looked at the kind-faced Murong Bufeng and respectfully asked, Elder Murong, what is this military supply point? Murong Bufeng chuckled. That's good stuff, on par with a contribution point. A military supply point is the key to open the military supply warehouse. With 1 point, you can choose 1 item from the warehouse. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Murong Bufeng was so shocked. The military supply warehouse was where the army stored its supplies. It could be said that all the treasures in the military could be found there. Even the replica of the God of War fortress he had seen earlier. 1 point to choose any 1 item. If he wanted to exchange it for a God of War fortress, it wouldn't be a problem. The value of a God of War fortress was self-evident. Even the calm Lin Moyu felt like a pie had fallen from the sky. It was truly extraordinary. Murong Bufeng smiled. But don't get too happy too soon. The military supply point is just the key, an exchange voucher. What you can get depends on your military rank. As expected, there are restrictions. Military rank represented merit, and a higher rank meant higher merit. To some extent, merit also represented cultivation realm. As far as Lin Moyu knew, to reach the rank of general, one had to be at least a 7th level God Venerable. Like Elder Murong Bufeng before him, who was at least a 4th or 5th level God Venerable but still hadn't reached the general rank. In the 10 fortresses, besides the Guardian General Chu Kai Wu, only the 10 corps commanders had reached the rank of general, and their cultivation was all 7th level God Venerable or above. Lin Moyu asked, then if I want to exchange for a God of War fortress, what rank do I need? Murong Bufeng's smile became even more benevolent. Little friend Lin's ambitions are truly vast. Lin Moyu smiled. A person should dream a little. Murong Bufeng said softly, although the God of War fortress in the warehouse is a replica, at full power, it can fight a 7th level God Venerable expert. The exchange condition is naturally a bit harsh. 8th level colonel is enough. That wasn't just a bit harsh. A 9th level colonel required at least 900,000 military merit. Considering the difficulty of obtaining merit, only heaven knew when he could accumulate that much. First, merit was not easy to earn. In this mission, he had killed so many enemy races and only got 6,000 merits. That was less than 1 point per person. Second, merit would be consumed. Buying supplies would use it up. As long as one was on the battlefield, it was hard to save. If one left the battlefield, earning merit became very difficult. Calculating this way, 900,000 military merit was truly a distant goal. Murong Bufeng saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. He continued, this old man has a suggestion for you to consider. Lin Moyu immediately said respectfully, please guide me, senior. Little friend Lin, I suggest you do not open the military supply warehouse until you have reached a sufficient military rank. This is a key and a voucher. Once used, it cannot be returned. Hearing this, Lin Wei was stunned. He had indeed wanted to take a look inside, but Murong Bafang's words completely made him abandon the idea. This item is a one-time use. If used, something must be exchanged, or it will be a waste. Lin Wei couldn't help but wonder, what if I get more military supply points? Murong Bafang laughed. Little friend Lin truly has vast ambitions. If you have more, you can naturally consider it more carefully. Each time you open the warehouse, it costs 1 point. Alright, my task here is done. I'll be leaving. Lin Wei immediately saluted. Senior, take care. After Murong Bafang left, the pressure of the god Venerable gradually dissipated. Even though he didn't intentionally release his pressure, a god Venerable was a god Venerable. The normal aura he exuded was already enough to make men ganged, and the others feel suffocated. Now that he was gone, they recovered. Yushu patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Murong's realm is still not high enough, not yet at the 7th level god Venerable. Lin Wei couldn't help but look at her, roughly guessing the meaning behind her words. Murong Bafang couldn't completely conceal the aura of a god Venerable. Top figures like Chu Kai Wu and Shu Tian, as long as they didn't show it, no one would know they were god venerables. Evidently, Yushu's family also had such experts, and she often came into contact with them. Then Gang said in a low voice, the rewards this time are not bad. Yushu also chimed in, yeah, not only did I get 1,000 military merit, but my rank was also promoted. Mang Gang said, I got 1,500 military merit. After this mission, his rank was restored to 2nd lieutenant. Yushu looked at Lin Wei. Captain, how much did you get? Mang Gang's reward was 1,500, while Yushu, Wang Zhenhao, and Rong Ji all got 1,000. They didn't put in much effort this time, so they were very satisfied with these rewards. Yushu's eyes shone, staring at Lin Wei. Lin Wei smiled. A little more than you guys. Besides that, I also got a contribution point. He had realized the military supply point was extraordinary, so he didn't mention it in front of everyone. His conversation with Murong Bafang was done through soul sound transmission, so they didn't know about its existence. He had no intention of telling them now. It was his secret, one he had risked his life for. Only he knew how dangerous it was facing the primordial gold essence star. Yushi was smart, and didn't ask for the specific number. It was certain that his merit was more than hers, how much more didn't matter. Her eyes lit up. You got another contribution point, your rank on the contribution board has gone up again. Saying that, she opened the contribution board, and found Lin Wei's name. His rank had risen another spot, from 3rd to 2nd. Contribution points were hard to come by, and the top ranks were only separated by 1 or 2 points. With another point, his rank naturally rose. At this moment, Lin Wei vaguely felt an invisible power penetrating through the void and landing on him. The power of faith. It had always been there. As a world master, the faith from the small world had never been interrupted. But the population of the small world was too small, especially with few cultivators and low realms. So the amount of faith was minuscule compared to the great world. Later, he took the top spot on the potential rankings and gained some faith from the great world. But it still wasn't much. Now, with his rank on the contribution board constantly rising, the amount of faith he received began to increase. Many cultivators in the great world would see the people on the leaderboards as idols, as goals to pursue. This kind of faith, for the recipient, was beneficial in large quantities and caused no harm to the contributors. This was why the human race regarded faith as one of the origin powers. However, just rising from 3rd to 2nd on the contribution board causing a change in faith seemed impossible. A thought stirred in Lin Wei's mind, and he opened the combat power board. His name had skyrocketed, jumping directly from 35th to 10th. A single leap into the top 10. Lin Wei knew this mission had exposed his combat power. Through his description of the mission and Guy Henshin's description of him, the Human Emperor network could roughly calculate his combat strength. Entering the top 10 on the combat power board and rising to 2nd on the contribution board would naturally lead to a change in faith. The faith he was now receiving from the great world had surpassed what he received from the small world, and it would only grow stronger. Lin Wei felt the power of faith for a moment and found it was still not enough, the effect not obvious, so he gave up. Yu Xiu saw he was silent and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Now that the mission was over, she no longer called him captain. Lin Wei gently shook his head. "Nothing. I'm going to turn in a mission." He still had a battlefield mission. Now that his rank was promoted, he went to turn it in. Mang Gang said, "We can't go. If there's a chance in the future, we'll do missions with you again." Saying that, he performed a military salute to Lin Wei, standing at attention, His eyes filled with respect. This was the highest kid of a soldier, showing he was completely convinced by Lin Moyu. Behind him, Wan Zhenhao and Rongji did the same. Lin Moyu returned the salute. Take care. Leaving the military merit office, Yu Xiu said in a low voice, I am going back to the trading center too. If you want to sell anything, remember to find me. Lin Moyu smiled. I'll be there soon. After she went back, she could prepare. He had eliminated so many enemy races this time and obtained countless items, plus a lot of primordial gold to sell. Yu Xiu smiled. Then I'll wait for you at the trading center. The trading center was as bustling as ever. Lin Moyu walked out and stood quietly at the back of the line, waiting to turn in his mission. He heard the discussions of the people around him. Many were about himself. Did you guys hear? Our Vermilion Bird Star Field has produced another genius. Of course, that guy named Lin Moyu. Yes, that's him. Top of the potential board, second on the contribution board, 10th on the combat power board. Whoa, so amazing, truly powerful. Maybe another expert who tops all three boards will appear. I hope he can get stronger. When the 4-star fields tournament happens, our Vermilion Bird Star Field can finally shine. Yeah, at least we won't be as embarrassed as last time. Lin Moyu's ear twitched. The 4-star fields tournament. He seemed to have seen that somewhere, probably in some document, but he hadn't paid close attention at the time, just glanced at it. Connecting to the Human Emperor network, he quickly found the relevant information. Once every 100 years, the 4-star fields of the human race would hold a competition. The top 100 could directly enter the God Realm, not restricted by the chain mission. As long as they were human, they could sign up. The last competition was 95 years ago, and the next one was in 5 years. In the last competition, the Vermilion Bird Star Field ranked last. Out of 100 spots, they only took 8, and they were all at the bottom. It was truly shameful. A faint smile appeared on Lin Moyu's lips. If he participated in this competition, he would definitely take one of the 100 spots. Half an hour later, it was finally his turn. He went up to turn in the mission, receiving 3,000 contribution points and a military merit reward. The 1,000 jin of primordial gold was just a drop in the ocean compared to what he had obtained this time. He had killed nearly 20,000 gold devouring beasts, and each one left behind at least 100 jin of primordial gold. The mission requirement could be met with just 10 of them. Plus, he had received primordial gold from his own race members. He didn't even know the exact amount himself. He had just collected it all without counting. After turning in the mission, Lin Moyu returned to the trading center. He wanted to clear out his storage space, exchange for enough contribution points, and earn some military merit. His current contribution points had reached the original text seems to have a typo here. It says 10, but doesn't give a number, then lists mission points and external points. I will reflect this structure. With mission-related points at 236,850, and the rest from external missions, which couldn't be used to level up his authority. But for any cultivator, nearly 80 million contribution points was not a small number. His military merit also reached 22,676. After completing the promotion mission, he was a true second lieutenant. Perhaps after this transaction was completed, he would become a first lieutenant. Just as he reached the entrance of the mission center, a middle-aged man was standing there quietly. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickened his pace. In the dark starry sky, countless light years away, faint starlight illuminated the star systems, providing negligible light. A small warship was speeding through the void. Its movements were fast, like a fish constantly leaping out of the sea, each leap covering about 10,000 kilometers. This was a god-venerable, level warship, its value not much less than a god of war fortress. There were only 3 such warships in the entire Vermilion Bird Star Field. One was in Shu Tain's hand, one in the hands of the Vermilion Bird Branch Master of the War God Temple, and the last one belonged to Shukai Wu. Shukai Wu looked at the constantly changing starry sky ahead and said calmly, "The laws here are chaotic. This speed is all we can manage." Lin Moyu stood next to him, the corner of his mouth twitching. This speed was only a little slower than a teleportation array. For a warship of this level, if not in a battlefield, each leap would probably be several light years. Lin Moyu had met Shukai Wu after leaving the mission center. He had clearly come looking for him, and then he had brought him here, to this strange starry sky. Shukai Wu said, "Do you know which war zone this is?" Lin Moyu shook his head, thinking to himself, how the hell would I know? Anyway, it wasn't war zone number 1. He could still vaguely sense the human emperor network within war zone 1, but here, the connection was completely cut off. The starry sky here was filled with a deep aura, and the laws were different from normal. Chukai-wu chuckled, his eyes clearly saying, "You're not that capable, are you?" He then continued, "Then do you know why I came to find you?" Lin Moi still shook his head. "Just say it directly." Chukai glanced. "Take a guess." Lin Moi thought for a moment. This should be one of the 3 war zones in Sector 7. He watched Chukai-wu's expression as he spoke, but there was no reaction, still that same smiling look. Lin Moi continued, "You believe me. You want to borrow that technique of mine to ask for some information." Chukai-wu laughed. "Not stupid. Almost there. This is war zone number 7. But it doesn't belong to any specific area. Each war zone is divided into many areas, each with its own corresponding materials or strange places. Besides those areas, there are even more nameless voids. In a nameless void, there's nothing. This time, we finally found him. We have to catch him." Lin Moi's eyes flickered. "That rat, what did it steal?" "A star chart." Chukai-wu said it lightly, but to Lin Moi's ears, it was not a simple matter. A star chart. What kind of star chart needed to be stolen? If it were a normal one, there would be no need to steal it. It could be bought with contribution points. If one wanted more details, it could be bought with military merit, even dynamic star charts. So the star chart this big rat stole was definitely not ordinary, otherwise, it wouldn't have required Chukai-wu to act. Chukai-wu said, "In the demon race, there is a very bizarre race called the bewitching demons. They have no combat power, but they have the power of bewitchment, able to manipulate minds. And those they manipulate don't even know it themselves." Lin Moyu asked, this time, the big rat was manipulated by a bewitching demon. Chukai-wu nodded. "In Fortress number 7, there is an elder named Xie-Rangsing, a 3rd-level god venerable. He stole the military star chart of the fortress, which records the specific locations of fortresses 1 to 7 in the starry sky. It also includes the locations of forward bases in each area." Lin Moyu felt a chill. Even a god venerable could be manipulated. No wonder Chukai-wu had to act personally. This was to prevent the worst-case scenario. If the star chart fell into the hands of the demon race, the starry sky fortresses might be fine with their strong military force. But how could they defend so many forward bases? As far as Lin Moyu knew, the locations of forward bases were not chosen randomly. They formed a formation corresponding to their respective fortresses. Changing their positions would be a massive project, alerting the enemy, and they would be vulnerable during the process. The military star chart was truly important, no mistake could be allowed. At the same time, Lin Moyu found it strange. How could a god venerable be so easily manipulated? A trace of disdain appeared in Chukai-wu's eyes. A god venerable is naturally not easily manipulated. There has never been a case of a god venerable being manipulated before, so we overlooked it. After this happened, we immediately conducted a large-scale screening of all god venerables in the war zone to ensure it doesn't happen again. Lin Moyu fell into silence, pondering this issue. If such a thing had never happened before, it could only mean that the bewitching demons didn't have the ability to manipulate god venerables. A god venerable soul reached the 4th rank, their comprehension of a law was 100, and it was integrated into the river of laws. They could mobilize the power of the river of laws. Every action was world-shaking. Their will was firm. Their consciousness consistent, hard to shake. Manipulating a god venerable was very difficult, harder than killing one. But the other party had succeeded. The bewitching demons were a bit terrifying. Chukai-wu said, "This old man is familiar with the bewitching demons. I know their abilities. Bewitching a god venerable is almost impossible. I suspect he was bewitched and became a pawn of the demon race before he became a god venerable. Only they can explain it." Lin Moyu felt Chukai-wu's words had some merit, but on second thought, it didn't seem quite right. Even if they had bewitched Xie-Rangsing during his God King period, how could they know he would definitely become a god venerable and be able to access the star chart in Fortress number 7? Chukai-wu had also said that some people who were bewitched wouldn't know it. Lin Moyu could understand this point. This way, they could hide to the greatest extent possible without being discovered. Otherwise, they would more or less reveal something. The highest level of deception is deceiving oneself, turning falsehood into truth. The same goes for hiding. Could it be that they cast a wide net to see which one succeeds? Unless the bewitching demons had bewitched a large number of god kings, they wouldn't do this. Although god kings were not few, they were not easily bewitched. What exactly happened? Was there another hidden story? Lin Moyu thought of something. I once encountered someone with a restriction placed on their soul. Certain questions couldn't be asked. Chukai-wu lied. That was expected. This old man brought a treasure this time that can temporarily bypass the soul restriction. Although the time is not long, it's enough to ask a few questions. This old man is also very curious about how he was bewitched. Not only Shukai Wu, Lin Moyu was also very curious. After several thousand leaps, the warship finally stopped in a dark patch of starry sky. This was a void. Looking in any direction, there was nothing. The distant star systems were too dim to illuminate this place. Shukai Wu took out a treasure and said in a low voice, "Justice will prevail in the end." The two left the warship. Shukai Wu waved his hand to store it, and another object appeared in his hand. It was a round sphere, the size of a large fist, emitting a brilliant golden light, covered in dense and complex patterns, exuding a strong aura of flame. Lin Moyu knew this was a treasure of the fire law. Shukai Wu's gaze swept around, as if searching for something. Lin Moyu still had a question. "Senior Ju, you already knew Xia Rangxing would hide here. Why didn't you just kill him directly? With your ability, it wouldn't be difficult." Shukai Wu said, "Killing him is not difficult, but getting the location of the star chart is. He hid it. Besides him, no one knows where it is." Lin Moyu was suspicious again. "Then capture him alive. Interrogation or soul searching. There's always a way to find out." Shukai Wu blazed. "Killing a god venerable is simple, but capturing one is difficult. If I insisted on capturing him alive, he would likely self-destruct. At that point, his soul and flesh would completely disappear, and he would definitely pass the location of the star chart to the demon race. It must be within this void. This happened half a year ago. He has been hiding here for 6 months, with occasional demons visiting. Although we killed them off before they could succeed, we can't guard against thieves forever. The demon race would succeed one day." Lin Moyu pressed, "If you didn't have my technique, what was your plan?" Shukai glanced at Lin Moyu. "If not for you, we would have used a more thorough method to destroy this void." Lin Moyu was startled. He looked at Shukai in disbelief. He didn't know how big this void was, but it was definitely not small, certainly more than 100 billion kilometers. And the structure of the great world was three-dimensional. A method to destroy a void. Even a god venerable couldn't do that. And using such a method would have many side effects. But if there was truly no other way to prevent the military star chart from falling into the hands of the demon race, the human race would definitely do what was necessary and brutally destroy this void. Now, Lin Moyu's appearance gave him hope. If Lin Moyu's technique couldn't work as intended, and Xia Rangxing was killed, the only path left would be to destroy this void. It was better for the void and the star chart to be destroyed together than to fall into the hands of the demon race. Shukai Wu was still playing with the sphere in his hand. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered as he thought about Shukai Wu's words. He was almost certain that the military star chart Xia Rangxing took was not simple. Its function was definitely not just marking the locations of fortresses and forward bases. It must have other uses. But he shouldn't concern himself with these things. For now, he just wanted to help Shukai Wu get the star chart back from Xia Rangxing. By doing so, his mission would be complete. The sphere in Shukai Wu's hand was finally activated. It erupted in brilliant flames, emitting a dazzling golden light. It slowly rose from his palm, blooming with splendor. The starry sky was illuminated, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. The sphere within the flames rapidly grew, transforming into a giant fireball with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers. "This is a star." Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. He didn't expect what Shukai Wu took out to be a star. Shukai Wu explained, "This is not a real star. It can only be considered an artificial one. Inside, various stellar fires are sealed and supplemented by formations, allowing it to temporarily function as a star. You will learn later that in the great world, there are many dark races. They hide in the darkness, like rats living in filthy sewers. Only the hottest and purest light can burn these stinking rats to death." Lin Moyu listened to Shukai Wu's words as if he were chanting a scripture, and he heard a kind of hatred in them. Shukai Wu seemed to have a deep hatred for those dark races, and also for the human traders. This hatred stemmed from the depths of his heart, deep, rooted and profound. Lin Moyu was a little curious about his past. He stood with Shukai Wu, staring at the artificial star. The artificial star grew brighter, the flames on it more intense. Besides the pure and dense fire law, Lin Moyu sensed another law from it, one he had never encountered before, but it was extremely powerful. This law seemed to have a consciousness, hidden within the flames, very mysterious. Shukai Wu whispered, "Rat, come out." Lin Moyu felt that Shukai Wu was a bit strange today, very different from what he had seen before. Less than 3 seconds after his words fell, a fireball suddenly lit up in the darkness 10,000 kilometers away. Then, a tragic scream came from the soul. Someone ran out of the flames, his entire body covered in fire, his aura swelling, but he couldn't extinguish the flames. He screamed in agony, obviously in great pain. Lin Moyu found it strange. Jia Rangxing was a god venerable. This flame shouldn't be able to burn or harm him. But his pain was definitely not fake. And this kind of pain. It seemed familiar. The soul. Lin Moyu was startled. He finally realized the flame was not just burning his body, but also his soul. Shukai. We laughed coldly. A rat in a filthy sewer is always afraid of the light. His figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Jia Rangxing. He struck down with his palm. Jia Rangxing let out a terrified cry. He can't kill. Before he could finish, his body was torn apart. Lin Moyu saw his soul, which was being burned by the flames. Even if a god venerable's body was destroyed, they could still exist with just their soul. Reconstructing a body was not difficult for a god venerable. But Jia Rangxing's soul was like a bubble, shattering on the spot, his soul scattering. Lin Moyu saw very clearly that Xiu Kai Wu hadn't attacked his soul. Although his move was decisive, it was measured. He only destroyed Jia Rangxing's body, not his soul. His soul was destroyed due to some special reason. Xiu Kai Wu explained, "This is the disgusting part about the bewitching demons. Once the body of a bewitched person is destroyed, their soul will also shatter. And once the soul senses danger, it will also self-destruct. Even putting the soul into a coma is useless. It's equivalent to a kind of restriction, very difficult to break. Although we have ways to temporarily bypass this restriction, soul searching is also affected. The information obtained is very little, and can even be wrong." Lin Moyu nodded. "Leave it to me. I should be able to find the answer." He shut out a stream of immortal fire, enveloping the freshly dead flesh and blood of Jia Rangxing. The flesh and blood were reconstructed within the flames, and in an instant, Jia Rangxing's body was reborn. Then, a soul aura emanated from the body, and the soul also began to regenerate. When Jia Rangxing knelt before Lin Moyu gave Xiu Kai Wu a slight nod. Xiu Kai Wu was taking out a magic stone, the kind that the demon race often use. A strange melody came from within it. Lin Moyu heard the strange voice, and felt a chill down his spine. That was a demon race item. Why could Xiu Kai Wu use it? If he didn't know him well, Lin Moyu would have definitely thought he was related to the demon race. Demon race items could only be used by demons. For humans, even if they obtained them, they could only be recycled. They were useless. Xiu Kai Wu whispered, "This is the magic stone of a bewitching demon. We captured one alive and refined it, leaving behind its core. This core can bewitch souls. Although the effect is not as good as the bewitching demon itself for temporarily lifting a soul level restriction, it has a decent effect." Lin Moyu nodded. "This thing is very precious, right?" Xiu Kai Wu nodded. "Bewitching demons are already few, and they hide very deep. Capturing one alive is not easy. The important thing is, this is a one-time use item. Once used, it's gone. It's truly very precious." To get the military star chart from Jia Rangxing's mouth, the human race had paid a considerable price. The magic stone was activated, emitting a strange sound, like the whisper of a bewitching demon, or an unknown curse. The bewitching sound was controlled by Xiu Kai Wu, and seeped into Jia Rangxing's soul world. Lin Moyu ordered him not to resist, to completely accept the sound. The pupils of the revived Jia Rangxing became dull. Xiu Kai Wu signaled to Lin Moyu, "There's not much time, 2 minutes at most." Lin Moyu immediately asked, "Where did you hide the military star chart?" Jia Rangxing's pupils clearly struggled for a moment, but a few seconds later, they became hazy and chaotic. The center of the third black hole. But suddenly his voice stopped. His eyes regained their clarity, and a voice unlike a human's came from his mouth. "So it's in area 777. Thank you." As the words fell, his pupils completely lost their light, and his soul disintegrated. The next second, his body also turned to ash. With a pop, the bewitching magic core in Xiu Kai Wu's hand turned to dust. The one-time use item had fulfilled its mission. Xiu Kai Wu's face became extremely ugly. Wrong. It was all wrong. Lin Moyu looked at him, trying to guess what had gone wrong. But with so little information, it was hard to make an accurate judgment. Xiu Kai Wu said, he actually didn't leak the information. The bewitching demon left a substitute in his soul. When he spoke the real location, the bewitching demon would know immediately. No wonder. No wonder he said, "You can't kill me." He knew we would question his soul. It turns out he had been resisting all along, not completely betrayed. Xiu Kai Wu sighed repeatedly, his voice filled with helplessness, but his eyes were full of hatred. From his words, Lin Moyu roughly understood the cause and effect. Jia Rengxing was indeed controlled by a bewitching demon, but not completely. He had stolen the military star chart, but as a human, he was also resisting. He hid the star chart, and only he knew where it was. He hadn't told the demon race. But Zhu Kaiwu thought he had leaked the location to the demon race, and that it was in this nameless void. They had recently killed many demons in this area, which further confirmed his judgment. But it turned out all those judgments were wrong. The demons who came were not to get the star chart but to find Xia Rengxing, hoping to learn its location from his mouth. This led to a misunderstanding. Xia Rengxing also knew that the high levels of the human race definitely had ways to get information from his soul, but the bewitching demon's methods were also formidable. When the human race learned the information, the bewitching demon would also know at the same time, and could even control his life and death in a short time. The wrong judgments led to the current situation. Xia Rengxing's last words, "You can't kill me," were not out of fear of death but because he didn't want the true location of the military star chart to be exposed. While thinking, Lin Moyu also developed a strong vigilance towards the bewitching demons, telling himself to be careful in the future. The viciousness of the great world, the cunning of the demon race. He had only seen a small part. Zhu Kaiwu said, "Let's go back." He waved his hand, and the warship appeared beside them. He and Lin Moyu quickly boarded it. The warship warped space and jumped into the distance. This was a nameless void. Zhu Kaiwu couldn't transmit information back. But the demon race had used their methods to learn the location of the star charts. The human race had lost the initiative. Lin Moyu asked, "Are the bewitching demons' methods really that terrifying?" Zhu Kaiwu shook his head. "Ordinary bewitching demons are naturally not that terrifying. He said before, bewitching a god venerable is almost impossible. But if those ones make a move, it's a different story." The demon race dared to break the agreement. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups. It cannot be easily let go. Lin Moyu said nothing more. When Zhu Kaiwu mentioned those ones, his eyes were not just filled with hatred but also a hint of vigilance. Clearly, those ones were very terrifying, and could even pose a threat to Zhu Kaiwu. And he had said they had broken an agreement. What agreement? Lin Moyu knew his place and didn't ask further. Zhu Kaiwu looked at him strangely. "Aren't you always curious? Why not ask this time?" Lin Moyu looked back at him. "If I ask, will you tell me?" "Of course not." Zhu Kaiwu answered decisively. Lin Moyu snorted lightly. "There you have it. Why should I ask? I might as well guess myself." Zhu Kaiwu chuckled softly. "Go ahead and guess." After about half an hour of flight, Zhu Kaiwu suddenly closed his eyes. The laws here began to become more orderly, less chaotic. Lin Moyu could feel the change in the starry sky's loss. A few seconds later, Zhu Kaiwu opened his eyes. "All right, I've sent the message back. The human army will set off immediately for Area 777. Lin Moyu knew that Zhu Kaiwu in front of him was just a clone. His real body was guarding Fortress Number 1. The clone and the main body could communicate. But the chaotic laws in the nameless void had cut off this connection. When the laws became more orderly, he had transmitted the message back. But half an hour had passed. The human race had lost a half-hour advantage. For an army, a half-hour advantage could sometimes decide victory or defeat. It was imaginable that as soon as the demon race got the star chart, they would definitely dispatch an army to Area 777. Lin Moyu asked, "Is there still time?" Zhu Kaiwu snorted. "There should be. There must be. If not, then we'll move to step 2. As he spoke, a thick killing intent erupted from him, so dense that even Lin Moyu, who held the law of slaughter, felt a chill. Step 2. Is to destroy Area 777. With Zhu Kaiwu's killing intent, it wasn't hard to guess what Step 2 was. The human race must have been prepared. Once the military star chart fell into the hands of the demon race, and couldn't be retrieved, they would use the final measure to completely wipe out Area 777. Although the human race would pay a great price, compared to the importance of the star chart, it was acceptable. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, "Then do the people in Area 777 need to be notified to retreat?" Zhu Kaiwu shook his head. "No retreat. They have received their corresponding mission. They will intercept the demon race army, trying to harass them and delay them." The reality was cruel. Not only could those people not retreat, but they also had to block the demon race. This was not easy, because the demon race dispatched an army. The combat power of ordinary cultivators couldn't compare. In a one-on-one fight, a human cultivator was not afraid of a demon race member of the same realm. But facing an army was a different story. It could be said that 1,000 human cultivators at the first level Gaiking realm, facing a demon race army of the same number and realm, would definitely be defeated. Unless they could completely overwhelm the opponent in cultivation realm, ordinary people could not fight an army. Chiu Kai-Wu saw through his thoughts, and sighed. There's no other way. It's just a mission, not a suicide order. It's good enough if they can block them for a while. We don't have high expectations for them. Fortunately, Xia Rangxing didn't completely reveal the location. Area 777 has a black hole, surrounded by 5 satellites, 2 of which are stars. It won't be easy to find the military star chart. Lin Moyu didn't know much about Area 777, so he had no opinion. At this moment, Chiu Kai-Wu threw a jade tablet to him. This contains information about the various areas in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Take a look at the information on Area 777. Lin Moyu's eyebrow twitched. Telling me to look at the information on Area 777. It's obvious he wants me to go there. Without a word, he began to read. The Vermilion Bird battlefield was divided into 10 war zones, each guarded by a starry sky fortress. Each war zone was further divided into many smaller regions, each with its own characteristics. Among them, war zones 1 to 6 were on the edge of the battlefield. The larger the fortress number, the higher the danger of the war zone, and the higher the level of experts it could accommodate. Lin Moyu didn't know how this situation came to be, whether it was man-made or natural. War Zone 6 was the most dangerous foundational war zone, with the power suppression level reduced to 3rd level God King. It could be said that War Zone 6 was the buffer zone between True God and God King. When they reached the war zone managed by Fortress Number 7, they had entered the interior of the battlefield, dealing with the God King realm. Therefore it was rare to see true gods here. Most were God Kings. Even the garrison army here was based on the God King realm. Lin Moyu carefully examined Area 777. Pissing an area of activity for God King realm experts, he also had to be careful. In this war zone, the power limit had reached 6th level God King. The people active here were all experts from 1st to 6th level God King. This area produced a material called Blackstone. It sounded like a very ordinary name, but Blackstone was a God King level material with many special properties. It contained 2 laws, the law of stellar fire and the law of black holes. The law of stellar fire belonged to the second-tier fire system law, its power not weak. The law of black holes ranked first in the law chain, its power extremely strong. However, the black hole law in Blackstone was very scarce. To comprehend the black hole law from it, the hope was very slim. A large amount of Blackstone had to be accumulated, and then special methods used to enhance the law within it to refine and fuse it, thereby gaining the possibility of comprehension. Even so, this didn't stop Blackstone from being a God King level material. Besides comprehending the black hole law, it could also be used to refine defensive magic treasures. Treasures refined from Blackstone also carried some of the properties of the black hole law, able to absorb a large amount of attacks, thereby reducing damage. The Blackstone was hard to find, and the amount needed to refine a magic treasure was extremely large, making it very precious. After reading about the specialty of Area 777, Lin Moyu noted a few points of caution. The center of this area was a small black hole. It was not large, and posed no threat to God Venerable Realm beings, but for God King Realm cultivators, it was an extremely dangerous place. The closer one got to the black hole, the greater the danger. Once sucked in, it was almost certain death. However, the closer to the black hole, the more Blackstone there was, leading many to risk their lives to enter. People die for wealth, birds die for food, it was the same principle. Outside the small black hole were 5 stars, captured by its gravity, orbiting it. 2 of them were stars, always on opposite sides, their distance from the black hole and each other never changing. The other 3 were ordinary planets, a little further away, forming a triangle with the black hole and orbiting it together. From the perspective of the Great World, their existence was very strange. If they were captured by the black hole's gravity, they should have gradually approached and eventually been swallowed. But this was a battlefield where the laws were chaotic, anything could happen. In addition, there were many other stars in Area 777. Some were perfect, some were shattered, and some occasionally exploded. The power of a star explosion was enough to kill a low-level God King. In this war zone, there was also a type of cosmic beast called the Black Hole Serpent. Most of the time, they were in a dormant state, either hiding in the dark space, very difficult to see, or hiding inside stars. Once they woke up for some reason, they would hunt. The cultivators searching for Blackstone were their food. After reading the material, Lin Moyu said calmly, "It's really dangerous. After all, having entered the interior of the battlefield, it's naturally more dangerous than the outer regions." Chiu Kai-Wu said calmly, finished reading. Lin Moyu grunted, and returned the jade tablet. It recorded detailed information about all the war zones, much more detailed than what could be seen in the outside world. It was internal military material. Lin Wei really wanted to read it all, but there was no time now. Just reading the material on Area 777 had taken a lot of time. This material couldn't be skimmed. Every detail had to be carefully read, which was time-consuming. Xu Kai, who put away the jade tablet. We're going to Area 777 now. Lin Moyu asked doubtfully, you want me to block the demon race army? You might be overestimating me a bit. I'm only a 6th level true god. Xu Kai scolded, you brat, don't pretend in front of this old man. You think I don't know how strong you are? On the warship in the nameless void, continuously jumping through different spaces, the laws were rapidly becoming more orderly. This order was relative to the nameless void. Compared to the battlefield outside the great world, it was still chaotic. If one could clarify their thoughts in this chaos and find their own path, it would be of great benefit to themselves. Lin Moyu had received the mission, personally assigned by Xu Kai Wu. He couldn't refuse. Senior, I still don't quite understand. Dia Ring Sing is a god venerable. How could he place the military star chart in Area 777? That area can only accept a maximum strength of 6th level God King. Anyone exceeding that is rejected. Even a god venerable can't break this rule. Xu Kai Wu said in a deep voice, I've also thought about this issue, but I don't have an answer for now. Perhaps Xie Rangsing used his own method. This riddle can only be solved by you. Alright. Lin Moyi nodded silently. Xu Kai Wu asked, any other questions? While there's still time, ask quickly. Lin Moyi shook his head. No more questions. The material is very detailed. Time passed second by second. A few minutes later, the warship stopped at the nearest forward base, 400 meters away. Using the teleportation array in the base, the two went directly to Area 777. At this moment, the advantage of the forward base was clearly demonstrated. The battlefield was too large. Without forward bases, moving to these war zones would be extremely difficult. In a region of chaotic laws, even a god venerable level warship couldn't exceed the speed of light. Without a large number of forward bases, once an incident occurred, the initial advantage would be completely lost. The construction of forward bases was a long-term project. The human race had invested a lot of effort and many years to complete it. If a human forward base was discovered and destroyed by the demon race, the human race would be completely passive. Not only the human race had forward bases, other races did too. The human race was also trying to find the forward bases of enemy races by all possible means, but the effect was not good. They hadn't been able to find them yet. If they were discovered, they would definitely be destroyed without hesitation. After a long teleportation process, the two appeared in the forward base of Area 777. At this moment, Lin Moyu suddenly sensed the aura of the human Emperor Network. It was present here. Xu Kaigu said, temporarily connect to the human Emperor Network. You should have received a mission from it by now. Lin Moyu nodded. He had indeed received a mission. Battlefield mission. Intercept and harass the demon race army. Engage and harass the demon race army in Area 777, delaying them. Restrictions? None. Completion conditions? None. Mission reward, to be calculated after the mission ends. Note, the strength of the demon race army is unknown. Danger level is unknown. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. It is recommended to act in large groups. The human army will set off immediately. Please hold on. Lin Moyu asked. When will the army set off? From the time Jia Ringsing was killed until now, about 40 minutes had passed. The human army needed time to assemble. No matter how fast, it couldn't be done in such a short time. After all, to hold the nameless void, the human army had been dispatched. He guessed they probably hadn't set off yet. Qiu Kai said in a deep voice, the army mobilization is not as fast as you think. The fastest is 1 hour. It's only been 40 minutes, so in another 20 minutes, the army can set off. The demon race army had definitely already departed, and might have already entered Area 777. Just as Lin Moyu was about to speak, another sound echoed in his mind. Special mission, find the military star chart and annihilate the demon race army. After finding the military star chart, depending on the situation, annihilate the demon race army. Restrictions? None. Completion condition, find the military star chart. Mission reward, 10,000 merit points, 1 contribution point, 1 military supply point. Note, the strength of the demon race army is unknown. If you encounter danger, preserve your life first and try to delay them. Lin Moyu's thoughts raced like lightning. This is a special mission. one that perhaps very few have received. It's very likely I'm the only one. This mission was definitely assigned by Xiuqiu through the Human Emperor Network. Not many people know the extent of his power. Xiuqiu is one of them. The reward is truly too generous, it's impossible to refuse. 10,000 merit points, 1 contribution point, and 1 military supply point. The army had truly spent a fortune offering such a handsome reward. Compared to other missions which offered a few hundred to a few thousand merit points, this was already a considerable amount. But through this, one could see just how important the military star map was. Special missions didn't necessarily have to be accepted. They existed simply by being issued. Because this mission had no penalty, it didn't matter if it wasn't completed. But for the sake of the reward, Lin Moyu would certainly try his best to complete it. Unfortunately, there was no mission center here, so he couldn't accept other battlefield missions. If he were in the Great World, with his 4th level authority, he could accept missions at any time. But the battlefield was different. The rules on the battlefield were independent, and that included the rules of the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyu looked toward Zone 777. The deep space was like a ferocious beast, its jaws wide open, waiting for him to deliver himself as food. Xiuqiu handed him a jade talisman, instructing, after you go, if the military star map is taken by the demon clan, and moreover, if you are certain it cannot be recovered, you must activate this jade talisman. I have already set its location. The talisman will bring you back here. Lin Moyu looked at the jade talisman. It was long like a finger, its surface carved with complex runes, and it emanated a dense aura of laws. He understood Xiuqiu's meaning. If it was confirmed that the military star map could not be recovered, the human race would proceed to the second step, directly destroying Zone 777. At that time, Zone 777 would become a dead land where no creature could survive. Before that, Lin Moyu could activate the jade talisman to return. In the end, Xiuqiu wanted him to preserve his life, not to become a sacrificial pawn. As for the others, this world was very cruel. The struggle between races was even more so. It was impossible to save everyone. The Human Emperor Network covered Zone 7 to 77. Although this coverage was very weak, and couldn't provide comprehensive surveillance like it did within the human race's starfields, it could still probe for some general information and make judgments based on it. Lin Moyu stored his protective talisman and said in a low voice, "Rest assured, those guys are all just merit points for me." After speaking, he took out the War King Tower, sat inside, and flew into the pitch-black void, disappearing from Xiuqiu's sight in a flash. Xiuqiu let out a soft sigh, hoping it wouldn't have to come to the final step. The price was too great. The War King Tower emitted a dazzling light, tearing a gash in the dark starscape. Lin Moyu saw that this was one of the few places in the universe with such a pitch-black starry sky. The light from the stars seemed to be pulled towards the center by some powerful force. The light was distorted, and then dissolved, creating a world that seemed like a dream. The reason was that the center of Warzone 777 was a small black hole. It had absorbed all the light from the stars in this war zone. The War King Tower trembled slightly, as if it had encountered some obstacle, then passed through it as easily as passing through a bubble. An invisible gravitational force acted on Lin Moyu and the War King Tower. The law of gravitation. Lin Moyu was surprised. The gravitational force acting on him and the War King Tower was very similar to the law of gravitation, but upon careful sensing, there was a difference. This gravitational force did not carry any laws, it originated entirely from the black hole. This was a region of space ruled by the black hole. Lin Moyu controlled the War King Tower to fly in the direction of the gravitational pull. Fortunately, Warzone 777 wasn't very large. If it were as big as Warzone 538, which he had been to before, even with the War King Tower, it would have taken him dozens of days to reach the center. By then, the food would have gone cold. Lin Moyu pushed the War King Tower to its maximum speed. With his current realm, the War King Tower's speed reached 150,000 kilometers per second. But even so, he would still need nearly 2 days to reach the center. He could only hope that the Demon Clan's army hadn't arrived by then. The speed of the Demon Clan's military warships was not much faster than the War King Tower. If they encountered obstructions from human cultivators along the way, stopping and starting, perhaps he could really catch up. For countless years, the space around Fortress No. 1 on the Vermilion Bird battlefield had been the most tranquil place. Here, there were multicolored milestones to guide the way, with cultivators coming and going. This was the largest stronghold of the human race on the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Xiang Ziyu stepped out of the teleportation array, then followed the milestones towards the battlefield. He had been to this battlefield before, so it wasn't unfamiliar. He was the one who had once topped the potential ranking. Currently ranked second, Zhang Ziyu had come to the battlefield this time for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had refused his challenge and then disappeared. The Vermilion Bird starfield was so vast that if Lin Moyu didn't show himself, it would be impossible to find him. Recently, he had received information that Lin Moyu had gone to the battlefield. After completing his mission, he came to the battlefield to see who the person who had taken his place on the potential ranking was. As for the challenge, Zhang Ziyu had already given up on that idea. Ever since Lin Moyu entered the top 10 of the combat power ranking, he no longer wanted to fight. That would just be looking for trouble. He had potential, not strong combat power. His cultivation was only at the 9th rank true god realm. Even if he tried his best, he could only fight on par with a first-rank god king. For someone like Lin Moyu to enter the top 10 of the combat power ranking, his strength had to be at least that of a 5th-rank god king. If he didn't know his own limits and challenged him, it would be suicide. Zhang Ziyu stood in midair, looking at Fortress No. 1, his eyes as bright as stars. He had two purposes for coming this time. First, to ascend to the God King realm and accumulate merit. Second, to meet Lin Moyu, to see what kind of sacred being had taken his place on the potential ranking. Someone who could suppress him on the potential ranking and also achieve such a record on the combat power ranking. The fact that he refused me before must not have been because he was afraid of me, but because he felt that bullying someone weaker was uninteresting. Since you can rank first on the potential ranking, you must be like me, capable of fighting across realms. I wonder what your realm is. Are you worthy of this first place? What's more, now that you've entered the combat power ranking, there will surely be some brats looking to challenge you. Zhang Ziyu's eyes sparkled. Even though his number 1 spot on the potential ranking had been taken, he had calmed down after a long time. Now, he no longer wanted to reclaim that position, he just wanted to know who Lin Moyu was. At the same time, he had heard news that several people on the combat power ranking were preparing to find Lin Moyu, especially the person who Lin Moyu had pushed from 10th to 11th place, who was certainly very dissatisfied. Zhang Ziyu carried his conviction and flew into Fortress No. 1. After he left, the teleportation array lit up again, and a few more people stepped out. They carried a strong will to fight. As soon as they emerged, they flew from the teleportation array towards Fortress No. 1. The stars approached and then quickly receded. The War King Tower flew past star after star. From the outside, Warzone 777 was a star system of no small size, with 2 suns providing light and heat. Unfortunately, most of this light and heat was absorbed by the central black hole, with only a small portion escaping. The starry sky was still a cold, dark black, without the slightest sign of life. A day later, Lin Moyu saw a demon clan warship. This warship had very obvious scorch marks, and they were fresh ones. The warship was heavily damaged. Perhaps just a little more impact would cause it to disintegrate. It seemed the mission had been effective. Lin Moyu believed the mission had indeed worked. The human cultivators in Warzone 777 had truly intercepted the demon clan's grand army. As for how effective it was, Lin Moyu didn't know, but at least this demon clan warship had been crippled. Lin Moyu didn't know how many troops the demon clan had sent, or how many humans had sacrificed themselves to damage this warship. His gaze swept into the distance, then suddenly froze. He saw demons hiding behind the warship. In front of them, a fire was blazing fiercely. They were eating something. The working tower drew a little closer. Lin Moyu finally saw clearly that what the demons were eating was people. A murderous intent surged within Lin Moyu. The warship was damaged here, but the demons didn't leave. Instead, they were eating human flesh. The demons had different shapes and wore no uniforms, but it was needless to say they were all soldiers. If it weren't for the scene of cannibalism, Lin Moyu might not have even bothered with them. After all, the most important thing right now was to go to the center to search for the military star map, not to waste time on a few demons. But now it was different. Seeing them eating human flesh, how could he possibly ignore it? The demon warship suddenly lit up with a faint light, then a beam of light shot straight at the War King Tower. Although the warship looked damaged, its warning system was still perfectly fine. Lin Moyu did not conceal himself and was detected from a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The 3 demons eating human flesh simultaneously threw away the meat in their hands and looked towards Lin Moyu together. More meat has come to our door. Human flesh is really delicious. I hope this time it's a young one. Old flesh is tough to eat. How can a god king be young? He must be at least a few hundred to 1,000 years old. It's fine, as long as it's edible. The 3 god king demons wore cruel smiles as they stared at Lin Moyu's War King Tower. When the War King Tower was 100,000 kilometers away, the demon warship immediately emitted a brilliant light. A dark barrier appeared from the void, enveloping the War King Tower. The barrier covered the entire star space within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, and the War King Tower was also enveloped within it. The three demons immediately burst into crazed laughter, their soul voices echoing through the star space. Another one has come seeking death. Did he think our worship was damaged and couldn't move? Or did he rush over because he saw us eating human flesh? Don't you humans always claim to be smart? Why are you so stupid now? Coming one group after another. Amidst their laughter, thousands of demons flew out from the demon worship. Every single demon was at the God King realm, forming a battle formation in the star space, their aura soaring to the heavens. Lin Wei was slightly startled and said in a low voice, "So it's a trap. Since when did demons become so smart?" The worship wasn't damaged, what he saw was just a surface appearance. The demons had placed the damaged worship here, clearly to lure people in. It seemed it wasn't just the human race intercepting the demons were also prepared to counter-ambush the human race. Traps like this were surely not few in this vast star region, because if the number was small, it wouldn't attract many people. From this, it could also be analyzed that the number of demon troops appearing this time was astonishing. A single human space fortress had a total of 1 million troops. It was unknown how many demons were garrisoned, and how many were dispatched. Lin Moyu vaguely felt trouble. If the number exceeded his undead legion, he would also have a headache. The War King Tower stopped. Lin Moyu flew out of the tower, his eyes coldly scanning his surroundings. The dark barrier emitted a nauseating aura. The demon worship was covered in wounds, but they were all superficial. It wasn't actually damaged at all. 1,000 God King realm demons had locked onto him. How is it a 6th rank true god? What is a 6th rank true god doing here? Seeking death. Isn't a 6th rank true god good? At least he's young, his flesh is tender. It's a pity he's a male. If it were a female, it would be better, the flesh would be even more tender. This demon lord's favorite thing is to listen to the screams of human females before they die. That is the most beautiful sound in the world. Lin Moyu heard their unrestrained words, and his killing intent surged. A light flashed at his fingertips. Skeleton god generals and death dragon knights appeared one by one. In a flash, 100,000 skeleton god generals and 100,000 death dragon knights had covered the star space. The demons were astonished, not knowing what had happened. Why had so many skeletons suddenly appeared in the star space? Besides the skeletons holding swords and shields, there were also skeletons riding bone dragons. What the hell was this? Lin Moyu's cultivation had reached the 6th rank true god realm. The strength of the skeleton god generals and death dragon knights had soared again. The death dragon knights could already face a 2nd rank god king head. The skeleton god generals were even stronger, surpassing a 2nd rank god king, almost reaching the level of a 3rd rank god king. When Lin Moyu gave the order, the death dragon knights let out dragon roars, spewing ferocious dragon's breath. The skeleton god generals acted faster. Tens of thousands of sword lights shot out from all directions, occupying a large area of the star space. The pure white sword key cut across the star space, brightening the dark expanse, as if a brilliant fixed star had appeared. Incredibly dazzling. The newly appeared fixed star carried a destructive light, burning with it the aura of death. The dragon's breath of the death dragon knights turned into blazing immortal flames, burning the star space, making the Death Star even more dazzling. Defense, the demon god king shouted, his expression contorted with fear. The warship glowed brightly, its light enveloping the demon team. The demons deployed their law domains one after another to defend themselves, but their defenses were incredibly fragile in front of the 200,000 strong undead legion. The defense was almost torn apart in an instant. The attacks that surpassed the demons' endurance rained down on each one of them. Their bodies were torn apart by the sword bai, turning into fragments, completely disappearing in the star space. Lin Moyu could see the expressions of the demons before they died: disbelief, fear, pain, all sorts of emotions. The sword light and dragon's breath destroyed the demons, and their power fell upon the warship like splitting bamboo. The warship roared, revealing a barrier, which was then shattered by the attack. The dragon's breath burned the warship, making it blaze in the star space. Miserable screams came from the warship. There were still demons inside. The warship started up, intending to escape. The Death Dragon Knights were extremely fast, launching a magical attack, teleporting across tens of thousands of kilometers as if in an instant, and rushing into the warship. A few seconds later, the warship that had just started and hadn't flown far returned to silence. The demons inside were all dead, not a single one left. A God King level warship. The materials used to make it were all God King level materials. It was not destroyed by the immortal flames of the dragon's breath. Under Lin Moyu's control, the Death Dragon Knights opened their mouths and sucked in the dragon's breath. Lin Moyu unceremoniously collected the warship. His storage space already had 3 demon warships, and now there was another one. This was a spoil of war. Even if he couldn't use it, its value was not small, it could be exchanged for accumulation points. The skeletons collected the shattered flesh and blood in the star space. They would be the best weapons for Lin Moyu when he detonated the battlefield. From the moment Lin Moyu stopped until the end of the battle, less than 5 minutes had passed. He once again entered the War King Tower and continued to fly towards the center of the war zone. The longer the delay, the higher the possibility of the demons finding the star map. Half a day later, Lin Moyu saw another demon warship. But this time, the demon warship was in battle. Hundreds of human cultivators were frantically attacking the demon warship. The star space was filled with the corpses of humans and demons. Obviously, the demons were suppressed, hiding in the warship and not daring to come out. Even in this situation, the demons did not run away. They still relied on the powerful defense of the warship, locked in a stalemate with the human cultivators. Lin Moyu frowned. They were stalling for time. He had already recognized the demons' intention, which was to delay time, not wanting these human cultivators to go to the black hole and disturb the main force searching for the military star map. Lin Moyu controlled the War King Tower, slightly changed direction, and flew past the battlefield 1,000,000 kilometers away. Lin Moyu didn't pay attention to this battlefield either. The human race had the upper hand. They didn't need his intervention. He also didn't want to waste time here, even if it was just a minute. The battlefield in the middle gradually disappeared from his sight and finally vanished. It's good that they don't go to the black hole. The number of demon troops is definitely not small. Even if thousands of people go there, they will have an impact. But in the end, they won't be able to defeat the demons. This way, casualties can be reduced. I hope I can find the military star map. Otherwise, when the human race uses its final measure, all living beings in this war zone will die. He didn't want to see too many humans die in vain. Although this was a battlefield and life and death were common, dying like this was truly not worth it. Thousands of God Kings, although the human race did not lack God Kings, thousands of God Kings were not a small number. Flying for another half a day, the 2 slightly distorted fixed stars gradually grew larger in his sight. Their light was absorbed by the black hole, causing their visual shape to be distorted as well. Under the light of the fixed star, the brightness here increased a lot. The 3 outermost planets reflected the light of the fixed star. Lin Moyu knew he had approached the center. If the demons were here, they would definitely have defenses around. Just as this thought appeared, a demon warship suddenly appeared in his sight. Appearing with the demon warship were also colossal black hole serpents. The black hole swallowed the light, affecting vision. Lin Moyu only discovered the demon warship, which was trying its best to hide, when the distance was only 1,000,000 kilometers. One after another, demon warships appeared in his sight, densely packed. A huge army appeared before him. Thousands of demon warships, each carrying thousands of demons. The number of demons was also in the millions. Lin Moyu's gaze gradually became serious. The number of demon troops participating this time made him feel surprised. But on second thought, this was also easy to understand. The military star map was very important. For this star map, it seemed that the demon army from all over Warzone 7 had prepared to go all out. Thinking about it from another perspective, if it were him, he would do the same. The high-level leaders of the human race had also anticipated this situation. There should be no small number of troops mobilized, which was why it took some time to assemble. Lin Moyu couldn't help but calculate in his heart. If he used a destructive attack now and completely destroyed Zone 777, the millions of demons here would die. Even if the number of demons was large, losing millions of demons was not a small matter. However, the human race did not choose a destructive attack but prioritized recovering the military star map 7. When the 2 armies clashed, it would lead to great losses. Even with a 10 loss rate after this major battle, the death of 1,000,000 soldiers was normal. And it might even cause the death of millions of human cultivators. Exchanging a destructive attack that would kill millions of demons for the large losses of human cultivators. This could only prove one thing: this deal was not profitable. The cost of a destructive attack was very high, so high that it was more than the death of millions of soldiers. It sounded cruel, but Lin Moyu felt that his speculation was probably not wrong. The destructive strike was just the final step. In a situation of last resort, when it was determined that the military star map could not be recovered, this choice could be made. Here, Lin Moyu could still feel the connection with the human emperor network. Although this connection was already very weak, the human emperor network temporarily still covered Zone 777. This was an undeniable fact. The things that happened here, the human emperor network could make a simple judgment. If the human emperor network judged that the military star map could not be recovered, it would notify the high-level human race, and then carry out the final step. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, inhaling a large amount of starlight, and exhaled 7-colored light from his mouth and nose. The space in the War King Tower instantly darkened. At this moment, Lin Moyu was like a humanoid black hole. Lin Moyu had made up his mind, his eyes gradually becoming firm and cold. The law of slaughter stirred, carrying a strong killing intent. This was a real great war. It's been a long time since I've really had a good slaughter. Since destroying the Dragon Clan and the small world, Lin Moyu had not truly had a satisfying, all-out slaughter for a long time. Previously, destroying the gold-devouring beasts or the small Demon Clan squad were just minor skirmishes, not worth mentioning compared to the great Demon Clan army before him. The War King Tower continued to approach. In a flash, the distance between the two sides was only 500,000 kilometers. From the scale of the Great World, this distance was already very close. The Demon Clan also discovered Lin Moyu. Because he was alone, the Demon Clan clearly didn't take him seriously. Since that was the case, Lin Moyu was not polite and continued to approach. 400,000 kilometers. 300,000 kilometers. In his vision, the movements of the Demon Clan became clearer. The Demon Clan warships were lined up, blockading the star space. The warships were connected to each other, their energy intermingling, creating a huge barrier. The barrier almost covered this entire star space. Wanting to break through was impossible. In front of the warships, a large army of the Demon Clan was assembled. Although the number was not large, it was clear that there were still many Demon Clan members searching for the military star map. 3 planets, 2 fixed stars, 1 black hole, some inconspicuous asteroids, and space debris could all be places where the military star map was hidden. It would take a lot of time to search this entire area. 4,600 ships. Lin Moyu clearly counted the number of Demon Clan warships. There were a total of 4,600 ships, which meant there were 6 million Demon Clan members here. Every Demon Clan member was at the God King realm. Adding the number of Demon Clan troops stationed on the periphery, this time the Demon Clan had dispatched 5,000 warships and 5 million Demon Clan members. Not all Demon Clan members were at the God King realm. Lin Moyu sensed the unrestrained aura of the Demon Clan. Some Demon Clan members were only 8th or 9th rank true gods, but there were not a few Demon Clan members at the God King realm, estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. In low-level star systems it was rare to see a God King. In high-level star systems, although they were called God Kings everywhere, if you wanted to say the only place that could dispatch hundreds of thousands of God Kings at any time, it was only the army. When the distance between the two sides was only 200,000 kilometers, hundreds of Demon Clan warships suddenly lit up at the same time. Immediately after, beams of light containing powerful energy shot towards the War King Tower in unison. The beams were pure energy, some were fire, some were ice, some were like dragon wave shooting arrows, and some were like mufflos. The Demon Clan warships looked no different, but in fact, they had different attributes. Although the Demon Clan had different appearances, and body shapes like scattered soldiers, in fact, they also had classifications inside, which were divided based on their power systems. The colorful attacks came in an instant. Lin Moyu was not flustered. He recalled the War King Tower, and the wings of the undead spread out, flapping hard, disappearing without a trace in an instant. He broke the soul lock from the opponent, stepped on the halo of the law of light speed, and further enhanced his speed. The next second, Lin Moyu appeared in the star space tens of thousands of kilometers away. In front of the Demon Clan warships were giant black hole serpents. At the forefront of the demon warships, a strangely shaped demon suddenly appeared. It was over 10 meters tall, its body thick and long. On top of its head grew several pipe-like instruments, along with thin strings like zither strings falling down. Its eyes were very small, but its mouth was very large, occupying nearly half of its body. It had 4 arms, each ending in a different musical instrument. This was the first time Lin Moyu had seen such a strangely shaped demon. But when he saw it, he immediately knew its name was the Enchanter Demon. The Enchanter Demon was bathed in the light of the fixed stars. Behind it was a huge fixed star. It opened its mouth and made a strange sound. At the same time, one of its arms swung, making a special low-pitched sound. The zither strings automatically vibrated. In an instant, a strange piece of music sounded in Lin Moyu's soul. The sound of enchantment. The signature skill of the Enchanter Demon. Although it didn't have strong combat power, its presence was more terrifying than any demon of the same level. Its skills were simple, but horrifying. A similar Enchanter Demon appeared outside Lin Moyu's soul. Immediately, the sound of enchantment rang out. The soul seemed to be awakened, slowly opening its eyes. The soul was of the 4th rank peak quality, the Jade Soul of Life, and death. Its defense was extremely strong. A God King level enchanter demon could not shake Lin Moyu's soul. On the staff of pestilence in his hand, the soul gem emitted a purple light, covering the soul with a layer of purple halo. The soul robe that Lin Moyu had personally made automatically appeared and also shone brightly. The soul was not affected at all. The most terrifying ability of the enchanter demon was to enchant the soul. If it was light, the soul would be damaged and combat power would drop sharply. If it was severe, one could be controlled by the enchanter demon and become its puppet. But neither case had anything to do with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's soul, regardless of its original quality, plus the protection of rebirth, even a God Emperor level enchanter demon might not be able to control him, let alone a mere God King level enchanter demon. It was completely useless. The enchanter demon also realized this. It could not shake Lin Moyu's soul. The tune suddenly soared. The music in its mouth also changed accordingly. The music changed from low to high-pitched like the sleeping black hole serpents in the star space suddenly waking up. The eyes of the black hole serpents flashed red, staring at Lin Moyu. They were controlled by the enchanter demon and became its puppets. This control was only temporary, but it was enough. The black hole serpents had different body sizes. The small ones were about 1,000 meters long, and the large ones were up to 10,000 meters long. From a distance, you couldn't see anything, but when you got close, you could see that they were truly huge monsters. The strength of a star space behemoth was often proportional to its body size. 1,000-meter long black hole serpent had the strength of a first-rank god king, while a 10,000-meter long black hole serpent had the strength of a fourth-rank god king. Lin Moyu recalled the information he had just read. Black hole serpents did not have magical techniques. They only had 3 methods of attack: coiling, swallowing, and tail whipping. They used purely physical strength, which was very powerful. At the same time, because of the characteristics of the black hole, the surface of the black hole serpent's body had characteristics similar to black stone, which could absorb many attacks. In other words, their defense was very strong. The best way to deal with them was to stay as far away as possible. Now, the enchanter demon controlled the black hole serpents and used them as weapons to deal with him, which was indeed a headache. Hundreds of black hole serpents, the weakest was a first-rank god king, the strongest was a fourth-rank god king. Moreover, their defensive strength had surpassed that of a fourth-rank god king, reaching the level of a fifth or even sixth-rank god king. If he didn't use the skeleton king, it would be very difficult to kill them. Lin Moyu quickly analyzed the pros and cons. He had no time to delay. He needed to solve the trouble in front of him as quickly as possible. Every second could not be wasted. So he took a deep breath and pointed his finger lightly. The golden skeleton king appeared in the star space. The golden skeleton king was burning with cold immortal flames, wearing a blood-red cape, and holding a bone sword as it stood up from its throne. Its gaze towards the demon was like that of a monarch ruling the world. Lin Moyu's whole body shone brightly. The origin skill, power accumulation, was activated. His strength continuously increased. In an instant, he had surpassed the limit of the true god realm, and reached the god king realm. Then his strength continued to soar. In just 2 seconds, Lin Moyu's realm had reached the 7th rank god king. At this time, his soul transmitted a feeling of fullness. He had reached the safe limit. If he continued to strengthen it, his soul would self-detonate after a period of time. That was when he was desperate. It was not necessary now. His strength stabilized at the 7th rank god king. The aura that Lin Moyu exuded made everyone horrified. Even the music of the enchanter demon had to stop for half a second. Lin Moyu's aura continued to rise. Origin skill. Empowered troops. Empowered troops and power accumulation were like a pair of good brothers. When used alone, they were also very strong, but they couldn't compare to when they were used together. Especially in the empowered troop state, the destructive power increased by 10 times, and the enemies killed by Lin Moyu would become nourishment to enhance his God Emperor level strength. With the support of 2 great origin skills, a sword appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. This was not the Skeleton King's bone sword, just a normal sword that Lin Moyu didn't even know where he got it from. Anyway, he was not facing a tough guy like a prime gold essence ruler now. It was the same what sword he used. A sword that could kill people was a good sword. Under the support of the 2 great origin skills, Lin Moyu's figure swelled by a circle, and his height had exceeded 2 meters. Facing the rushing black hole serpent, the wings of the undead behind him vibrated. Lin Moyu did not retreat but advance. His soul was multitasking, instantly locking onto all the black hole serpents. Skill, God Slaying Slash. The special skill of the Skeleton King, it could be a single attack or a group attack. The soul locked onto more than 100 black hole serpents at the same time. Although the attack power was slightly reduced, With the support of empowered troops, it was enough. In an instant, a dazzling sword light lit up, illuminating the entire star space. A brilliant sword light flashed on the bodies of the black hole serpents at the same time. The light was sucked into the black hole, pulling it into a long strip of light. A series of explosions sounded. The black hole serpents were chopped into pieces of minced meat. The voice of the enchanter demon stopped abruptly. Although it didn't have rich expressions, from its eyes, Lin Wei saw horror. A large amount of soul force poured in, strengthening his soul, and the duration of the origin skill was also significantly increased. Lin Wei snorted lightly, the wings of the undead vibrated, and his speed instantly reached its limit, like teleportation. In just over a second, Lin Wei had moved 200,000 kilometers. When Lin Wei appeared, a brilliant light flashed before his eyes. The demon warship had precisely locked onto Lin Wei. The enchanter demon continuously waved its forearms, making various sounds. It sounded messy, but when combined, it became a unique piece of music. Along with the music, the soul force of the enchanter demon soared, instantly locking onto Lin Wei. This lock was like a rope connecting the enchanter demon and Lin Wei together. Even the wings of the undead could not cut it. This also gave the enchanter demon a certain predictive ability. When Lin Wei just appeared in front of the barrier, the attack of the demon warship had already arrived. The attack of the demon warship could be compared to a blow from a fifth-rank god king, but unfortunately, it did not contain any laws. As long as there were no laws, a pure attack, whether elemental or physical, was ineffective against Lin Wei. When the attack just arrived, the sound of the enchanter demon immediately changed, becoming sharp. The pipes on its head also emitted a halo at the same time. A sharp sword appeared outside Lin Wei's soul world, and stabbed straight into his soul. A multi-dimensional attack, the enchanter demon and the demon warship. A deadly attack from all sides. The soul attack fell on the crystal fortress outside the soul world. The crystal fortress did not move at all. In the attack of the demon warship, Lin Wei was also not moved at all. Facing the powerful attack, Lin Wei once again swung his sword and slashed out. Skill, God-slaying slash. He only had one move, but this move was enough. The God-slaying slash was too useful. Whether it was a group attack or a single attack, it was a god-level skill. A sword light lit up on the barrier. The barrier immediately vibrated like water waves. With the strength of a 7th-rank god king, plus 10 times the damage, this sword, even if it didn't reach the 8th-rank god king, was at least at the peak of the 7th-rank god king. In Warzone 777, the maximum allowed level was only the 6th-rank god king. Except for some geniuses who could fight across levels, this sword had surpassed the limits of most of the powerful experts here. The barrier vibrated violently but did not break. This was a barrier that gathered the power of thousands of demon warships. It was not easy to destroy. Lin Wei immediately swung the sword in his hand and slashed down like a violent storm. The sword light exploded. Every sword made the barrier tremble violently. Another god-slaying slash fell on the barrier. The skeleton king came to assist. The skeleton king had a strength equivalent to a 6th-rank god king. With the support of the empowered troop skill, the skeleton king's strength was close to that of a 7th-rank god king. This god-slaying slash was weaker than Lin Wei's sword, but only by a little. The barrier was extremely sturdy and still hadn't broken. On the contrary, the purifying sword in Lin Wei's hand broke one step ahead. The demons behind the barrier let out a sinister laugh, full of ridicule. Although they were surprised by Lin Wei's combat power, now that Lin Wei couldn't break the barrier, there was nothing he could do to them. The music of the enchanter demon continued, its rhythm changing. From the sound, Lin Wei could also hear ridicule. Whether it was the demon or the enchanter demon, they didn't believe that Lin Wei could break the barrier. This was a barrier used in war. It couldn't be broken by a single individual. The demon warship flashed again, quickly preparing to start the third wave of attacks. Lin Wei's eyes were cold. If one person can't break it, then many people will. With a thought in his heart, a large area of the star space was covered by white light. Death Trident Knights and Skeleton God Generals appeared densely in the star space. All the elemental necromancers were dispatched. Under the feet of each undead, a brilliant ring of light appeared. This was the first time Lin Wei had used his full strength, without holding back at all. Thousands of necromancer generals with healing abilities provided the support abilities of the elemental necromancers, all dispatched. The necromancer generals raised the staffs in their hands, casting buffs on all the undead, enhancing their strength. The star space was covered by the white light of the undead legion, filling the void. The demons saw this scene, and apart from the undead, there was nothing else. The smile just now froze on their faces, and their eyes began to be replaced by an indescribable fear. The music of the enchanter demon stopped. Its forearms all stopped waving. They were all shocked by the scene in front of them. The undead legion combined like a new star, shining brightly in the star space. Lin Moyu held a new sword and lightly shouted, "Action!" In an instant, an extremely dense and brilliant sword key shot at the demon barrier. The Death Dragon Knights spewed out dragon's breath, then charged straight at the barrier. The giant dragons swung their claws, and the knights raised their long swords. Millions of attacks fell almost at the same time. The extremely sturdy barrier, which didn't show signs of breaking under the attack of Lin Moyu and the Skeleton King, now exploded. The dense attacks did not stop there. After breaking the barrier, they continued to kill into the ranks of the demons. Miserable screams rang out, and many demons died on the spot. Lin Moyu ordered an attack, letting the undead legion attack with all its might. He flapped his wings of the undead and instantly disappeared. The next second, Lin Moyu was already in front of the enchanter demon. The long sword in his hand had already been swung. "You were having a lot of fun singing, weren't you?" At this moment, in the eyes of the enchanter demon, Lin Moyu was the real demon, and it was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In the sword light, the body of the enchanter demon was chopped into pieces, dying on the spot. Lin Moyu's consciousness moved slightly, locking onto a team of demons not far away. This demon team had more than 100 members. When Lin Moyu's gaze swept over them, each one's expression changed. Before they could react, their vision suddenly exploded. A roar sounded in their ears, and then they fell into endless darkness. Star rank skill, corpse explosion. Corpse explosion, fusion degree, detonates a corpse or its remains, dealing damage equivalent to 110 of the corpse's life force when it was alive to the locked target. It can attack multiple targets at the same time. The more targets, the more the damage will be reduced and divided. When it reached the star rank, corpse explosion displayed its power for the first time. Previously, when facing the gold-devouring beasts, corpse explosion did not play a role. But here, Lin Moyu demonstrated the terror of corpse explosion. Although the enchanter demon did not have strong attack power, its life force was not weak, and its realm also reached the 5th rank God King. Corpse explosion amplified the life force of a 5th rank God King by 1 times, plus the 300 times amplification from his talent. The attack power reached 330 times a full-powered blow from a 5th rank God King. Finally, the 10 times damage amplification buff of the empowered troops skill had to be taken into account. The power of this attack, not to mention a 5th rank God King of the same level, even a 6th rank God King could not withstand it. Although it was scattered and fell on more than 100 demons, the 100+ demons were instantly killed, without any surprise. Lin Moyu didn't even look at the result. He backhanded and slashed out another god-slaying slash. Hundreds of kilometers away, another demon team lit up with sword light and was chopped into fragments. A large amount of soul force poured in, turning into Lin Moyu's soul power, and at the same time increasing the duration of the origin skill. The star space was full of minced meat. Lin Moyu was like no one was there to stop him. The origin skill was the real weapon of war. The more he fought, the stronger he became. The more he killed, the stronger he became. Facing the demons, he had no mercy at all. Lin Moyu killed until he was crazed. The battlefield token on his waist became scorching hot. Every time he killed a demon, the battlefield token would faithfully record it, and finally turn into his merit. In just a flash, tens of thousands of demons had died at Lin Moyu's hands. Boo! A fire erupted, turning into a fireball. A demon warship was destroyed. The undead legion surrounded the demon warship and launched a powerful attack. Almost every demon warship was surrounded by the undead legion, and the situation was extremely critical. The barrier on the warship couldn't hold for long. The skeleton god generals and death dragon knights rushed into the warship, slaughtering at will. Lin Moyu's heart moved slightly. He flapped his wings of the undead and flew towards the nearest planet. There were many demons on the planet, clearly searching for the military star map. Lin Moyu didn't know where the military star map was, but he knew that as long as he killed all these demons, leaving not a single one behind, sooner or later the military star map would be his. A portion of the undead legion also headed towards the planets around the black hole, starting to slaughter the demons on the planets. The demons who were searching for the military star map, upon learning of the battle situation, immediately stopped their search, quickly assembled, and prepared to counterattack. Chu Q was at the No. 77 forward base. Beside him were 4 elders from Fortress No. 7 and the Legion commander. The 10 billion strong Legion from Fortress No. 7 had been dispatched and entered War Zone No. 77, but they were still a step too late. Chu Q also didn't know if they would make it in time. He also didn't want to use the second step, didn't want to carry out a destructive strike on War Zone 777, but preparations still had to be made. In his hand, he held a small flag the size of a palm. On the flag was an exquisite drawing. The content of the drawing was a person facing a fixed star. The fixed star was very large, and the person was very small, but this drawing gave people a strange feeling, as if this person was even more magnificent than the fixed star. This flag was the final measure, enough to destroy Warzone 777. Calculating the time, this rotten kid should have already clashed with the demons. Chu Q's consciousness connected to the Human Emperor network. He wanted to check Lin Moyu's information. Because of the existence of the Human Emperor network, some data in the battlefield token would be directly transmitted to the Human Emperor network. Through some simple analysis, one could see Lin Moyu's current situation. With one look, Chu Q's expression immediately became extremely colorful. His eyebrows twitched continuously, and his cheeks also twitched slightly. If it were someone else, they would probably have jumped up on the spot. Chu Q suppressed the shock in his heart. Rotten kid. What is he doing? In the information from the Human Emperor network, Lin Moyu's battle achievements were increasing at an astonishing speed. Lin Moyu was killing like crazy, fighting to the point of madness. It had been a long time since he had such a satisfying battle, a full-power battle, incredibly refreshing. Since coming to the Great World, because he didn't understand anything, his initial reservations gradually disappeared as his rank increased. By now, he had truly cast off his constraints, truly fighting for the human race of the Great World. It was as if the belligerent bloodline dormant in his body had awakened at this moment. He led the Undead Legion and broke through the demon's defensive line. The great demon army searching for the military star map was shocked by Lin Moyu's appearance and stopped their search, quickly assembling. The demon's speed was very fast. 1,000,000 demons assembled in a few short minutes, quickly forming a battle formation and charging towards Lin Moyu. They thought that the human race's army had arrived, but in the end, they found that only one human had come. Besides him was an undead legion formed by skeletons. The two armies faced each other, and it was hard to tell who was who. The situation was no longer important. Even if they wanted to ask, they would ask after the fight. Over 100,000 demons formed a battle formation, emitting a pitch-black light. The Abyss, system demons on them burned with the green flames of the Abyss. The Abyss flame was the origin flame of the Abyss system demons, and had many different characteristics. Sometimes the Abyss flame was extremely hot, hotter than the flames of a fixed star, its temperature frighteningly high, carrying the laws of the Abyss, burning everything. Whether it was items or life, they would be burned to ashes. Sometimes the Abyss flame was bone-chillingly cold, comparable to the 1,000-year ice of the Ice Clan, able to freeze and shatter everything. The alternation between hot and cold created terrifying destructive power, which was very difficult to resist. The characteristics of the Abyss flame quickly flashed through Lin Moyu's mind. The law of the Abyss flame was one of the most powerful laws among the fire-type laws, belonging to the first tier. If there were no laws, no matter how high the temperature, Lin Moyu wouldn't care. But when there were laws, and it was a first-tier law, even Lin Moyu had to be careful. The battle formation carrying the Abyss flame charged straight ahead. Lin Moyu flapped his wings of the undead and immediately flew away. A great blade appeared in the sky. The great blade was covered with ferocious demons, each one incredibly terrifying. The flames covered the great blade, turning into fresh blood that flowed down. The demonic war blade. This was the method demons often used when forming a battle formation. If it were a human army, there would naturally be a corresponding way to deal with it. The great blade suddenly changed direction, continuing to pursue Lin Moyu. The demonic war blade was very fast, not much slower than Lin Moyu. The powerful attack methods of an army were not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Just as Lin Moyu revealed his figure, the demonic war blade was already in front of him. Its speed very fast. Lin Moyu wanted to lock onto the demons in the battle formation, but the demon battle formation was covered by the Abyss flame like a single entity, and he couldn't lock on individually. If it can't lock on individually, then I'll just target the entire battle formation. With a light shout, he swung the sword in his hand. Skill. God-slaying slash. Lin Moyu used all his strength to swing the God-slaying slash. The true god-level long sword in his hand immediately turned into nothingness and shattered, unable to withstand the power of the God King realm. While Lin Moyu was swinging his sword, in the distance, the Skeleton King also swung the God-slaying slash at the same time. On the battle formation, two brilliant sword lights appeared at the same time. The demonic warblade seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, vibrating non-stop, and its speed also slowed down a lot. The Abyss flame was also suppressed by the sword light. The God-slaying slash struck the battle formation, and all the damage was borne by the demons in the battle formation. All the demons inside felt uncomfortable, but they were not fatally injured. The abyss flame vibrated a few times, and then continued to charge towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu frowned, and continued to flap his wings of the undead to evade. He could feel that the two god-slaying slashes had caused some damage to the demons. But it was not significant. With the recovery ability of the demon clan, they would soon return to normal. It was indeed not easy to use conventional methods to solve the battle formation. After all, it was a battle formation formed by 100,000 demons. If it was easily broken, it would be too unreasonable. Although Lin Moyu was a little disappointed with this result, he was not surprised. Lin Moyu moved very fast. Although the demonic warblade was also fast, it couldn't catch up. Suddenly, the demonic warblade no longer pursued Lin Moyu but charged into the undead legion. Wherever the warblade went, the skeleton god generals and death dragon knights had to retreat. As long as the abyss flame touched them, it would immediately burn their entire bodies. Many skeletons were burned to ashes and couldn't last more than 2 seconds. Fortunately, they had the passive skill Undead Immortality. The skeletons that were burned to ashes were immediately resurrected and restored to their original state. The skeleton god generals swung their sword lights and chopped at the demonic warblade, but they were all swallowed by the abyss flame and had no effect. The dragon's breath of the death dragon knights was the same, with no effect. As for the attacks of the death dragon knights, they didn't even dare to use them. Before they could rush in, they were burned to ashes. The demonic warblade covered by the abyss flame was like entering an unguarded place, slaughtering the undead legion without any obstacles. Lin Moyu frowned. He realized one thing: his undead legion, although strong, was not a single entity. If the demons were scattered without a battle formation, even if their number was greater than the undead legion, he wouldn't be afraid. Because the skeletons could be resurrected, even if they were destroyed, they could be summoned again. But when facing a battle formation formed by a demon army, the weakness was truly exposed. It seems that after I go back, I have to think of a way to solve this problem. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. His eyes glanced not far away. The abyss flame was burning fiercely. More demons had completed their assembly and formed a battle formation. In the abyss flame, the battle formation turned into a demonic warblade and charged over. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth warblades. In the star space, 10 demonic warblades appeared in succession, each formed by 100,000 demons. These demonic warblades joined the battlefield one after another, starting to hunt down the undead legion. Lin Moyu's consciousness vibrated, and he gave an order. The undead legion followed Lin Moyu's order and quickly completed the assembly. 500,000 skeleton god generals swung their sword ki at a demonic warblade at the same time. The rolling sword ki swallowed the demonic warblade. The abyss flame was almost extinguished. The demonic warblade vibrated non-stop, looking like it was about to shatter. It's effective. Lin Moyu thought it was very reasonable. Since the demonic warblade was formed by 100,000 demons, he would use several times the number to attack. If 5 times was not enough, then 10 times, 20 times. He didn't believe he couldn't destroy the demonic warblade. His idea was indeed effective. Just one round of attack almost destroyed a demonic warblade. If the demonic warblade was destroyed, not a single one of the demons forming it would survive. At this time 2 demonic warblades from the sides charged over, chopping towards the undead legion, sending out a series of abyss flames. The undead legion immediately scattered. But on the other side, another undead legion assembled. The undead legion acted according to Lin Moyu's consciousness. Its speed was fast and its efficiency was high, far surpassing other armies. More than 500,000 undead legionnaires assembled and drew their swords at the same time. The sword key carried the destructive power of the law of immortality, destroying the abyss flame. On the other side, another undead legion drew their swords. The few 500,000 death dragon knights also spewed out dragon's breath at the same time. Boom! The demonic warblade that was focused on was finally shattered. The abyss flame exploded, burning the star space. 100,000 demons died simultaneously. The battlefield token was busy recording non-stop. The demonic great blade swung again, and the fire of the abyss raged in the star space. The undead legion followed the plan and quickly scattered, then quickly reassembled, once again targeting a demonic great blade. A brilliant sword key swept across the star space. A brilliant strip of light appeared in the pitch-black sky. Even the black hole could not absorb its light. This time, the number of skeleton god generals who attacked at the same time exceeded 1 million. Lin Moyu decided to take down the second demonic great blade in one blow, destroying the 100,000 demons inside. Suddenly, a beam of light flew from a distance, its speed astonishingly fast, reaching them in a flash. The beam exploded, bursting into dazzling 5-colored light balls. A huge shield appeared in the star space. The shield propped up a light screen, blocking the light from the sword. The light screen twisted and trembled but did not break. The Health System Demon Army 433 from the Demon Clan had created a battle formation, its transformations unpredictable, creating a shield. The combination of the sword and shield of the Abyss system and the Health system gave other races a headache. One side attacked, the other defended. Unless one had superior strength, there was no way to deal with it. The beams of light flew from the night sky, and then exploded. Shields appeared in their vision. Each warblade had a shield to protect it. Lin Moyu frowned. This combination of sword and shield gave him a headache. With the shield's protection, the demonic warblade became more ferocious, starting to hunt down the undead. The fire of the abyss raged non-stop, and there was also a suction force from the shield, reducing the speed of the skeletons. After a while, more skeletons were burned to death by the fire of the abyss. The attacks of the skeletons were blocked by the shield and could not cause significant damage. The army is really not easy to deal with, Lin Moyu said lightly. The flames in front of him danced, and the demonic warblade was approaching. While hunting down the undead legion, the demons also did not let go of Lin Moyu, the controller. The wings of the undead vibrated, carrying him back quickly. There was no fear in Lin Moyu's eyes. He was still very calm. While retreating, his finger tapped lightly. A red light overflowed, simultaneously covering the demonic warblade and the demon war shield. Fusion skill. Temporal decay, a soul attack, ignoring the shield's defense, affecting all the demons in the formation. The demons screamed in pain. The speed of the demonic warblade and the demon war shield also slowed down. The soul was cursed, and negative statuses were added. The demons felt weak and powerless, their speed dropped sharply, and the damage they received also increased several times. Strange music sounded from the night sky. The second enchanter demon appeared. It had been hiding for a long time, always hidden in the formation. The enchanter demon was good at soul-like magic. Its music quickly soothed the soul wounds of the demons. The negative curses still existed, but their influence was greatly reduced. Lin Moyu didn't think that he could break the demon's battle formation just by relying on curses. He just wanted to delay time. Things were different now. As his strength increased, facing stronger and stronger enemies, the power of the temporal curse began to fall behind. Currently, Lin Moyu mainly used it for support, not as the main means to kill enemies. With a big wave of his hand, countless pieces of flesh and blood appeared in front of him. Each piece of flesh and blood belonged to a Gaia King realm existence. The strongest owner of these pieces of flesh and blood had reached the 5th rank God King. These were all flesh and blood collected recently, and they were his weapons. At the same time, Lin Moyu had another trump card, which was the flesh and blood of the second clone of the Abyssal Dragon Demon. After the second clone of the Abyssal Dragon Demon died, Lin Moyu had collected its flesh and blood. The second clone of the Abyssal Dragon Demon was at the God Emperor realm. If used to cast Corpse Explosion, it was enough to cause damage at the God Emperor level. But that was Lin Moyu's trump card, he wouldn't use it easily. An explosion sounded. A series of violent explosions resounded throughout the night sky. The flesh and blood exploded. Under the amplification of his talent and origin skill, each corpse explosion was like a full-powered blow from a 5th or 6th rank God King. Coupled with the damage brought by the temporal curse, the power became even greater. However, just one blow was still not enough to break the demon battle formation. Lin Moyu continued to attack non-stop. The flesh and blood he had collected recently were too much. Enough for him to consume. The undead legion cooperated with Lin Moyu's attack. The demon war shield was beaten until it was constantly deformed, but it still stood firm. The 10,000-meter ball skeleton king with its bright red cape arrived next to the shield in just a few steps and slashed out with a sword. The sword light exploded on the shield. Lin Moyu cooperated with the skeleton king and slashed out with a sword at the same time. Corpse explosion was non-stop. The defense of the shield was twisted even more severely, as if it was about to break. At this time, the other war shields approached, trying to stop Lin Moyu. Powerful laws emanated from the other demon war shields. The demon battle formations quickly connected into one. The war shield, which was on the verge of collapse, quickly stabilized. Lin Moyu frowned. He didn't want to use the flesh and blood of the Abyssal Dragon Demon, but the current situation made him feel helpless. He realized that he lacked a powerful enough skill or magic weapon to resolve the situation decisively. If he was a God King now, with his soul strength, he could cast a law domain, and his soul could leave his body to attack. By letting the undead legion protect his body, his soul could kill many enemies. But not now. Lin Moyu's soul suddenly remembered the skeleton soul archers. The attack of the skeleton soul archers targeted the soul. Because the skeleton god generals were too useful, nothing could stop them. The three basic types of skeletons existed only to fuse into skeleton god generals. He had almost forgotten the existence of the skeleton soul archers. Now his cultivation realm was 6th rank true god. The combat power of the skeleton soul archers reached the 9th rank true god. Although it was still far from the god king realm, most of the demons here were only at the 8th or 9th rank true god. They formed a formation, and their defenses were integrated, but their souls were still separate. Before, the temporal curse had proved this. It was easy to combine strength, but it was extremely difficult to combine souls. Even twins in the human race would have different souls, let alone the demon clan with their myriad shapes. Lin Moyu had figured out a way to deal with them. His lips curled up slightly. With a thought in his heart, the skeleton god generals immediately scattered. The fusion skill was dispelled. Each skeleton god general divided into 3, turning into skeleton god warriors, skeleton soul archers, and skeleton god mages. The number increased threefold. 3 million skeleton god generals turned into 9 million skeletons. However, their aura dropped sharply. The skeleton god generals had combat power close to a 3rd rank god king, while the skeleton god warriors only had the combat power of a 9th rank true god. The difference was too great. The next second, 300,000 skeleton soul archers drew their bows at the same time and shot out soul arrows. The soul arrows carried the death power of the law of immortality, enough to destroy the soul. The soul arrows ignored the defense of the demons and directly attacked their souls in the battle formation. Miserable screams rang out. The demons all clutched their heads and screamed non-stop. Their souls suffered a heavy blow and were severely damaged in an instant. The enchanter demon continued to sing, trying to soothe the soul damage. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, pointed his finger into the void, and summoned a giant pair of undead eyes that appeared in the star space. The gray-white flames burned brightly, as if the immortal world was descending. The eyes of the undead tolled the death knell for the demon formation. Under its gaze, the souls of the demons were burned by the flames, turning into dust in an instant. The light in the eyes of the demons faded, and they died silently. The attacks of the skeleton soul archers were as dense as waves, non-stop. The eyes of the undead were like plowing the ground, sweeping back and forth many times. In less than a minute, the true god realm demons were all dead. The demon formation completely collapsed, leaving only a few god king realm demons stunned and not knowing what to do. In the great world, races that knew how to attack the soul were very rare. The human race did have some soul attack skills, but they couldn't cause such great damage. The god king realm demon realized that this was very troublesome. The human race had produced a pervert like Lin Moyu. If he was allowed to grow, he would be a great threat to the demon clan. Some god king realm demons charged towards Lin Moyu, their aura rolling, wanting to perish together with him. There were also god king realm demons who turned and fled, thinking that they couldn't kill Lin Moyu, so they had to bring the news back. But they didn't have a chance. As soon as they moved, a sword light flashed on their bodies. The skeleton king was prepared, and seized the opportunity. A god-slaying slash was sent out instantly. Although there were many targets, and the power of the god-slaying slash was dispersed, with the combat power of the skeleton king, plus the buff of empowered troops, demons below the 3rd rank god king were killed instantly. Even those above the 3rd rank god king were seriously injured. Only 1/5 rank god king demon, filled with fear, turned into a stream of light and fled. But the next second, a sword light also flashed on his body. Lin Moyu filled the gap. A god-slaying slash directly chopped him into pieces. The demon formation counterattacked crazily. The skeleton god warriors and god mages rushed up, stalling for as long as they could. The skeleton soul archers were scattered in the star space, launching a fierce attack. The skeleton king guarded one side, waiting for the battle formation to collapse, a god-slaying slash ready to be sent out. Lin Moyu continuously kept corpse explosion, accelerating the collapse of the formation. The demon formation was very strong, at least one of the strongest among the enemies Lin Moyu had ever encountered. But such a strong formation had a clear weakness. Its soul defense was too weak. As long as the opponent had a strong soul attack ability, the demon formation would become extremely fragile. Lin Moyu thought of the Starry Sky Spirit Clan. They were good at the law of the soul, and also possessed corresponding skills. If the demon formation faced the Starry Sky Spirit Clan, perhaps just one skill would be enough to destroy them all. He silently compared in his heart, and realized that there was no significant comparison. When the difference in strength reached a certain level, numbers became meaningless. In those years, the human race was on the verge of extinction. More than 200 large and small races united and almost destroyed the human race. But the human race produced Xiao Jantian, who turned the tide with the strength of one person. That cultivation realm. That strength was completely beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. Therefore, all the rules and methods that the human race had were aimed at cultivating true experts. A top expert was far better than a billion troops. The demon formations collapsed one after another under the coordinated attack of the skeleton soul archers, and the eyes of the undead. Lin Moyu and the skeleton king continued to pursue and kill, leaving no one behind. In less than 10 minutes, more than half of the formation's members were dead or injured. The remaining 6 formations suddenly gave up fighting with Lin Moyu and ran towards the black hole. There were still many demons there. Lin Moyu knew that the demons would not give up easily. This time, the demons in Warzone 7 had gone all out, dispatching at least 5 million demons. He had only killed 1/5 of them so far. It could be said that it was just an appetizer. The main course was about to begin. Demon warships fled in the star space one after another, heading towards the center of the black hole. Due to the influence of the demon formation, in the end, more than 2,000 demon warships escaped. Lin Moyu brought the undead legion, and all the remaining flesh and blood from the previous great battle and pursued them. His soul felt a slight sense of fullness. After successive slaughters, the origin skill had absorbed a large amount of soul force. A part of this soul force was refined by the talent tree and the 9-colored dragon soul, turning into extremely pure soul power. As long as he absorbed and refined these powers, it would be enough to advance to the 7th rank true god. However, at this time, Lin Moyu did not have time to absorb and refine them. The feeling of fullness in his soul was caused by another part of the soul force. These soul forces turned into the power to maintain the origin skill, allowing Lin Moyu to maintain the 7th rank God King state for a long time. It was just that because he had absorbed too much, Lin Moyu could now maintain the 7th rank God King state for at least 10 minutes. If he continued to kill, the duration would be even longer. But the feeling of fullness in his soul reminded Lin Moyu that he should not absorb any more soul force. If he continued to absorb, it might be counterproductive. The soul might self-detonate due to being too powerful, and the previously absorbed powers would also dissipate. If that was the case, it would truly be a great loss. Lin Moyu realized that the origin skill also had a limit and could not grow indefinitely. While pursuing the fleeing demons, the fixed stars rapidly expanded in his vision. Lin Moyu had passed through the 3 planets and entered the range of the fixed stars. The center of this war zone was a black hole, with a layer of fixed stars on the outside, and the outermost layer was planets. The scale of the fixed stars was much larger than the planets. The 3 planets combined were not as large as one fixed star. Therefore, the great demon army was also divided into 3 parts. The outermost part was the protective force outside the planets, handled by a small number of demons and warships, establishing a barrier to form the first line of defense. When the first line of defense was broken, the demons on the 3 planets would sally forth, forming the second line of defense. If the human army came, these 2 lines of defense would actually not be able to stop them. The demons also knew this, but these 2 lines of defense were enough to delay time, to give the demons in the fixed star war zone more time. This time was not to start a war with the human race. The most important thing was to find the military star map. As long as they found the military star map, they would be the winning side. Even if all the demons died here, as long as someone could bring the military star map back, it would be an unimaginable victory. Unexpectedly, the first line of defense was almost broken in an instant. The second line of defense only held out for a few minutes, much less than expected. Near the fixed star war zone, a special demon warship was stopped there. The surface of the warship was engraved with the shape of a heart. There was the heart of the human race, the heart of the Black Jia clan, the heart of the Golden Eagle clan. Almost all the heart patterns of the races could be found here. This was the worship of the demon officer, August. He was a heart-devouring demon. His greatest hobby in life was to eat the hearts of various races. After eating a heart, he would engrave the shape of the heart he had eaten on his warship. That was his trophy. August was the commander of the demon's operation this time. The head of the heart-devouring demon was large at the top and small at the bottom, in the shape of an inverted triangle. His body was not large, only about 3 meters tall, a little taller than a human. In the demon clan, he belonged to the small type. But the heart-devouring demon was one of the royal clans of the demons, known as the wisdom demons. Most of the demon clan did not have high intelligence and were easily angered. But the heart-devouring demon was one of the rare clans with very high intelligence in the demon clan. Many leaders and officers of the demon clan were members of the heart-devouring demon clan. Receiving the report from the front line, August's face turned ashen, becoming extremely gloomy. The defensive lines in Zone 777 were personally arranged by him. Even the plan to intercept and harass outside the defensive line was personally decided by him. He had predicted the actions the human race might take, including the possibility that the human race would launch destructive attacks on Zone 777. In this regard, he had also formulated a strategy and brought a special magic weapon. As long as he found the military star map, he was confident that he could bring the military star map back. Even if the human race used a destructive measure, it would not be a problem. He was confident that victory belonged to the demon clan, but now the plan seemed to have encountered some problems. Haven't you found the military star map yet? August's voice was low and extremely unpleasant. August actually knew he shouldn't ask this question. If they had found the military star map, it would have been in his hands long ago. If it hadn't come back, it meant they hadn't found it. When he asked this question, it meant that he had started to panic. Ever since he received the battle report just now, a sense of unease had begun to haunt him. Especially when he learned that there was only one person from the human race, that feeling became extremely intense. The heart-devouring demon belonged to the health system, and was good at a special law called the Law of the Mind. The Law of the Mind had a magical ability, which was the ability to predict future events. This premonition was very vague and unclear. It would not tell him specifically what would happen. The premonition would only tell him whether the upcoming event was good or bad. Just this was enough. August shook his huge square head, trying to shake off that sense of unease. A premonition, after all, was just a premonition. It was not necessarily accurate. In history, there were many inaccurate premonitions. One person broke the warship's barrier in an instant. In just 5 minutes, he broke the second line of defense. The demon formation was broken by him using soul attacks. He has a huge army of skeletons, the weakest of which is at the 9th rank true god. The strongest is a 10,000-meter tall skeleton with the combat power of a 6th rank god king. He himself has combat power as if he has reached the 7th rank god king. According to the rules of Zone 777, that means he has the ability to fight across levels. Or are these skeletons all puppets? Puppets with soul attack capabilities. The human race can't have such powerful puppets. I guess he found some ancient relic. In ancient times, there really were powerful skeleton puppets. His soul attack reached the level of a true god. In addition, the skeletons do not have the ability to form formations. In other words, although the number is large, they are actually just a chaotic group. As long as his soul attack ability can be restricted, he is not really a concern. We are not lacking in 7th rank god king combat power either. August thought non-stop, quickly coming up with a strategy to deal with Lin Moi. At the same time, orders were transmitted one by one, and the demons immediately took action. August stood on the bridge of his warship, his eyes staring at the dark sky. I originally thought the warship barrier could hold for half an hour, and the second line of defense could hold for 3 hours. Now the plan has been ruined. What a headache. Who is this guy? When did the human race produce such a person? Could he be a genius from the City of Gods? There are indeed many geniuses from the City of Gods who come to the battlefield to train, but there doesn't seem to be anyone like this. August thought hard but couldn't figure it out. His huge head began to hurt. In his vision, several demon battle formations were approaching at an astonishing speed. The light from the fixed stars shone on the formations, reflecting a magnificent light. A look of contempt flashed in August's eyes, and at the same time, a killing intent rose. These people were deserters. In his mind, even if they died, these people should have died there. At least they could have delayed for a few minutes. As for bringing Lin Moi here. Then he saw behind the formation, Lin Moi was following with his mighty undead army. Lin Moi flapped his wings of the undead, looking unhurried. August sneered, since you've come, then get ready for some real fun. Following his previous orders, the demons had already assembled. The number was not large, only 40,000 demons, forming 4 formations. Each formation only had 10,000 demons. Although the number was small, their aura was even more terrifying. The demons forming the formation were all God King level demons. Compared to the formation of 100,000 true God level demons, they were only stronger, not weaker. Moreover, Lin Moi's soul attack would not pose a threat to them. After analysis, August already had a way to deal with Lin Moi. The moment August's gaze fell upon him, Lin Moi also detected his presence. Both were taken by surprise. They had sensed each other's stare despite being at least 500,000 kilometers apart. The sense of unease rose in August once again, but he quickly suppressed it. Lin Moi felt something similar, a feeling that this individual would cause him some trouble. The demon race must have relayed the news. For the enemy to be waiting here for him meant they surely had a countermeasure prepared. Although the demon race wasn't known for its intelligence, with such large numbers, intelligent individuals were bound to emerge. At this point, Lin Moyu had no path of retreat. He was on the defensive, and could only advance. The distance between them shrank continuously. When only 200,000 kilometers remained, they could finally see each other clearly. Lin Moyu saw August, the heart-devouring demon. He immediately recognized the other's identity. He didn't need a specific name, knowing his race was enough. After all, their meeting could only end with one word: kill. It was a battle to the death. The heart-devouring demons were known as the brains of the demon race. Lin Moyu was well aware of this, so August's appearance here was not surprising. From a distance, August looked at Lin Moyu and waved his hand gently. Under the light of the star, flames suddenly blazed even brighter. The fire domain erupted fiercely, and a blade-shaped formation abruptly appeared. In front of it, a shield-shaped formation manifested. The two formations, blade and shield, coordinated with each other, their power increasing dramatically. Lin Moyu's eyes turned sharp. This time, the number of demons forming the air rays was clearly different. Each formation was composed of only 10,000 demons and times fewer than before. Yet their power was greater. Every demon within the formations was at the God King level, which meant his soul attacks would lose their effectiveness. While they might still have some impact, destroying the formations would be incredibly difficult. An array formed by a corpse of 10,000 God King realm demons was far more formidable than before. The formations activated, bearing down on Lin Moyu. Facing a God King level formation, the true God realm skeletons were useless. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. August knew this and wanted to see how Lin Moyu would cope. He was confident, muttering to himself, sometimes, quantity is not the deciding factor. He hadn't even finished his sentence when he fell silent. Before his eyes, the skeletons abruptly merged. Their numbers decreased threefold, from a million-strong army to one of hundreds of thousands, 300,000 skeleton god generals, 50,000 death dragon knights, and 100,000 undead generals. Then, all the death dragon knights and 2/3 of the skeleton god generals ignored the approaching demon formations, splitting into two groups and charging toward the two stars. August's expression turned ugly. This was the sole flaw in his plan, and Lin Moyu had seen through it instantly. Lin Moyu used his actions to prove the advantage of numbers. The Undead Legion held superiority in both quantity and quality. When dispersed, their numbers exceeded 1,000,000, double that of the demon army. If he used fusion techniques to combine all the skeletons, he could form tens of thousands of undead generals. In terms of numbers, they still surpassed the demon army, and in terms of quality, they completely overwhelmed them. The skeleton god generals had combat power infinitely close to a third-level god king, while death dragon knights were equivalent to second-level god kings. Death knights had just entered the god king realm, and while undead generals were weaker in combat, they weren't the main fighting force. This force was enough to crush the demon army. Their only weakness was the lack of formations. The demon armies arrays greatly enhanced their combat power, which was the only reason they stood a chance against the Undead Legion. Lin Moyu had to admit that the demon formations were powerful, especially those formed purely by god kings. Without using his trump cards, he couldn't think of a way to deal with them in the short term. But it didn't matter, there were only two such formations. Lin Moyu used 100,000 skeleton god generals to hold them back, while the remaining 200,000, along with 50,000 death dragon knights and 50,000 death knights, directly assaulted the star. His goal was the military star chart, not a true life and death battle with the demons. The demons searching for the chart on the star were mostly 8th or 9th level true gods. They would have no power to resist the Undead Legion. If they formed arrays, the skeleton soul archers would show them the terror of soul attacks. August's eyes were filled with a dangerous light, mixed with fury. The unease he had suppressed erupted uncontrollably. He stared intently at Lin Moyu and quickly issued a new command. On the warship where he stood, a bewitching demon appeared. Simultaneously, the warship lit up like a small, shining star. It channeled immense energy, forming a barrier around the demon. Standing within the barrier, the bewitching demon let out a heaven-shaking shriek. When the shriek ended, a heroic melody began. The barrier acted as an amplifier for its music. The tune, its effect magnified many times by the barrier, echoed throughout the cosmos. The terrifying demon melody resounded through space, soon joined by the bewitching demon's own voice. Two other bewitching demons brandished instruments, playing strange notes that formed a majestic anthem. Under the influence of the music, the demons' morale soared, and their power surged in unison. The 9th level true god demons all ascended to the God King realm temporarily. Having reached this new level, the demons immediately formed into formations. With 10,000 per group, numerous new arrays instantly appeared in space. They transformed into blades and shields. The blades were wreathed in the emerald flames of the abyss, flames that looked like blood scattered through the void. The shield stood beside the blades, protecting them. From a distance, it looked as if many invisible warriors in space were wielding these blades and shields, slashing toward the undead legion. Fiery light shot out in all directions as the fire domain enveloped the cosmos, incinerating many skeleton god generals. A forced, sentient bewitching demon. They really have this ability. How troublesome. Lin Wei glanced around. There were a total of 3 bewitching demons in space. The leader was the one standing within the barrier on the ship. This demon's aura was immense. Its realm was likely at the 5th level God King. Killing it would not be easy. Lin Moyu believed that if it dared to show itself, it certainly wasn't afraid of being attacked. The barrier around it not only amplified its music but also served as protection. The skeleton god generals had now completely dispersed, wielding their battle blades to annihilate the demons who hadn't yet formed into arrays. So what? Well, just all for time. Lin Moyu wasn't worried. He just needed to delay a little longer until the human army arrived, and everything would be resolved. Stalling was not difficult for him. The skeleton god generals that seemed to have been killed were silently resurrected just a second later. As long as he controlled the timing and sequence of their deaths, he could drag this out indefinitely. Undead immortality could revive them 5 times within 150 seconds. As long as the average time between deaths did not exceed 30 seconds, it would work. In this situation, the demon army couldn't search for the military star chart either, so his objective would naturally be achieved. The skeleton god general's sword key felt like a dense rain, but it was all blocked by the demon war shields. The defensive power of the shields was astonishing. Unless he could concentrate the full power of all the skeleton god generals into a single, all-out attack, breaking through would be difficult. But Lin Wei had no intention of breaking their shields, he just wanted to buy time. August's gaze was cold. After just 1 minute, he noticed the anomaly. Within that minute, at least 100,000 skeleton god generals had been killed, yet their total number hadn't decreased. Realizing this, he observed carefully and finally noticed the strangeness. Where the battle blades passed, all things turned to ash, and the skeletons were incinerated. But after the blades moved on, from within the ashes, a completely new skeleton god general would be reborn. They can actually be revived. What kind of skeletons are these? August was deeply shaken. At the same time, he understood what Lin Moyi was trying to do. He was just stalling. Time was precious for both sides. If the human army arrived, all their previous efforts would be for naught. August immediately gave a new order: ignore the skeletons. Kill the human at all costs. He didn't know Lin Moyu's name, but there was only one human here. Who else could it be? Receiving the order, the demons immediately abandoned the skeleton god generals and charged toward Lin Moyu. The demon formations were now rushing at him. Lin Moyu had no desire to engage them. With his 7th level God King combat power, he simply couldn't handle these formations. They were one of the reasons the demon race could dominate the great world. 10,000 God King level demons, with many among them being 3rd level God Kings, had all their power converge. Even with his strength, a direct confrontation was not wise. Unless he could push his power to the 8th or even 9th level God King, he might stand a chance. But doing so would cause his soul to collapse quickly. The wings of the undead vibrated, and Lin Moyu turned into a shooting star, evading the demon battle blades and flying toward the black hole. The blades frantically changed direction, continuing their pursuit. You can't escape. August also quickly changed course, giving chase. In the current situation, if they couldn't deal with the undead legion, they couldn't search for the star chart. But to deal with the legion, they first had to deal with its controller, Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's speed was immense. The power of a 7th level God King pushed the wings of the undead to incredible speeds. The halo of the law of light speed was no longer distinct. His velocity had surpassed 30,000 kilometers per second. The demon blades chased relentlessly behind him. In a flash, Lin Moyu passed the 2 stars and began to approach the black hole. Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from the black hole. The roar, filled with fury, echoed in the soul world of everyone present. Outside Lin Moyu's soul world, the phantom of a black hole serpent appeared, continuously roaring at his soul. The entire soul world shook violently, and the crystal fortress rumbled. The roar penetrated the fortress, turning into invisible sound waves that assaulted his soul. Lin Moyu's soul radiated a purple light, and his soul armor glowed brilliantly. Relying on his peak 4th rank soul quality, the significantly enhanced soul defense from the primordial gold essence, and the effect of his soul armor, Lin Moyu was completely unharmed by the soul attack. The roaring soul attack was powerful enough to harm a Gaia King's soul. It was an indiscriminate attack. Everyone was affected. The undead legion almost collapsed. Although the skeletons were strong, their true level was limited by Lin Moyu, who was still in the true god realm. Their souls were not strong, and this attack was fatal to them. Fortunately, undead immortality existed. In an instant, all the skeletons were resurrected. One attack had shattered the undead legion. Lin Moyu knew the demon army was in an even worse state. He glanced back, unsurprised. The demon formations that had been pursuing him were now frozen in space. The arrays had collapsed under the roar, and the demons within were almost all dead. The few who survived were severely injured, in a coma, half dead. To deal with demon formations, the best method was a powerful soul attack. This one had killed at least 1 million demons. Many were severely injured, and even the God King level demons suffered significant losses. With the formations broken, they could no longer pursue him. The bewitching demon's music abruptly stopped, and in the next second it switched to a gentle melody, soothing the wounds of the demon army. August's expression changed dramatically. The events unfolding before him were completely beyond his expectations. The sense of unease in his heart intensified to the extreme, far surpassing what Lin Moyu had brought. Help! The next second, screams came from afar. August recognized the voices. They belonged to the demons he had sent to search for the star chart in the black hole. In this expedition, there were 10 demons who had reached the 6th level god game, the strongest beings in the army. He had sent them to search inside the black hole. Xiao and Singha, the luckily hidden in the chart there. Entering the black hole was dangerous even for a 6th level god king, but they had no other choice. Amidst the screams, 3 demons flew out of the black hole, heading for August's warship, completely ignoring Lin Moyu. They had looks of sheer panic, as if they had seen something terrifying. Lin Moyu's expression shifted slightly. Although he didn't know what had happened, from the previous soul attack, and the current look on the 3 demons' faces, it wasn't hard to deduce that something major had occurred. Without thinking, Lin Moyu flapped his wings of the undead to go away. At that moment, another roar sounded, the second soul attack. The 3 6th level Gaia King demons let out pained cries, their speed increasing as they fled without daring to look back. Lin Moyu's soul was attacked again, and the undead legion dissolved once more, only to be resurrected by his technique. The demon army is finished. Lin Moyu thought to himself. Within a dozen seconds, 2 consecutive soul attacks were enough to completely annihilate them. Besides a few Gaia Kings, no one else would survive. A quick scan confirmed it. The space was filled with corpses. Only a few God King realm individuals remained alive, and they were not in good shape. Some with weaker souls had already died, their souls disintegrated. On August's warship, the barrier flickered, trying to resist the soul attack. As a heart-devouring demon, August's soul was already strong, and with his 4th level God King cultivation, he was less affected. But he was drenched in a cold sweat. He remembered a legend. At the center of the black hole in Area 777, an incredibly terrifying cosmic beast lay sleeping. It was the ancestor of all black hole serpents, perpetually slumbering, rarely awakening. Once it did, it would destroy all life in the war zone. This was just a legend, never verified, because everyone who had seen it was dead. Now, August could confidently say the legend was true. There really was such a terrifying beast. He hadn't even seen its face, and with just 2 roars, his army was nearly wiped out. The 3 6th level God King demons who had just returned were terrified. 10 went in, only 3 came back. The fate of the other 7 was obvious. They quickly flew back to August's warship, frantically shouting, "Run, run, hurry, if we don't run, we won't make it. Don't just stand there, run, it's catching up." The 3 of them screamed urgently, completely disregarding the feelings of others. Even Lin Moyu, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, heard them clearly. August realized the severity of this situation and immediately started the warship, turning to flee. Lin Moyu's expression also changed. He thought of the approaching human army. The fate of the demon army was a clear warning. If the human army arrived, they would likely fare no better. Soul attacks were the hardest to defend against. Most races below the god, venerable realm had fragile souls. Even his own soul had been affected. The outcome for others was obvious. An idea struck Lin Moyu, and numerous skeletons quickly flew out. He simultaneously took out the Battle King Tower, and the jade tablet given to him by Jiu Kaiwu, ready to disappear at a moment's notice. August's warship was fast, even faster than the Battle King Tower, exceeding 150,000 kilometers per second. But after just a few seconds, it had not even traveled 1,000,000 kilometers before it suddenly stopped in mid-base. The warship struggled, shaking constantly, but an invisible force in space seemed to hold it fast, making it difficult to move. The shaking intensified, and it emitted a humming sound. On the ship, the bewitching demon's barrier distorted. The terrified demon immediately retreated inside. With a loud bang, the barrier shattered, followed by a screeching sound from the warship. Lin Moi watched as the ship was twisted bit by bit, like a rope, by the invisible force from all sides. The warship exploded into a ball of fire. Several figures flew out, the 3 6th-level God King demons and August. The ship and the bewitching demons were destroyed in the explosion. In the firelight, Lin Moi finally saw who had made the move. Much of the fire was absorbed by it, faintly revealing its outline, a colossal black hole serpent. It swallowed all light, so its form was indistinct. Its body exceeded 100,000 kilometers in length. This was the largest cosmic beast Lin Moi had ever seen. Its body was so massive he couldn't determine its exact size. If it coiled up, it would be larger than a normal star. It seemed to have tentacles under its body. It was these tentacles that had crushed August's warship to pieces. The serpent's gaze fell on August, and the others. Its massive mouth opened, revealing a jet black tongue, and it let out a furious roar. The soul attack washed over them. Lin Moi felt that the attack from this close was completely different from the one millions of kilometers away. The 3 6th-level God King demons screamed in agony. Even August felt unimaginable pain. His dark green skin turned a ghastly blue-white. After roaring, the serpent didn't stop. It opened its massive mouth, creating a powerful suction. Its mouth was like a real black hole, directly pulling all 4 of them in. Despair appeared on the demons' faces. At this moment, resistance was futile. At the moment of life and death, August took out a small knife. He stabbed it fiercely into his own body, so hard that the entire blade disappeared inside. The wound exploded, and black blood gushed out, staining the blade. The gemstone on the hilt suddenly lit up. An emerald flame enveloped August, and in the next instant, both the flame and August vanished. He had escaped. Lin Moi witnessed it all, unable to believe August had gotten away. He could no longer sense his aura, which meant August was very far away, possibly even having left Area 777. Lin Moi was startled. He realized that if August had found the military star chart, then the human race's follow-up efforts would be useless. Before Area 777 was destroyed, August could have completely left with the chart. Lin Moi wasn't surprised that the demons had such a treasure. The black hole serpent swallowed the 3 6th-level God King demons. A bloodthirsty glint appeared in its massive eyes. Then, amidst the fire, it turned sharply, its colossal body sweeping through the burning wreckage of the warship, sending it flying like trash. The serpent moved into the area filled with demon corpses. Most were already dead, only a few God Kings remained alive. But after suffering 3 soul attacks, they had lost all resistance. The serpent was not picky. Dead or alive, it refused no one. It opened its mouth, large enough to swallow a star, and a powerful suction appeared. Living or dead, all were pulled into its maw. Lin Moi's eyes twitched as he watched. A thought crossed his mind. My storage magic treasures. Millions of corpses. Millions of storage treasures. How many items were inside? Even if they weren't valuable, they could be exchanged for a lot of contribution points. But now, it's all gone. After a moment's thought, Lin Moi activated the Battle King Tower and fled without looking back. He didn't want to confront this kind of monster. It was too terrifying. He felt that even if this creature wasn't a god venerable, it was very close. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, but it was pointless. His goal wasn't to kill a cosmic beast but to find the military star chart. While thinking, he glanced back. In a flash, the Battle King Tower had flown millions of kilometers, just reaching the second defensive line the demons had set up. There were still many demon corpses floating here. Just as the tower passed through this area, Lin Moi suddenly discovered that the corpses had vanished. More accurately, they were flying in a certain direction at an astonishing speed. The black hole serpent. Lin Moi was shocked. He didn't expect it to still be here. It had the properties of a black hole, swallowing all light, making it hard to see with the naked eye. He immediately connected with his skeletons and entered the undead vision. In this vision, he saw a brilliant soul flame, as bright as a star. The stronger the soul, the greater the creature's power. The soul flame before him was something he had never seen in his life. The black hole serpent was still there, tens of thousands of kilometers away from him. It stood motionless, swallowing the corpses in space. After a few seconds, it had eaten them all and began to move again. Lin Moi was astonished. Its speed was too fast, far surpassing the Battle King Tower. In an instant, it had caught up. It seemed a fight was unavoidable. Lin Moi sighed. He had his trump cards. Although he didn't know if he could kill it, he wasn't afraid. The black hole serpent approached the Battle King Tower. Just as Lin Moi was about to act, it stopped. This was the first defensive line the demons had set up. After he had broken through, the place was filled with warship debris and countless demon corpses. The serpent began to devour everything here. Lin Moi found it strange. It seemed this monster had no intention of dealing with him. It seemed to be following him simply because they were going in the same direction. Thinking about it, it made sense. In its eyes, he was just a speck of dust. In terms of both size and power, he was insignificant. He hadn't provoked it, so it naturally wouldn't bother with him. He guessed that those demons must have disturbed its deep sleep. Lin Moi silently changed direction. After flying 500,000 kilometers, he stopped and used his undead vision to observe the serpent. It was still in its all-devouring posture, swallowing both demon corpses and warship fragments. In total, it had swallowed thousands of warships and over 4 million demons. Its appetite was terrifying. After it finished, the starry sky suddenly felt empty. Lin Moi continued to watch it. If it continued to chase him, he would act. If it flew in another direction, he would stay put. But the result was that it seemed to be full. It stood motionless in space. Its body was pitch black, swallowing light. Even up close, its existence was undetectable. Even soul sense was useless, it would be silently swallowed, unable to detect it. Only the undead vision could see it. In that vision, its body slowly coiled up, forming a sphere. Its size was too large, like an unluminous star. If anyone bumped into it, they would surely be smashed to pieces. Is this monster full? Boiling up here to do what? Lin Moi wondered, then suddenly frowned. The skeleton god generals he had dispersed earlier had encountered the human army. Thousands of human warships in a spearhead formation were moving rapidly through space. Lin Moi immediately entered the Battle King Tower and flew towards them, simultaneously ordering his skeletons to block their path. Hui Yuan, a third-level colonel, captain of the 1st Corps of Fortress No. 7, with a cultivation of 6th-level bodiing. This time, he was personally commanding the human army to the center of Area 777 to search for the military star chart. According to his intelligence, the demon army had set out earlier than him. On the way, they had been harassed by the demon legion and delayed. By his calculations, they were 40 minutes behind. On the battlefield, 40 minutes was enough to do a lot. He felt a little anxious. Captain, there's a situation ahead. The scouts at the front of the formation suddenly sent back a report. Someone was blocking their advance. Hua Yuan thought it was demons again and immediately asked, how many? Send a squad to eliminate them. The main force continues to advance. Do not stop. Captain, it's not demons. An image appeared before him. It was a group of skeletons, holding swords and shields, blocking their path. Their oars were strong, each one was powerful. Skeletons. Hua Yuan was a little surprised, but the situation was urgent. He needed to seize every second and couldn't afford to waste time here. After consideration, he decided to ignore them and continue forward. Seeing they had no intention of stopping, Lin Moi, millions of kilometers away, couldn't help but frown. Their flight path didn't directly intersect with the coiled serpent, but if they weren't careful, they might startle it. Then, they would be in danger. The tragic scene of the demon army was still fresh in his mind. Realizing the situation, he gave an order. Hundreds of skeleton god generals, without a word, drew their swords and slashed. Hundreds of sword beams tore through space. Alarms blared on the human warships. They simultaneously lit up, their formations activating, raising a defensive layer. The sword beams struck the formation, causing it to warp. The attack power of the skeleton god general was close to a third-level god king. The sword beams were not weak. The human army had a similar structure to the demons, with god kings as captains and 8th or 9th level true gods as soldiers. The only difference was in numbers. Each human warship held 10,000 people, while a demon warship only had a few thousand. The sudden attack from the skeleton god generals with power reaching the god king realm forced the entire fleet to a halt. Hundreds of skeleton god generals represented hundreds of god king realm experts. This was not a small number. Although the human army was not afraid, they had to be cautious, or they might suffer losses. Seeing the warships stop, the skeletons ceased their attack. Hua Yuan frowned. It seemed these skeletons didn't want to fight them, just to stop them from advancing. At this moment, a bright spot flashed in the distance, and more skeleton god generals arrived. Lin Moi had released tens of thousands of them earlier, as he didn't know which direction the human race would come from. Now that he had found them, the skeletons quickly gathered. As more and more appeared, Huo Yuan became more vigilant. The defensive formations on the warships remained active, and the army disembarked, forming arrays, ready for battle. However, the skeletons remained motionless. Huo Yuan didn't attack first. There were now nearly 1,000 skeleton god generals. If they fought, even if his side won, they would suffer losses. He couldn't leave a portion of his force to fight either, although that might buy time. The losses would increase several-fold. He tried to communicate with the skeletons, but it was useless. It seemed they were puppets, and they didn't seem to have any malicious intent, just not wanting him to proceed. Wahey. Who is their master? If they were puppets, there must be a controller behind them. As Huo Yuan thought of this, he suddenly remembered something. Before setting out, the corpse commander had told him that someone had been sent in to try and stop the demons and buy him time. At the time, he hadn't paid it any mind. The demons had mobilized at least 1 million-strong army. What good would sending one person do? Even if that person was a 6th-level god king, it would be useless. Even a genius who could fight above their level with the combat power of a 7th or 8th-level god king would still not be enough. He himself was a 6th-level god king and commanded an army, so he naturally understood the disparity. Facing an army's formation, unless a god venerable acted, it was completely insufficient. Now, thinking back, the corpse commander didn't seem to be joking. Could these puppets belong to that person? At this moment, Huo Yuan saw a golden light flash in the distance. It approached quickly, stopping in front of him in just a few seconds. Seeing the Battle King Tower, he breathed a sigh of relief. He recognized it at a glance as a human race magic treasure. Lin Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally made it in time. This place was less than 200,000 kilometers from where the black hole serpent was occupying. At the human army's speed, it would only take half a minute. Huo Yuan left his worship. He sensed a threat from Lin Wei, which meant his strength was great. For such a person, he had to show up personally. He gave a military salute. Huo Yuan, captain of the 7th Fortress, 3rd-level colonel. Lin Wei returned the salute. Lin Wei, honorary 2nd lieutenant. In an instant, Huo Yuan felt a deep sense of respect. A 2nd lieutenant was nothing special, but an honorary 2nd lieutenant was completely different. Not just anyone could achieve an honorary title. He now knew Lin Wei's identity. In nearly 100 years, the military at the Vermilion Bird battlefield had not awarded an honorary title to anyone. Only recently had one been given. Those who could receive it were all geniuses. Now, seeing him, it was indeed so. Huo Yuan asked, "Brother Lin, did you enter the central area earlier?" Lin Wei nodded. "The demons in the central area have been wiped out. Their commander has fled." "What?" Huo Yuan was stunned. He unconsciously glanced at the skeleton god generals, then looked back at Lin Wei in disbelief. In his mind, the demon army was not something a few hundred skeletons could handle. Lin Wei didn't answer but asked, "Captain Hua, can you contact the outside?" Huo Yuan nodded. "The Human Emperor Network temporarily covers this area. We can't have simple communication, but only voice, no images. Help me make contact. I need to find Guardian Jiu." Lin Wei didn't beat around the bush and made his request directly. Hearing the name Guardian Jiu, Huo Yuan didn't dare hesitate. "Follow me." He had heard from the corpse commander that Lin Wei was the one personally sent by Guardian Jiu. If he wanted to contact him, how could he refuse? Huo Yuan's warship was the flagship of the entire fleet, larger than the others, and its internal layout was different. He led Lin Wei onto the ship and activated a formation on the command platform. The formation emitted a faint light, followed by a majestic and aged voice. "Yuan, have you arrived? What's the situation?" Huo Yuan immediately said, "Corpse Commander, I have met Lin Wei. He wants to contact the Guardian General." "All right." The other side agreed without hesitation. A few seconds later, the light in the formation brightened again, and Jukai's voice came through. "That brat. How are things on your end?" Lin Wei replied softly, "The demons are all wiped out. They didn't get the military star chart." Jukai's voice held a hint of surprise. "You killed them?" Lin Wei shook his head. "Not all of them. I killed a portion, about 1/5. The rest weren't killed by me." Xiu Kai snorted. "Don't beat around the bush. Spit it out." Lin Wei didn't do as he asked but said, "Senior, the information you gave me was incomplete. You almost got me killed." Xiu Kai replied unhappily, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. That information is the most complete on the entire battlefield." Then explained the giant serpent in the black hole. Huo Yuan, at the side, listened with his mouth agape. Lin Wei had said he killed 1/5 of the demon army. As far as he knew, the demons had mobilized at least 5 million troops this time. 1/5 was 1 million. Lin Moyu alone had wiped out 1 million demon troops. Was that even possible? The demon formations were not for show. The combination of the blade, shield, and fire domain formations was devastatingly lethal. Even from a military perspective, it was a headache. Lin Moyu had done that with just a few hundred skeleton puppets. At this moment, Xiu Kai's deep voice came from the formation. What did you say? Say that again. His voice was slightly trembling, and beside him, the clear sound of gasping could be heard. The corps commanders. Clearly, the black hole serpent Lin Moyu mentioned was not ordinary. They were common. Anyone who frequented Area 777 would encounter them. Kill or be killed. It was a daily occurrence. But the one Lin Moyu mentioned seemed to be different. Lin Moyu said again, I said there's a 10,000 kilometer long black hole serpent in the central black hole. But it's not in the information you gave me. A 10,000 kilometer long black hole serpent. Hua Yuan felt a chill just hearing it. He had seen them before. A serpent a few thousand meters long was already very powerful. One that long. Those. Could it eat other black hole serpents? On the other end of the formation, Xiu Kai was silent for a few seconds before speaking again, his voice even deeper. I can't believe it. Such a cosmic beast really exists. The ancestor of the black hole serpents. It really exists. The origin of the black stone and the serpents is finally confirmed. Lin Moyu heard this and thought to himself, so you didn't know either? Xiu Kai asked, what happened after it appeared? Tell me the whole process in detail. Lin Moyu immediately recounted the events after the ancestor's appearance. Hua Yuan listened with a pounding heart. After one attack, it treated the demon army as food and ate them all. Only the commanding officer escaped using a magic treasure. Lin Moyu looked at Hua Yuan. That's why I had the skeletons come here, to stop you from proceeding. If you disturb it, I'm afraid you'll become its food too. Hua Yuan nodded. The demon army had no resistance. They would obviously fare no better. Although he was confident, he wasn't arrogant. He was very clear about his army's strength. He was very grateful to Lin Moyu. If not for him stopping them, his army would have been doomed. Xiu Kai, whose voice came from the formation again. You said it's occupying the space now. You can see it. Lin Moyu grunted. So what are you planning to do? Lin Moyu had already thought about this. There are two ways. First, we all withdraw from Area 777. You destroy the area, along with the serpent ancestor and the military star chart. Second, I go find it myself. The army retreats. They can't see the serpent, so numbers are useless. Hua Yuan looked at Lin Moyu, a little confused by his choice. The second option was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Why would he choose it? Did he not care about his own life at all? Hua Yuan didn't understand, but his favorable impression of Lin Moyu had skyrocketed. He felt Lin Moyu was a respectable person. His gaze changed, and Lin Moyu sensed this change. He found it strange not knowing what Hua Yuan was thinking. Xiu Kai, whose voice came from the formation again. The first option is not viable. We're not sure if destroying the void can kill the serpent ancestor. Moreover, the cost of destroying the void is too great. If the military star chart is swallowed by it, and it doesn't die after the void is destroyed, then the unrestricted experts of the demon race will kill it and take everything from its body. Lin Moyu said helplessly, after all that talk, it's still up to me. I just want to ask, what if the star chart was really swallowed by it? And how can I determine if it was? The other side fell silent again. Hua Yuan finally found a chance to ask, Brother Lin, is there really such a big black hole serpent? Lin Moyu chuckled. Do you want me to take you to see it? The smile on Hua Yuan's face froze. Never mind. The demons who saw it are all dead. I don't know if I'll die if I go. Lin Moyu shook his head. But even if you go, you won't be able to see it. It has the properties of a black hole, swallowing light. It's hard to see with the naked eye. Even soul sense will be absorbed, you won't be able to sense it either. Hua Yuan grunted, but then he realized something was wrong. He wanted to ask, if you can't see it, how did you see it? At this moment, the formation flashed again, and Zhu cried whose voice sounded. I'll give you something. This item can temporarily mobilize the power of the human emperor network and can locate the military star chart. But the network's power here is very weak, so the positioning range is very limited, only about 10,000 kilometers. Lin Moyu guessed it was a magic treasure similar to a locator array and immediately replied, okay, give it to me. I'll go find it. But I have a question. If it's confirmed that the star chart has been swallowed by the serpent ancestor, what then? Xiu Kai, who had already considered this. Then you give up. We'll think of another way. The light of the formation flickered more intensely, becoming denser, as if some substance was forming inside. Material transmission. I didn't know this formation could do that. Looking at Hui Yuan, even he looked surprised. Lin Moyu was puzzled. Isn't this your worship? You don't even know it has this function. Hui Yuan shook his head, indicating he really didn't know. Lin Moyu laughed. Well, you're not competent enough then. The master of a worship who doesn't even know all its functions. After a life and death battle, a rare moment of relaxation, Lin Moyu couldn't help but talk a little more, even joking occasionally. The voice of the 7th Fortress's corps commander came from the formation. It's not that he doesn't know. This formation wasn't originally for transmitting items. After this transmission, it will be destroyed and will need to be re-established back at the base. So that's how it is. Lin Moyu smiled at Hui Yuan. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Hui Yuan quickly shook his head. Brother Lin is right. I was just promoted to captain not long ago, and still don't know much about the ship's functions. An honest person. Lin Moyu thought to himself. Finally, the item in the formation condensed. It was indeed an array plate, the size of a palm, no different from a locator. The style was very military, without any decoration, not at all exquisite, but definitely very useful. The formation collapsed the moment the transmission was complete. Before it collapsed, Lin Moyu heard Xu Kuiwu's voice, "Don't die." Lin Moyu laughed loudly, took the array plate and began to refine it with his soul power. At the same time, he said to Hui Yuan, "You guys head back first." Hui Yuan led the human army away, but they wouldn't leave immediately. They would take the humans in Area 777 with them. Lin Moyu wasn't sure when the serpent ancestor would wake up, or if it would continue to eat after waking. If it wanted to feast, all life in this area would have a hard time escaping. It was only because he had Xu Kuiwu's life, the Aving Jade tablet, that he dared to go looking. Moreover, he had a mission to complete. If he gave up now, who knew if it would affect his mission score, and ultimately his ascension to the god realm. After refining the array plate, he learned it was called the Star Guiding Plate, part of a set with the military star chart. Through it, combined with the human emperor network, he could indeed locate the star chart. Lin Moyu now confirmed two things. First, the military star chart did more than just record the locations of fortresses and bases. It definitely had other functions. Otherwise, the demon race and the human race wouldn't value it so much. The specific function was unclear, but it was definitely related to security. Second, he discovered that the human emperor network's ability to interfere with reality was stronger than he had imagined. Here, it was just a temporary coverage, its power very weak, but it could still interfere with reality. In human territory, its ability would be even stronger. It just never showed it. Perhaps only with such powerful strength could it monitor the entire human world. Putting aside his thoughts, Lin Moyu returned to the central area. Through the undead vision, he saw the serpent ancestor still coiled in space. He didn't know if it was in a deep sleep or just digesting its meal, nor when it would wake up. He leaned towards the latter. If it wanted to sleep deeply, it would have returned to the black hole. All animals have this instinct. He believed the serpent ancestor was no exception. When it finished digesting, it would probably wake up. Lin Moyu knew he had to hurry. He left a few skeleton god generals in different positions, more than 500,000 kilometers apart, to monitor it from a distance. If it made any move, he would know immediately. He himself would go to the black hole. If the serpent ancestor was to return, it would definitely return there. So, the black hole would be the first place to search. If the star chart wasn't there, he would search the planets and stars. But he didn't have much hope for that. If it were on them, the demon race would have likely found it already. Thinking back and forth, the star chart was either hidden in the black hole or had been swallowed by the serpent ancestor. Lin Moyu didn't know how SSS-Rank had hidden it here. It was truly incomprehensible. Even Xu Kuiwu would have had a hard time doing it. But he had succeeded. So, anyone who could become a god venerable was not an ordinary person. At this time, Lin Moyu had withdrawn his two major origin skills, and his aura dropped continuously. From 7th level God King, in a flash it returned to 1st level, then to True God, finally stabilizing at 7th level True God. In one great battle, he had absorbed a lot of souls, which had helped him reach this level. With his realm upgraded, his combat power was even stronger. The three most basic types of skeletons all possessed peak True God combat power. The Death Knight had reached the God King realm, and the Bone Dragon had reached the peak of 1st level God King. The Death Dragon Knight had reached the peak of 2nd level God King. The Skeleton God General had officially reached 3rd level God King. By his estimation, the Skeleton King's combat power had probably reached 7th level God King. If he combined all his states and 2 major origin skills, the Skeleton King could be comparable to an 8th level God King expert. Every time he leveled up, his combat ability would also increase significantly, without any weaknesses. This was completely different from other geniuses. Normally, the higher the realm, the greater the gap between levels. In the Super God realm, one could challenge 3 or 4 levels above. In the True God realm, it was 2 or 3. In the God King realm, it was only 1 or 2. By the God Venerable realm, one could only be said to be invincible in the same realm. Fighting above one's level was impossible. As for fighting across realms, it was even more impossible. If a God Venerable could fight 1 or 2 levels above, they would be a top genius, a key target for the human race to cultivate. But looking at himself, Lin Moyu had a strange expression. If this continued, he felt that once he reached the God King realm, he could compete with the God Venerable. According to past experience, once he reached the God King realm, the number of his undead legion could increase significantly. If he used his skills, the upgrade would be very impressive. The important thing was whether his body and soul could withstand it. The body was not a problem. The difficulty was the soul. But he couldn't just focus on the body either. He didn't know how to continue strengthening it. When he reached the God King realm, he would ask around. There must be a way. While thinking, he had passed the 2 stars and entered the territory of the black hole. This was the second time he had entered its world, but the first time didn't count. He was brought in by someone else, and didn't feel anything. This time, when he crossed the boundary, he felt its power. A huge tearing force acted on him, as if trying to rip his body to shreds. He felt like countless hands were pulling him. The tearing force was not just pure physical force, it also contained the law of the black hole. Fortunately, thanks to his passive skill, he dispersed most of the damage, and it didn't harm him much. Not only was his body pulled, his soul also endured a huge pulling force, but his soul was strong enough and was not affected. The tearing force acted on the crystal fortress of his soul world, but only made it tremble slightly. No wonder even God Kings were in danger in a black hole. Their physical bodies were not strong enough to withstand the continuous tearing force. The bodies of the demon race were generally stronger than humans, so they only needed to reach 5th level God King to enter without much danger. But for a human's body, they had to be at least 8th level God King to act here. No wonder the human race knew nothing about this black hole. 8th level God Kings couldn't enter, and 6th level God Kings who entered would die. It was a difficult problem. Lin Moyu analyzed the information about the black hole, becoming more curious about SSS-Rank. How on earth did he manage to hide the military star chart here? Before him was a dark expanse. Lin Moyu didn't change his direction, continuing to descend towards the place with the strongest gravity. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared before him, followed by more and more, and the darkness dissipated. Before him was a strange world full of brilliant colors. A large amount of light was distorted here. The light couldn't escape due to the strong gravity, so it could only fly around chaotically. The rays of light intertwined, creating a strange and indescribable world. So, it wasn't dark inside a black hole. The darkness was just the surface. The inside was bright. The light was chaotic, and no images could be distinguished, like the chaotic scene during teleportation. Lin Moyu took out the star guiding plate and activated it. At the same time, he summoned a group of skeletons and switched to the undead vision. In this vision, the chaotic colors disappeared, leaving only gray and white. The plate emitted a faint light, which was gray in the undead vision. What its real color was didn't matter. The plate only lit up a little, with no other indication. It could only locate the star chart within a range of 10,000 kilometers. The range was not large, so it was normal not to sense anything. Lin Moyu chose a direction and quickly flew forward. He couldn't waste time. He left his skeleton god general at the spot. Positioning with skeletons was much more convenient than marking. Every few thousand kilometers, he would activate the plate once and continuously release skeletons. He measured the ground of the black hole. Gradually, the entire strange world was filled with skeletons. It turned out the black hole was a sphere. Lin Moyu sensed its shape and discovered it was indeed a sphere, no different from ordinary stars. But inside, due to the large amount of matter being sucked in, under the immense gravity, the matter was compressed together, making the ground extremely solid. Even if he used all his strength, it would be hard to leave a mark on it. What is this? In this strange world, Lin Moyu saw a large pit. A large amount of light was being sucked into this bottomless pit. It seemed to lead to another world, or perhaps to the core of the black hole. When he looked at the pit, he suddenly felt a sense of dread. He realized he couldn't enter, otherwise, he would surely die. Although he needed to find the star chart, he couldn't risk his life. He bypassed the pit and continued to search. He didn't know how long it took, but he finally explored the entire black hole, but still found nothing. With a hint of disappointment, he left the world of the black hole. Until the tearing force on his body disappeared, and his vision gradually recovered, he saw the distant stars and planets. Inside and outside the black hole were like two different worlds, especially that bottomless pit, which gave him a fatal sense of threat. His gaze shifted from the black hole. Connecting with the distant skeleton god General, he saw the serpent ancestor still occupying the starry sky. Its soul flame burned brightly. Was it really swallowed by that monster? Lin Mui muttered, his gaze suddenly tensing. In the undead vision, the soul flame of the serpent ancestor suddenly changed. The originally stable and fierce flame became violent. Its body also swelled and deflated continuously. The black, shiny scales on its body automatically flapped, making popping sounds. It opened its massive mouth, sticking out its long tongue, its eyes flashing with a deep red light. A huge suction force was generated from its body. Lin Moyu felt the surrounding space suddenly darken. All the light around was being sucked in by it. In this instant, its suction force surpassed that of the black hole, starting to compete for the light of the stars. Lin Moyu deeply felt this huge suction force. If he didn't resist, he would also be pulled in. What's going on? Too much and can't digest it. It looked like it was in great pain. Indeed, its appearance suggested it was in agony. Its crimson eyes radiated a terrifying light. After absorbing a large amount of light, its black, bowl-like body gradually became visible in the starry sky. The soul flame burned more and more fiercely, like a giant pillar of fire. The serpent ancestor suddenly let out a piercing shriek. A powerful soul attack covered the entire starry sky. Lin Moyu's vision went dark. The skeleton god, generals observing it, died instantly. The next second, they were resurrected, and he quickly reconnected with the undead vision. Any soul flames appeared in his vision. It's splitting. Lin Moyu was startled. Each soul flame represented a black hole serpent. Of course they were just ordinary ones, not very strong. He had killed many such serpents before. So this is how they're made. No wonder it's called the ancestor. It was indeed their ancestor. Are those but black stones? Released along with the serpents were fragments of black stone that had broken off from its body. Those black fragments were the valuable black stones. The ancestor was not only the source of the serpents, but also the source of the black stone. The next second, the ancestor let out another sharp hiss. Thousands of serpents and tens of thousands of black stone fragments scattered into space, disappearing in a flash. Then, the ancestor turned and flew towards the black hole. Lin Moyu noticed its speed was much slower than before. It seemed to have weakened after splitting. But even so, he didn't want to provoke it. Even weakened, it was much stronger than him. He retracted his aura and quietly activated the star-guiding plate. He stood on the path the ancestor would take, maintaining a distance of about 3,000 kilometers. This distance was very close for the ancestor. After all, its body was over 100,000 kilometers long. 3,000 kilometers was just a flick of its tail. He tried to shrink his aura, making himself like a speck of dust standing motionless. When the ancestor's head passed, the plate showed no reaction. When its abdomen passed, the plate suddenly lit up, and an arrow appeared. But the ancestor was too fast. In a flash, it was out of the plate's sensing range. It's really in its belly. Lin Moyu felt a headache, his mood extremely tense. This was the worst result, but also the best. The best because being swallowed by the ancestor meant it couldn't fall into the hands of the demon race. The worst because getting it back would be extremely difficult. Now, he had two choices. 1. Go back and inform Xu Kaiwu, and let him and the others worry about it. 2. He could try to kill the ancestor himself. But he didn't have much confidence. The ancestor was very weak right now. If he chose to kill it, now was the best time. If he missed this chance, there might not be another. If it returned to the black hole, especially that large pit. This problem only took a fraction of a second to think about. An idea flashed in his mind, and he immediately had an answer. While it's weak, kill it. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, his killing intent boiling to the extreme in an instant. His law domain opened, and the skeleton god generals appeared in unison, simultaneously launching sword kai at the ancestor. The sword kai of a third-level god king struck its body, making clanking sounds, like hitting steel. In the undead vision, a few marks appeared on its scales, but the sword caused no real damage. This result was entirely within his expectations. It would be strange if the skeleton god generals were effective. Ein Dar summoning, skeleton king. With a point of his finger, A skeleton throne appeared in space. The Skeleton King rose from it. Having reached the 7th level God King, its aura was incredibly powerful. A crimson cape fluttered in the void. As the Skeleton King appeared, Lin Moyu's own aura surged. Origin skill, power accumulation, origin skill, power of the summon. His strength continuously increased, quickly reaching the God King realm. Until his soul felt a strange sensation, he ignored it, pushing past the limit. Power from the skeletons continuously poured into his soul, and his power level kept rising until his soul reached its true limit. Aim more, and it would immediately explode. Even in his current state, he couldn't maintain it for long. Activating both major origin skills without any external support was unsustainable. With his current strength, he could only maintain it for less than 2 minutes. His realm had now reached the peak of the God King realm. Perhaps in terms of laws, he was still a bit lacking compared to a true peak God King, but the difference was not much. There wasn't much time. In the 1 or 2 seconds he had powered up, the ancestor had turned its attention to the skeleton god generals. In its eyes, they were just dust. Perhaps only the 10,000-meter ball skeleton king would make a decent snack. However, it was clear that the ancestor was not interested in these skeletons that had no flesh, blood, or life force. That was why it had ignored them before. In its eyes, these lifeless skeletons were like rotten meat, not even as good as eating some raw materials. If not for them provoking it, it couldn't be bothered. It turned its head to look at these dust-like existences and opened its mouth to let out a piercing shriek. The cry contained a powerful soul attack, causing widespread damage. In Lin Moyu's soul world, the phantom of the ancestor appeared again, and the attack shook his soul world. The skeleton god generals were destroyed one after another. More than half of the million-strong legion was dead or injured. The soul attack was truly terrifying, and it clearly told him that in front of a true powerhouse, numbers were not necessarily effective. But Lin Moyu also deeply felt the ancestor's weakness. If it were in its state before splitting, this single attack would have surely wiped out all the skeleton god generals. It seemed the ancestor considered it a trivial matter. After roaring once, it turned its head and ignored them again. It wanted to return to the black hole for a good sleep. A sleep of a few thousand or 10,000 years. Then it would think about things. At this moment, another sword light flashed. The Skeleton King had acted. Its god-slaying slash aimed at the ancestor's head. In the sword of light, the ancestor's head tilted slightly, then twisted back. Lin Moyu saw the fury in its eyes. This one sword from the Skeleton King had hurt it. In the undead vision, several scales on its head had cracked, revealing some unknown colored liquid, perhaps its blood. It worked. With the enhancement of the power of the summoned skill, the Skeleton King's attack power had reached at least the peak of the 7th level God King, perhaps even touching the threshold of the 8th level. Lin Moyu couldn't make a precise judgment, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that the attack had injured the ancestor. The enraged ancestor opened its mouth wide. A huge suction force appeared, and the newly resurrected skeleton god generals were uncontrollably pulled towards it. With a thought, Lin Moyu recalled them. The Skeleton King was unaffected by the suction. Lin Moyu opened his wings of the undead and took the giant bone sword from the Skeleton King's hand. It quickly shrank, becoming the size of a normal longsword in his hand. The Skeleton King's sword had no special functions but was hard and sharp enough, comparable to a god king's magic treasure. At least it could withstand his power. Skill, god-slaying slash. The sword light erupted on the ancestor's body. The cracked scales were shattered, and it let out a pained roar. This time, it wasn't a soul attack but a cry of pain. This roar was also transmitted through space as a soul sound. Nearly half of Area 777 could hear it. The fury in the ancestor's eyes intensified. This insignificant little creature had injured it again. Its body twisted, its massive tail sweeping over, its speed astonishing. Lin Moyu flapped his wings of the undead, wanting to break its soul lock. At this moment, a blood-red light flashed in the ancestor's eyes. Lin Moyu's soul shook violently, and his whole body stiffened. The ancestor had deployed a new move. Soul attacks could be delivered not just by sound but also by sight. The roar was a wide-area attack, but the eye attack was single target. It was much stronger. Even Lin Moyu was affected. Outside his soul world, the phantom of the ancestor appeared again, a red arrow of light shooting towards his crystal fortress. The fortress blocked most of the attack, but a small portion penetrated the soul wall and struck his soul. A purple light appeared on his soul's surface, forming a solid defense with his soul armor. The attack was blocked, but his soul was momentarily stunned. The whole process took less than 0.1 seconds, but for experts at this level, that was enough to do a lot. By the time he regained his senses, a fierce wind was howling, and the ancestor's tail was right in front of him. He had no chance to dodge, and could only take it head-on. His law domain quickly contracted to cover his body. The bone armor appeared, and shattered in an instant. Then, he was struck by the massive tail and sent flying. The ancestor's attack was enough to crush stars. Its power was incredible, not just a simple physical attack, it contained the power of a law. The law quickly absorbed all of Lin Moyu's power and life force, then detonated, using his own strength against him. The whole process was like a black hole absorbing light and matter. When it reached a certain point, it would explode, spewing out everything it had absorbed. The suction was not fast, but the expulsion was like a cannonball, extremely terrifying. This was the law of the black hole, one of the most frightening top-tier laws. In the start technique, the skeletons exploded one after another, collapsing 4 times in a row before stopping. This attack also contained a soul-tracking ability, determined to kill him. Antares had said soul-tracking was a common attack method in the Great World, but when he entered it, he found that wasn't the case. Never mind Super God Realm. Even many true God Realm beings couldn't use it. Now, he finally experienced what it was like. An attack that caused 7 times the damage, aimed at annihilation. It wasn't that no one used it, but that those below God King couldn't. Antares' perspective was too high. What he said probably referred to those at the God King realm and above. Lin Moyu was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of kilometers before he managed to regain control of his body. At this time, a huge suction force acted on him, and his body was uncontrollably pulled towards the ancestor. It opened its mouth, which contained a black hole, forcibly pulling him back at a speed almost surpassing his own. The wings of the undead flapped frantically, resisting the suction, giving him a moment's respite. A sword light shone. Lin Moyu slashed again, his target the ancestor's mouth. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and a brilliant red light spread across the sky. After one slash, without looking at the result, the phantom of a bow appeared before him. The phantom bow was formed from laws. Soul power drew the string, firing an arrow, borrowing the technique of the skeleton soul archer, plus a time curse to launch a dual soul attack. The ancestor was skilled in soul attacks, but that didn't mean its soul defense was strong. They were two completely different things. Lin Moyu wasn't sure, so he had to try. The soul attack appeared first, almost simultaneously with the god-slaying slash. The ancestor's entire body trembled. The sword light in its mouth shone, and its giant tongue was almost severed. It trembled violently, letting out a hoarse, tragic cry. Its soul defense was not strong. Lin Moyu's soul attack could cause significant damage. Under the cover of the attack, he had rushed to its side, hacking down with the bone sword in his hand like a storm. The scales were crushed into countless fragments, exploding under the sword. The Skeleton King's sword was sharp and strong enough for him to attack without holding back, without worrying about it breaking. The ancestor came to its senses and roared, launching another soul attack. At the same time, its body trembled violently. Its scales stood on end, shooting out powerful black rays. The black rays intertwined into a dense, large net, which spread out fiercely. Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly. He raised the bone sword in front of him, colliding with the black rays. A huge force came from the sword, directly sending him flying. At the point where the bone sword made contact with the black aura, Lin Moyu felt the power of the black hole's law. In that instant of contact, he lost a significant amount of his strength. His body was overcome with an immense sense of weakness. The law of the black hole could devour power, devour life. In that brief moment of contact, the black hole's law had consumed a large portion of his strength. Lin Moyu's heart trembled, the power of the Skeleton King flowed through him, instantly replenishing his depleted energy. The scales of the black hole serpent ancestor began to leave its body, detaching piece by piece, as if the beast were shedding its skin. Soon, not a single scale remained on its body. Billions of scales interwove according to the law of the black hole, forming a massive sphere, like a brand new black hole. The law of the black hole erupted, and the great sphere generated a terrifying suction force, absorbing everything within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius. Simultaneously, the black sphere began to spin violently. The black aura on the sphere was like sharp blades, the entire sphere transformed into a cutting machine. Anything drawn in would be sliced to pieces by the black aura. Lin Moyu used all his strength, but still couldn't resist the suction. He was gradually being pulled in. The black hole serpent ancestor's control over the law of the black hole completely surpassed that of an amateur like Lin Moyu. No matter how powerful Lin Moyu was, his true cultivation was only at the 7th rank true god. His understanding of laws was also only at the level of a 7th rank true god. Lin Moyu was completely defeated by a single law. The law of the black hole was also a first-tier law, even if it was weaker than the law of immortality. It wasn't weaker by much. Lin Moyu felt that he had completely underestimated the combat strength of the Black Hole Serpent Ancestor. Even in its weakened state, it still possessed terrifying combat power that surpassed even a peak God King. Lin Moyu felt that if it were in its prime, it could have been on par with a God Emperor. Even now, it could still defeat all God Kings. Seeing the black sphere getting closer and closer, he knew that if he was sucked in, he would be torn to shreds. Even if he could resurrect, it would only be to die again. Struggling, Lin Moyu threw the bone sword from his hand. The Skeleton King responded, catching the blade. The bone sword rapidly grew to a colossal size, over 10,000 meters tall. The Skeleton King wielded the bone sword with both hands, first unleashing a god-slaying slash, then accelerating towards the black sphere. Before Lin Moyu could collide with the black sphere, a flash of light from the god-slaying slash erupted upon it. The violently spinning sphere momentarily faltered. The Skeleton King seized the opportunity, charging into the black sphere, ignoring the black aura striking its body, and slashed madly at the sphere with the bone sword in its hands. Lin Moyu felt the suction force on his body weaken significantly. Seizing the chance, his wings of the undead vibrated, and his whole body shot past the black sphere, approaching the Black Hole Serpent Ancestor. The body of the Black Hole Serpent Ancestor, now without the protection of its ink black scales, revealed its glossy snake skin. Although its defense was not weak, it was far inferior to its scales. Its moves were powerful, but they also had fatal flaws. The Black Hole Serpent Ancestor looked at Lin Moyu, its eyes glowing red, and launched another soul attack. At the same time, its massive tail whipped out like a lash, identical to its previous attack. Lin Moyu's soul force erupted in its entirety. The giant talent tree extended out from his soul world. As the phantom of the Black Hole Serpent Ancestor appeared, thousands of branches lashed out at it. The 9-collared dragon soul crystal also appeared in response, coordinating with the talent tree to attack the phantom. The Black Hole Serpent Ancestor's soul attack was destroyed before it could even fully form. Soul attacks were always a double-edged sword. Once they were broken, the attacker would be the one to suffer the backlash. The Black Hole Serpent Ancestor's soul was shaken, and it temporarily fell into a dazed state. Even its tail whip weakly halted. This state would not last long, half a second at most. Half a second was an incredibly rare opportunity. A million skeleton god generals appeared in the star space, simultaneously swinging their sword kai towards the head of the Black Hole Serpent. A piece of flesh and blood appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. It was the flesh of the Abyssal Dragon Demon's second clone. The Abyssal Dragon Demon's second clone was a god emperor. Although he didn't know its specific realm, Lin Moyu felt it wouldn't be weaker than a fifth rank god emperor. And the Black Hole Serpent before him was at most a first rank god emperor, perhaps not even a god emperor at all, otherwise it wouldn't have been injured. Its identity as a starspace behemoth gave it powerful vitality. If Lin Moyu had used the Abyssal Dragon Demon's flesh during its prime, he probably couldn't have killed it. But now, it was weakened and heavily injured by him, its scales separated from its body. Lin Moyu felt the opportunity had come. A sense of danger washed over him. The Black Hole Serpent Ancestor had regained its senses, and let out a terrified roar. But it was too late. The flesh of the Abyssal Dragon Demon in Lin Moyu's hand exploded. Star rank skill, corpse explosion. The next second, Lin Moyu witnessed an unimaginable scene. The star space shattered. The tens of thousands of kilometers of star space where the Black Hole Serpent Ancestor was located developed crisscrossing cracks like a spider web, then exploded with a great roar. What was shattered along with the star space was the head of the Black Hole Serpent Ancestor, and its tens of thousands of kilometers long body. At least half of its massive body had been blown apart. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Was this what a high-level god emperor's full-powered strike looked like? Corpse explosion detonated the flesh of the Abyssal Dragon Demon, equivalent to a full-powered blow from the second clone in its peak state. After various amplifications, it was even stronger than a full-powered blow. It directly shattered the star space, revealing the mysterious world behind it. The dazzling light flashed before his eyes, followed by a violent torrent of energy rushing out from the rift in the world. Lin Moyu was instantly thrown back, tumbling tens of thousands of kilometers. The flesh of the Black Hole Serpent Ancestor was also sent flying, its shattered remains scattered everywhere. The million skeleton god generals were also blown away uncontrollably. The scene descended into chaos. In his vision, Lin Moyu saw a brightly shining object resembling a scroll. The military map, he recognized it at a glance. Lin Moyu flapped his wings of the undead, flying backward against the chaotic energy impact, and used all his strength to snatch the military map. The hole in the star space created by the explosion was quickly healed by the laws of the Great World. In the star space, Aside from the scattered flesh and blood and the half-corpse of the black hole serpent ancestor, there was also the black sphere formed from its scales. The black sphere had shattered into countless scales, floating in the star space like garbage. "You deserve to die." Before he could even let out a sigh of relief, an angry roar suddenly echoed through the star space. A chill ran down Lin Muoyu's spine, a cold sensation spreading rapidly from his back to his entire body. In that moment, Lin Muoyu could feel the threat of death. He was certain that this murderous roar came from the bottomless black hole at the center. When he had been staring at the hole, he had sensed a lethal danger. If he had dared to jump in to explore the mysteries of the hole back then, he would have surely died. On the battlefield, besides opportunities, there were also various hidden dangers. Some dangers, even a god emperor would fall to. Over the years, countless god emperors had fallen on the battlefield. Without a second thought, Lin Muoyu stored the military nap, flapped his wings of the undead, and fled without looking back. Suddenly, a suction force fell upon him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fly forward another step. The suction from the black hole grew stronger, quickly spreading over his entire body, rendering him immobile. This force pulled Lin Muoyu towards the black hole. Lin Muoyu seemed to see a huge maw inside the black hole, grinning at him. The creature in the hole seemed to want to tear him to pieces. If he was sucked into the black hole, Lin Muoyu knew he would certainly die. No one could save him. A voice suddenly echoed in his soul. "You killed my pet, so you will accompany me." That voice made Lin Muoyu's hair stand on end. He gritted his teeth and said, "Accompany death." He looked at the flesh and blood of the black hole serpent ancestor flying back towards the black hole beside him. His fingers moved slightly, and he barely managed to cast a flame of immortality. Rank skill, Resurrection of the Dead. The flames quickly enveloped the flesh of the black hole serpent ancestor. The flesh and blood were reborn, and its soul was also reorganized. In less than 2 seconds, the black hole serpent ancestor reappeared in the star space. But this time, it had become Lin Muoyu's resurrected creature. The moment the black hole serpent ancestor was resurrected, Lin Muoyu immediately felt the gravitational pull from the black hole weaken slightly. The black hole serpent ancestor used its massive body to block in front of Lin Muoyu, blocking most of the suction force. His body finally regained some freedom. Without hesitation, Lin Muoyu took out the jade talisman Xiu Qiu had given him, and crushed it with force. The jade talisman emitted a brilliant light, enveloping Lin Muoyu. As he disappeared in the light, the target having escaped, another angry roar erupted from the black hole, its sound echoing throughout the entirety of Zone 777. At that moment, all living creatures in Zone 777 had their souls annihilated, dying completely. Zone 777 instantly became a place of death, a true graveyard. At Outpost 777, Xiu Qiu and the others were waiting. Hua Yuan's team had returned more than 10 minutes ago. Now, he was waiting for Lin Muoyu. Xiu Qiu's eyelids suddenly twitched a few times. He received a message from the human emperor network. His entire body suddenly trembled, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Fortunately, there was no one around him, and no one noticed his expression. He muttered, "What's in that black hole? That rotten kid won't have gotten into trouble, will he?" Just as he finished speaking, the teleportation array lit up. Xiu Qiu immediately looked over. During their operation, the teleportation array of the military base was in a closed state. Only a few people had the authority to use it. Lin Muoyu's jade teleportation talisman was connected to this teleportation array. In the light, Lin Muoyu's figure appeared. Seeing this, Xiu Qiu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Lin Muoyu stood inside the teleportation array, unmoving. After a while, a purple light appeared on his body. His soul was returning from its shattered state. This was the after effect of pushing the power accumulation skill beyond its limits. Then, his soul was reborn under the full rebirth of his talent, returning to its peak state, perhaps even stronger than before. When he killed the black hole serpent ancestor, the skill had absorbed a large portion of its soul power, nourishing his own soul like a great tonic, causing Lin Muoyu's realm to advance another step, not far from the 8th rank true god. After being completely resurrected, Lin Muoyu still stood motionless in the teleportation array, filled with the joy of having just escaped successfully. His eyes were slightly closed, his consciousness extending infinitely, connecting with the consciousness of the black hole serpent ancestor. Although he couldn't directly connect to its corresponding vision like his undead, a simple consciousness connection was still not a problem. Through the feedback from the black hole serpent ancestor's consciousness, he could also obtain a lot of information. Unfortunately, the intelligence of the black hole serpent ancestor was not very high, and the feedback was very chaotic. Lin Muoyu felt that the black hole serpent ancestor had arrived in another world. This world was very cold and had no temperature. This was the world inside the black hole, but where exactly inside the black hole was it? Lin Moyu wondered. Then he felt a huge hand placed on the body of the black hole serpent ancestor. Its body was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, and its head alone was several thousand kilometers long. But such a massive head could be held in a giant hand. It was hard to imagine how large the owner of that giant hand must be. The giant hand stroked the head of the black hole serpent ancestor, seemingly very gently. But the next second, it suddenly clenched its fist around the head. Then, the head of the black hole serpent ancestor was crushed and the consciousness link immediately disappeared. The black hole serpent ancestor was dead. After becoming a resurrected creature, its strength would return to its peak state. At the very least, it could be comparable to a god emperor. Yet it died just like that. That powerful figure in the black hole, the master of the black hole serpent ancestor, had killed it so easily. How strong must he be? Lin Moyu disconnected his consciousness, slowly opened his eyes, and saw Zhu Q not far away. Zhu Q was looking at him with a probing gaze. After taking a deep breath, Lin Moyu had completely calmed down. He walked forward 2 or 3 steps, took out the military map, and handed it to Zhu Q. "Senior, I have recovered the map." Zhu Q took the military map but didn't rush to open it. Instead, he looked at Lin Moyu. "Did you encounter some danger?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I almost couldn't come back," Zhu Q said in a deep voice. "Tell me everything in detail." The information he had received from the Human Emperor Network earlier had told him that there was a terrifying figure hiding in Zone 777, but there was no further information. To know the specifics, he still had to ask the person involved, Lin Moyu. Zhu Q flicked his finger, and an invisible force of law enveloped the two of them, ensuring only he could hear what Lin Moyu said. Lin Moyu recounted all his experiences, including how he had killed the black hole serpent ancestor. This didn't need to be hidden. Zhu Q knew it all, including his 2 origin skills. After hearing Lin Moyu's account, Zhu Q fell silent for a moment, pondering before speaking. "According to your description, the black hole serpent ancestor should have strength close to a god emperor." Lin Moyu hummed in agreement. Almost. Close to a god emperor was not a god emperor, but it far surpassed an ordinary god king. Some people called close to a god emperor as a peak god king, but in reality, they had the same meaning. The difference between the God Emperor and God King realms was enormous. Reaching the limit of the God King realm was peak God King, also known as a close to God Emperor. Previously, Lin Moyu's strength had reached the peak God King, but because his laws were insufficient, he was somewhat weaker than the black hole serpent ancestor. If his laws were as strong as the serpent's, he wouldn't have had to fear it. The black hole serpent ancestor was just his pet. "What level of expert do you think he is?" Faced with Zhu Q's question, Lin Moyu pondered for a few seconds, then gave a wry smile. "You're making it difficult for me. With my experience, how could I know the opponent's level? It's already good enough that I managed to save my life and come back this time. If it weren't for the jade talisman you gave me, Senior, this junior might have died in there." Zhu Q chuckled. He knew Lin Moyu was telling the truth. He really hadn't expected there to be someone else where the black hole serpent ancestor was. Zhu Q's eyes flashed. Lin Moyu seemed to see a great fighting will. Looking at his expression, it seemed he was very interested in the existence in the black hole. Lin Moyu felt that Zhu Q would not be inferior to that terrifyingly powerful figure. At most, they were evenly matched. There was no reason for it, just a feeling. After a moment, the fighting will in Zhu Q's eyes disappeared. Unfortunately, the rules state that this old man cannot enter, and he cannot come out. Hearing this, Lin Moyu's heart thumped. It seemed Zhu Q knew the other party's identity. Even if he didn't know the identity, he would know the origin, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. But Lin Moyu also knew that even if he asked, Zhu Q wouldn't tell him. His strength was too weak, so he didn't need to know so much. Zhu Q changed the subject. "This time, you have successfully recovered the military map and have performed a great service. Your reward is indispensable," Lin Moyu said. "This is what a junior should do." Lin Moyu said this very sincerely. It was indeed the case. The military map was extremely important to the human race. As long as he had the ability, he would definitely do his best to find it. Moreover, the reason he dared to risk his life this time was mainly because he had the teleportation jade talisman given by Zhu Q, plus the flesh and blood of the abyssal dragon demon second clone. These were the strengths that could guarantee his life. After all, that was just Zone 777. No matter how strong the black hole serpent ancestor was, it couldn't be ridiculously strong. The mysterious figure in the black hole was just an accident that no one could have imagined. Zhu Q looked at Lin Moyu and asked, "Are you interested in the military map? Do you feel it has other uses?" As expected, he saw through me. Lin Moyu knew that some of his thoughts couldn't be hidden from the person in front of him. After all, he had lived for several thousand years, the older the younger, the spicier it is, so Lin Moyu didn't hide much. I am indeed a little interested. If it was just a map, the demon clan wouldn't be so aggressive. Qiu smiled and said, "Come, I'll let you have a look, and by the way, I'll ask him how he did." His words had a deeper meaning. Lin Moyu didn't ask much and followed Qiu. The two went to the star space. Qiu summoned his own vehicle, a god emperor level warship comparable to a war god's fortress class warship. After entering the warship, it was immediately sealed, completely isolated from the outside world. Qiu took out the military map, slowly opened it, and activated it. The military map shone brightly, projecting a three-dimensional star map of the entire space. This was the star map of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Lin Moyu had seen it at Fortress No. 1. But this one had some more detailed things. At this time, Qiu said, "Tirangusing, come out." Lin Moyu was slightly startled. Was Qiu really calling Tirangusing? Hadn't Tirangusing already been killed by him? He had seen it with his own eyes, it couldn't be wrong. A few seconds passed after Qiu spoke, but the entire star map had no reaction. Qiu frowned slightly, his tone becoming unfriendly. "Tirangusing, do you want this old man to act personally?" Traces of killing intent filled the air. The star map finally responded. In the star map, a figure slowly appeared, then flew out, finally leaving the map and appearing in the warship. Tirangusing left the military map and bowed respectfully to Qiu. "Greetings, Garrison Commander." Lin Moyu was very surprised to see that the person in front of him was really Tirangusing. Only his aura was that of a 6th rank god king. Tirangusing was clearly a god emperor, and he had clearly been killed by Qiu. Why was there a 6th rank god king Tirangusing here? A clone. Lin Moyu was startled, thinking of something. Qiu waved his hand and said, "Go on, don't hide anything." "No, you get I did," from Tirangusing's head he nodded. In front of the garrison commander, "I dare not hide anything. When I was in the true god realm, I was controlled by an enchanter demon in a great battle and became a puppet. At that time, there were about 1,000 people controlled by the demon. Later, as I cultivated and advanced, I finally reached the ancestor level and became an elder of Fortress No. 7. But the control of the enchanter demon will always exist. You also know that even if I become a god emperor, it will be difficult to escape it. This kind of control will corrode the soul. Betrayal is impossible." At this point, Tirangusing paused. Qiu did not interrupt him, but signaled him to continue. Tirangusing continued, "But you also know, a god emperor soul is stronger now, and I also have my own thoughts. Sometimes I would immerse my soul in the law of the galaxy to cleanse it. I am a god emperor of the human race. From the bottom of my heart, I cannot betray the human race. I would not betray it even in death. But under the control of the enchanter demon, I couldn't even die if I wanted to. And the most troublesome thing is that I couldn't say it. As soon as I said it, the enchanter demon would sense it, and would completely control my mind with my combat power. Just a moment of carelessness would be enough to deal a fatal blow to the army at Fortress No. 7. So I couldn't say it. After that, I searched for a lot of information and finally found a way to escape the enchanter demon. I spent several hundred years, found all kinds of rare materials, and finally refined a clone. Then, in the law of the galaxy, under the cleansing of the law, I separated 1/3 of my soul and put it into the clone. With the protection of the law of the galaxy, the separated 1/3 of the soul was clean and not tainted by the enchanter demon. Moreover, what I did in the law of the galaxy could not be detected by the enchanter demon. It just so happened that I was assigned to manage the military map. The enchanter demon naturally knew that. It ordered me to steal the military map. The military map had to be stolen. I couldn't refuse, nor could I tell anyone. But after I stole it, I could hide it without anyone knowing. The enchanter demon was too far away and couldn't always monitor me, so he gave the military map to the clone, brought it to Zone 777, and entered the black hole. After the clone entered the black hole, it encountered the black hole serpent ancestor by chance and was accidentally swallowed by it. I hid inside the military map. In fact, from that moment on, the clone was my real body. The previous body was bound to die. I even guessed that it would die at your hands, but you acted too quickly, not letting me finish my words. As soon as I died, the demon controlling my soul got the news. Fortunately, this little brother can also control souls. Otherwise it would have been very troublesome. After hearing the whole process, Lin Moyu felt it was truly outrageous. This god emperor had been controlled since he was in the true god realm, and then carried out various operations to save himself. Although he stole the military map, it was because he had a reason. In his heart, he still had the human race. But in fact, he did steal the military map. Dealing with him was even more of a headache. At the same time, his last words made Xiuqiu a little embarrassed. Xiuqiu had acted too quickly. At the very least, he should have let the person finish speaking. He had almost caused a big trouble. Xie Rengxing had planned carefully. Of course he would have a way to tell Xiuqiu some information. The corner of Xiuqiu's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Xiuqiu was silent, admitting his mistake. He couldn't admit his mistake. With his status, how could he be wrong when acting on the Vermilion Bird battlefield? Lin Moyi spoke up at the right time to mediate. In short, the military map has been found. Let's let bygones be bygones. His words resolved Xiuqiu's awkwardness. Xiuqiu cleared his throat. The matter is settled. Although you stole the military map, it was because you were forced. You also did your best to salvage the situation. This matter is decided by me, the garrison commander. We won't pursue it. But you can't stay here anymore. As for your next destination, you can go back to Fortress No. 1 first and wait for my notification. Xie Rengxing bowed respectfully to Xiuqiu. Thank you, garrison commander. Xiuqiu said, I have notified Xie Cheng. He will take you to apply for a new battlefield token, but you'd better change your appearance. Not a few people know you. The Xie Cheng Xiuqiu mentioned was the Legion commander of Fortress No. Frieren. For matters like this, Xiuqiu would not be at ease leaving them to others. In the eyes of many people, Xie Rengxing was dead, and should not appear again. Xie Rengxing nodded, indicating that he understood. His appearance began to change, and in a flash, he had become another person. This clone was a delicate realm. To be precise, it was not a real body. Moreover, for experts at the God King realm, changing their appearance was not a difficult task. Xie Rengxing's appearance had changed, and his cultivation had also changed from a God Emperor to a 6th-rank God King. If he didn't say it, no one would know he was Xie Rengxing. After changing to another battlefield token, he was a new 6th-rank God King expert. More than 10 seconds later, the door of the warship opened automatically. Gao Chang was already waiting outside. He took Xie Rengxing to get a new battlefield token and registered his information in the Human Emperor network again. After all the changes were completed, Xie Rengxing had become another person. It was just a pity that 2/3 of his soul had been lost. It would be extremely difficult to cultivate back, unless he had a great opportunity. Seeing the somewhat lonely figure of Xie Rengxing leaving, Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. A God Emperor had ended up like this. In his heart, Lin Moyu couldn't help but lament that the great world was full of dangers. One wrong step could lead to ruin. Xiuqiu glanced at Lin Moyu, strongly disagreeing with his words. What are you saying about? For him, this is already very good. Besides, what you said is not right. It's not just the great world that is like this, but all things are like this. Whether you embark on the path of cultivation or not, things are still the same. Those who do not cultivate, even those who do not enter the great world, die silently just because of a little talent. Isn't that even more miserable? Lin Moyu asked. Are you really planning to send him back to the human race's starfield? According to what Xie Rengxing said, he had indeed tried his best to reduce the losses. The result this time was that the human race's losses were indeed not large, but these were all his one-sided words and could not be completely trusted. With Lin Moyi's understanding of the high-level leaders of the human race, they would definitely not completely trust Xie Rengxing. Not afraid of big things, but afraid of unexpected accidents. From the perspective of the race, one must eliminate accidents from the source, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiuqiu did not answer, but asked back, what do you think? If it were you, what would you do? Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, first, we should conduct a comprehensive inspection of him to ensure that he has escaped the control of the enchanter demon. I believe the human race will definitely have a way to check. This is just the first step. The control of the enchanter demon will sometimes affect the spirit. In that case he will no longer be suitable to serve in the army, nor is he suitable to stay in the Vermilion Bird starfield. Try to arrange for him to go to a place as far away as possible, and then let him live there, in the human race's starfield. You can let the Human Emperor network keep an eye on him. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any major problems. The satisfaction in Xiuqiu's eyes grew stronger, and he did not hesitate to praise. Not bad, your thinking is very good. We will indeed have to do that. You are really suitable for the army. Are you interested in officially joining the army? Lin Moyu shook his head. I prefer a free life. Besides, I am now an honorary soldier, which can be considered a member of the army. Anyway, when I am on the battlefield, if you have something you need to call me for, I will be there. Aha. GQ laughed and didn't force it. It's up to you. Anyway, it's the same in the end. Shuq's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Lin Moyu silently memorized it. Shuq's gaze returned to the military map. Alright, let me show you the real use of the military map. Lin Moyu immediately perked up. What was hidden in it that could make the demon army go all out, and also make the human race not hesitate to destroy the entire area, desperately fighting for the Star Region military map. As GQ continuously activated the Star Region map, the map unfolded like a scroll, and the projected image became clearer and more complete. The Star Region map was completely unfolded, covering the entire space. Lin Moyu seemed to be inside it. The areas were outlined. Those were the war zones. Each war zone was divided into many different areas. Each area had its own shape. Some were spherical, some were square, and there were even flat rectangles and more irregular shapes. Compared to the Star Region map he saw at Fortress No. 1, the Star Region map in front of him was much more detailed. In addition to the divided areas, there were also many unnamed places. In the Star Region map of the Vermilion Bird battlefield, the unnamed space accounted for more than 80 of the area. Then, bright spots like stars lit up. There were a total of 10 bright spots, representing the space fortresses from No. 1 to No. 5. Among them, fortresses No. 1 to 6 were located on the outermost edge of the battlefield, forming a circle around the battlefield. Fortresses No. 7 to 9 were like a triangle, located in the central area of the battlefield. And at the center of the battlefield, the brightest spot was Fortress No. 10, the most powerful of all the fortresses in the star space, which was where GQ was stationed year-round. A space fortress not only possessed powerful combat power but was also a military base with tens of millions of garrisons stationed in each fortress. GQ explained, a space fortress is different from a war god fortress. A war god fortress is a mobile military base, but its combat power is not as good as a space fortress. A space fortress can still move, it's just that it's too big, so its speed is very slow. But it has powerful combat power. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, understanding the difference. If divided by combat power, the space fortress deserved to be at the top, followed by mobile fortresses like the war god fortress, followed by armor, god emperor level, and god king level warships. These were the war weapons of the human race, very powerful. As for GQ's warship, it was a special product. It was different from mass-produced war weapons and could not be ranked among them. After the 10 space fortresses appear, more bright spots began to light up on the star map. These bright spots were much smaller, representing outposts. Each outpost corresponded to an area. There were a total of 931 bright spots, representing 931 outposts. Until now, it was still quite normal. This was what GQ had told him from the beginning. The Star Region map could indicate the location of the outposts. It was because of this that both demons and humans wanted to seize the Star Region map. But Lin Moyu felt that the effect of the Star Region map was not just that. GQ glanced at Lin Moyu and lightly tapped a point on the Star Region map with his finger. The Star Region map immediately bloomed with a brilliant light. The light illuminated a small space, and bright spots appeared on the Star Region map one after another. These spots of light, when compared to the spots of light representing space fortresses and military outposts, were much smaller. They were like flickering mosquito spots in the star space. More and more dense spots of light appeared, and almost every area had a bright spot. In the unnamed space, there were relatively few bright spots, but it was not completely absent. A few of the bright spots were stationary. Most of the remaining bright spots were moving. The Star Region map was shrunk by an unknown number of times. These bright spots seemed to be moving very slowly, but if placed in the normal world, this speed was actually very frightening. Lin Moyu didn't understand what these spots of light meant for a moment. But after only a few seconds, he suddenly understood what those bright spots represented. Each bright spot represented a cultivator. The Star Region map clearly marked the position of each cultivator, and this marking was also based on real time. In most places in Zone 433, the positions of the cultivators were very clear. Only some special areas were not marked, perhaps because these areas had special rules. For example, the Ruler Gold area before was a closed world, and the Star Region map could not show the situation inside the area. There were many such areas, but in total, at least 800 of the 931 areas clearly showed the movement of human cultivators. GQ smiled and said, "Now you know why we value the Star Region map so much." Lin Moyu was not a fool, of course he would understand very well. The location of the military outpost being exposed was already a big deal. If even the whereabouts of the human cultivators were exposed, the demons could completely target them. First, they would destroy the military outposts, then find the human cultivators on the battlefield and kill them one by one. In that case, the human race would suffer even heavier losses, needless to say. Even if they didn't handle it carefully, the human race would have to leave the Vermilion Bird battlefield. The efforts of countless years would be destroyed in a flash. The Vermilion Bird battlefield produced many kinds of materials, which were extremely important to any race. Over time, they could significantly improve the combat effectiveness of the race. The Great World was extremely cruel. Every little bit of falling behind could be magnified countless times. In order to survive in the Great World, all races never dared to take anything lightly. They had to strive to get ahead step by step. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, such an important thing should be heavily guarded. Chukyu put away the military star region map. This was an accident. After all, there was some carelessness. For thousands of years, since the star region map was refined, there have been no problems. I will strengthen the protection later. This kind of thing should only happen once, not a second time. Lin Moyu said nothing. According to his thinking, this kind of thing should not have happened even once. The military star region map was a double-edged sword. If it was in the right hands, it could clearly determine the position of one's own people, which was very convenient for rescue work when in danger. If it fell into the hands of the enemy, it would be a fatal weapon against one's own people. There were 10 such star region maps, one in each fortress. After this incident, the protection of the military star region map would definitely be greatly enhanced. It was very likely that it would be personally guarded by the Legion commander. Just as Shukyu had said, this kind of thing should only happen once. The teleportation array in the fortress shone brightly. Lin Moyu stepped out of the teleportation array. Shukyu still had things to deal with, so he told him to go back first. As for the 2 missions, the Human Emperor Network would settle them. He just needed to wait quietly at Fortress No. 1. Shukyu also specifically told him not to leave Fortress No. 1 for the time being until he received the mission settlement information. Because the mission this time was a bit special and involved many people, the settlement would also take some time. It just so happened that Lin Moyu also had things to do at Fortress No. 1. He had to go to the trading center to sell the materials he had with him. He had previously agreed with Yushu to have her wait for him, but as a result, he was called away by Chukyu, and he didn't even have time to go. After entering the trading center, Lin Moyu went straight to the central counter. At the counter was still the woman named Yu King. The other god king surnamed Lu was not here. The trading center seemed to have a deep relationship with the Yu family. The Yu family was probably a big family. Yu King and Yu Shi were both members of the Yu family. As for the relationship between the two of them, Lin Moyu didn't know. And that god king surnamed Lo. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth. The information about him being leaked was done by that god king. This was really not very smart, but Chukyu said he would not deal with that god king surnamed Lo. This kind of stupid person should be kept. He would be useful. Lin Moyu went to the counter. Yu King's eyes lit up. Mr. Lin, you're here. The trading room has been prepared for you. Miss Chiu is waiting for you. Lin Moyu nodded. Lead the way. Yu King immediately called a staff member to guide Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu heard some information from Yu King's words. She called him Mr. Lin, and very naturally. She knew him well, but she wouldn't call him Mr. Lin. Mr. was a respectful form of address, only used for people with high status, regardless of their cultivation. This was enough to show that in Yu King's eyes, his status was very noble. Plus the Miss Chiu she mentioned, Lin Moyu had connected everything together normally. Yu Shi was a young girl, her status in the Yu family must be very high. And Yu King was also from the Yu family, but her status was clearly inferior to Yu Xiu's. Calling him Mr. Lin was probably also because of what Yu Xiu said. Once again, he went to the backyard full of artistic conception with fragrance and birds. There were quaint and charming pavilions scattered in the backyard. Most of the pavilions were covered by formations and were currently conducting transactions. Lin Moyu went to a pavilion. The formation in the pavilion had not been activated yet. Yu Xiu was elegantly sitting in the pavilion, brewing fragrant tea. The fragrance of the herbal tea slowly wafted out, and then gradually dissipated. With just one sip of the tea, Lin Moyu knew it was the iced tea of the Ice Clan. This kind of tea, once you drank it, you would never forget it. Seeing Lin Moyu, Yu Xiu's eyes lit up, and a trace of joy appeared in her eyes. She joked, "Captain, you stood me up." Yu Xiu exuded a somewhat mature temperament. The first time he met Yu Xiu, he felt that she had a good temperament, mature but also playful. But after meeting Qiu Yi, he realized that Yu Xiu was actually learning from her. Lin Moyu entered the pavilion, and the 2-7 formation was activated. The inside of the pavilion became an independent world. Lin Moyu sat down. Yu Xiu poured tea for Lin Moyu. The cool tea entered his mouth, and then exploded in his throat. An indescribable cool feeling spread throughout his body. Lin Moyu put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Actually, you don't need to imitate Qi. Everyone has their own temperament. The more you imitate, the less you are like yourself." Yu Xiu smiled charmingly and said, "Then do you think this temperament of mine is good?" At this time her mature temperament faded a little, and 3 parts of playfulness had turned into 6 parts. Lin Moyu said indifferently, "It's not bad. Just be yourself." Seeing Lin Moyu's serious expression, Yu Xiu stopped smiling and said, "Captain really has no sense of humor." Lin Moyu asked, "Have you been waiting these 2 days? Isn't it so? Who told Captain to break his promise?" "People are very good at keeping promises," Yu Xiu said softly, her eyes darting around, revealing a hint of complaint that was there and not there. Yu Xiu was very beautiful, her beautiful eyes as bright as stars. At this time, her mature temperament had faded a little, with a few more parts of playfulness, and a little bit of charm. It was hard to imagine how a person could display so many kinds of temperament at the same time. But it had to be admitted that Yu Xiu at this moment was very charming. Lin Moyu's expression did not change. He did not pay attention to Yu Xiu's beauty, his tone was calm. Something urgent came up suddenly. "I needed to go and solve it. Let's proceed with the transaction." The volume of the transaction this time is very large. When Yu Xiu saw this, she was a little disappointed and slowly put away her smile. "Alright. Then let me call a few more sisters over." Lin Moyu said that the transaction volume was very large, so it was definitely not just a little large, but definitely very large. Unlike some people who, although they say they want to sell a large amount of things, when they take them out, it's a pile of scraps. Not long after, 4 women entered the pavilion one after another. They were all old acquaintances, the same people who had appraised together last time. After the 4 entered, they sat down quietly without saying a word, but just by looking at their eyes, one could see that their status was not as good as Yu Xiu's. Yu Xiu was the leader of the 4. Yu Xiu said softly, "Captain, you can begin." Lin Moyu nodded and took out his newly obtained spoils of war. Set after set of magic weapons and countless brilliant materials, most of which came from the ruler gold area. In that rescue operation, Lin Moyu had obtained a large amount of ruler gold and equipment, so much that he couldn't count it. Originally, in this mission, he could have collected more resources, but because Lin Moyu had little time and didn't clean the battlefield carefully, in the end, the black hole serpent ancestor appeared and swallowed everything, leaving nothing behind. As a result, Lin Moyu's income was greatly reduced. Even so, the number of things Lin Moyu collected was extremely large. Yu Xiu and the other 4 transaction masters were completely busy, doing their best to appraise. Lin Moyu poured himself tea and waited quietly. After completing the inventory of 1 batch, Lin Moyu took out another batch. Time passed bit by bit. 1 hour, 2 hours, the inventory took a very long time and was still not finished. Yu Xiu's beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Moyu from time to time. She was almost exhausted from inventorying the goods, but Lin Moyu was there comfortably drinking tea. 10 hours later, finally all the goods were inventoried. The 4 transaction masters retreated one by one. From the moment they entered, until they left, they all remained silent. Yu Xiu had obtained the final figure for this batch. Finally done. Yu Xiu let out a long sigh and glared at Lin Moyu, a look of complaint in her eyes. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, and poured tea for Yu Xiu, calmly saying, "There are still a few things." Yu Xiu drank the tea Lin Moyu poured, casually asking, "What else is there? Why didn't you tell me just now?" Lin Moyu said with a smile, "Not much, just one thing." "What thing?" "The demon worship." Heft. Yu Xiu almost spat out the water in her mouth, a look of astonishment on her face. "A demon worship?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Yes, a demon worship. A demon worship is like a human worship, very difficult to refine, and the materials used to refine it are also extremely precious. A God King level demon worship also has to use a large amount of God King level materials. Although humans cannot use a demon worship, they can dismantle the demon worship and rebuild it, obtaining a large amount of precious materials. Therefore, a demon worship is very valuable." Anyway, Yu Xiu had nothing more to say to Lin Moyu. Very few people could obtain a demon worship. They usually only appeared in major wars. If the demon worship is not too damaged, each one is worth 10 million accumulation points. So low. This price was a bit different from Lin Moyu's original estimate. He estimated that a demon worship was worth at least 30 million accumulation points. Yu Xiu explained, "When we get a demon worship, we need to dismantle and rebuild it. The whole process will incur losses. Moreover, it takes a lot of time and effort. The quality of a demon worship is not as good as a human worship of the same level, and its value cannot be compared to a human warship. So after all calculations, 10 million accumulation points is a reasonable price. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate too much. Alright, then count it as 10 million accumulation points. I have 4 warships here. Yushu was speechless for a moment and subconsciously said, how did you get so many? Lin Moyu had obtained 3 in the ruler gold area. In this mission, he got another 1. If it weren't for the rush, Lin Moyu could have gotten hundreds of warships. But unfortunately, they all went into the stomach of the black hole serpent ancestor. 4 demon warships were exchanged for 40 million accumulation points. All the previous resources were worth 90 million accumulation points. Lin Moyu's transaction directly exceeded 100 million accumulation points, reaching 130 million points. Yushi's eyes lit up, looking at Lin Moyu as if looking at a rich man. That's a lot of accumulation points. High-level god kings who have been on the battlefield for hundreds of years don't have as many points as you. No, even a god emperor doesn't have so many points. Military merit, including the previous accumulation points, Lin Moyu's points had reached 200 million. His military merit exceeded 30,000. However, he still needed to go to the military merit office to go through the formalities before he could get the 13,000 military merit. With Lin Moyu's status as an honorary soldier, everything would be very smooth. He was now a famous person. Whether it was the Legion commander or the elders in Fortress No. 1, they would not cause trouble for him. Menkum, who was in charge of military merit, was once his subordinate. He would definitely not make things difficult for Lin Moyu. The light in Yushu's eyes became brighter and brighter. To be able to reach the officer rank in the True God realm was already very rare. Captain is really awesome. She didn't know how much military merit Lin Moyu had, but he was definitely not just a first-rank officer, but at least a second-rank officer. Lin Moyu smiled slightly and didn't care about it. To him, more military merit was just a symbol. What he valued was improving his own strength and appraising missions. Accumulation points were the same. Now he had more than 200 million points and could buy a lot of things. However, Lin Moyu didn't like the ordinary items in the trading center. Lin Moyu took a sip of tea and said, I want to buy something. Yushu immediately became excited. As a transaction master, what you like to do most was trade. Buying or selling were both transactions. Yushu's eyes were bright, and she bit her lip. She knew that the thing Lin Moyu wanted to buy was definitely not an ordinary item. What do you want to buy? This young lady has everything here. Lin Moyu said, great elemental materials. The requirement is that there is only a single element that contains laws. The higher the quality of the material, the better. Yushu asked, is one set of each type enough? Are there any specific requirements for the type of element? Lin Moyu thought for a moment. No specific requirements, but it's best to be a material containing a powerful element, containing a single element, containing laws. The higher the quality the better, the stronger the law the better. Yushu repeated, memorizing Lin Moyu's request. At this time, Lin Moyu took out a large amount of black stone, all the black stone he had obtained in this mission. These contained the laws of the black hole and could be considered high-grade materials. It was just that it was not pure enough, and it was only at the God King level, not meeting Lin Moyu's requirements. Lin Moyu said, please find someone to help me extract these black stones. The higher the purity, the better. After speaking, Lin Moyu put the black stones into a storage ring and handed it to Yushu. Yushu took the storage ring and agreed, no problem. Just leave it to me. Lin Moyu paid Yushu 100 million accumulation points as a deposit. If it wasn't enough, she could tell him as long as the total limit did not exceed 200 million points. Yushu did not expect Lin Moyu to trust her so much. 100 million points were given just like that, without needing anything as collateral. Yushu patted her chest and promised loudly that she would definitely help Lin Moyu find suitable materials. The whole process might take some time. When she found them, she would contact Lin Moyu immediately. Lin Moyu knew that the materials he requested were very difficult to find, and it was very likely that he would have to get them from the army. In fact, he could exchange for them with military merit himself, but he didn't want to use military merit. Military merit was not as easy to earn as accumulation points, and when he used it, his military rank would be demoted. Using accumulation points did not affect the improvement of authority. Therefore, if he could use accumulation points, he would use accumulation points. He earned accumulation points too easily, so he didn't feel sorry when he used them. After leaving the trading center, Lin Moyu went directly to the military merit office. In his heart, he was still thinking about what he had asked Yushu to do. He didn't know what kind of materials Yushu could find for him. He hoped to get God Emperor level materials. This time he was looking for materials What Lin Moyu wanted to enhance was his elemental necromancer. The elemental necromancer skill had become the weakest among his skills. The increase in realm had little effect on the enhancement of the elemental necromancer skill. If he wanted to get a powerful elemental necromancer, he could only use high-grade materials. He had once witnessed the performance of this skill when he was awakening his skills. The elemental necromancer was very strong. It was just that he still couldn't release its powerful strength. Even the auxiliary functions were becoming more and more useless. Black stone was also a good material, containing the law of the black hole. It was just that the amount of the law of the black hole in a single black stone was too small. It needed to be extracted and refined. He gave all the more than 1,000 black stones he had collected this time to Yu Jiu, asking her to find someone to extract and refine them, and then fuse them into one piece. Only then could he get a good quality material to summon the elemental necromancer. In fact, Lin Moyu also knew that his strength was very strong, far surpassing the so-called geniuses. But who didn't want to become stronger? Especially after seeing the figure in the black hole, Lin Moyu realized that he was actually still very weak. If he died, what would happen to the 4 wives sleeping in the coffins? Perhaps they would never have a chance to wake up in this life. No matter what the reason, he had to continue to become stronger. So strong that no one could kill him. So strong that he could defy heaven and change fate. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Moyu went to the military merit office. This time, the person in front of the counter to handle the exchange of military merit was no longer Men Kang. As the head of the military merit bureau, Men Kang had been punished last time for handling specific matters and making mistakes. Later, after completing missions and making meritorious contributions, he was reinstated to continue to be in charge of the military merit bureau. In front of the counter was an old acquaintance, Rongji, who was sitting there handling the exchange of military merit for others. Lin Moyu waited for a while before it was his turn. He walked over. Seeing Lin Moyu, Rongji immediately stood up from his seat, stood straight, and bowed to Lin Moyu, shouting loudly, "Hello, Captain." After one mission, Rongji was completely convinced by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, and said, "Don't be so excited. I'm selling some things to exchange for points." After speaking, he handed over his battlefield token. Rongji respectfully took it with both hands. He held Lin Moyu's battlefield token as if he was holding a treasure. "Captain, wait a moment, I'll handle it for you." Lin Moyu smiled. "No hurry, take your time." Rongji's unusual reaction also attracted the attention of many people. Although soldiers did not look down on ordinary cultivators, they had never been so polite to ordinary cultivators. Soldiers usually had a serious look, doing things according to the rules, and rarely seen smiling. Most people thought that all soldiers were like this, but now seeing Rongji, they realized that things were completely different. Even a fool would know that it was all because of the different status of the young man in front of them. At Fortress No. 1, people came and went in countless numbers. Although Lin Moyu was quite famous, not everyone could recognize him. Many people were speculating about Lin Moyu's identity. Who is this? Is he the descendant of some big shot? Could he be the illegitimate son of some elder, or maybe the descendant of the Legion commander? Everyone was using their imagination, and the more they thought, the stranger it got. Lin Moyu heard this and was a little helpless. But he didn't care. He had been noticed. So be it. It was like the brightest star in the sky. When people look up at the starry sky, the first star they see is always the brightest one. Rongji's movements were extremely fast. He proceeded to verify for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's background was very clear, no problem. It didn't take too long, and the military merit was accumulated. Rongji handed the battlefield token back to Lin Moyu and said a little embarrassedly, "Captain, I'm sorry." Lin Moyu knew what he meant. If it weren't for his unusual actions, he wouldn't have attracted the attention of others like this. He patted Rongji on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. Train well. We'll do missions together later if we have the chance." Rongji nodded vigorously, showing a smile. "Yes, Captain." Lin Moyu checked his merit. His military merit had reached 35,676. He was already a 3rd rank officer. The rewards for the 2 missions had not yet been issued. Among them, the special mission would reward 10,000 military merit, 1 contribution point, and 1 military supply. When the special reward arrived, he could become a 4th rank officer. Such a rapid promotion speed was something that other soldiers didn't even dare to think about. But this was not the most important reward. The most important rewards were the contribution points and military supply points. The role of contribution points had not yet been fully utilized. They probably wouldn't be of any use for the time being. But Lin Moyu already knew the use of military supply points. He could open the military supply warehouse and choose an item of the same level as himself. For this reason, it could not be used now. His level was too low now, only at the true god realm, so he couldn't exchange for good things. Lin Moyu felt that he should wait until he reached the God Emperor realm before choosing to exchange for a God Emperor level treasure. Military supply points were too hard to come by. He didn't know if he could get them again in the future, so this opportunity could not be wasted. When Lin Moyu left the Military Merit Bureau, the discussion about him had not stopped. At this time, several people entered the Military Merit Bureau and happened to pass by Lin Moyu. One of them saw Lin Moyu leaving and said with some surprise, "Hey, it's him." Someone next to him heard and asked, "You know him?" "It's Lin Moyu, the top of the potential list, the only one to receive the title of honorary soldier in the past few hundred years. How could I not recognize him?" The person showed her proud look as if he was talking about himself. His words immediately caused a commotion. "He is Lin Moyu, the top of the potential list, second on the contribution list, 10th on the combat power list. He is the only one to win the honorary title in the past few hundred years. How terrifying. It turns out to be such a powerful figure. This is even more amazing than being the junior of a big shot. No wonder I felt his temperament was extraordinary, just now. It turns out to be so." Lin Moyu was indeed very famous. Many people here had heard of his name. The news of Lin Moyu's appearance at Fortress No. 1 immediately spread. In the restaurant in the entertainment area of Fortress No. 1, Jiang Zi was enjoying the unique delicacies of the battlefield. He suddenly received a message from a friend, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Moyu finally appeared. The news of Lin Moyu's appearance at Fortress No. 1 spread like wildfire, like a stellar wind, blowing through the entire fortress in an instant. Many people went to the Military Merit Bureau, wanting to see this newly emerged top genius. In the restaurant where Jiang Ziyi was dining, some people stood up, a strong fighting spirit emanating from their bodies. The aura of a god king filled the restaurant, attracting the attention of many people. What's going on? What are these people going to do? Are they going to fight in the restaurant? Several cultivators at the True God realm were immediately hit by the aura of the God King realm, their faces turning pale. Jiang Ziyu looked at them. He knew these people. They were all in the top 30 of the combat power list. Jiang Ziyu was arrogant, even a little conceited. He believed that he could become a God Emperor, or even a peak God Emperor. He came from a large family. He knew that many people outside didn't know that God Emperor was not the highest realm. At the same time, he also believed that one day he could become the top of all 3 lists. The reason he was not in a hurry to do missions to improve his authority was because he wanted to increase his combat power and realm first. Only in this way could he become the top of the 3 lists. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Ziyu was very arrogant, but in fact, he was very clear-headed. He knew that even if he was a genius, he was still far behind the seniors on the combat power list. He was only at the 9th rank True God realm, and could at most face a 1st rank God King. But the people on the combat power list were at least at the 3rd rank God King realm or above. In the top 30, they were at least 4th or 5th rank God Kings. In the top 10, every single one of them could jump levels and fight. Every single one of them was a genius. Perhaps their realm was only 4th or 5th rank God King, but their combat power could reach the 6th or 7th rank God King. He couldn't afford to mess with such people. Jiang Ziyu was very clear-headed and had a clear plan for his future path. He was waiting for these people to advance to the 5th rank and then leave the combat power ranking of the Vermilion Bird Starfield. He would wait until his realm increased and then start doing missions to increase his contribution level. At that time, even if he couldn't become the top of all 3 lists, he would become the top of 2 lists. Until Lin Moyu appeared and broke all his plans. That was why he was so angry. So angry that he lost his reason and directly went to challenge Lin Moyu. Later, he gradually calmed down. He realized that he knew nothing about Lin Moyu. How could he rashly go and challenge him? Fortunately, Lin Moyu did not accept the challenge. Otherwise, with Lin Moyu's strength, he might have been in trouble. Later, when Lin Moyu entered the top 10 of the combat power list, and ranked 2nd on the contribution list, he realized that challenging Lin Moyu was impossible. Moreover, Lin Moyu was full of a mysterious aura. He didn't even know Lin Moyu's specific cultivation realm. But according to his speculation, Lin Moyu was at the 3rd rank God King realm, and then obtained the ability to fight across levels, but his actual combat power was only at the 5th rank God King. This time he came to Fortress No. 1. He also wanted to see Lin Moyu with his own eyes, to see what kind of sacred being he was, and he also had a purpose in his heart. At the same time, he also received news that many people in the top 30 of the combat power list were also not convinced by Lin Moyu, and wanted to challenge him. Sometimes the human emperor network was not completely accurate. As geniuses, they would naturally have the pride of geniuses. When Lin Moyu appeared, someone immediately left the restaurant to find him. Junziu followed them without hesitation. On the way, Lin Moyu met many people who knew him. Of course, it was inevitable that he would be discussed again. Lin Moyu didn't pay attention to these things. He could feel traces of the power of faith converging here. The more famous he became, the more power of faith he could obtain. The power of faith was very useful. He now knew that as long as he had enough power of faith, he could comprehend laws faster. This alone was enough to make people flock to him. Entering the mission center, Lin Moyu looked at the missions, considering what kind of mission would be suitable for him. He had now completed 3 battlefield missions. One was to collect Stellar Essence Fire, the second was to collect Ruler Gold, and the third was to stop the Great Demon Army that he had just completed. However, the reward for the third mission had not yet been issued, so it was not considered completed. The military rank promotion mission and the special mission probably did not count as battlefield missions. The Human Emperor Network wasn't playing with words, was it? Before he received the reward for the old mission, he couldn't accept a new battlefield mission. So now he was just here to take a look. First, find a suitable mission. After the reward was issued, he would immediately accept the mission. 3 of the 5 battlefield missions had been completed, and the scores were all perfect. The next 2 missions could definitely be completed perfectly as well. Lin Moyu was very confident about this. Accumulating military merit was not a problem. His military merit had surpassed many 5th and 6th rank God King soldiers. What worried Lin Moyu the most was another mission, which was to kill the top 10 on the wanted list. It was not that he couldn't kill them, but that he couldn't find them. These people were all very good at transforming and were very difficult to find. Lin Moyu thought as he glanced through the missions, and finally found a suitable one. Now he just had to wait for the previous battlefield mission to end before he could accept the new mission. Lin Moyu gave up the mission reception desk for others to use. There were many people in the mission center, and everyone was queuing to use the mission reception desk. Suddenly a group of people poured into the mission center. Some of the people at the front exuded the powerful aura of the God King realm. As soon as they entered, their eyes searched around the mission center, as if looking for someone. The eyes of a God King were very sharp. In an instant, they had scanned the entire mission center and finally stopped on Lin Moyu. They're here for me. Lin Moyu also looked towards them. Lin Moyu could feel the aura of the human race's starfield from their bodies. The aura of the battlefield was different from the aura of a common starfield. The aura of a common starfield was peaceful and stable, while the aura of the battlefield was relatively chaotic. After a person from a common starfield entered the battlefield, the stable aura of the common starfield would remain for a certain period of time. This aura would gradually be covered by the aura of the battlefield and finally disappear. This probably took about 10 days. In other words, these people had been on the battlefield for less than 10 days. So it seemed they had specially come here to find him. Lin Moyu quickly made an analysis and judgment. As for why they were looking for him, Lin Moyu could roughly guess 1 or 2 parts. It was because they were not convinced by his ranking and came here to challenge him. Both the potential list and the combat power list had similar rules. The potential list allowed challenges against people of the same realm under the witness of the Human Emperor Network. In the same realm, whoever was stronger would surely have greater potential. The combat power list was completely open to everyone to fight, with not too many restrictions. It was just that no matter what kind of challenge, one could not use magic weapons and other external tools, only relying on one's own combat power. Both types of challenges had to be carried out in the Human Emperor Network and would not be life-threatening. Of course, Lin Moyu also understood the purpose of the Human Emperor Network's regulations. The potential list didn't need to be said. In the same realm, whoever had stronger strength had greater potential. The combat power list was the same. The Human Emperor Network never said that it would not make mistakes, which was why there was a challenge mechanism. If you were not satisfied with the list, you could challenge, as long as you paid a high price. Are you Lin Moyu? A strong man over 2 meters tall glared at Lin Moyu. They were just here to challenge, not to fight or kill. From his eyes, Lin Moyu analyzed further. He had an erratic temperament, was irritable, and very impatient. 7 or 8 people came in together, and no one spoke. Only he spoke. Lin Moyu glanced at him and said, "Let's talk outside." Lin Moyu walked around him and quickly left the mission center. There were many people in the mission center, and Lin Moyu didn't want to affect others. Leaving the mission center, the surrounding area suddenly became quiet. Although there were still many people, it was much better than before. 7 or 8 people left with Lin Moyu. It was still the strong man who asked, "Are you Lin Moyu?" This man not only had an erratic temperament and was impatient, but he was also a bit stupid. Lin Moyu didn't know how such a person could cultivate to the God King realm, how he could comprehend laws. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "Keep your voice down. Don't disturb others." The strong man's face suddenly changed, his eyes turning red, as if he was about to strike. At this time, a hand was placed on the strong man's shoulder. This man was slightly shorter than the strong man. He said, "Fuodi, calm down first. Let me talk." A formation was immediately activated. Lin Moyu felt a cold air blowing straight at his face. The palm that patted the strong man's shoulder produced a layer of cold ice, covering the outside of the strong man's body. He was immediately covered by the cold ice, which made him calm down. The law of the water system, exquisite control, very magical, it could help that strong man sober up without causing any harm to him. The tall, thin man spoke, "We won't introduce ourselves. You'll know just by reading our information." After he spoke, the group revealed their hidden information, displaying their names and cultivation levels. The hot-temper, burly man was named Huodi, a 4th level God King. The tall, thin man who controlled the water law was named Hanyu, also a 4th level God King. The rest were a mix of 3rd and 4th level God Kings. Lin Moyu had seen their names on the combat power rankings before. Just as he had guessed, they had really come to challenge him. Hanyu said, "My apologies. Huodi's soul was invaded by the fire law during his cultivation, so his temper isn't the best, but he bears no ill will." Lin Moyu nodded. No. Although his temper is poor, there is no killing intent in his eyes. Of course, Lin Moyu could sense that. Hanyu smiled faintly. "I'm sure you've already guessed why we've come to find you." Lin Moyu could tell that Hanyu was a calm and intelligent person, the same type of person as himself. It was no surprise that Hanyu could see he had figured out their intentions. Lin Moyu got straight to the point, a challenge for the potential rankings or the combat power rankings. Talking to intelligent people was simple. Directness was the best approach, no need to beat around the bush. Hanyu smiled. "Either is fine." Lin Moyu nodded. "Same here, but I have a condition." Hanyu wasn't surprised and smiled faintly. "The fee is negotiable." All he needed was for Lin Moyu to agree. Everything else could be discussed. "Then let's head to the arena." Lin Moyu turned and walked towards the challenge arena. To issue a challenge, there were only 3 ways. First, enter a physical challenge arena and connect to the Human Emperor Network. Second, have the Human Emperor Network issue the challenge. After both parties agree, the network will make the corresponding arrangements. The third way is to use a challenge card, which must be used in a place covered by the network. However, these cards are extremely rare, and not typically used unless absolutely necessary. The second method was often ignored by others. He challenged me, so I have to accept. Dream on. The first method was the best. Find the person in reality, negotiate a fee, and then go to a physical challenge arena together. Through the arena, they could connect to the Human Emperor Network. The challenger had to pay a corresponding fee to the challenge. The fee could be negotiated by both parties, usually paid in points. The conversation between them was not concealed, and everyone nearby heard it. As seasoned experts on the combat power rankings, when Huoji and the others revealed their information, they were immediately recognized. In an instant, news of the veteran experts challenging Lin Moyu spread throughout the starry sky fortress. A large number of people who heard the news flocked to the challenge arena to watch. The challenge arena was open to the public. Anyone could enter and watch by buying a ticket. The ticket price was determined by the Human Emperor Network, clearly marked with no deception. The challenge from the powerhouses on the rankings naturally attracted a great deal of attention. In a flash, the identities of the challengers were spread. A total of 8 people had come to challenge Lin Moyu. Lin Hanyu, ranked 12th on the combat power rankings. He had been 11th before Lin Moyu's appearance, and was pushed down a spot. Next was Huodi. He was originally ranked 10th, but now he was 11th because of Lin Moyu, which was why he was so disgruntled. The remaining 6 were all ranked lower on the board. These were all seasoned experts who had been on the rankings for many years, possessing combat power far beyond their realm. Moreover, their combat experience was extremely rich. In the same realm, they were considered invincible. They were naturally unconvinced by a sudden newcomer like Lin Moyu. A few of them had already arrived outside the challenge arena, and now many more were gathered. Lin Moyu's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. He stopped in front of the arena. "Let's negotiate the challenge fee before we go in." Hanyu smiled lightly. "Alright. Since we are the challengers, the fee is for you to decide." Lin Moyu shook his head. "You make an offer first. I'm afraid if I name a price, you won't be able to accept it." Hanyu thought for a moment. "Since we are all on the combat power rankings, if the fee is too low, we'll be a laughingstock. How about this? 1 million points each. Win or lose, these points are yours. To most cultivators, 1 million accumulation points was no small sum. Even for a god king, it was a huge amount. But as Han Yu said, they were not ordinary god kings. They were experts on the rankings. If the fee was too low, it would indeed be embarrassing. However, they didn't know that to Lin Moyo, 1 million points was nothing. He had just given Yu Shu 100 million as a deposit. 8 people combined would only be 8 million points, not even a tenth of his deposit. Lin Moyo frowned slightly, and didn't agree immediately. Futi grew angry again, a low growl escaping his throat, but before he could speak, Han Yu slapped him. A layer of ice formed, suppressing his violent temper. Han Yu asked, "Brother Lin, do you disagree with this amount?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "How about this? Let's change the rules a bit. I don't need your challenge fee. Instead, let's bet points." A glint flashed in Han Yu's eyes, slightly surprised. "How do we bet?" Lin Moyu said, "We'll use my points as the stake. If I lose, I'll give half of my total accumulation points to the winner. If you lose, you have to give me accumulation points, the amount being 1/10 of my total." After a quick calculation, the others felt this bet was a bit strange. Han Yu, however, understood Lin Moyu's intention at once. It seems this little brother has quite a few accumulation points on him. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. He could say that. His thoughts were impossible to hide from Han Yu, who knew at once that Lin Moyu had more than 10 million points. Only this way could he gain more than the challenge fee. Every time Lin Moyu won, he could get 1/10 of his total points from the bet. For example, if he had 10 million, he'd get 1 million, equal to their offered fee. If he had 20 million, he'd get 2 million each time he won. In other words, the more points he had, the more he'd earn. Han Yu guessed he had at least 20 million, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a proposal. In his mind, he would only choose to bet if the profit was more than double. Otherwise, wouldn't taking the 8 million directly be better? Furthermore, if Lin Moyu lost even once, he would have to pay half his points. The payout and the risk were completely disproportionate. The difference was at least 5-fold. To be willing to increase the risk several times over for a high risk, high reward profit meant two things. First, Lin Moyu was extremely confident in his victory. Second, he was a risk-taker. Han Yu's eyes gleamed. He saw a hint of a smile in Lin Moyu's eyes. This was an open gamble, laid out on the table. 5 times the potential profit. Did they dare to bet? Han Yu didn't agree immediately. "Let us discuss it." Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "Please, be my guest." The group began to discuss. Lin Moyu believed that as long as they were normal people, they would not refuse. Especially geniuses on the rankings, they were all very confident in themselves. Not daring to agree would only show they were afraid. How could they be afraid? Moreover, the profit was 5 times greater. If they won, they would get half his points. If they lost, they only had to pay 1/10. It was a huge temptation. A moment later, they finished their discussion and reached a conclusion. Han Yu said, "We agree to bet with you." "Good. Then let's go to the challenge arena and set up the contract." Lin Moyu walked into the arena first. A light flashed in Han Yu's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Let's go." Seeing Lin Moyu enter, everyone outside became excited. Soon, once the arena decided on the ticket price, they could buy one and go in. They didn't know how much it would be, but they guessed it wouldn't be cheap. Inside the arena, a huge challenge ring appeared before them. Later, when the match started, the Human Emperor Network would project the battle here in the form of a broadcast. Their actual battle location, however, was inside the network. The projection was for the audience. Inside the arena, there was a row of small stone rooms. They were square, without any decoration, only numbered from 1 to 100. In a moment, they would have to enter these rooms to connect to the network, ensuring they would not be disturbed. After the Human Emperor Network sent the news that the contract had been established, the smile in Lin Moyu's eyes deepened. Seeing this, Han Yu felt uneasy, as if he had been tricked. He suddenly realized Lin Moyu might have a lot of points, maybe even 50 million. If he really had that much, just one loss would cost them 5 million points each. For them, 5 million was no small number, it was the fruit of over 100 years of accumulation. Losing it would be heartbreaking. But then again, what if they won? The more points he had, the more they would earn. So this was a gamble, a huge gamble based on immense profit. Lin Moyu had anticipated this result from the start. A normal person couldn't refuse such a huge profit, especially an intelligent person like Han Yu. Lin Moyu smiled. "Prepare enough accumulation points. Don't be short when the time comes. Being in debt is very uncomfortable. If they didn't have enough, The network would register them as indebted to Lin Moyu. From then on, all their mission rewards and profits would be automatically transferred to him. Before the debt was paid off, they would have no income and their authority level wouldn't improve. Moreover, debt on accumulation points had interest, at a rate of 1/10 per year. Huoji shouted angrily, "Debt lost, you're the one who's going to lose." Lin Moyu smiled without replying. Who's up first? Potential rankings or combat power rankings? It was clear the Eek had already discussed it. One of them stepped forward. I'll go first. His name was Bai Kyanton, a third-level God King, ranked 25th on the combat power rankings. Before Lin Moyu appeared, he was 24. Lin Moyu smiled. Alright, what do you want to challenge? Bai Kyanton glanced at Han Yu. You're already number 1 on the potential rankings. I'll challenge you on the combat power rankings. For Lin Moyu to be at the top of the potential rankings meant his potential was definitely strong. He wasn't confident in a same realm battle, so he naturally chose the combat power rankings. Lin Moyu nodded. As you wish. Bai Kyanton continued, I remember you jumped straight from 35th to 10th on the rankings. I guess you must have obtained some powerful magic treasure. But unfortunately for you, in the Human Emperor network, none of your magic treasures can be used. Lin Moyu didn't reply, and turned towards a small room. The numbers on 2 of the rooms lit up, 1 and 2. He stepped into room number 1. The door slammed shut, and the formation inside lit up. His consciousness automatically entered the Human Emperor network, appearing in its challenge arena. He was very familiar with this place. The arena hadn't officially opened yet, so he could only stand on the edge. Bai Kyanton quickly appeared on the other side, looking at him from across the ring. A mechanical voice came from the network. The challenge will begin in 3 minutes. There is no time limit. The challenge will end when one party admits defeat, dies in battle, or both parties decide to stop. Fighting in the network was extremely simple. Because they couldn't use magic treasures, they could only rely on their own combat power, which was nothing more than their realm and techniques. Realm represented the level of understanding of a law, but the ability to manipulate it differed from person to person. Even in the same realm, there were strong and weak individuals. The same went for techniques, which included factors like control, endurance of the law, and the number of high-star techniques one possessed. Entering the network, both challengers could see each other's level, no information could be hidden. Bai Kyanton was a third-level God King, no problem there. When he curiously checked Lin Moyu's information, he was instantly stunned, his eyes wide as stars, speechless. In Fortress number 1 outside the arena, the crowd finally saw the ticket price, 10,000 points per ticket. Not cheap but not too expensive either. Those who went to the battlefield could still afford it. People immediately bought tickets. The next second, they were teleported into the arena, appearing in the audience seats. In a flash, the outside was empty, but the auditorium was packed. No one except the Human Emperor network knew how many human cultivators were on the battlefield, but the number was not small. The 100,000-seat auditorium in the fortress's only challenge arena was completely full. If they were in human territory, people could enter the network's virtual world to watch, which could accommodate any number of people. But here on the battlefield, the network's power was much weaker and couldn't support so many people at once. So it projected the images of the challengers for a live viewing, which put less strain on the network. Outside the arena, those who came late found it full, but that was fine, they could stand and watch. Everyone could fly, so standing in the air was no problem. At least 150,000 people were watching the match. The showdown between experts on the combat power rankings was extremely compelling. The situation of the 2 challengers was displayed on a giant screen. They stood at opposite ends of the ring, waiting for the match to begin. Their names were displayed above their heads, along with their respective ranks. Challenger, Bai Kyanton, 25th on the combat power rankings. Challenged, Lin Moyu, 10th on the combat power rankings. In the middle of the ring was a large countdown timer. 2 minutes remained. The arena was buzzing with discussion. Most people were unfamiliar with a sudden newcomer like Lin Moyu. They knew nothing about his techniques or laws. But many knew about Bai Kyanton, the 25th ranked expert. He was a veteran God King who had been on the rankings for hundreds of years and was quite famous. His specialty was the Law of Starlight. Although common, not many could use it skillfully. Its disadvantage was that its attack and defense were average. Its advantage was its low consumption, suitable for long battles. They've seen Bai Kyanton fight before. He had mastered the Law of Starlight 50 years ago. I guess he's even stronger now. The longer this fight goes, the better for him. I wonder how Lin Moyu will handle it, how he'll end it quickly. At this moment, many people had become armchair analysts, speculating on the battle strategies of both sides. Unfortunately, they knew too little about Lin Moyu, so most of their analyses were just guesses. Then, someone said strangely, Bai Kaintum's expression is a bit odd. The network projected everything with extreme detail, including facial expressions. At this moment, Bai Kaintum's eyes were so wide they looked like they would pop out. His mouth was open as if to say something, but no words came out. The group of challengers, including Han Yu, noticed his expression from the stands. What on earth did he see? It must have been something unbelievable. We'll ask him after the fight. Han Yu, do you think Phantom can win this fight? Han Yu pondered for a few seconds. Even if he can't win, with his ability, we can at least see Lin Moyu's true strength. Then he added, at least. Most of it. Because of Bai Kaintum's expression, he had lost some confidence in the outcome. It wasn't that he didn't trust him, but his expression was too exaggerated, making it impossible to judge accurately. He knew Bai Kaintum must have seen something special. Han Yu fell into deep thought. He, like Lin Moyu, was a deep thinker. The battle hadn't started yet, so not much could be seen. Kaintum must have seen Lin Moyu's cultivation realm. Could his realm be very high? No, if it were just a high realm, it wouldn't make him react like that. And no matter how high, it could only be 6th level God King. So, it's because Lin Moyu's realm is too low. The lower the realm, the stronger the combat power, which means he can fight not just 1 or 2 levels above, but maybe 3 or 4. Lin Moyu's real realm must be 1st level God King. Only that would make Kaintum lose his composure so much. Yes, that must be it. Han Yu quickly grasped the key point. It wasn't that Lin Moyu's level was too high, but too low. He was a super genius with astonishing combat power. In the challenge arena it took Bai Kaintum a long time to calm down. He had seen Lin Moyu's true realm, 7th level true god. This person is only a 7th level true god. How is this possible? It's impossible. A 7th level true god who could enter the top 10 of the combat power rankings must have a combat power equivalent to a 5th level god king. This wasn't just fighting above one's level, it was fighting across a whole realm. It was like comparing someone who needed a running start to jump 20 meters with someone who could jump 30 meters from a standstill. It was a miracle. And he had witnessed that miracle. The Human Emperor Network would not lie. Lin Moyu was truly a 7th level true god, and he really had such powerful combat strength. Bai Kaintum felt like he was dreaming. It wasn't until 30 seconds before the battle that he woke up. He knew what he had to do and changed his strategy. He no longer hoped to defeat Lin Moyu, he just wanted to use his own abilities to draw out his true combat power. At the same time, he still felt a bit resentful. They were both geniuses, how could the gap be so large? He thought about his strategy, using the low consumption of the Law of Starlight to prolong the battle as much as possible. With his 3rd level God King realm and 4th level combat power, he could hold out for quite a while. His eyes gradually became firm, his fighting spirit boiling. The Law of Starlight began to condense, and the entire arena brightened. Lin Moyu saw his expression change, and guessed what he was thinking. Stall for time. Do you think you can? How long he could stall depended on how long Lin Moyu wanted to play with him. And right now, he didn't feel like playing. 30 seconds up. The battle begins. The restrictions between the two disappeared. Bai Kaintum didn't charge immediately. He deployed his Law of Starlight domain. Starlight filled the sky, condensing into a shield that enveloped him securely. Through the brilliant starlight, he saw a massive throne appear above Lin Moyu's head, a skeleton throne burning with grey flames. A colossal skeleton figure slowly rose from it, then swung its sword at him. A brilliant sword light flashed in his vision. Then, the scene changed. He was back in the dark stone room. The door opened, signaling he could leave. The battle is over. He was still dazed, not knowing what had happened, and walked out confusedly. Outside, he saw Lin Moyu also stepping out, and his companions in the distance with looks of astonishment. What happened? He asked blankly. Lin Moyu smiled without answering. At that moment, both received a notification from the network. Battle over. Lin Moyu is the winner. Lin Moyu receives 10 million accumulation points. When the contract was made, Lin Moyu had over 100 million points. The network rounded it down to 100 million for the calculation, and each subsequent win would be based on that amount, not cumulatively. Bai Kaintum's face turned pale. He pointed at Lin Moyu and stammered, How do you have so many points? Lin Moyu smiled faintly. A lot. I think it's just normal. For him, it really wasn't much. He had just used 100 million as a deposit, otherwise, he would have won 20 million now. If he had known someone was coming to challenge him, he wouldn't have paid it. Bai Kaintum's face was ashen, his heart itching. 10 million points was the accumulation of hundreds of years. Now it was all gone. He was so pained he couldn't speak, wanting to die. Lin Moyu comforted him. Winning and losing is common. Think of it this way, if you had won you would have gotten 50 million points and my spot on the rankings. It was a small bet for a big win. You didn't lose out. At least you got to experience being insta-killed. Bai Kainton was so angry he could have exploded. Experience my ass. Only a devil would want to experience being insta-killed. He hadn't even seen anything before it was over. Actually, that wasn't true. He had seen a colossal skeleton figure swing a sword at him. It had to be 1,000 meters tall, incredibly majestic. Lin Moyu said, "Senior Bade, I'm not going anywhere. Please invite the next senior over." After all, he was only a 7th level true god, so he still called them senior. Though thoroughly defeated, Bai Kainton kept his wits about him. "Wait a moment," he said in a low voice. He returned to his group, who immediately swarmed him. "What happened? Why were you insta-killed? Was that skeleton that strong? We just saw it slash you once, and then you died. How did it feel?" Bai Kainton was bombarded with questions, rendered speechless. How did it feel? What could he say? That being insta-killed didn't hurt, and dying was quite pleasant. Seeing him silent, Fuodi got angry. "Answer." Han Yu waved his hand to stop them and patted Bai Kainton's shoulder. "2 questions for you. First, what is Lin Moyu's realm? Second, how many points did you lose?" Han Yu was their leader. Although Fuodi was ranked slightly higher, everyone trusted his words more. As soon as he spoke, they fell silent. A chill ran down Bai Kainton's spine. He whispered, 7th level true god. I lost 10 million. 7th level true god. How is that possible? He can insta-kill at that level. Are you kidding? If you said he was a 7th level god king, I'd believe it. You lost 10 million. That guy has 100 million points. How did he get so many? A 7th level true god with 100 million points. Everything was unbelievable. Even more so when combined. Han Yu now understood why Bai Kainton had that expression earlier. The situation was far more shocking than he had imagined. Lin Moyu wasn't a 1st level god king but a 7th level true god. He wasn't just a genius who could fight above his level, but a super genius who could fight across a whole realm. His mind raced, and he immediately thought of something. Now I'm going to say 2 things. Listen carefully. First, pool all our points together. Make sure everyone has 10 million. Second, do not reveal any information about Lin Moyu's realm or anything else to anyone. Keep it to yourselves. Absolutely do not speak of it. He was very serious, not joking. His words carried weight, and everyone listened. Fuodi didn't understand. Why can't we tell anyone? Han Yu explained. Geniuses like him are noticed and protected by the high levels of the human race. If information about him is leaked to the enemy, they will stop at nothing to assassinate him. If such news leaks from our mouths, you can imagine the consequences. With the human emperor network, no one can escape. Over the years, many of our top geniuses have been assassinated, and many people have been implicated each time. So it's best to keep our mouth shut, especially you, Fuodi. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. They knew Han Yu wasn't joking. They had lived for hundreds of years, how could they not understand this? A moment later, the second of their group stepped out, preparing for the second challenge. His name was Han Wei, a 3rd level god king like Bai Kainton, ranked 21st, slightly higher. His face was grim. He knew he was just giving away points, and would probably be insta-killed. But the contract was made, there was no going back. Now they could only go one by one to hand over their points. The Skeleton King killing Bai Kainton in one blow had shattered their illusions. If it could kill him in an instant, the power of that sword had to be at least at the 5th level god king. Lin Moyu didn't need a magic treasure to reach that combat power, he really had it. In the auditorium, ever since Bai Kainton was insta-killed, the exclamations had not stopped. The Skeleton King's one sword had truly astonished everyone. When others thought the fight would last at least dozens or hundreds of rounds, Lin Moyu had ended it instantly. All the armchair analysts were slapped in the face. Who could have thought of an instant kill? Damn, that's too powerful. Bai Kainton was defeated just like that. The skeleton he summoned must have the combat power of a 5th level god king at least. After all, Bai Kainton didn't even have time to react. That sword contained a concentrated soul, then it exploded instantly, ignoring the distance. It was impossible to dodge. Although Han Wei is a bit stronger than Bai Kainton, it's very limited. I guess the result will be the same. The combat power rankings really don't lie. Lin Moyu is very strong. Zhang Ziya was in the audience, his brow furrowed, his heart beating half a beat faster than normal. He knew Bai Clanton well. Though not close, they were acquainted. He was not weak, yet he was insta-killed by Lin Moyu. If it were him. Zhang Ziya smiled bitterly. He had been a fool to challenge such a terrifying person. Lin Moyu felt streams of faith power penetrating the void, following a mysterious ancient law to reach him. This layer of faith was much more than what he had received before. Even being number 1 on the potential rankings didn't grant this much. Yet, a single sword strike had brought him so much. Seeing is believing, so this is what it means. He believed the news of him killing Bai Clanton in one blow had already spread. He guessed some people were rushing back, though he didn't know if they could make it. And indeed, the news was spreading at a terrifying speed, faster than light. More and more people were flocking to the challenge arena. It wasn't always about a 100-round life and death battle. Sometimes, a single, stunning sword strike was even more captivating. Kanwo is mentally prepared. After seeing Lin Moyu's true realm, he didn't show as much exaggeration as Bai Clanton, but he was still a little shocked. He's really a 7th-level true god. Cannot even compare to such a genius. Although they were all geniuses, he never imagined the gap between them could be so large. Did this guy come from the Divine City? Oh, I've met people from there before. They weren't this monstrously strong. When I can finally enter, I must ask just how many monstrously strong people are inside. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, the battle began. He instinctively deployed his law domain. An earthy yellow light rose from his body, with a hint of sharpness within it, like a golden glint. The light gradually turned a brilliant gold. The laws he comprehended were earth and metal. Both were 3rd-tier laws, not very strong. Perhaps he should have chosen one to focus on and become an ordinary cultivator. But he was unwilling, stubbornly fusing the two. Through transformation, it had become the law of metallic rock. It had both the sharpness of the metal law and the solidity of the earth law. The law of metallic rock was a 2nd-tier law, and a relatively strong one at that, integrating both offense and defense. He had used this to enter the combat power rankings and become a genius. The law domain contracted, forming a suit of golden armor on his body. At the same time, a giant golden sword appeared in his hand. He was like an ancient god of war, clad in armor, with an extraordinary aura. Then, as he approached Lin Moyu, a burning skeleton throne appeared above Lin Moyu's head. Just like before, the skeleton king rose from it, and swung its sword at him. An Wei's face quickly turned pale, and he immediately raised his sword to block. It was his instinct, but he didn't know he could never block a god-slaying slash. He could only rely on his defense to hold on. He watched his golden armor explode in the sword light, and at the same time, his body also exploded. His consciousness shifted. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the stone room. No surprises. The 1,000-year skeleton king had killed him in one blow. The same fate as Bai Clanton. The audience outside erupted again. Another one, caught kill. No suspense at all. What is that skeleton? It's too strong. Is Lin Moyu going to use this one move to finish everyone? Isn't one move enough? One move to defeat all. Even if you have many techniques, if they're not strong enough, they're useless. The challenge in the arena was still ongoing. In a distant place, a black shadow appeared before Area 777. Its form could not be seen clearly. Its existence was like a black hole, absorbing all light. It stood there, and no one could detect its presence. If Lin Moyu were here, he would surely know that this man who looked like a black hole was the terrifying figure he had met in the pit. Xiu Kai-Wu appeared beside the man in black, whispering, "Are you really going?" The man in black's voice was just as deep. Furious. Xiu Kai-Wu answered honestly, "Yes." The man's voice was low, without a trace of emotion. It's normal to be curious. Who isn't curious about the secrets of the ancient era? Since you want to go, let's go together. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the space suddenly changed. The next second, they had entered Area 777 and arrived at the center of the black hole. The realm restriction had no effect on the man in black. Xiu Kai, who was enveloped by an invisible force from the man, which brought him into this supposedly inaccessible area. The dark black hole was just an ordinary place to the man in black. He walked directly to the pit and stared at it. The chaotic light flowing inside formed a magnificent and indescribable scene. Xiu Kai, who sensed a fighting intent rising from the man, he quickly asked, "Are you going to make a move?" The man slowly shook his head. "I can't. But I feel we can talk to him." As he finished speaking, an impatient voice suddenly came from the pit. "Begun." Then, the flow of light in the pit stopped. A second later, countless streams of light rolled back, erupting outwards like a volcano. A huge power erupted with the light. Each stream of light was like a sword, extremely sharp and terrifying. The man in black casually waved his hand, blocking the light. You people are really hard to talk to. Be gone. Another roar sounded. The eruption of light became more intense. The pit gradually closed and finally disappeared. The man in black's eye. None of these people are normal. Chukai, who said nothing. This was not a character he could comment on. The man continued. Let's go. Hopefully, next time we can find a normal one. At least one who can communicate. If there's a chance, let that little brat go find them again. There are many like this hiding on the battlefield. There must be one who can talk. Chukai, who understood his meaning. The little brat he referred to was Lin Moyu. The man in black couldn't act on the battlefield, so he couldn't do whatever he wanted. There were some things he couldn't do, and Chukai Wu couldn't do, only others could. Chukai Wu said, that little brat almost died this time. Fortunately, he was smart enough to buy time and use the teleportation J-tablet to escape. But as you know, there are many places where it can't be used. The man in black snorted coldly. The phi-colored light of the pit condensed in his hand, finally forming a gorgeous hexagonal gemstone. At its center, a stream of pure black energy swirled like a black hole. Give this to him. If there's danger, tell him to crush it. I will keep him safe. Chukai Wu took the gemstone and respectfully replied, understood. The man in black waved his hand, and the two immediately left Area 777. He had long since disappeared, leaving only Chukai Wu in the starry sky. He held the gemstone with a thoughtful look. It seems that kid has caught the eye of the higher-ups. The challenges continued. The audience had gradually grown accustomed to the initial shock. Each fight, Lin Moyu would use the same move, summon the skeleton, one sword, one kill. 6 consecutive matches were like this. Now it was the 7th. The fiery-tempered god, King Huodi, stepped onto the ring. Among Hanyu's group, Huodi had the highest rank on the combat power rankings. He was 10th before, but now he had been pushed to 11th by Lin Moyu. However, even Huodi knew that in a real fight, Hanyu was the more formidable one. Huodi was a 4th level god, king with the combat power of a peak 5th level, nearly touching the 6th level. He could even erupt with 6th level combat power for a short time at full strength. It was just that he was too easily anchored and not very smart, which affected his combat effectiveness. Hanyu was also a 4th level god king, but thanks to his sharp mind, his actual combat ability far surpassed Huodi's. They were the 2 strongest among the 8. Bai Kaintung asked, Boss, can second brother beat Lin Moyu? They had all been instead killed by Lin Moyu's one sword, which had left a psychological shadow on them. He instinctively felt Huodi couldn't win, but he still held a sliver of hope. Hanyu shook his head. He can't beat him. But at least he won't be insta-killed. Maybe we can see some of his tricks. If Lin Moyu only has this one move, maybe Huodi can struggle for a while. Hanyu's eyes flashed. From the beginning until now, Lin Moyu hadn't shown anything else, just using the same move over and over. He hoped to gather more information. Only then would he have a chance to compete with him. Although the chance of winning was slim, as a genius, he had his own pride and would not easily admit defeat. Huodi's temper was hot, but his combat ability was unquestionable. The reason for his temper was that his soul had been invaded by the Fire Lord during his cultivation. This problem wasn't unsolvable, he just needed to cultivate the God-venerable realm. When his soul entered the river of laws and was cleansed by it, he would naturally recover. Everything had 2 sides. While his soul was affected, his combat effectiveness also increased. He had even cultivated a Po-7 fire spirit body, greatly increasing his physical strength, and he was extremely close to the Fire Law. Hanyu felt that Huodi could actually draw out more of Lin Moyu's strength. In the arena, the battle began. Flames engulfed the ring as Huodi deployed his law domain. This was the opening move for almost all God Kings. The flames enveloped his body, forming a suit of armor. His body rapidly grew in size, becoming a 3-meter tall, muscular man, like a fire god descended. A pair of fiery gloves appeared on his hands. When his fists clashed, they erupted with a terrifying aura. The fire armor grew stronger, almost condensing into a solid mass. The reason in his eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a strong will to fight. In his eyes, there was only Lin Moyu. In this state, he could erupt with astonishing power, reaching the combat power of a 6th level god king for a short time. He had decided to go all out from the beginning. This was what Hanyu had told him. Go all out from the start. Don't worry about anything else. Facing a mysterious opponent like Lin Moyu, there was no need to hide anything. Fuji followed his words, roared, and immediately rushed towards Lin Moyu. He even ignored the Skeleton King that had appeared above his head. The 1,000-meter Skeleton King slashed at him. The sword light exploded, and the fire armor shattered, flames sweeping across the arena. But this time, after the sword light broke the armor, it couldn't kill him instantly. The next second, the flames rolled back, and the armor returned to its original state. This was the first time since the challenges began that the Skeleton King had failed to defeat its opponent in one blow. Interesting. Lin Moyu smiled faintly and quickly retreated, flying diagonally into the air. Fuji, wreathed in flames, appeared where he had been standing, his fists slamming into the ground like a volcanic eruption. He charged into the flames, which turned into wings on his back, giving him incredible speed. He rushed at Lin Moyu again. The Skeleton King blocked his path, but was knocked away. Their body sizes were disproportionate, yet the Skeleton King was sent flying. The scene was a strong contrast. In the audience, Han Yu saw this, and a smile appeared on his lips. He finally moved. The skeleton couldn't kill Fuji instantly, and was even knocked away. Let's see what other tricks you have. Since the beginning, Lin Moyu hadn't moved a single step. Now he finally had. The Skeleton King couldn't stop Fuji. Clearly, if he didn't use another trick, he would be chased down. Once Fuji started fighting, he wouldn't stop until his opponent was defeated. After all, Lin Moyu was only a 7th level true god. Even if he had a powerful technique, he wasn't strong enough. Facing Fuji's pursuit, he would surely be in a difficult position. After a brief exchange, Lin Moyu had a clear picture of Fuji's strength. He was as calm as ever, without a trace of fear. He had only summoned the 1,000-meter Skeleton King, which was only the combined power of 1,000,000 skeletons. Its combat power was only at the 5th level God King. Compared to Fuji's enraged state, it was indeed a bit weaker. In that case, let's use a little more power. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers. Another skeleton throne, burning with eternal flames, appeared above his head. This one was clearly much larger than the previous one, and the Skeleton King on it was also much larger. The new king slowly stood up, reaching a height of 3,000 meters. This time, it was formed from the power of 3,000,000 skeletons. Its power had reached the 6th level God King. Han Yu's pupils contracted violently. A second Skeleton King. A larger and stronger one. He realized Lin Moyu could summon more than one, and the previous one wasn't his strongest. Now, he had used a little more power, strengthening his technique a bit. He had been holding back before. Han Yu was stunned, then a little discouraged. Lin Moyu still hadn't revealed his trump card. The newly appeared Skeleton King locked onto Fuji and swung its god-slaying slash. The sword light flashed, and the fire armor on Fuji's body completely shattered. The light didn't disappear, continuing to fall on his body. Even with his powerful body, he screamed in pain, but was still not dead. A huge wound appeared on him, blood gushing out. In the network, everything was simulated realistically. He could feel the pain, but it only increased his fighting spirit. He became even more enraged, crazier, ignoring the deep wound, and continued to charge at Lin Moyu. He turned into a blazing flame, rushing at him like a hot star. Just as he was about to reach him, he was covered by a black shadow. The 3,000-meter Skeleton King blocked his path. His body was only the size of its little finger. This time, he couldn't knock it away. The Skeleton King swatted him away like a fly with its immense strength. He flew back, the flames covering his body extinguished. In terms of strength, the Skeleton King completely surpassed him. At this time, the other 1,000-meter Skeleton King also swung its sword. Still the god-slaying slash. The brilliant sword light erupted from his body, and Fuji exploded into scattered flames. Lin Moyu stood quietly in a dark room, so dark he couldn't see his fingers, but a bright light flashed in his eyes. The notification sound of the Human Emperor network entered his ears, a very pleasant sound. It's finally here. Although the mission had been completed for some time, the rewards had not been issued. In fact, this mission was completed under the network's supervision. It shouldn't have been delayed. He guessed it was because of the temporary connection. The network was relatively weak and needed further verification, which caused the delay. Battlefield, mission completion, intercept, and harass the demon race army. Completion level, perfect. Reward, 50,000 mission points. Supplementary consumption of 5,000,000 accumulation points. Special mission completion. Find the military star chart and defeat the demon race army. Completion level, perfect. Reward, 50,000 mission points, 10,000 military merit, 1 contribution point, 1 military supply point. Although there was no magic treasure reward, these two were good enough. The two missions combined gave him 100,000 mission points, much better than those that only gave a few tens of thousands. He needed 1 million mission points to raise his authority from level 4 to 5. Others needed to complete hundreds of missions to reach that level, but he had completed 1/10 of it with just 2. This efficiency was terrifyingly high, but he also understood it was because he had performed exceptionally well. If other cultivators had participated in the interception mission, they would have likely only received a few thousand points, and might have even lost their lives. As for the 5 million consumption points, he didn't feel it was much. He had just spent 100 million, and expected to spend a lot more in the future. After the 8 challenge matches, he had earned back 80 million. He felt he could earn 10 million per minute. 5 million was nothing. Besides the accumulation points, 10,000 military merit was also a lot. His rank was immediately promoted by 1 level. His total merit had surpassed 40,000, making him a 4th lieutenant. A true god realm being reaching this rank was extremely rare. Other than that, military merit didn't have much use for him. It could buy some good things, but they were still too poor for him. The good things, he didn't have enough merit or rank to buy. He would just accumulate it for now, and use it later. The contribution point and military supply point were both good things, not easy to come by. The contribution point would be very useful in the future, otherwise it wouldn't have its own ranking board. The military supply point would also be very useful when he reached a high realm. The rewards were basically investments for the future, with no immediate use. But he knew that even without them, if Chukai had asked, he would not have refused. So, these rewards were just the icing on the cake. At this moment, he received another reminder from the network. Challenge match over. Received 10 million points. With a happy mood, he opened the door and walked out, simultaneously opening the Vermilion Bird Starfield rankings. As expected, he was still number 1 on the potential rankings. He knew that as long as he didn't raise his authority to level 5, his top spot would be unshakable. After that was the contribution rankings. His points had reached 4, but he was still second. This showed the person in first place had at least 4 points, maybe more. He wasn't disappointed. Contribution points were hard to get but not impossible. It was a mistake to think he was the only one who could get them. Those famous families must have ways to analyze which missions could earn them, and focus on those. As for him, he could only wait for luck. Closing the contribution board, he looked at the last list. As he thought, the combat power rankings had been updated. When he opened it and saw his name at the top, his expression was one of his expected. During the mission, he had erupted with combat power comparable to a peak god king, which had been recorded by the network. It was no surprise that it pushed him to the top spot. I wonder if anyone else will come to challenge me. If they do, I'll still make the same bet. Maybe I can make a fortune. I have over 200 million points now, so 1/10 is 20 million. This is a good idea. He was very confident. Even if he couldn't use his origin skills in the network's arena, with the help of the skeleton god general, he didn't need to fear anyone. Outside, Han Yu hadn't left yet. He looked at Lin Moyu with a complicated expression. Lin Moyu asked, puzzled, what's wrong? He had stayed in the room for a long time, and thought they would have left. Han Yu said in a low voice, the combat power rankings have been updated. I know. How did you know it would be updated? The meaning behind his words was, if I had known you would be number 1, I would never have challenged you, even if it killed me. Even if the network could make mistakes, it couldn't be that wrong. Lin Moyu shook his head. I won't explain this in detail. There are many things that are not convenient to say. Especially this special mission that belonged only to him. It was his secret. Han Yu understood. There was indeed no need to tell him. He just couldn't help but ask. Lin Moyu changed the subject. Do you know the top 3 on the combat power rankings? Han Yu was a bit puzzled. Not very well. What's the matter? You've seen my combat power. If they are not convinced, and want to challenge me, I won't charge a fee. Let them prepare points according to our betting method. Han Yu finally understood what he wanted to do, and it was very likely to succeed. Based on his understanding of those people, they would very likely be unconvinced, and would come to challenge him. But this bet was really a bit expensive. Han Yu casually calculated. Lin Moyu's points were probably over 200 million. If they went to challenge, one loss would cost 20 million points. For anyone, that was not a small amount. Han Yu looked at Lin Moyu carefully. He had warm eyes, was young, handsome, and gentle. If they come to ask me, I will tell them the truth. Han Yu had his limits. He was not a pin. He could only speak objectively, but that was enough. The challenges ended with Lin Moyu's victory. The 8 people led by Han Yu were all veteran God King experts on the rankings, but none of them could resist him. Except for Huoji and Hanyu, everyone else was insta-kill. After the matches, everyone in the audience was discussing it non-stop. Until Lin Moyu and his group left, they still hadn't stopped. How can he be so strong? Hanyu and Huoji are only a little behind him, but they were both suppressed. Why do I feel that with his combat power, he can't possibly be just 10th on the rankings? He has shown spectacular combat power. That powerful skeleton has been deeply imprinted in people's minds. The network really made a mistake. His ranking isn't high, it's low. Even putting him in the top 3 would be no problem. You guys, go look at the rankings. It's been updated. He's number 1 now, away. Number 1. The scene immediately exploded. Everyone opened the combat power rankings, and indeed saw Lin Moyu's name at the top. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes extremely complicated. He also opened the rankings, staring at the name. In his complicated eyes, there seemed to be a hint of fear, and a hint of luck. He really reached the top spot. Was it because the rankings weren't updated before? How could it be such a coincidence? At this moment, he no longer had any intention of competing with Lin Moyu. He simply couldn't compete. He was now thinking about when Lin Moyu would be promoted to authority level 5 and leave the Vermilion Birdstar Field rankings. On the other side, Han Yu and the others left the challenge arena. Bai Kaintan looked dejected. This time, we really lost everything. Han Yu smiled. We can only blame ourselves for being blind. How did we run into such a monster? He then said coldly, a loss is a loss. We lost money, not face. Moreover, we got to see what a true top genius is like. To prevent us from getting too arrogant. Bai Kaintan gritted his teeth, still feeling the sting of his lost points. How can this guy be so strong? Boss Han Yu, when you were in the arena, Lin Moyu seemed to have said something to you. What was it about? Han Yu said, he told me that what he's strongest at is not attack, but defense. The others were speechless. Such a powerful attack, and it wasn't his strongest. Then how strong was his defense? Han Yu continued, the 10,000-meter skeleton he summoned at the end must have the combat power of a 7th level God King. If he's not lying, his defense will even surpass that, reaching the 8th level God King. And this is not his strongest combat power. He couldn't show his strongest side in the network. I guess it's some kind of powerful magic treasure. If that's the case, it's not strange that he can be number 1 on the combat power rankings. Bai Kaintan seemed to have thought of something amusing. A smile appeared on his lips, and the pain in his eyes faded a bit. Boss, do you think those other guys will come to challenge him? Anu said with a smile, it's coming. He squeezed Bai Kaintan's hand and clapped excitedly, there's a good show to watch now. They're always so arrogant. I really want to see them get beaten. On the other side, Lin Moyu also left the challenge arena and headed to the mission center. He had chosen a mission beforehand, and now that the previous one was complete, he could accept a new one. This was the 4th of 5 battlefield missions. Halfway through, he could feel the power of faith continuously flowing toward him from the void. Strands of faith power gathered bit by bit. A significant portion of this power of faith came not from the Star Fortress but from the human race's Star Sector. Ever since he had claimed the top spot on the combat power ranking, the power of faith had been increasing relentlessly, even more so than when he was at the top of the potential ranking. This indicated that far more people paid attention to the combat power ranking than the potential ranking. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. The human race revered the strong. The combat power ranking represented actual fighting strength, while the potential ranking only represented future potential. Many geniuses on the potential ranking either exhausted their potential or died prematurely. Only the combat power ranking was the world for truly powerful experts. When Lin Wei reached the first position on the combat power ranking, it meant he was genuinely strong, naturally earning him a great deal of the power of faith. Of the 3 rankings, only the contribution ranking remained. According to what his senior brother, Xuanbai, had said, there would be an additional reward for securing the top spot on all 3. He didn't know what the reward was, but regardless, he had to claim first place on all 3 rankings. However, contribution points were not easy to earn. Lin Moyu didn't know which mission would grant him contribution points. He could only try his luck. Along the way, he attracted countless stares. Lin Moyu had become completely famous. A single challenge match had propelled him to the top of the 150,000 cultivators who had come to the battlefield, making him a new star of the human race. Lin Moyu was neither arrogant nor humble, calmly accepting everything. After entering the mission center and waiting in line for a while as required, it was finally his turn. He operated the mission console and received a new battlefield mission. Search for the Ancient Tomb. An Ancient Tomb had appeared in zones 7 through 10. The mission was to explore its secrets, with a restriction for those below the God King realm. The completion condition was to bring back at least one of the many stones deep within the tomb that were tainted with the aura of death. The mission reward was 10,000 points. Additional rewards would be calculated based on the value of the items brought back. Note, the ancient tomb suddenly appeared thousands of years ago. Unlike other chaotic anomalies, it never disappeared after materializing in the deepest part of the tomb. It seemed to be the burial place of ancient powerhouses. Some believed it was connected to the ancient world. The danger level was rated as medium. Pay attention to safety. Reminder, you can set up a teleportation coordinate outside the tomb. If you encounter danger, you can use a teleportation talisman to escape. Lin Moyu carefully reviewed the mission information, then checked for specific details about the ancient tombs in zones 7 to 10 through the Human Emperor network. However, the information on the network was not comprehensive, far inferior to what Gyukiyu had. But he only wanted a general understanding, which was sufficient. The mission's risk was rated as medium. This rating was assigned whenever chaotic rule anomaly occurred. A medium danger level meant that quite a few God Kings had died or disappeared inside. Coupled with the realm restrictions of this ancient tomb, it was possible that even 4th-tier God King experts had perished within. That was why there was an additional reminder to use teleportation talismans. Lin Moyu had plenty of such short-distance teleportation talismans, not purchased by him, but taken from the inheritances of others. Using them was simple. First, set the teleportation coordinates. As long as the distance did not exceed the talisman's limit, you could return instantly. Its effect was similar to a teleportation array, but it couldn't be used in restricted spaces or over excessively long distances. Typically, the teleportation range would not exceed 10 million kilometers. This was considered a short-range teleport. According to the information, the ancient tomb was not very large. As long as one did not venture into its deepest parts, a teleportation talisman would be sufficient. The power of faith grew more and more abundant. Initially, it was a small trickle, gradually coalescing into streams, then becoming a fierce, surging tide. More and more people began to notice the changes in the combat power ranking. In a short period, Lin Moyu's rank had soared again, from 10th to 1st, which felt miraculous. Cultivators always had to advance step by step. With each breakthrough to a higher realm, their combat power would increase. Or, upon acquiring some powerful magic weapon, their combat power would also improve. This kind of increase could be a leap, jumping several ranks. But someone like Lin Moyu was no longer just leaping, he was charging forward. First, he jumped from 35th to 10th, then from 10th to 1st. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Moyu's progress seemed limitless. He constantly stunned everyone, shattering the conventional thinking of ordinary people. While everyone was astonished, countless people had also come to idolize Lin Moyu, beginning to worship him blindly. This admiration transformed into the power of faith, gathering from rivers into a sea, surging toward Lin Moyu. The power of faith ignored spatial limitations, crossing the void to be refined by Lin Moyu, ultimately leaving only its purest components. The power of faith was a double-edged sword. It had immense benefits and could be considered one of the primordial powers, but it also had quite a few side effects. Under the blessing of the power of faith, Lin Moyu felt his thoughts become more agile and clear. Comprehending laws became increasingly easy. There were many questions he could get answers to with just a little thought. There were many things he didn't understand, but with the help of the power of faith, he could quickly grasp them. The power of faith made him feel as if countless people were helping him think, allowing him to comprehend the laws. Lin Moyu stood outside the mission center for a few minutes, seeming to have understood the basic function of the power of faith. Back in the small world, he had experienced its effects. It helped him enhance his comprehension of laws. But the power of faith at that time was relatively weak, and the feeling was not as distinct as it was now. Lin Moyu felt his control over the laws become more refined. According to data analysis, the law control of a 7th-tier true god was between 22 and 23. With the help of the power of faith, his law control had reached 23. If he could reach 24, he would be an 8th-tier true god. His soul had nearly touched the threshold of the 8th-tier true god. With a little more effort, this door would not be difficult to break through. But Lin Moyu stopped himself. He had been breaking through continuously recently, especially the last 2 times, where he used the primordial technique of absorbing enemy souls to advance. The pace of his breakthroughs was too fast, leading to an unstable foundation. His comprehension of the law was like force-feeding a goose to fatten its liver. He needed some time to digest it. First, he would do the mission and strive to become the top of all 3 rankings. With the existence of the primordial technique and the power of faith, increasing his realm was not too difficult. Lin Moyu made a silent decision and walked toward the teleportation array. In the teleportation area of the Star Fortress, hundreds of teleportation arrays were built neatly side by side. The arrays constantly lit up as cultivators came and went, making the entire area bustling with activity. One person was walking out of a teleportation array. Lin Moyu's gaze fell on him, and he proactively went over to greet him, Senior Xia. Although Xia Rangsing's appearance had changed, his clothes and accessories remained the same, and his aura hadn't changed. Furthermore, his body was not his real one, but a body made of various rare materials. Coupled with the fact that his soul was incomplete, Lin Moyu could recognize him with a single glance. At first, Xia Rangsing was very surprised. He didn't expect anyone to recognize him. After seeing that it was Lin Moyu, he couldn't help but smile. It's little friend Lin. Lin Moyu nodded. I wonder if Senior Xia is free. This junior would like to invite you for a meal. Xia Rangsing didn't know what Lin Moyu wanted, but seeing his sincere appearance, he did not refuse his kindness and immediately agreed. In the living area, inside a luxurious restaurant, Lin Moyu booked a private room and ordered a few delicious dishes. On the battlefield, people could eat things that were not available in the human race's star sector, but the price was not cheap. Although cultivators didn't need to eat, the food was so delicious that it still attracted many people. Xia Rangsing didn't stand on ceremony and began to eat. The delicious flavor of the luoxi dish exploded in his mouth, a special aura spreading throughout his body, as if he were performing a law. Xia Rangsing closed his eyes, looking as if he were enjoying it immensely. More than 10 seconds later, he let out a long sigh. It's been a long time since I've had such good food. At the God Venerable realm, you can eat whatever you want, but the higher the realm, the lower the need for food. Xia Rangsing said, it's been a long time. Probably several hundred years. Lin Moyu looked at Xia Rangsing, who showed no impatience. This time, he had invited Xia Rangsing for his own reasons. After Xia Rangsing finished reminiscing, it took him a long time to recover his spirits. He slowly said, Little friend Lin, you sought me out for a reason, didn't you? His voice was a bit old, not matching his current middle-aged appearance. Perhaps he had been through too much. Besides his aged appearance, his tone was somewhat downcast. The body was a small matter, but his soul was only a fraction of what it once was. Unless he had an unexpected opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to advance in the future. For the rest of his life, he could only find a secluded place to live and waste away his remaining time. Having once entered the world of God Venerables, only to fall to the state, this feeling was not easy. Lin Moyu slowly stood up and raised his glass. This junior toasts you a cup. Xia Rangsing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and stood up, raising his own glass. A toast showed respect. After Lin Moyu offered 3 consecutive toasts, he slowly said, I know Senior Xia might find this confusing, but that's not important. This junior just has something to say from the heart. What others think of your actions, this junior does not know, nor do I care. In my eyes, you did your best to be a good person. When you were in the true God realm, and controlled by a demon's bewitchment, it was not what you wanted. After you became a God Venerable, you did your utmost to remedy the situation, not only to save yourself but also to save humanity. If you had truly made a mistake, you would have stolen the star map and given it directly to the demon race. Although you still couldn't escape control, your life would be more comfortable than it is now. If I'm not mistaken, you must have killed quite a few people over the years. Those controlled true God realm experts were most likely killed by you. Lin Moyu spoke each word deliberately. Xia Rangsing's expression was serious as he drank 1 cup of wine after another. He could see that Lin Moyu's words were sincere. This was truly what Lin Moyu thought. Previously, with Jiu Qi present, it was inconvenient for Lin Moyu to speak. After all, his words could only represent his own thoughts, not those of the high-ranking officials of the human race. This time, they met by chance, and Lin Moyu felt he had to say it. Since Xia Rangsing could apply for a new identity and leave the battlefield, it showed that he had passed the preliminary inspection of the human race. He had truly broken free from the control of the bewitching demon. When Lin Moyu finished speaking, Xia Rangsing put down his wine glass, feeling a sense of comfort, and repeatedly laughed. Thank you, little friend Lin. No more words were needed. A single thank you was enough to express all of Xia Rangsing's gratitude. At this moment, Lin Moyu extended his hand. An immense law power gathered in his palm. The law power became increasingly intense, gradually turning into a tangible mass of gray and white air. The mass of air grew denser, and began to slowly solidify. Xia Rangsing watched quietly, his brow furrowing as if he had seen a similar gray and white mass of air somewhere before. Lin Moyu continued to condense more, and more of the immortal law, until it completely solidified into a gem-like state. At this point, the law suddenly changed. The gray part quickly turned white, the balance was broken, and the gem vibrated as if becoming unstable. but under Lin Moyu's control, it finally stabilized. A few minutes later, a white sphere appeared in Lin Moyu's palm, shimmering with a brilliant light and as beautiful as jade. The sphere exuded a powerful law aura, giving people a feeling of being full of life. In the very center of the white sphere was a tiny gray dot, very hard to see. The immortal law governed life and death, possessing both aspects. Although Lin Moyu forcibly converted all the death power into life power, a final trace of death could not be erased. The coexistence of life and death, the presence of death within life, was a characteristic of the immortal law, something difficult to change. Lin Moyu's forehead was slightly beaded with sweat. For him, solidifying the law was not easy. It was because his soul force was strong enough that he could do it. If it were another cultivator, they would not be able to solidify the law at the 7th tier true god realm. Typically, one had to reach the God King realm to do so. After Lin Moyu solidified the law, he took out a jade box to place it in. The jade box could extend the preservation time of the solidified law. Lin Moyu handed the jade box to Xia Rengxing. "Senior, this is for you." Xia Rengxing asked suspiciously, "What is this for?" Lin Moyu smiled mysteriously, "This is my law. Try absorbing a little of it." Xia Rengxing felt that Lin Moyu had no ill intentions towards him, so he immediately took a breath. A strand of pure white law, as thin as a thread, entered his body and quickly advanced into his spiritual world. Xia Rengxing's soul immediately felt a refreshing sensation, like bathing in a hot spring, incredibly comfortable. He was extremely surprised to feel that his soul seemed to have recovered a little. This body of his only had 1/3 of his soul left, to be precise. His soul was severely damaged. If he weren't a god, venerable, with such a level of soul damage, he would have died long ago. A soul wound was the most difficult to heal, he had given up all hope. But now, Lin Moyu's law. But his eyes show astonishment as he looked at the jade, like a white gem in the box before him. This was truly his life-saving medicine. With it, he had hope of recovery. He then looked up at Lin Moyu, speechless for a long time. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "It seems to have an effect. You can slowly absorb it. Perhaps your soul will be healed. I don't know where you plan to go. If you use up this portion of the law, you can come find me, and I will find a way to send you more. Once the law is condensed, it cannot be kept for long, so making more now would be useless. Perhaps after absorbing this portion of the law, Xia Rengxing might be able to recover." Xia Rengxing asked, "Why?" Lin Moyu smiled as he had just said, "I just act according to my heart. Whatever others may think, I still believe you did the right thing. You made the most advantageous choice in the worst of circumstances. Look at the result. Didn't millions of the demon race die because of your choice?" Xia Rengxing sighed and closed the jade box, putting it away. "Actually, the demon race's losses were not as great as you say." Lin Moyu was momentarily confused, but in the next second, he understood why Xia Rengxing said that. "You mean they're clones?" Xia Rengxing nodded. He could see that Lin Moyu was very intelligent, so there was no need for a detailed explanation. A small hint was enough for Lin Moyu to guess. Basically, the demon race all cultivated clones. An ordinary god venerable realm would have 2 clones, while the god king and true god realms would each have 1. When taking action, demons would normally use their clones. The death of a clone was no big deal. With a little time and materials, they could cultivate another one. As long as the main body didn't die, they could always cultivate more. If the main body died, everything would be lost. Xia Rengxing said that the demon race's manpower was not as large as the human race's, but because they had clones, their losses in each battle were very small, which was what made them more frightening. Lin Moyu acknowledged this. So, in that great battle, most of the casualties were clones. Frieren confirmed. 99 were clones. Very few were the main bodies of the demons. Lin Moyu chuckled, not caring. "It's fine. In the future, if we have the chance to break into the demon race's den, we'll kill both their clones and their main bodies." Xia Rengxing knew Lin Moyu was joking, but didn't say anything. Lin Moyu drank a glass of wine and said, "Where does Senior plan to go next?" He couldn't stay on the battlefield. Nor could he stay in the Vermilion Bird star sector. He had to go to an unfamiliar star sector, and the Human Emperor Network would monitor his every move. Those who had done things harmful to the human race were strictly managed, even if they didn't do so voluntarily. This approach by the human race was not blameworthy. After all, there were too many people, and it was better to be safe than sorry. Xia Rengxing said, "I don't know yet. It doesn't really matter where I go. I just want to find a place to live in seclusion for the rest of my life." Lin Moyu smiled, and said nothing. He didn't know how to comfort him. After a few more words, the two left the restaurant together. As they were saying goodbye, Xia Rengxing suddenly remembered something. He remembered now. I once saw a star with two intersecting colors, gray and white. I think it was called a strange star. Lin Moyu raised an eyebrow. Where did you see it? He had seen strange stars on the star map of the Great World. There were a total of 3 strange stars in the territory of the human race. The White Tiger Star Sector and the Black Tortoise Star Sector each had one, and there was another one in the center of the Divine City. Lin Moyu didn't know if the strange star Xia Ringsing saw was in the Vermilion Bird Star Sector. If so, that would be troublesome. Xia Ringsing said, on the battlefield. Let me think. It was a long time ago. His soul was severely damaged, which also affected his memory to some extent. He had forgotten many things and could only recall some important matters. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. After a few minutes, Xia Ringsing suddenly said, I remember. It was in Area 88. I saw the strange star there. I can't be mistaken. Xia Ringsing was very happy that he could still remember. Lin Moyu memorized Area 88. He would definitely search for related information when he returned. But for now, he didn't want to advance his realm. He still needed time to digest what he had previously achieved, so he was in no hurry. Thank you, Senior Xia. Lin Moyu thanked him. Xia Ringsing shook his head. I am the one who should be thanking you. After parting with Xia Ringsing, Lin Moyu went to the teleportation array to go to Fortress number 7. The 3 fortresses, number 7, number 8, and number 9 formed a triangle, the second most important area for the human race on the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Just as Lin Moyu teleported, before he could even reach the outpost, a hand pulled him out of the teleportation array. The owner of the hand was Zhou Qiu. He stared at Lin Moyu and asked in a deep voice, what did you seek out Xia Ringsing for? Lin Moyu was not surprised. He knew that Xia Ringsing would definitely be monitored for a long time. The monitoring and control were handled by the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network knew about his meeting with Xia Ringsing, so it was normal for Zhou Qiu to find out. Lin Moyu explained the purpose of his meeting with Xia Ringsing, stating his intentions clearly. He didn't hide anything, because it was consistent with his true heart. For any expert, during their cultivation process, everything they experience and do must be in line with their true heart. Only then can one truly become a powerful expert. Lin Moyu did as he thought, and there was no problem with that. Zhou Qiu also understood this principle, so he didn't say anything. The same event, viewed from different angles, would have different interpretations. He couldn't say that what Lin Moyu thought was wrong, nor that what the highest leaders of the human race thought was right. Lin Moyu asked, Senior, did you come here specifically for this matter? Zhou Qiu said in a low voice, I happen to be here anyway, and I have some other matters to attend to. Lin Moyu acknowledged and didn't press further. If there's nothing else, then this junior will go on his battlefield mission. Zhou Qiu grunted and suddenly asked, you said your law can heal the soul? Lin Moyu nodded, yes, but the effect is not yet clear. This was just a test. Zhou Qiu thought for a moment, pondered for a few seconds, then waved his hand, go on your mission. Seeing Zhou Qiu like this, Lin Moyu knew something was up and took the initiative to ask, if there is anything this junior can do, please just say so. Under the light of the teleportation array, Lin Moyu left Fortress number 7. Zhou Qiu thought to himself, should I give it a try? After a long deliberation, he finally decided, no matter what, delaying is not a solution. I must give it a try. At the outpost of Area 70, Lin Moyu stepped out of the base's teleportation array, transformed into the Battle King Tower, and flew away as a streak of light. The outpost was still billions of kilometers away from zones 7 to 10. Even using the Battle King Tower, it would take him half a day to get there. On the battlefield, each area had its own unique characteristics. Most produced various valuable materials. There were also a few areas that contained extremely powerful laws, which were very clear and easy to comprehend. Those places became cultivation holy lands, no less magnificent than the sea of laws of the human race. Moreover, the Sea of Laws had many requirements, while these places had none, though the danger level was relatively high. So one had to be cautious of ambushes from other races. The material production areas and the law areas accounted for over 90. There were also some special, mysterious areas. These mysterious areas were even more bizarre and contained all sorts of things. The most famous were the various mysterious areas that appeared after chaotic law events. The area from zones 7 to 10 that Lin Moyu was heading to was also a mysterious area. According to the data, tens of thousands of years ago, Area 70 was also a material production area. This area produced a substance called death water, which contained the law of death. After the chaotic laws occurred, the ancient hymns also appeared. These ancient hymns did not disappear and have continued to exist to this day. Therefore, in zones 7 to 10, besides the death water, there was another place to explore. After thousands of years of exploration, humans had learned a lot about the ancient tombs, and had also obtained many magic treasures from them. Yes, magic treasures containing the law of death, treasures of great power. Over a long period, the ancient tombs welcomed many explorers, endlessly. The explorations went deeper and deeper until a god king disappeared inside. Only then did people realize that the ancient tombs were not safe, and held hidden dangers. At the same time, almost all the magic treasures had been discovered, making it very difficult to find more. Subsequently, the number of people going to these ancient tombs gradually decreased. Later, news spread that someone had seen the coffin of an ancient expert in the deepest part of the ancient tomb, attracting another group of people, but still, nothing was found. Lin Moyu chose this mission for an important reason. The last time he went to the chaotic law anomaly, he became very curious about it. In the Skull Manor, there was a throne almost identical to the Skull King's throne. The various pieces of information left behind, the ancient vines, all attracted him, making him want to explore deeper. According to the data, the ancient tomb was filled with a deathly aura, which seemed somewhat similar to his immortal law. The magic treasures that had been discovered were also made of white bone. Just after reading the information, Lin Moyu had decided he had to come here to investigate. Since the appearance of the chaotic laws and after his trip to the manor, Lin Moyu had been extremely curious about events from the distant past. He longed to understand what had happened in the ancient era, to know what exactly occurred back then. He then spent a lot of time searching for various pieces of information on the human emperor network. It seemed normal, but it was actually very abnormal. There was no information about the ancient era. Nothing could be found. How could there be no information at all about the ancient era? It was either because it was currently unsearchable, he didn't have sufficient authority, or it had been deliberately hidden. While thinking, the Battle King Tower seemed to pass through a thin membrane, entering another world. A thick deathly aura immediately entered the tower. Lin Moyu carefully sensed it, and muttered, "A very pure death law. This is truly the law of death, not the deathly aura I experienced in the manor. These two are completely different." The deathly aura in the manor was the aura after death, just like his skeletons. The skeletons were dead, yet they radiated life after death. Its nature was somewhat similar to the immortal law. The skeletons were even called immortal creatures. But the law of death was a law that completely eliminated life, a law of killing. The two looked similar, but were actually very different. Lin Moyu, who had to interact with the immortal law all day, knew he couldn't be mistaken. The Battle King Tower continued to fly toward the center of the area without slowing down. After flying for tens of billions of kilometers, the tower suddenly stopped. Ahead, intense law fluctuations were coming. Someone was fighting. The warning pearl on his belt flashed brilliantly, issuing the warning. In the two fighting parties, at least one was an enemy race. It was also possible that both were enemy races. What should one do if they encounter an enemy on the battlefield? The only outcome for all races was to kill. Unless they couldn't be defeated, then of course, they would flee. Lin Moyu put away the Battle King Tower, concealed his aura, and quickly flew away. The immortal law moved slightly, and a deathly aura enveloped his entire body. To outsiders, this deathly aura was no different from the death law here. When Lin Moyu first came to the Great World, even the human emperor network mistook it, let alone others. The death law became Lin Moyu's best protective umbrella, giving him a concealment ability comparable to the shadow race. Soon, Lin Moyu saw the two parties. These two god kings were from the demon race, and the golden eagle race. Not far from them was a black water sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. The outside of the black water sphere had a metallic sheen that reflected the surrounding starry sky. It contained an extremely rich death law. The demon race and the golden eagle race were fighting over a portion of death water. This was very common. Zones 7 to 10 produced death water, but the amount was not large. This also made death water very valuable. If it was discovered by multiple people at the same time, there would naturally be competition. Death water contained the death law and had many uses. The most common was to comprehend the law of death. The death law was the second strongest among the powerful laws. If they could comprehend it, they could increase their strength many times over. The second use was that death water could be used to refine poison. With enough death water, plus some other highly toxic substances, the resulting poison could even poison god venerables. The third use was to fuse it with the law of potent poison to refine an extremely poisonous magic treasure with powerful destructive capabilities. In addition, death water had many other uses, but no matter the use, it demonstrated its value. The battle between the demon race and the golden eagle race was fierce, almost a fight to the death. Both sides wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. Dragging it out would be disadvantageous for both, possibly attracting others. The laws clashed violently in the starry sky, both sides using their full strength. The golden eagle race was very good at speed, their whole body radiating a magnificent golden light. Their feathers were like sharp swords, carrying the sharpness of the metal system law, leaving after images in the void as if they wanted to slice open the void itself. Their opponent was a diamond demon from the demon race, whose entire body also radiated a very hard golden light. It casually allowed the attacks of the golden eagle race to hit it without any fear, but its speed was too slow to do anything to the golden eagle race. Lin Moyu, shrouded in a deathly aura, hid in the void. He was preparing to make a move and deal with these two when he suddenly looked in another direction and smiled faintly, retracting the hand he had just raised. He realized someone else was also hiding on the other side. When the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. Clearly, the other person also wanted to be the fisherman. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, was like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Moyu's soul was too sensitive. It was difficult for ordinary people to hide from him. Even if a member of the shadow race got close, he could still feel it. A very thin mist quietly appeared in the starry sky. The mist silently enveloped the entire area. The demon race and the golden eagle race were in the midst of a fierce battle, and did not notice the mist's existence. The mist ignored their laws and silently invaded their bodies. The mist also found Lin Moyu, intending to invade his body. The immortal law moved slightly, and the deathly aura immediately swept away all the mist that entered his body. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth lifted slightly. He had roughly guessed which race the person hiding in the dark came from. In the mist, besides the death law, there was also the law of Webtoon poison. Besides the poison god race, what other race could fuse these two laws so perfectly? The poison god race was not a very strong race. Their status was very similar to the shadow race. It wasn't because their individuals weren't strong. On the contrary, they had many strong members, but because their total population was too sparse to be classified as a strong race. The individual combat strength of the poison god race was very powerful, and their methods were extremely insidious. They could often kill people silently. They were born with a talent for the law of potent poison, and they were also very good at fusing other laws with the law of potent poison to create laws with greater destructive power. Fusing the death law with the poison mist law created astonishing destructive power. Lin Moyu knew that the demon race and the golden eagle race in front of him were about to die. Both were only first-tier god kings and could not withstand the poison of the poison god race. Sure enough, just 10 seconds later, the two sides, who were fighting with all their might, suddenly stopped. The expressions of the two changed drastically, and they looked around. The golden eagle clansman said nothing, turned, and wanted to flee. The diamond demon also gave up its entanglement with the golden eagle race and flew in the opposite direction. At this moment, the space was suddenly locked, and most teleportation devices lost their function. A thick mist appeared out of thin air, covering a large area of the starry sky. The golden eagle clansman quickly rushed into the thick mist, but just a second later, he flew back out of it. At this time the golden light all over his body had dimmed, many parts of his body were corroded, and his feathers had melted, revealing his flesh and blood. The flesh and blood were also covered with black gas, which was still continuously corroding it. He looked extremely miserable. The thick mist contained a terrifyingly potent poison. He had only been in it for a second and was already near death. The diamond demon was a little slower. Seeing the state of the golden eagle clansman, he immediately retreated, a look of fear in his eyes, not daring to touch the thick mist. The golden eagle clansman took a pill, and his injuries improved slightly. However, it was clear that the pill could only stop the poison from spreading further, not eliminate it. He said coldly, "Poison god race, do you want to start a war with our golden eagle race? Release me quickly, and I promise not to compete with you for the death water." The voice of the poison god clansman echoed from within the thick mist. "Tsk, tsk, tsk, you're about to die, and you're still acting tough. Don't worry, in this thick death mist, you will disappear completely, leaving not a trace behind. Your golden eagle race won't know who killed you." The member of the golden eagle race's face turned ugly. He knew the other party was telling the truth. The diamond demon said nothing, took out a demon stone and crushed it. The demon stone suddenly ignited. A deep blue abyss flame burned, trying to destroy the thick mist. The flame collided with the thick mist, creating a rumbling sound. The mist seemed to have a life of its own, enveloping the flame, and the abyss flame was gradually extinguished. "It's useless. Even the abyss flame of a god king cannot destroy my thick mist." The voice of the poison god clansman echoed again from the mist. The diamond demon tried a few more times, but it was still in vain. Finally he said coldly, "You piece of trash from the poison god race, you have destroyed my clone. I will remember you." The shrinking death mist suddenly stopped. This diamond demon turned out to be the clone of a god venerable. Poisoning the clone of a god venerable seemed a bit of a loss. Lin Moi listened and watched, shaking his head slightly. He could see that this diamond demon was the main body, not a clone. He was lying about his identity, and the poison god race didn't detect it. After a few seconds, the member of the poison god race chose to give up. He can leave, but you must swear that you will not cause trouble for me in the future. He was afraid that the god venerable would cause trouble for him, so he decided to let the diamond demon go. The diamond demon did not refuse and directly agreed. Just at this moment, several sword energies suddenly tore through the thick mist, engulfing the diamond demon in an instant. The diamond demon was torn to pieces by the sword energy. Its powerful defense was nothing compared to the sword energy. Who is it? The poison god clansman cried out in surprise. He hadn't detected anyone hiding in the dark. When he released a weak stream of poison gas, he had scouted the surroundings and confirmed that there was no one, which was why he had been so complacent. He was very confident in his scouting methods, believing that even the best concealers of the shadow race could not hide in his poison gas. If it were elsewhere, that might be the case, but this place was filled with the death law. Lin Moyu could borrow the death law to hide even better than the shadow race. The thick mist swirled, and Lin Moyu appeared within it. He stepped through the mist, walked to the side of the diamond demon's body, and found the storage magic treasure. He said softly, I was originally going to be the Oriole, but you are too foolish. How could you be deceived like that? Human race, the golden eagle and the poison god clansmen hiding in the thick mist said in unison, a hint of disbelief in their words. How could it be the human race? Since when were humans not afraid of putting poison? In the information of various races, all aspects of the human race were balanced, with no outstanding points. But why was this ordinary human in front of them not afraid of poison? Just now, he had used a sword light to kill the diamond demon in an instant, which made the member of the golden eagle race wary. At this moment, the golden eagle clansman suddenly trembled violently, and a large amount of black blood spewed from his mouth. The black blood exuded a foul stench, and the golden light on his body became even dimmer. The wound also smelled foul. The poison had taken full effect. The eyes of the golden eagle clansman dimmed. He knew that he would surely die today. Lin Moyu sighed softly, let me send you on your way. After all, I can get some military merit, I can't let it go to waste. A skeleton divine general appeared beside Lin Moyu, swinging out a white sword energy. The moment before being engulfed by the sword energy, a hint of release seemed to flash in the eyes of the golden eagle clansman. So what if you're in the God King realm? Every step in the great world is dangerous. Even if you reach the God King realm, if you make a mistake, you still have to pay with your life. Lin Moyu looked into the thick mist. Next, it's your turn. Will you come out on your own, or should I invite you out? The thick mist swirled, and the cold voice of the poison god clansman hiding inside echoed. Do you think you can kill me? Lin Moyu said in a low voice, you can look outside. Outside in the void, countless skeleton divine generals were standing there. They were not only standing outside the thick mist but were also present inside it. The skeleton divine generals, like Lin Moyu, were not afraid of the potent poison. They were covered in a white light, and the witch doctor generals were working tirelessly to heal them. Even if a skeleton general stayed in this thick mist for a year, nothing would happen to it. The skeleton generals were very strong, as the member of the poison god race had just witnessed. It had just killed the diamond demon and the golden evil race with ease. If he resisted, he would probably meet the same fate. The strength of the poison god race lay in their concealment and poison, not in direct combat. The poison god race surrenders. What will it take for you to let me go? Lin Moyu laughed loudly. Your poison god race also participated in the battle tens of thousands of years ago. I remember clearly that in the Vermilion Bird Star sector, there were 13 life-bearing star systems where hundreds of billions of people were poisoned to death by you. The thick mist swirled even more violently. The poison god clansman said coldly, after that, we also paid a heavy price. After that, Xiao Jantian had indeed attacked the territory of the poison god race, wiping out at least 2/3 of their clansmen, nearly exterminating them. Although the poison god race managed to survive, their population was drastically reduced, and they fell from the ranks of the strong races. After tens of thousands of years, they still haven't recovered. Lin Moyu continued, although I don't understand why Battle God Xiao stopped, leaving you a way out. Our two races are mortal enemies, so this is a matter of course. The poison god clansman said no more, remaining silent. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, in that case, how can you expect me to let you go? In an instant, countless sword energies erupted simultaneously, tearing through the thick death mist. The poison god clansman hiding in the mist was suddenly exposed, his entire body also covered in a thick mist. He was panickedly dodging the attacks, but facing the dense sword energy, dodging was useless. Just now, in order to prevent the Diamond Demon and the Golden Eagle race from escaping, he had personally locked down the void, blocking instant teleportation devices. This move had become his own death warrant. The sword energy tore apart the thick mist, and then ripped through his body. In the thick mist, the figure of the poison god clansman was revealed, a skinny body with 2 legs and 6 arms, looking very strange. From a different angle, if he were lying down, he would look a bit like a spider. The sword energy severed his limbs, and black blood flowed out, exuding a foul stench. The poison god race was born with poison. Their entire bodies contained it. After dealing with them, Lin Moyu released an immortal flame. The immortal flame exploded, falling on the bodies of the 3. In the raging flames, the flesh and blood of the 3 corpses regenerated, and their souls were instantly revived, crawling before Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked at the revived member of the poison god race. "Does your soul have any restrictions?" The member of the poison god race answered honestly, "Yes." As expected. In fact, he didn't even need to ask. Many races placed restrictions in the souls of their members to prevent certain secrets from being revealed. Fortunately, the human race did not place restrictions. After all, they were a strong race, and God King Realm experts did not have access to too many secrets. The Golden Eagle race and the Demon race were the same. Their star sectors were vast, and they were not afraid of prying eyes from other races. But the poison god race was different. Perhaps they were like the human race before, but now they couldn't afford to be. The location of their lair was their biggest secret. If other races discovered it, they might be attacked the very next day. The poison god race had many enemies, and many wanted to annihilate their race. Lin Moyu did not give up hope and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you can about the poison god race." He immediately began to speak. As a member of the poison god race, although he couldn't know the most secret matters, he still knew many general things. Currently, the poison god race was hiding in a mysterious area, never having contact with the outside world, and was recuperating. The number of people in the clan had returned to hundreds of millions, but he did not know the exact number. Among all the races, such a population was not small, but it was still far from that of the strong races. Even a single life-fearing star system of the human race had billions of people living in it. From his words, it could be seen that Xiao Jiantian had indeed hit them hard back then. And after Xiao Jiantian, other races also took action, like kicking a man when he's down. The poison god race was in a miserable state that year. After listening, Lin Moyu memorized this information and turned to the death water. A stream of soul force extended out, enveloping the stream of death water. Wrapped by the soul power, the stream of death water gradually shrank. From a diameter of 10 meters, it finally became the size of a fist, less than 10 cm. At this time, the death water turned from a liquid to a solid state, like a metal ball that could be held in the hand. Lin Moyu took out a jade box, put the death water inside, and an idea came to his mind. The member of the Golden Eagle race stood up, became his mount, and they flew together toward the ancient him. There were countless races in the great world, many of which were famous for their speed. Many of these races were very suitable as mounts. The Golden Eagle race was one of them. Using intelligent races as mounts had advantages that magic treasures could not match. They themselves had combat effectiveness, were more flexible, and could proactively avoid danger. Lin Moyu had used a Golden Eagle race member as a mount before, and since then, he felt it was indeed much easier to use than the Battle King Tower. It is said that the best mount is a member of the dragon race, but the dragon he thought of was Antos. He hadn't seen him in a long time, so he dismissed the thought. It was normally rare to see a member of the dragon race. If he used a divine dragon as a mount, Antos could probably kill him with a single dragon's breath. Lin Moyu pushed aside the chaotic thoughts in his head and stopped thinking about unrealistic possibilities. He still remembered his promise to Antos. When Antos returned to the great world, he and Antos would attack the dragon race. To attack the dragon race, one needed powerful strength, otherwise it would be no different from seeking death. Lin Moyu felt that he at least needed to reach the God-venerable realm to be able to do so. Gradually, a large, magnificent white tomb appeared in his field of vision. The ancient tomb exuded a thick deathly aura. Even from thousands of kilometers away, Lin Moyu could feel this aura. It was a true deathly aura. It was completely different from the law of death, somewhat closer to the death power of the immortal law. Ordinary people could not distinguish the difference between the two. Only someone who controlled the immortal law like Lin Moyu could recognize the difference. Lin Moyu stood on the back of the Golden Eagle race member, silently feeling the deathly aura emanating from the tomb. It was exactly the same as the deathly aura and the mysterious manner. It could be concluded that both came from the same world. However, that mysterious manner was like an independent world, or perhaps a projection of another world. Only by entering it could one feel it. But this ancient hymn had come to the great world, and was slowly merging with it. Lin Moyu again sensed a bit of the death law from within the deathly aura. The death law was a law belonging to the great world. This indicated that the death law was infiltrating the ancient hymns. This infiltration was very slow but continuous, transforming and fusing. Lin Moyu seemed to understand something, as if he had grasped something, but also as if he understood nothing at all. He clearly realized that it was all because his own level was not high enough. This kind of transformation seemed to be related to the primordial laws, which were still too far away for him. The ancient hymn gradually expanded in his vision. Not many people came to the ancient hymn now, at least not many from the human race. Thousands of years ago, people explored the ancient tomb almost every day. If they could obtain a magic treasure from it, they could receive astonishing benefits. After the ancient tomb became more dangerous, and the magic treasures inside were almost all taken, fewer and fewer people came. Most people who entered zones 7 to 10 were for the death water. The aura of the ancient tomb grew stronger. When he was 100,000 kilometers away, the aura of the ancient tomb filled the sky, like huge waves crashing against his body, against his soul. Under the impact of the deathly aura, the spiritual world continuously trembled. If one's soul had not reached the third level, they would not be able to withstand the impact of the deathly aura. Under the continuous impact of the deathly aura, the soul would be quickly eroded and die. Continuing closer, the ancient tomb became clearer in his vision. It was a rectangular tomb, built with black stone on the outside. The entrance to the tomb had semicircular arch is 1,000 meters high. On both sides of the entrance stood two uninscribed stone tablets, on which were carved giant skulls. The material of these tablets was different from the stone of the tomb. It was white, and shone like jade. Lin Moyu walked to the tomb, and reached out to touch it. This unidentifiable black stone was exactly the same as the stones in the ancient castle of the mysterious manor. It was extremely sturdy. Although the stone slabs on both sides of the entrance had different colors and materials, they were also extremely sturdy. Even if Lin Moyu hit it with all his might, he couldn't leave a mar. Someone had once tried to take these two stone tablets back, but no matter what they did, they couldn't succeed. The great gate at the entrance of the tomb, 1,000 meters high, was in ruins. Half of it was hanging on the tomb, and the other half had fallen to the ground. Based on the gap, it could be seen that this was caused by an expert using a weapon to slash it. The material of the gate was the same as the tomb's, extremely solid. With Lin Moyu's ability, he couldn't leave any mark on it. The half of the gate that had fallen to the ground, although destroyed, still couldn't be taken away. The broken gate on the ground seemed to be still connected to the entire tomb. He had seen a similar situation in the mysterious manor. Those stones were clearly shattered and scattered on the ground, but they couldn't be taken away or moved. An invisible force held them firmly in place. One could imagine how powerful the expert who broke the gate was. Lin Moyu felt that even a god, venerable, could not create such terrifying destruction. Observing the tomb meticulously, apart from the skulls on the stone tablets and the broken gate, there was nothing else. On its huge surface, there was nothing else. It looked extremely simple, and the whole thing exuded a vast and hazy aura, like a giant beast from ancient times. In the ancient era, one could only wonder what kind of expert was buried in such a tomb. But then again, no matter how strong that person was, they still had to die. Longevity was difficult. God kings and god venerables all had lifespans and would eventually come to an end. Even the dragon race with the longest lifespan would one day have to die. No one wants to die. The pursuit of invincible power, the pursuit of a higher realm, is in fact the pursuit of immortality, even eternal life. Find a place outside to mark the teleportation talisman. Remember, if you encounter danger, you can come back at any time. Let's go in. The poison god clansman and the diamond demon led the way into the ancient tomb. Lin Moyu stood on the back of the golden eagle race member, and followed behind. The diamond demon went first. The poison god clansman was 1,000 meters behind him, and Lin Moyu was at the end, also keeping a distance of 1,000 meters. Although 2,000 meters was not a long distance, it was enough for him to have time to react. If there was danger, the diamond demon would be the first to face it. After entering the tomb, there was a very long passage, and the light grew dimmer and dimmer. After walking for hundreds of meters, the light completely disappeared, and the passage in the tomb became pitch black. Lin Moyu created an immortal flame, which floated in the air, providing a little light. The immortal flame danced, creating long shadows. The sound of footsteps echoed in the long passage of the tomb, making the entire tomb even more eerie. For an expert like Lin Moyo, such spooky things could not scare him. Ghosts and spirits were just souls with attachments, which could be erased at will. And seeing in the dark was just a normal thing. His vision would not be affected at all. But it was very strange here. When the passage in the tomb turned dark, Lin Moyu found that his vision was actually affected, which was why he had to use the immortal flame to light the way. After walking for several thousand meters, the entrance to the tomb had not yet reached its end. The entire passage in the tomb was straight, without any unnecessary side paths. No matter where they went, the scenery was the same, unchanged. Gradually, Lin Moyu felt that something was wrong. The distance they had walked had now exceeded the length of the tomb's entrance as seen from the outside world. Unless a spatial formation was used in the tomb's entrance to expand the space, it would be impossible to achieve this effect. But it was clearly not the case. The space expanded by a formation was different from normal space. He couldn't be fooled. Lin Moyu realized that the first challenge of the tomb had appeared. The information stated that after entering the tomb, he would encounter the first level challenge, which tested speed. Lin Moyu had thought there would be traps, so he was always prepared to dodge. But now it seemed that was not the case. Stuck. The member of the Poison God clan also stopped. The next second, the Diamond Demon suddenly shouted and ran forward quickly. If this wasn't a mechanism, then it was a speed test in the literal sense. The Diamond Demon's speed became faster and faster, turning into an afterimage. Although the Diamond Demon's speed was not good, incomparable to the Golden Eagle race, he was a god king after all, so his speed was not slow. Under Lin Moyu's induction, the Diamond Demon quickly ran away, its speed getting faster and faster. Just as it reached its limit, he suddenly lost connection with the Diamond Demon. After losing connection with the Diamond Demon, the link between them was severed. Lin Moyu's first thought was that the Diamond Demon was dead. But on second thought, it didn't feel right. Even if the Diamond Demon were killed instantly, he should still have been able to sense the impending attack. But the Diamond Demon disappeared very suddenly, without any warning. Just as Lin Moyu was wondering, the Diamond Demon suddenly reappeared in his senses. Not dead, the Diamond Demon is really not dead, but the connection with him has become very weak, as if they are no longer in the same time and space. After thinking for a moment, he knew what was happening. The next moment, the member of the Poison God clan also began to run wildly, his 8 limbs turning into countless afterimages on the ground, causing him to rush forward quickly. His speed was much faster than the Diamond Demon's. The moment he reached his limit, he disappeared like the Diamond Demon. Lin Moyu was not anxious, quietly waiting for a few more seconds, and the member of the Poison God clan reappeared in his senses. He and the Diamond Demon were in the same space, not far from each other. It seemed that as long as you were fast enough, you could pass this level. Lin Moyu gave the order, and the mount under his feet turned into a stream of golden light, rushing forward quickly. The speed of the Golden Eagle race was indeed very fast, reaching its maximum speed almost in an instant. But, like a bubble bursting, the member of the Golden Eagle race turned into a phantom and disappeared in front of Lin Moyu, while Lin Moyu himself seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and was thrown backward. Lin Moyu fell to the ground, a white light emitting from his body. Even the skeletons had to admit that the collision just now had caused them damage. Lin Moyu felt it very clearly. During the collision, an invisible law invaded his body, not even leaving a hole. Lin Moyu did not expect the rules here to be so strict. He could not use the speed of the Golden Eagle race to pass the challenge. It seemed he could only rely on himself. This challenge, although not difficult, required using one's own strength. Only when one's speed reached the limit could they pass. So just now, the Golden Eagle race had passed the test, while Lin Moyu was blocked by the rules. Lin Moyu stood up, took a deep breath, pushed off with his ankles, and shot forward like an arrow. His speed was not slow, just using his peak true god body was enough to help him pass this challenge. Lin Moyu's speed became faster and faster, and a few seconds later, he reached the required threshold. The bubble burst before his eyes, and Lin Moyu felt that he had come to another world. The soul connection between him and the resurrected ones became extremely clear. He could easily sense their positions, not too far from him. His consciousness moved slightly, and the 3 resurrected ones immediately rushed over. In the meantime, Lin Moyu was also assessing this space. From now on, it could be considered that he was truly inside the tomb. Inside the tomb was not as dark as imagined. On the contrary, it was quite bright. All the light sources came from the white bones on the surrounding walls. They were embedded in the walls and filled every gap. They were like luminous pearls, shining brightly and illuminating the entire tomb. This was a semicircular space with a very high ceiling, at least a kilometer high. Lin Moyu, based on the shape and appearance of the ancient tomb from the outside, judged that he had passed through the tomb's passage and entered its interior. The four sides were surrounded by 10 large and small stone gates of uniform size. Each stone gate was 500 meters high, with consistent dimensions and specifications. The material of the stone gates was the same as the black stone outside the tomb. The black stone gates and the bright white bones created a sharp contrast. The gloomy feeling became more and more obvious, making people feel strange. The 10 stone gates represented 10 directions or 10 secret rooms. 7 of the stone gates were open, and the other 3 were still closed. With Lin Moyu's ability, he couldn't deal with the still closed stone gates. These gates weren't newly opened. When the ancient tomb first appeared thousands of years ago, these stone gates were already like this. For thousands of years, countless people had entered to explore. Everything they could take had been taken. If these stones could be moved, they would have disappeared long ago. If there was anything good in the tomb, it was definitely behind these 3 closed doors. Have you ever been in here? Lin Moyu looked at the 3 resurrected ones. The 3 shook their heads. The member of the Golden Eagle race said, "Our clan has records that the things here have all been taken. There is no need to go in." The Poison God race and the Diamond Demon had similar answers. The records Lin Moyu had seen were also similar. According to the data, each room in here was a tomb. Inside each was a coffin. Surely the relatives of the tomb's owner were buried together. But the coffins were all empty. The people inside were gone. If that was the case, there was really no need to go in. Lin Moyu looked straight ahead. Ahead was a dark passage leading deep into the tomb. According to the mission information, after passing through this passage, there would be a dried-up fountain. A large number of stones were scattered in the fountain. These stones were infected with the death law. Just bringing back one was enough to complete the mission and get the reward. This mission seemed very easy. But in fact, it was not. Of 10 people who accepted this mission, less than half could complete it. The difficulty in completing the mission lay in the second passage ahead. The Diamond Demon was the first to enter the passage. There was no light in the passage. It was pitch black. However, this passage was not very long, and soon the Diamond Demon reached the end. Nothing happened during the entire process. Until the moment he left the passage, an overwhelming attack descended on the Diamond Demon. The Diamond Demon didn't even have time to react and was killed on the spot. An ambush. Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. Looking at the information the Diamond Demon sent back before he died, there was indeed an ambush at the other end of the corridor. It was different from what was recorded in the data. The data said that the second challenge was in the second passage. Why did the Diamond Demon walk out of the passage without incident, but was ambushed after leaving it? Lin Moyu was a bit confused, not knowing what was going on. The resurrected ones were not like the skeletons. He could not connect his vision with the resurrected ones at any time and could only make judgments based on some transmitted information. This meant it was very difficult to make an accurate judgment. Losing one resurrected one, Lin Moyu didn't feel any pity. At this time, the member of the Poison God clan also went in. Following Lin Moyu's order, he accelerated to his maximum speed and rushed out of the passage in just a few dozen seconds. He was just like the Diamond Demon. When he was walking in the passage, he was not attacked. When he rushed out of the passage, an overwhelming attack immediately came. Unsurprisingly, the member of the Poison God clan was also killed instantly. Lin Moyu frowned, and with a thought, the member of the Golden Eagle race turned into a streak of light and rushed into the passage. The speed of the Golden Eagle race was much faster than that of the Diamond Demon and the Poison God clan. In less than 20 seconds, it passed through the passage. Another wave of terrifying attacks came, but the speed of the Golden Eagle race was too fast, dodging most of the attacks. Immediately after, the member of the Golden Eagle race seemed to have hit something, and was blocked. Another wave of intensive attacks came from the other end of the passage, and the member of the Golden Eagle race also died. There was definitely an ambush at the other end, and there were many people. Who were they? What would they do? Why had the second passage lost its effect? While thinking, hundreds of skeleton generals appeared around Lin Moyu, surrounding him in the center. They entered the second passage together. The immortal flame was burning, and the white bones of the skeleton divine generals reflected the light, making them even more brilliant, illuminating the passage. At the same time, it created a large number of shadows in the tunnel, either on the walls or on the ground, looking as if countless people were walking around. The second passage was different from the first. There was nothing on the walls of the first passage, but the walls of the second passage were carved with many runes. Lin Moyu did not know these runes, but that did not stop him from appreciating them. In his eyes, these runes were like dancing butterflies, containing an indescribable beauty. Each rune, each stroke, was etched into the stone. To be able to carve runes on such a solid blackstone, the strength of the carver might have surpassed his own. Suddenly, the runes lit up. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. The situation was beyond his expectations. The three resurrected ones had entered one after another before, but none of them had activated the runes. Why, when it was his turn, did the runes suddenly activate? Lin Moyu thought about the situation and the information. The key to passing the second challenge was will. The information was not very clear, only mentioning these two words. The key to passing the first challenge was speed, also two words. This was a characteristic of the human race. To cultivate the human race, the highest leadership had made all mission information vague and unclear. The original purpose was to let people explore on their own and not rely on others. Although doing it this way would lead to greater unnecessary losses, those who could successfully complete the missions were all true experts, and smart ones at that. This time, even with his understanding, Lin Moyu was helpless. In the Azure Dragon Star sector of the human race, there was a saying of only 8 words that very clearly explained the rules set by the top leaders of the human race. Natural selection, the fittest will survive. Lin Moyu muttered, silently chewing on this sentence. Although it was a bit cruel, it was the truth. An inexplicable law appeared in the passage, quickly covering most of the tunnel, enveloping Lin Moyu within it. Lin Moyu suddenly felt himself become powerless. All laws, all strength, were rapidly weakening. A sense of panic couldn't help but rise in Lin Moyu's heart, but the next second, this fear was erased by him. An illusion. Lin Moyu understood what was happening and was not scared at all. No wonder the key to passing the second challenge was will. Let's see what kind of illusion this is. Before his eyes appeared the familiar starry sky, with stars shining brightly. Blue Flame Star was not far from him, displaying its power. Giki was not by his side. He was all alone. His strength weakened. His techniques gone. Blue Flame Star was huge, its heat almost burning him to ashes. Sweat poured from his body, and his breathing became extremely difficult. At this moment, the Abyss Dragon Demon appeared not far away, baring its teeth and smiling at him. No techniques, no strength, and no Giki by his side. Before Blue Flame Star collided with the Abyss Dragon Demon's clone, he himself might have died. Lin Moyu should have been scared, but he wasn't. He just quietly looked at the Abyss Dragon Demon. The Abyss Dragon Demon roared, and a terrifying aura swept over him like a strong wind, hitting Lin Moyu as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. Sigh, he sighed. There were many types of illusions, most of which originated from the deepest fears in one's mind, then magnified and presented them. It would make one scared, affect the soul, and finally, one would die in the illusion. Even at the most dangerous moments, he had never been afraid. Back then, in the world of the rotting corpses, it was so dangerous that he was just a step away from losing his life. He had experienced many kinds of emotions, but fear was not one of them. Lin Moyu had seen through the illusion from the beginning. Looking at the Abyss Dragon Demon not far away, he shook his head slightly. It seemed the illusion could not find a powerful enemy in his mind, so it could only create the second clone of the Abyss Dragon Demon. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal in his soul suddenly let out a roar. In the illusion, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal turned into a dragon, flew out, and swallowed the Abyss Dragon Demon. The illusion immediately shattered, and the scene before him returned to normal. He was still in the passage, and the runes were no longer glowing. Lin Moyu also understood why the illusion was not triggered when the resurrected ones passed through. The resurrected ones were like his puppets, and puppets did not need to enter the illusion for a test, just like the skeleton divine generals around him. The illusion test had nothing to do with them. Lin Moyu stepped forward again, and again the runes lit up, and a second illusion was quickly created. In front of him appeared several women, with hot figures and beautiful faces, indescribably beautiful. Ning Yishu, Han, Mo Yun, Mu Klian, Jianju, Tingshuan, Yu Qingru. In addition to many others, as long as they were beautiful women he had ever met, they would all be present here. They approached him one by one, their attire growing progressively more revealing, their gazes becoming more seductive. A bewitching sound echoed in his ears, making one feel an unbearable itch and heat, as if a burning desire was erupting from within. The first illusion trial was fear, the second was boredom. Anger flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. He deeply loved his 4 wives, who were currently in a deep slumber within their coffins. The illusion was using them to tempt him, touching his final nerve. Lin Moyu had no intention of playing along anymore. This level of illusion had no effect on his soul. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out another roar, and the illusion instantly shattered. Lin Moyu strode forward, and soon, the runes flickered again, signaling the appearance of the third illusion. Just as the scene before him began to change, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a cry. The illusion shattered before it could fully form. He didn't want to play anymore, he had had enough. The illusion immediately broke apart. The 4th illusion met the same fate, destroyed before it could even manifest. There was light ahead, the passage was coming to an end. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with a cold, electric light. He wanted to see who dared to ambush him here, who had successively killed 3 of his resurrected beings. Even though they were only resurrected, they were still his subordinates. As their master, he naturally wanted to seek justice for them. The first skeleton god generals rushed out of the passage, but the expected attack never came. Lin Moyu was puzzled. Had the ambushers retreated? It wasn't until he stepped out of the passage himself that he discovered a group from the Bold Demon clan lying on the ground, their bodies covered in ulcers, looking utterly wretched. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and understood what had happened. The members of the Bold Demon clan had killed his people from the Venom God clan. The bodies of the Venom God clan were composed of 7 toxins, with the poison inside their bodies being 100 times more potent than any on the outside. After a member of the Venom God clan died, the toxins within their body would erupt. This poison was harmless to Lin Moyu, but fatal to others. Even if a member of the Venom God clan became a resurrected being and turned to dust upon death, their racial traits remained. Before turning to dust, the poison would explode. As a result, the members of the Bold Demon clan who had set the ambush were all poisoned, and on the verge of death. Lin Moyu looked around and saw about 20 members of the Bold Demon clan fallen on the ground. He had no intention of saving them. Although the Bold Demon clan had no deep-seated hatred with the human race, they had never been friendly. If he had come out first moments ago, he would have certainly been ambushed. Right now, they were enemies, not friends. Drip, drip. The sound of water. Lin Moyu saw a fountain hundreds of meters away. The fountain, which was supposed to be dry according to the data, and somehow started flowing again. This was a garden, and a garden appearing in a tomb was exceedingly strange. But after his experience in the mysterious manner, Lin Moyu was no longer surprised by such things. At the edge of death, life emerged. It seemed vibrant, but in reality, it was swirling with the aura of death. It was just like his law of on-death, the extreme of death is life. Drip, drip. Droplets of water continuously sprayed from the fountain, shooting tens of meters into the air before falling back down. Drop after drop. Though not much, it was a continuous flow. The fountain had clearly been dry for thousands of years, yet water was flowing again, like a withered tree dead for centuries sprouting back to life, an astonishing sight. Each droplet that sprayed out diffused a massive amount of the law of death. When a droplet fell, rippling the surface of the water, the law of death was projected onto the fountain with extreme clarity. This place had become an excellent sanctuary for cultivation. If one wanted to comprehend the law of death, this was the best place. As long as one wasn't a complete fool, spending some time here would surely lead to an understanding of the law of death. As the spring water trickled, Lin Moyu saw a group from the Bull Demon clan in front of the fountain. Hundreds of them were facing the fountain, some standing, some sitting, some lying down, in all sorts of postures. They were comprehending the law of death. Seeing this, Lin Moyu understood why the Bull Demon clan had blocked the passage. He couldn't help but sneer. He hadn't expected them to come up with such a despicable plan. How many lives did the Bull Demon clan have to spare? Lin Moyu guessed they had only recently blocked the entrance. Otherwise, news would have surely spread, enraging everyone. Demons, humans, and the Golden Rock clan would all have led their forces here, and the Bull Demon clan alone would not have been able to stop them. Not far away, Lin Moyu saw like magic treasure on the ground. This was the very weapon that had captured his resurrected being from the Golden Rock clan. Otherwise, with the speed of the Golden Rock clan, these members of the Bull Demon clan would not have been able to kill him so quickly. The owner of the net treasure was not yet dead. Though it lay on the ground, it was still shimmering, and ready to be used at any moment. Lin Moyu's heart stirred. Hundreds of skeleton god generals flew out, instantly covering the several hundred-meter area. Sword light illuminated the garden, and countless flowers and grasses were swept up by the sword energy. Many of the Bull Demon clan members comprehending the law of death were torn to shreds by the sword energy before they could even react. Lin Moyu calmly took out a space locking pearl and activated it. The pearl erupted in a dazzling light, and an invisible force swept out. In that instant, space was locked down, rendering most teleportation devices unusable. You make a move, I'll make 10. Since they had become enemies, Lin Moyu had no intention of letting them go. The space-locking pearl was a double-edged sword. It could harm the enemy, but it could also harm oneself. After locking space, it would take some time for it to recover even after deactivating the pearl. If he were to lose, he himself would have no escape. Lin Moyu had seen similar situations many times, where someone used a space-locking pearl only to end up trapping themselves, digging their own grave. The members of the Bull Demon clan reacted, one by one snapping out of their state of comprehension, roaring as they launched attacks on the skeleton god generals. The skeleton god generals possessed the combat power of a third-tier god king, the peak strength in this area. In a single surprise attack, dozens of god kings from the Bull Demon clan were killed on the spot. Among them were fourth-tier god kings who immediately fought back, but before they could act, their bodies exploded. Start rank spell, corpse explosion. Lin Moyu stood hundreds of meters away, detonating corpse after corpse. Empowered by his talents, the corpse explosion of a second-tier god king was enough to kill a third-tier god king. The corpse explosion of a third-tier god king was enough to kill a fourth-tier god king. The skeleton god generals unleashed their sword energy madly, pursuing the Bull Demon clan relentlessly. Lin Moyu continued to use corpse explosion from the rear. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of members of the Bull Demon clan were either dead or injured. Until the very end, they never knew who their enemy was. In their eyes, there was nothing but skeletons. Lin Moyu, standing hundreds of meters away, naturally remained undiscovered. By now, most of the Bull Demon clan members who had been struck down by the Venom God clan's poison had died. Lin Moyu had the skeleton god generals collect their storage treasures while he walked directly to the fountain to observe it carefully. The data didn't mention the state of the garden, but if his guess was correct, when this fountain was dry, the garden must have been dead as well. It was only when the fountain was restored that the garden came back to life. But why was the fountain restored? Lin Moyu saw that there was already a thin layer of black water in the pool. The black water radiated a dense aura of the law of death. It was a very pure form of death water. The pool was filled with many stones, each slightly smaller than a fist, covering the bottom. The layer of death water had only risen to cover a fraction of the stones. The stones were all jet black and also exuded an aura of death. These were the stones the mission required. Lin Moyu reached into the water and grabbed a stone. When he lifted his hand, the stone didn't budge. Oh, this mission wasn't very difficult, and the danger level of the ancient tomb was moderate. As long as one didn't venture too deep, there was almost no danger. The other two trials, whether the trial of speed or the trial of will, were not life-threatening. All in all, this mission seemed too simple. How could the Human Emperor Network offer a reward of 5,000 points for such a simple mission? If his guess was right, the true difficulty of this mission lay here. Lin Moyu switched to another stone and pulled with force, but it still didn't move. It was clear that although there were many stones here, not everyone could be taken. Furthermore, looking across the pool, there seemed to be no discernible pattern. But was there really no pattern? If so, it would all come down to luck. He would have to try every single stone until he found one that could be taken. Lin Moyu didn't think so. The Human Emperor Network tested a cultivator's courage, perseverance, and wisdom, not their luck. Of course luck played a part, but it wasn't part of the challenge. Lin Moyu let go. Trying each stone one by one was clearly not the right approach. He stood by the pool and began to think. Soon, his eyes lit up. He almost had the answer. Since this mission was issued, 8 million people had completed it, but the number of stones here hadn't decreased. This meant the required item wasn't the stones in the pool. His gaze searched the surroundings, which were filled with vibrant flowers and grass. This should have been a desolate garden, but now it was full of life. At the base of the plants were many stacked stones. These stones were not tainted with the aura of death, they were grayish, white and not the ones required by the mission, but they showed signs of having been moved. Lin Moyu ordered a skeleton god general to pick one up. After a few seconds of consideration, he placed the stone into the pool. After a brief moment, black veins appeared on the stone. It began to exude an aura of death. A few minutes later, the stone turned completely black. Only then did Lin Moyu take the stone out. This was what the mission required. Lin Moyu smiled and put the stone away. He looked towards the darkness behind the garden and said, "Next, let's go take a look inside." To become a true powerhouse, wisdom and observation skills are indispensable. He was capable of taking on combat power missions and didn't need to take this one. It was mainly the ancient tomb that had attracted him. He instinctively felt that this tomb was related to the mysterious manor, perhaps connected to some ancient secrets. The mysterious person in the black hole was clearly very interested in ancient things. Such matters also piqued Lin Moyu's curiosity. Lin Moyu paused for a moment. The fountain was still spewing out black water drop by drop. The black water contained the law of death, no different from death water. Every time water was sprayed, the law of death would manifest, making this the best sanctuary for comprehending it. Perhaps the Bull Demon clan had accidentally discovered this and blocked the entrance, wanting to occupy this place for themselves and prevent other races from entering. Unfortunately for them, they ran into Lin Moyu and were all killed. The water in the pool was all death water, which was extremely valuable. Lin Moyu tried to collect it but found that it couldn't be taken. The death water had become a part of the pool, just like the stones within it. Lin Moyu was not disappointed. This was not his objective in the first place. After confirming the mission was complete, and there was nothing else in the garden, Lin Moyu decided to go deeper. Beyond the garden was another dark passage, the third one. Passing through this passage would lead to the deepest part of the tomb. According to the information, there were no trials or tests in this passage. Some people reached the end and found nothing. Others disappeared at the end of the passage. The path was extremely dark. Just as Lin Moyu was enveloped by the darkness, a thought suddenly struck him. He quickly turned back, and in a few steps, he left the passage and returned to the garden. The garden was as it was before. The fountain was still dripping, and the flowers and grass seemed even more beautiful. Lin Moyu's brow furrowed with vigilance. The bodies were gone. The corpses of the Bull Demon clan members had vanished, without even a trace left behind. The garden floor was clean, with no bloodstains, no flesh fragments. Anything that didn't belong to the garden had disappeared, as if it had been meticulously cleaned by someone. Lin Moyu thought deeper. During the time the Bull Demon clan guarded the passage, surely many had died here. Even if those bodies had been disposed of by the Bull Demon clan, what about the bloodstains and traces of battle? Why was there nothing left? This was highly unusual. Given the somewhat crude nature of the Bull Demon clan, they couldn't have cleaned the battlefield to such a degree. Lin Moyu's attention was drawn to the fountain in the pool. The water was still being sprayed drop by drop, but its frequency seemed to have quickened significantly compared to before. Although this change was extremely subtle, Lin Moyu's soul was exceptionally sharp, and he could still perceive it. He had almost guessed the reason why this depleted fountain had been reborn. It had accumulated enough power. An idea flashed in his mind, and he suddenly understood many things. Why did the law of death appear within the death aura of the tomb? It wasn't that the law of death was gradually encroaching on the tomb, but that the ancient tomb itself was slowly adapting to the laws of the greater world. It was absorbing the laws of the greater world. If that was the case, then it was very likely that the water being sprayed was not death water at all. Lin Moyu reached into the pool, touching the immovable stones and the newly emerged water. After careful sensing, Lin Moyu finally discovered the difference between the two. The black stones in the pond were different from the death water. The stones contained a death aura, but this aura was not the law of death. It was closer to the law of undeath. At its very limit, it still contained vitality. But the newly sprayed death water had its vitality completely extinguished. This was the true law of death. Although there was only a slight difference, their essences were completely different. The stone was clearly of a higher level. Lin Moyu pondered deeply. What happened in the ancient era? The laws of that time seemed different from the laws of today. His own laws seemed somewhat similar to the laws of that era. Various thoughts raced through Lin Moyu's mind, like a great mystery enveloping him. He had thought about this problem before. His profession was very special, not only in the small world but also in the greater world. Others could always find people with similar spells, but he was unique. After his contact with the mysterious manor, he discovered a relatively cohesive system of laws, which filled him with suspicion. It urged him to learn about his origins. Shifting his attention from the fountain, he once again stepped into the dark passage. Perhaps at the end of the passage, he could find some clues. Lin Moyu believed that those god gangs wouldn't have disappeared for no reason. Something must have happened. It might be dangerous, but the price of that danger was worth it. The dark passage was extremely quiet. Besides his own footsteps, the only other sound was the friction of the skeletons walking. As he went deeper, the passage grew darker. Lin Moyu summoned an immortal flame. As soon as the immortal flame appeared, a thick fog immediately enveloped the surroundings, engulfing the flame within it. The grayish-white light couldn't penetrate the thick fog, nor could it illuminate the surroundings. Lin Moyu could only vaguely see a little light in the thick fog, but soon, even that last glimmer of light disappeared. It was only then that Lin Moyu realized he had entered a thick fog. It was so dark he couldn't even tell if there was fog or not. He switched to his undead vision, and there was nothing around. Although he still couldn't see everything clearly with undead vision, if a living creature were to ambush him, the undead vision could detect the opponent's soul. After walking for about 10 meters, his vision suddenly returned. He had stepped out of the foggy area. In front of him was a high wall. This was the end mentioned in the information, the end of the passage. The high wall was made of the same material as the main body of the tomb, an extremely sturdy material. Lin Moyu didn't try to break the wall. He knew it was impossible. The wall was thousands of meters high, connecting to the entire ceiling. Lin Moyu and his skeleton god generals fumbled on the wall for a long time but found nothing. If there were any mechanisms on the wall, they would have certainly been discovered long ago. There was no shortage of intelligent people in the world. There was no way it would just be waiting for him to discover it. Lin Moyu withdrew his attention. He knew there would be nothing on the wall. If there was nothing on the wall, how could those god kings have disappeared? Looking at the dark world behind him, it was surrounded by thick fog. Once inside, nothing could be seen. In the thick fog, a dense aura of death could be felt. It felt as if these thick fogs were made of the purest death aura. If the wall wasn't the issue, then the problem must be in the passage. The passage was 1,000 meters high and about 200 meters wide. It was a straight line without any turns. If that was the case, the problem must be at the top or on the sides of the passage. Lin Moyu quickly analyzed the possibilities, and with a thought, the skeleton god generals appeared. Lin Moyu summoned 10,000 skeleton god generals and divided them into 3 groups. One group went to the top of the passage, while the other 2 searched the sides. The crowded skeleton god generals pushed forward, searching in the darkness, leaving no corner unchecked. Watching the skeleton god generals disappear into the darkness, Lin Moyu stood by the wall, waiting quietly, not at all anxious. Soon, a skeleton god general sent back a message. On the left side of the passage, they found a door. Behind the door was another dark passage leading to an unknown place. Perhaps he now knew the reason for the disappearance of the god kings. It was very likely that they had gone in there. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. He waited quietly. He waited for the skeletons to search the entire passage. A total of 8 doors were found in the passage. 8 passages hidden in the thick fog, 4 on the left and 4 on the right, perfectly symmetrical. The god kings who went missing here most likely entered one of them and never returned. There was no shortage of intelligent people. But those god kings were certainly intelligent, at least smarter than ordinary people. But they also had a strong sense of curiosity. If it were an ordinary person, upon reaching the end of the passage and finding nothing, they would surely leave. But intelligent people are not like that. They would wonder if there were other passages inside the dark passage. Then they would search, and upon finding one, they would excitedly enter and disappear forever. Lin Moyu didn't know if he would disappear like those god kings, but no matter what, he had to go in and see. It wasn't for any other reason than the fact that the ancient secrets attracted him intensely. In the mysterious manner, he had seen someone summon the runes of the greater world to fight against the master of the manor. At that time, the runes of the greater world were on the verge of collapse. Although he didn't know if it was done by the master of the manor had entered a coffin to sleep. The coffin was still in his hands. The letter left by the master of the manor revealed a power system that was very much related to him. After synthesizing all sorts of reasons, Lin Moyu, filled with curiosity, chose one of the 8 doors to enter. Space distorted, and brilliant colors appeared before his eyes. Lin Moyu felt as if he had just gone through a teleportation. After a moment, his feet were back on the ground, and the scene before him quickly stabilized, ending the teleportation. A row of grayish-white fireballs hung in the sky, bringing a little light to this world. Illuminated by the fireballs, the entire world was also tinged with a grayish-white color. With the naked eye, one could see a lot of dust floating in the air. The dust constantly rose and then slowly fell, as if a hand was constantly tossing the dust up, making it float in the air. A gentle breeze blew, stirring the dust and making a faint sound. The whole world revealed a desolate look. For some reason, Lin Moyu thought of a festival from his previous life. In the spring month of April, people would go up the mountains to visit the graves of their relatives. The weather at that time would often be drizzly. Incense and candles would be lit on the mountain, and occasionally, there would be people crying in sorrow. Ahead was a forest, and in the forest was a small path that led up a high mountain. Lin Moyu cautiously followed the small path into the forest. The forest was not dense, it was very sparse, just right for observation. After walking for about 100 meters, he reached the end of the forest. In front of him were rows of coffins. The coffins were arranged very neatly, their appearances identical. At a glance, there were many of them. In an instant, the atmosphere of sorrow grew thicker, the aura of death rushed towards him, and the dust in the air swirled more intensely. This was a cemetery. Lin Moyu's steps faltered slightly, a sense of unease in his heart. Although he didn't feel any danger, he still felt that something was eerie. A cemetery within an ancient tomb. He recalled the structure of this ancient tomb. After passing through the first passage was a semicircular hall. In the hall were several rooms with coffins, and many burial objects. This indicated that the identity of the person buried inside was extraordinary, likely a relative of the tomb's owner. Then came the second passage. After the second passage was the garden with the fountain. Building a garden in a tomb was already strange enough, something Lin Moyu couldn't understand. Then came the third passage, which had 8 doors. He had randomly chosen a door and arrived here. A clear structural drawing gradually formed in his mind. Lin Moyu guessed that there wasn't just one cemetery like the one before him. The 8 doors would lead to 8 different cemeteries. If he combined this with the mysterious manner he had seen before, a speculation suddenly arose in Lin Moyu's heart. If the owner of this ancient tomb was a general, then the coffins in the cemetery contained his soldiers. The cemeteries were like barracks, guarding the mountain in the center. Lin Moyu stood before the cemetery for a long time without stepping in. The cemetery was filled with an aura that made Lin Moyu feel it was not ordinary. He knew that as soon as he stepped inside, something unpredictable would surely happen. His gaze shifted to the high mountain in the distance, pondering. If his guess was correct, that mountain was the real burial place. Lin Moyu followed the small path, slowly moving forward, his steps sinking into the soft ground, leaving footprints in the mud. As he walked, Lin Moyu kept his eyes fixed on the cemetery, observing the situation inside. The cemetery was very quiet. Besides the coffins, there was nothing else. Countless coffins were arranged neatly, but Lin Moyu could still see a change. Although the cemetery had no high walls as a barrier, the aura emanating from it formed an invisible wall. Lin Moyu could feel the existence of this invisible wall. Separated by this wall, the world inside and outside was distinctly different. The shape of the wall was not perfectly straight but had a certain curvature. This further confirmed Lin Moyu's speculation. There wasn't just one cemetery, the one before him was just one of them. The 8 doors in the passage would lead to 8 different cemeteries. After walking for a while, he finally reached the end of the cemetery. In his sight appeared a small path leading to the high mountain. This path was not very wide, about 30 meters, and was paved with gravel. Each stone was made of the same extremely solid black material, looking like leftover scraps from the tomb's construction used for paving. But in reality, that wasn't the case. The edges of these pebbles were rounded. They had clearly been polished. In Lin Moyu's opinion, polishing these pebbles took a lot of time and effort, more troublesome than building the tomb itself. On the other side of the gravel path was another cemetery, still with countless coffins, no different from the one beside him. This situation completely confirmed Lin Moyu's speculation. The 8 entrances in the third passage led to 8 different cemeteries. The 8 cemeteries were fan-shaped, with gravel paths between them. A map formed in his head. This was an extremely vast cemetery, with at least over 1 million coffins. Standing at the edge of the gravel path and looking along it towards the distant mountain, he could see the path leading straight to the high mountain. Lin Moyu didn't want to enter the cemetery. He could follow the path up the mountain. Just as he lifted his foot to take a step, Lin Moyu decisively pulled it back. The gravel path had the same kind of aura as the cemetery. These auras connected the paths within the cemetery. Although the cemetery was divided into 8 parts, it was still a whole. Disturbing one part would alert the rest. This small path seemed to lead to the mountain in the center, but in reality, it was no different from the path leading into the cemetery. With a thought, 3 skeleton god generals immediately stepped out. When things were unclear, letting skeletons scout the way was the best option. The sound of bones rubbing against each other broke the silence of the cemetery. One of the skeleton god generals, with a clattering sound, ran onto the path, while another ran into the cemetery beside him. The last skeleton god general was preparing to cross the gravel path and run towards the cemetery on the opposite side. At this moment, Lin Moyu seemed to have discovered something. His pupils contracted sharply. He saw a figure in the cemetery opposite the gravel path, a figure that suddenly appeared. Lin Moyu could be certain that the other party had appeared abruptly. If he had always been there, he would certainly not have been able to hide from him. He had been paying close attention to the situation in the cemetery. No movement could escape his eyes. The cemetery was predominantly a pale color, so a black figure was very easy to spot. When that figure appeared, Lin Moyu's heart trembled. He had lost contact with his 3 skeleton god generals. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. His skeletons would never disconnect from him. No matter how far away they were, he could still feel their existence. Even if they were in different spaces and couldn't establish a connection or receive commands, he could still feel the presence of the skeletons. But at this moment, he was completely cut off from them. Are they dead? No, that's not right. Even if they were killed instantly, it wouldn't be like this. Lin Moyu tried to summon a new skeleton god general. The summoning failed, and the list of skeleton god generals was also empty. This proved that the 3 skeleton god generals were still alive, not dead. This was a true disconnection. A sense of vigilance rose in Lin Moyu's heart. It was only then that he realized he had lost contact with his skeletons. His expression became extremely serious. If that was the case, then if he encountered an enemy in the future that could make him lose contact with his skeletons, the combat effectiveness of his undead army would surely be greatly reduced. The undead army accounted for at least half of his strength. If the enemy grasped this weakness, Lin Moyu thought deeply. The stronger he became, the more aware he was of this. A battle between powerhouses could not afford the slightest mistake. Just a little carelessness, a small weakness grasped by the opponent, could result in death. It seemed that no matter what, he had to go in. Lin Moyu was extremely curious about the ancient secrets and really wanted to go in and find out, but he didn't necessarily have to. If there was real danger, he would decisively give up. But now he had to go. Not knowing the real reason for losing contact with his skeletons made him feel very uneasy. Lin Moyu focused his attention on the figure that had just appeared. After a while, the number of figures increased, and a few more appeared. These figures not only appeared on the gravel path opposite the cemetery, but also in the cemetery beside him. Black figures appeared. The figures were somewhat illusory. He could only make out their shapes, but not their faces clearly. They paid no attention to Lin Moyu, only focusing on their work. Lin Moyu watched them intently. After a while, he could see what they were doing. They were cleaning the cemetery. Some were wiping the coffins, while others were sweeping the ground. There was white dust in the cemetery, as well as fallen leaves from the forest not far away. All of it was being cleaned up by them. However, the dust continued to fall, and the leaves continued to drop. This cleaning would never end. The black figures didn't talk to each other. Their division of labor was very clear. Their work looked tedious, but they were very meticulous and extremely serious when cleaning. These black figures were like phantoms. It seemed they were all wearing work clothes, but their inner forms were still slightly different. Lin Moyu pondered for a moment, and a tremor went through him, his heart pounding. He finally knew the identity of these cleaners. They were the god kings who had gone missing. The god kings of various races had turned into cemetery cleaners here. Lin Moyu couldn't help but think, would he also become a cemetery sweeper like them after he entered? For a moment, he felt like turning around and leaving. He didn't even need the 3 skeletons trapped inside. Although he believed he was incomparable to ordinary god kings, Lin Moyu still stopped. He couldn't leave. Whether for himself, or for his skeletons, he had to enter the cemetery. In a desperate situation, he could unleash the combat power of a god, sovereign. It wasn't as if he couldn't fight back. He was only a step away from the cemetery. Taking one more step was like entering another world. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyu stepped into the adjacent cemetery. The mysterious aura in the cemetery immediately enveloped him. Lin Moyu looked around and found that he was indeed inside the cemetery. Not at the edge, but he had walked straight into the center. All around were coffins, with small paths between them for one person. In the distance was still the same high mountain. He could determine the direction he entered from by the mountain. But Lin Moyu was not in a hurry to act. He just stood still, unmoving, and the connection with the 3 lost skeleton god generals was restored at this moment. In an uncertain situation, acting rashly was not safe. With a thought, the 3 skeletons quickly approached Lin Moyu. Not long after, the 3 skeletons appeared in his line of sight. The 3 skeletons were not far from him. Neither the one that entered the gravel path nor the one that went to the cemetery behind had succeeded. The 3 of them were actually in the same cemetery. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the cemetery and the gravel path were actually one entity. The skeletons could move freely inside, but they were completely cut off from the outside world. This place was like a separate world, unlike the relationship between the greater world and the small worlds. Although small worlds were independent, they still depended on the greater world. But the cemetery before him was like a truly separate world. It had its own rules. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu tried to mobilize his power and found that the power of his body and laws still existed. It seemed his strength was intact, but Lin Moyu was not happy. The feeling this place gave him was exactly the same as the feeling the mysterious manor gave him. Although his spells still existed, their effects were greatly weakened. It was not much different from not having them. Perhaps the level of one's realm would also be limited, but he was a 7th-tier true god, weak enough not to feel it. The ability to fight across realms was his advantage. Seeing the 3 skeletons in his eyes, Lin Moyu did not let them come over. Instead, he released more skeletons. Several thousand skeletons ran in all directions. The skeletons continuously sent back messages. And although the messages were all the same, Lin Moyu found that something was wrong. All the skeletons saw were coffins, countless coffins. Occasionally, they would encounter the black figures who ignored the skeletons and continued with their own war. Lin Moyu finally saw the true situation of these black figures. The black figures were indeed god kings of various races, including the demon clan, the golden rock clan, the bull demon clan, and the human race. Without exception, these god kings had all lost their physical bodies, leaving only their souls. The soul flames were very strong, and the souls were still intact, but they were dull and lacked any intelligence. They were surrounded by a mysterious power that controlled the black figures, compelling them to do the clean work. Vigilance rose in Lin Moyu's heart. As time passed, the skeletons ran farther and farther, and their field of vision expanded. Suddenly, a few skeletons moved towards him. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. All the skeletons were scattered in different directions. How could they be moving towards him? There was only one possibility. They had reached the end of the entire cemetery. The cemetery had no boundaries. They did not encounter the gravel path, nor could they find the way in. The cemetery was very large, but not that large. Lin Moyu realized he was trapped inside. Lin Moyu tried many times. Skeletons moved forward from different angles and directions, but in the end, they would all meet, as if they had crossed a boundary, being sent directly from the left outer edge to the right outer edge. This cemetery was like a game map. No matter which side you exited the map's border from, you would appear on the opposite border of the map. The other god kings must have been trapped like this at that time. For the time being, there was no danger. The danger has probably not arrived yet. If there really is no danger, god kings don't need to eat or drink, and their lifespan is over 10,000 years. They wouldn't have ended up in their current state. Lin Moyu pondered. He knew there must be danger in this cemetery, but it hadn't arrived yet. All the god kings who entered this place had died, their souls trapped here, losing their reason and forever becoming slaves. The skeletons had explored all the areas on the outer edge. Knowing there would be no results, they gave up. Then, the skeletons went before a god king. Looking at the god king wrapped in the mysterious power, Lin Moyu ordered a skeleton god general to swing its axe at the black figure. This was a test. Lin Moyu didn't want to see the reaction of the god king's soul, but the reaction of the mysterious power. When the axe struck the mysterious power, the power was slightly distorted. The axe passed through the mysterious power, and also through the soul inside. Nothing happened. The mysterious power was still intact, and the soul was also intact. Nothing happened at all. The mysterious power was not damaged in the slightest, and the soul was perfectly preserved. The skeleton god general's axe hit empty air. It had no substance. Nor was it physical immunity. Lin Moyu thought of two possibilities. In the next second, he summoned a skeleton soul archer. If a physical attack didn't work, then he would use a soul attack. The skeleton soul archer directly drew its bow and shot a soul arrow. The soul arrow carried the law of undeath, and was very powerful. The soul arrow whizzed past, hitting the target in the next second. Outside the mysterious power, a transparent and illusory arrow appeared. The mysterious power was still intact. Lin Moyu frowned. In the next second, more skeleton soul archers appeared, attacking like a storm, but it was useless. The mysterious power completely blocked the attack, protecting the soul inside. Lin Moyu continued to try, using the gaze of the undead, the curse of time, and the sword energy of the skeleton god generals. But no matter what kind of attack he used, this mysterious power was unharmed. Throughout the entire process, that mysterious power even continued to control the god king's soul to sweep the cemetery. The leaves blown into the cemetery by the wind randomly fell in some places. The dust in the sky was the same. As long as it entered the cemetery, it would also appear randomly in a certain position, with no pattern at all. Lin Moyu set aside the god kings acting as janitors, and turned to study the coffins. The objects in the cemetery were very simple. Besides the janitorial god kings, there were only the coffins. The deathly white coffins were extremely sturdy. The skeletons took turns trying to destroy them. Even after using all sorts of methods to damage them, they remained unbroken. Lin Moyu suspected that the material used to make the coffins was the same as the material used to build the tomb. The only difference was the color. Their nature was the same. Lin Moyu changed his thinking. If he couldn't destroy it, he would try to open it. But the coffin still couldn't be opened. The lid seemed to be one with the body of the coffin. After using all sorts of methods, Lin Moyu reluctantly chose to give up. What exactly was the danger? Lin Moyu looked at the mountain in the distance, and finally moved. After entering the cemetery, Lin Moyu himself had not moved at all. Now he finally walked towards the high mountain, his speed getting faster and faster. The high mountain gradually came into view, growing a little larger, but it couldn't deceive Lin Moyu's perception. This proved that he was indeed getting closer to the mountain, while walking in the cemetery. But then his vision suddenly blurred, and the high mountain became more distant again. As expected, Lin Moyu had long guessed that when he crossed the boundary of the cemetery, he would arrive at the opposite boundary again. Lin Moyu turned and took a few quick steps. His vision spun again. Turning to look at the mountain, he found that the mountain had become closer again. He jumped around this border area for a long time, but still couldn't find a way out. It seemed he could only wait for the danger to come. Perhaps the key to breaking the situation lay in resolving the danger. The janitorial true gods are the lowest realm in the cemetery. If you can endure it, you can leave the cemetery. If you can't, you will have to become a member of the cemetery, a cleaner. Lin Moyu laughed self-deprecatingly, but his eyes shone with a brilliant light, the light of confidence. He knew it would be very dangerous, but the level of danger was definitely limited. Otherwise, the ancient tune would attract god sovereigns, not god kings. A god sovereign as a cleaner sounded more stylish than a god king. He didn't know how long had passed, but the sky gradually darkened. As he waited, time slowly passed. There was no concept of the sun here. Time seemed to stand still, and at other times it passed very quickly. When it was bright, Lin Moyu saw no stars, nor did he know where the light came from. But now that it was dark, Lin Moyu saw flames rising from the mountain. As the gray flames gradually rose, the whole world was dyed a cold gray. The gray flames reminded Lin Moyu of his own immortal flames. The two were very similar. When the gray flame reached the top of the mountain, it suddenly stopped, burning fiercely on the peak. In an instant, the mountain became a torch, and the gray flames illuminated every cemetery. Lin Moyu's heart began to guard against it. If there was danger, it would probably come at this time. The gray flames burned more and more intensely, and the whole world was left with only two colors, gray and white. Except for gray and white, all other colors in the world had been erased. Even the clothes Lin Moyu wore became like this. The world lost its color, and Lin Moyu felt his vision was greatly affected. Not only his normal vision, but his soul's perception was also suppressed, and his reaction speed began to slow down. In this gray and white world, his strength was weakened. He heard a crashing sound in the two-colored world of gray and white. The coffin that Lin Moyu couldn't open with all his strength suddenly opened. The coffin lid was slowly opened from the inside, and the thing buried in the coffin also came out. In an instant, Lin Moyu's vigilance was raised to the extreme. He was on full alert. The gray flame radiated a kind of indescribable mysterious power that awakened the person sleeping in the coffin. The tomb was ancient, and the person sleeping in the coffin had existed for countless years. This alone was enough to make people shudder. Lin Moyu had summoned the skeleton god generals to surround him. He was confident, but not arrogant. Faced with unknown dangers, Lin Moyu never dared to be careless. The coffin lid was completely blown open, crashing to the ground with a bang. Immediately after, streaks of gray light shot out from the coffin, intertwining in the air. The gray flames on the high mountain also shot out countless sparks that collided and intertwined in the air. Those wisps of white hair were burned by the flames in the air, and the cemetery was filled with will-o'-the wisps. Gray figures shot out from the coffins. After Lin Moyu saw clearly what jumped out of the coffins, he was a little surprised. It turned out to be skeletons. If they had been buried in coffins for tens of thousands of years, their bodies rotting away to become skeletons, he wouldn't have been too surprised. But the skeletons before him were not like that. Their appearances were identical, whether it was their height, shape, or the form of their skulls. Even the bone swords they held were the same. There was only one possibility that could cause this situation. They were like his skeleton army, summoned by someone else. In the mysterious manner, Lin Moyu had also seen a skeleton army. It was just that what he saw then was only an image, not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes now. However, Lin Moyu also noticed that the skeletons in front of him were different from his own. They were about 2 meters tall, not very tall, and the bones on their bodies were not pure white but grayish-white. The grayish-white spots formed special patterns on their bones. Each skeleton had a pattern on it, and each pattern was identical. At a glance, this pattern looked like some kind of mysterious rune. Lin Moyu knew that these patterns were not created randomly, they certainly contained some kind of function. The skeletons that jumped out of the coffin stood next to his own. On one side were the grayish-white skeletons with patterns, and on the other were his white skeletons, creating a sharp contrast. He had counted before, there were exactly 100,000 coffins in this cemetery. In other words, there were now 100,000 grayish-white skeletons. Although he didn't know the strength of these skeletons, considering that the god kings trapped here might have been killed by them, he shouldn't underestimate their power. The sky above the cemetery was filled with will-o'-the wisps, making the whole cemetery even more eerie. The gray flame on the mountain flared up again, and an invisible force swept across the entire cemetery. Lin Moyu's soul trembled, and a lot of grayish-white fog suddenly appeared outside his soul world. This grayish-white fog enveloped his soul world, almost wanting to sever the connection between his soul and his body. Lin Moyu finally understood. If he was killed by the skeletons, after being cut into pieces, his soul would lose the protection of his body. It would also be covered in this layer of grayish-white fog, becoming a cleaner of the cemetery here. The God Kings must have died like this. Their souls were disturbed and suppressed, and they couldn't exert even a tenth of their strength. One can imagine how painful their deaths were. You want to kill me? Then you can try. With a thought in Lin Moyu's mind, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal roared, dispelling a patch of the grayish-white fog. The branches of the great talent tree were drawn out from the soul world, crazily whipping at the fog, completely dispersing it. Purple light flowed around the soul of the body, dyeing the soul a purple color. Outside the soul body, a soul will appeared, protecting the soul. The soul regained its connection with the body without any hindrance. At this time, the grayish-white skeletons moved, raising their swords to attack the skeleton god generals. With a thought from Lin Moyu, the skeleton god generals immediately counterattacked. For a time, sword energy crisscrossed, and sword light illuminated the entire sky. A great battle broke out in the cemetery. The grayish-white skeletons were very strong, their combat power reaching the 3rd-tier God King level, on par with the skeleton god generals. Moreover, their numbers reached 100,000, and they swarmed forward in an overwhelming manner to kill Lin Moyu. Any other God King, even a 5th-tier God King, facing the soul-suppressing flames and the siege of the skeletons, would have only one path to death. However, Lin Moyu didn't care at all. He was not afraid of such a scene. A large number of skeleton god generals appeared. Lin Moyu directly released 1 million skeleton god generals. Relying on their numerical advantage, they began to fight with the grayish-white skeletons. The duel between the undead armies was spectacular. Sword light clashed with sword light. Laws exploded with a roar, and the sound of deafening impacts filled the ears. Tremendous energy constantly shook the cemetery. Lin Moyu, surrounded by the skeleton god generals, stood motionless. The strength of the skeleton god generals was equivalent to the grayish-white skeletons, but they had an absolute numerical advantage. Gradually, the balance of the battle began to tilt. The skeleton god generals began to gain the upper hand, and the grayish-white skeletons were gradually suppressed. Although they hadn't been defeated yet, it was only a matter of time. The grayish-white skeletons were chopped into pieces by the skeleton god generals, falling all over the ground. This result was within Lin Moyu's expectations, but he did not let his guard down. There wasn't just one cemetery, but 8. If the skeletons from the other 7 cemeteries came to support, there would still be a fight. He tried to locate the scattered grayish-white skeletons on the ground, hoping to use them as material for the corpse explosion spell, but he couldn't lock on. These skeletons were chopped too small to be used as material for corpse explosion. But that wasn't a big problem. He still had plenty of God King realm materials on him to use for corpse explosion. Just an hour later, the battle ended. The grayish-white skeletons were completely surrounded and quickly annihilated. Their numbers dwindled, and the speed of their destruction increased. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen. The skeletons from the other 7 cemeteries did not come to support. Finally, when the last grayish-white skeleton was chopped into pieces, Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the gray flame on the mountain flared up again, and a mysterious aura swept across the cemetery like a strong wing. The bone fragments scattered on the ground all flew into the sky. The gray patterns on the bone fragments shone brightly. These fragments recombined, merging together to form a new skeleton. This skeleton was 5,000 meters tall, like a god looking down on Lin Moyu below. Lin Moyu raised his head slightly, somewhat surprised. This new skeleton was somewhat similar to a skeleton king. From spontaneously formed skeletons to a skeleton king. The 5,000-meter tall giant skeleton exuded a powerful aura, at least reaching the 5th-tier God King realm. Lin Moyu also showed respect for this thing. With a thought, the skeleton throne appeared in the sky. The 10-meter tall skeleton king slowly stood up from the skeleton throne, wearing a crimson cloak and a skull crown, exuding a surging aura. Comparing the two, the 5,000-meter tall skeleton was insignificant. The skeleton king was like a monarch, looking down at the opponent, and then unleashed a sword spell. The 5,000-meter tall skeleton god didn't even have time to act before it was chopped into pieces by the skeleton king. Countless bone fragments of the skeleton fell like raindrops. Before they could hit the ground, the gray light on the mountain flickered again. In an instant, all the fragments reassembled, turning into countless grayish-white skeletons holding bone swords. They seemed to be unharmed, exactly as they were when they first appeared. Just as Lin Moyu felt he had to fight another round, the grayish white skeletons suddenly turned into streams of light, flying straight back to their coffins. Then, the coffin lids made a harsh scraping sound and closed tightly once more. The gray flame continued to burn, and a line of fire shot down from the sky, creating a brilliant band of light in the sky. Under the band of light, a path appeared, a path paved with black gravel. Gray flames burned on both sides of the road, as if guiding Lin Moyu. At this time, all the grayish, white fog outside Lin Moyu's soul world dissipated, as if telling him that the danger had passed. At first, Lin Moyu intended to let a skeleton guide General step onto the gravel path. After sensing carefully for a moment, and confirming everything was fine, he stepped on it himself. But the scene before him suddenly changed. The cemetery disappeared, and the distant mountain quickly appeared closer, no longer far away. At the same time, cheers came to his ears. On both sides of the gravel path were burning gray flames. Within the gray flames, cheers could be heard. Walking on the gravel path, Lin Moyu felt like a general returning from victory, welcomed by countless people. It didn't take long for him to reach the end of the gravel path, before the high mountain. The originally distant high mountain was now right in front of him. Lin Moyu walked on the gravel path towards the mountain, and what appeared before him was a staircase leading up the mountain. The steps were also paved with black gravel, and on both sides were still burning gray flames to guide the way. He looked up at the top of the mountain. On the peak, a gray fireball was burning brightly, like a star shining all around. He guessed that many secrets could be answered on the high mountain. When he stepped on the first step, an invisible force struck him. The force was not great. With the body of a peak true god, he could easily withstand it. But this force also fell into his soul world, turning into a sword that struck heavily on the crystal wall of his soul world. The crystal wall was equally strong, withstanding the blow without a scratch. As expected, it's not that simple. To climb the mountain, I have to undergo some more tests. Every time Lin Moyu took a step, the gray flame on the mountain would flare up once, and then a force would descend, striking both his body and soul simultaneously. As Lin Moyu got higher and higher, this force continued to increase, preventing him from moving forward. Unfortunately, Lin Moyu's body and soul were too strong. He ignored the attacks that hindered his progress and climbed the mountain steadily. Lin Moyu was constantly puzzled. Back in the mysterious manor, he had realized that the manor felt like a dungeon instance from a small world, with a test at every stage. He didn't think much of it at the time, but now this ancient tomb gave him the same feeling. Thinking carefully, Lin Moyu felt something was wrong. Since entering the greater world, he had experienced many secret realms and visited many places. Whether it was the secret realms in the virtual world of the Human Emperor Network or the secret realms in reality, although there were also tests, they all had the characteristics of the greater world, completely different from the dungeons of the small worlds. But the mysterious manor, and this ancient tomb gave him the feeling of being in a small world, completely different from the secret realms in the greater world. This was very strange. Usually, small worlds had to rely on the greater world to exist. Although independent, most of the rules within them were close to the greater world. The information he knew about small worlds was also like this. But it was also quite special for a small world to be independent. Especially Antos, who guarded a small world. When he left the small world, he was surrounded by sovereigns. Antos said that a treasure fell into the small world, which led to this discovery. But now, thinking carefully, it seemed that things were not just for this reason. Some of the sovereigns among that group were mortal enemies of the human race, but they didn't attack him immediately. Looking back now, there must have been some kind of restraint that prevented them from directly killing him. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyu thought of the old man in a green robe riding a green ox. He could appear in the primordial secret realm and give him the primordial rune. Lin Moyu couldn't imagine how high his level was. Moreover, because of his existence, even Antos didn't dare to mention his name, even telling himself not to think about it. Now Lin Moyu was no longer an ignorant person. He had seen the existence of peak gods, sovereigns, and even come into contact with characters even more powerful than the god realm. Lin Moyu felt that Antos was at least a god, sovereign, and moreover, he was the strongest among the god sovereigns. Perhaps Antos even surpassed the god sovereign realm, but even so, he still didn't dare to mention the name of the old man riding the green ox. Could that person be? Lin Moyu shook his head. The image of the old man had just formed in his mind before he immediately shattered it. He always remembered Antos's reminder not to think about that old man. That character was too powerful. So powerful that he didn't even have the right to think about him. What exactly was the relationship between the ancient Arad and my small world? Why are my spells completely different from others? But the basic laws all follow the rules of the greater world. The more he understood, the greater the mysteries in his heart became. Lin Moyu was eager to get an answer. Just like when he was in the small world, he kept asking Antos. It was a pity that Antos was not here. He didn't know who to ask. As for Kaiyochuan and Jiu Tian, although they were very good to him and were excellent seniors, they were not ready to tell him everything. Unconsciously, Lin Moyu suffered another fierce attack. This attack was much stronger than the last. The endurance of his body had reached the peak of a true god, and even his body felt pain. The attack carried a kind of incomprehensible law. It was not a simple physical attack, so he couldn't be immune to it. The soul attack was the same. Under the extremely powerful attack, his soul world shook, but the crystal wall still stubbornly blocked the attack of the phantom sword. When he reached the top of the mountain, he suddenly felt light, and the colors returned. The world before him was no longer two colors of gray and white. His vision returned to normal, and his soul was also restored. It was like the sky clearing after a rain. On the top of the mountain, a gray flame was burning fiercely. In fact, this flame was not as big as it looked from a distance. Its diameter was less than 10 meters. Below the flame was a huge square pool. In the pool stood a huge torch. The torch was 100 meters high, and the flame was burning brightly on it. In front of the pool was a throne. The width of the throne was equal to the width of the pool, about 30 meters, and its height was about 10 meters. One could imagine how large the person sitting on it must have been. The jet black throne was carved with many skull patterns. Under the illumination of the gray flame, each skull was vivid, looking extremely strange and gloomy. Lin Moyu stood in the distance looking at this formation. He could imagine what kind of orders the person sitting on the throne would give. Lin Moyu did not go over. After his gaze swept over the throne, he was attracted by a coffin to the left of the throne. This was a huge coffin, about 5 meters high and over 40 meters long. The coffin was not closed. The lid had fallen to one side. This coffin was also very exquisite, covered with skull patterns, looking as vivid as the skulls on the throne. However, this coffin was white, while the throne was as black as ink. The two had a sharp contrast, creating a strong visual impact. Lin Moyu guessed that the owner of this coffin was definitely the owner of the throne. The coffin might be his resting place. After the battle just now, he felt that the owner of the throne was also a skeleton, a powerful skeleton. Lin Moyu slowly flew into the air. He saw that the inside of the coffin was empty. The owner of the throne was not here. Was he still here, or had he left? Lin Moyu was confused. He saw a few bone fragments on the throne. Not only on the throne, but there were also many bone fragments on the ground at the top of the mountain. Boom! The gray flame exploded in the air, and a huge force swept over him, instantly pressing him to the ground. The gray flame burned fiercely on the throne. Originally, that flame was the one on the torch. He didn't know when it had flown to the throne covered with skull patterns. In the brilliant flame, the throne was even more eye-catching. The eyes of the skulls above it all showed ferocity. Skulls have no eyes, but Lin Moyu felt so. When the flame enveloped the throne, the skulls carved on the throne got soul flames, as if they had come to life. A group of skulls seemed to be staring at him. If it were someone else, they would surely be scared to death. But since Lin Moyu had changed his profession, he had been friends with skeletons, so the situation before him was not a big deal. The skulls stared at Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu also stared at the skulls, and his eyes were full of interest. The throne continued to radiate a majestic power, covering the mountains and the cemetery. Immediately after, the bone fragments scattered on the throne began to move. The bone fragments flew up in the flames and merged together. Only 10 bones could not form a complete body, but the flame became the remaining parts, forming a human figure. Lin Moyu saw a huge skeleton, half of which was made of bone, and the other large part was made of flame. It was sitting on the throne, integrated with the throne. A huge pressure spread out, pressing on Lin Moyu's heart. The space at the top of the mountain seemed to have entered a solid state. Not only was it solidified, but even moving became difficult. The space was like a solid. Any small movement consumed a great amount of strength. The skeleton on the throne looked over the top of the mountain with a majestic gaze. Kneel, a huge voice sounded, and a huge force pressed on Lin Moyu, wanting to push him down and make him kneel. How could Lin Moyu kneel? Relying on his strong body, he stood stubbornly straight. Lin Moyu stood straight, no matter how strong the pressure was, it could not bend his body. The flame skeleton on the throne was so noble and majestic that it was hard to look directly at it. But at this moment, Lin Moyu was even more arrogant. He heard the sound of countless flames falling from the air to the ground. The bones on the ground continuously flew up, merging to form flame skeletons kneeling on the ground. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that the word kneel was not directed at him, but at these skeletons. At this moment, he also understood what was happening in front of him. This was a scene from countless years ago. In that era, This general-like figure was giving orders here. The people in the coffins in the cemetery were all his people, his soldiers. This was not just a tomb, but also a barracks, a fortress of war. The grey flame and the throne combined to show Lin Moyu the situation of that year. At this time, the general sitting on the throne issued a dry and majestic voice. War is coming, all realms are in rebellion. You will follow me on an expedition. Quell the rebellion. The skeletons kneeling on the ground also shouted in unison. Quell the rebellion. Quell the rebellion. Quell the rebellion. A huge voice came from the mountain, spreading throughout the cemetery. The sound of these two words echoed in Lin Moyu's ears. Immediately after, a loud shout also came from the cemetery at the foot of the mountain. The general's words received a very enthusiastic response from the soldiers. One could imagine that at this time, all the coffins in the cemetery must have been open, and the soldiers were extremely enthusiastic. At this moment, even Lin Moyu was affected by the surrounding emotions, his heart surging, his expression a little excited, but he quickly realized that something was wrong and immediately calmed his emotions. Under excitement, people will lose their calm and composure. This state can improve combat effectiveness, but in general, it is not a good thing. After calming down, Lin Moyu thought about what the skeleton general had said. War is coming. Who were they fighting? Combined with the scene seen in the mysterious manor, the skeleton in front of him, and the master of the mysterious manor should be of the same race. Then their enemy was surely the human race. The mysterious manor was invaded by the human race. But then, on second thought, Lin Moyu realized his thinking was not entirely correct. It didn't have to be the human race, it could be a race that looked like humans. In the greater world, there are many races that look very similar to humans. For example, the starry sky merfolk, the starry sky celestial spirits, and some other races all have appearances very similar to the human race. Therefore, in the mysterious manner, Lin Moyu couldn't be certain that the invader was the human race. He could only say it was a race similar to humans. But no matter which race it was, that skeleton general would still go on an expedition with his soldiers. There was no doubt about that. All realms are in rebellion. Who were these realms referring to? Were they small worlds or races? As far as he knew, the ancestral land of each major power was an independent world created by the powerful figures of that race, which is why they could be called worlds. Based on this sentence alone, Lin Moyu could guess some information, but not much. According to the skeleton general, the worlds were in rebellion, which indicated that all these worlds were under their banner. Otherwise, the word rebellion would not be used here. The Legion of the Dead was not a frontline army but a force sent to quell rebellions. So from what Lin Moyu understood, although they were an army, they were mostly guards, handling internal matters rather than fighting externally. They would only act when the regular army was unavailable. In other words, their combat strength was not at the highest level, at least having some disparity with the regular troops fighting on the front lines. The scene gradually quieted down. The sounds of feasting disappeared, the flames on the mountain top slowly died down, and white bones once again fell scattered across the ground. The figure of the skeleton general on the throne vanished. Although the flame on the torch did not go out completely, it was much smaller than before. At this moment, the pressure on him also disappeared. The space was no longer solidified, and they had departed. Lin Moyu thought to himself that what just happened must have been an event from that era. This grey flame had recorded what happened back then and replayed it here. Lin Moyu slowly walked forward, approaching the giant coffin. The coffin was very tall, much taller than him. He had looked earlier, there was nothing inside. If the coffin was the resting place of the skeleton general, then the result of this expedition was self-evident. The skeleton general had failed to return. Yet, inside the coffins in the cemetery, the skeletons were still there. These two facts seemed to contradict each other. Lin Moyu looked at the coffin, which was carved with lifelike skeletons. The entire coffin exuded a thick and pure aura of death. There was no law of death in the great world. It was identical to the death aura in the mysterious manor. After so many years, the coffin remained intact, with the erosion of time leaving no trace upon it. The material of the soldiers' coffins was similar to that of the skeleton generals, so high-grade that Lin Moyu couldn't even begin to identify it. He feared that even God-venerable level materials were not as advanced. In that era, what kind of figure deserved to possess such a rare material? The higher the grade of a material, the rarer it was. Truly top-tier materials were not something anyone could afford to use. At this moment, the sky suddenly lit up, and the throne that had just dimmed ignited once more. A large hole appeared in the sky, and countless firing meteors flew out of it, falling like rain. Most of the meteors were skeletons. The firing meteors flying across the sky were all illusions. Lin Moyu did not dodge, observing quietly. The fiery meteors crashed onto the mountain top, striking the mountainside and the cemetery at its foot. These fire meteors were incredibly numerous. The entire world was submerged in a rain of fire. The meteors exploded on the mountain top, scattering a large number of bones on the ground. It was the same in the cemetery. The entire graveyard was covered in bone fragments, with not a single skeleton left intact. This was the scene from that time. The skeletons on the mountain top had appeared from this event. A chill ran through Lin Weiyu's heart. The expedition had apparently failed. What went out was a complete skeleton, but what returned was only a pile of bones. At the end of the fire rain, a blazing meteor, much larger than the others, fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the throne. A dense pressure once again swept across the mountain top, and the skeleton general reappeared on the throne. Lin Weyu could feel the change in the skeleton general. The high spirits from the start of the expedition had transformed into a sorrowful, aged demeanor. The hoarse, majestic voice rang out again. The enemy is strong. We could not defeat him. The responsibility for this failure is mine. You are not at fault. I will envelop you in the immortal flame to help you be reborn. I will fall into a deep sleep, awaiting our master's summons. In all of heaven and earth, among all the countless beings, only our master is immortal. His voice echoed throughout the cemetery. The flame erupted, and the entire graveyard was set ablaze. The skeletons were reassembled one by one, and the army of nearly 1,000,000 skeletons in the cemetery was instantly reborn. Lin Weyu once again heard the deafening cheers. Immortal Master, Immortal Master. The cheers were endless, shaking the soul. Lin Weyu was once again infected by the sentiment, and wanted to shout, Immortal Master. After resurrecting all the skeletons, the skeleton general's presence weakened. Reviving these skeletons had consumed most of his power. His body began to collapse, and the flame covering him started to dim. Only then could it be clearly seen that within the blazing fire covering the skeleton general, less than half of it was his actual body. Incomplete bones struggled to maintain his form. As seen before, 80 of his body was composed of flames, with only a few dozen bone fragments. Into the coffins, he issued a new command, and the cemetery immediately fell silent. All the skeletons there entered their coffins and began to slumber. The aura of the skeleton general grew weaker and weaker. He looked at his own coffin, but finally shook his head and did not enter. He raised his head to look at the sky. For some reason, at this moment, Lin Weyu felt the skeleton general looked like an old man. Master, Wuka has done his best. I will fall into a deep sleep, waiting for the day of my revival. I hope that one day I can fight alongside you, Master, to topple all the worlds. I hope that one day the rebellious worlds will face a cataclysm, and their entire races will be annihilated. I hope the Master's brilliance will illuminate all the worlds. After speaking these words, it was as if he had exhausted all his strength, and he instantly disintegrated. More than a dozen bones scattered across the throne, just as Lin Weyu had seen before. All the flames vanished, condensing into a gray ball of fire in the air. The image before him also disappeared, and everything became quiet. After observing the entire process, Lin Weyu felt as if he had witnessed a piece of history. He had learned the true story of this mountain and its cemeteries. The soldiers in the cemetery had died once, but because the skeleton general had revived them, they had faithfully carried out their duty of guarding the cemetery for countless years. If the skeleton general hadn't saved them, perhaps he would still have a hope of survival. Even if he fell into a deep sleep, he could have significantly shortened its duration. But the skeleton general chose to sacrifice himself to save these soldiers. Hearing his final words, he had placed all the responsibility for the failure on himself, entrusting all his hopes to his soldiers. He was a good general, Lin Weyu lamented. He had been a general before and knew how difficult such a sacrifice was. It could be said that among 1,000 generals, it would be hard to find one like him. He then looked up at the gray flame burning in the torch. The scene he had just witnessed was shown to him by the gray flame, and its meaning was surely more than that. Lin Weyu looked at it and said, word by word, Immortal Flame. Just now, the skeleton general had mentioned the name of the gray flame. It was called the Immortal Flame, the same name as Lin Weiyu's Immortal Flame technique. Thanks to the power of the Immortal Flame, he could resurrect all the skeletons. The names were the same, but there were some differences. Lin Weiyu's Immortal Flame was gray and white, with gray representing death, and white representing life. But the Immortal Flame before him was a pure, cold gray, filled with the power of death. However, the power of death was the perfect nourishment for skeletons. Skeletons were inherently immortal creatures, so what they loved most was the power of death, while the power of life was poison to them. Lin Weyu thought to himself, from the beginning, he had always felt that the mysterious manner and this ancient tomb were related to his techniques. Now, with the appearance of the Immortal Flame, the connection between them deepened. He walked to the throne, and leaped lightly onto it. The throne was so large that he looked tiny standing on it. He saw a few bones. From a distance, he hadn't felt anything. But up close, he realized each bone was much larger than him. Countless years had passed, and the skeleton general had not yet been revived. If the living skeleton general knew his throne was being trampled on like this, he would probably kill him instantly. He approached a piece of bone. This piece belonged to the head. It was slightly curved, and it was impossible to tell which part of the head it came from. The bone fragment was 3 meters long, and nearly 1 meter thick. Countless years of erosion had not turned the bone to dust. Instead, it had become as transparent as crystal. Lin Moyu could even feel a trace of vitality from within the bone. Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly. The skeleton general's bones were filled with the aura of death, but in the deepest part of the bone, there was indeed a hint of life spreading. The skeleton general was not truly dead. He could really be revived. How long it would take, no one could say. Thousands of years, millions of years, or even longer. Lin Moyu stepped over the bone fragment and continued forward. In a flash, he had walked more than 10 meters, reaching the center of the throne. This was where the skeleton general sat when he gave the order to march. When Lin Moyu had flown into the air, he had seen something different here. Now, arriving here, Lin Moyu indeed found something very different. A beast-hide scroll. Another beast-hide scroll. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. It was identical to the one found in the mysterious manor. The beast-hide itself was not important. What was important was the writing on it. This piece of beast hide was very large, larger than any he had ever obtained. A large hide was normal, given the skeleton general's body shape. If the beast hide were too small, it would not be suitable. The piece Lin Moyu picked up was a square piece of beast hide, about 1 meter long. Lin Moyu held it in his hand, and looked at the writing. Over time, the text had faded a bit, but was still legible. This is the 32,643rd year since I became the leader of the Guard Legion. 32,643 years ago, the master showed his grace, granted me wisdom, and turned me into a skeleton general. For this kindness, I cannot repay it even in death. Today, the master faces a mighty foe, and the 6 worlds led by heaven have all rebelled. As the master's most loyal slave, quelling the rebellion is imperative. But I know this battle is perilous, so I preserve this technique. If I die in battle, my successor will obtain this technique. He will continue to be loyal to the master in my stead, until death. The reason the skeleton general went to war was recorded on the beast's hide. While his master and a powerful enemy were engaged in a life and death battle, the 6 worlds led by heaven rebelled simultaneously. He had to go quell the rebellion, but the result was a failed return. He knew something was about to happen to him, so he left behind a technique. According to him, this technique was personally passed down to him by his master, but it took him many years of cultivation to master it. If he died, he hoped his successor could master this technique. This technique was called command. He wasn't worried that this technique would be leaked, because it was aimed at the Legion of the Dead. Even if others obtained this technique, it would be useless without the corresponding undead legion. Through his message, Lin Moyu also understood something. Not only he, but this entire cemetery was also a gift from his master. Lin Moyu's guess was correct. The cemetery was indeed a military camp, and the entire ancient tomb was actually a mobile fortress. The control over this ancient tomb lay in the immortal flame not far away. The immortal flame was the core of the entire command cemetery. Lin Moyu studied this technique carefully. The more he learned, the more frightened he became. This technique was completely different from the techniques in the great world. To use the command technique, one must first designate a leader, then assign the corresponding undead legion under the leader's name to form an independent army. The control was not exercised by Lin Moyu but by the leader designated by him. This leader could command the power of the entire army, gather the strength of the entire army, and unleash combat power far beyond that of an individual. Why is it so similar? It was like the Witch Doctor General's technique, but the Witch Doctor General didn't have the ability to gather the army's power. It was a bit like the Skeleton Divine General. Lin Moyu thought to himself, according to this technique, he could create one legion after another. Then, during battle, he would only need to give orders to the legion leader, and the legion leader would automatically complete the rest. Because the legion leaders were wise, they would have independent thoughts and would choose the most suitable combat method. Moreover, the legion leaders were extremely loyal and had no possibility of betrayal. Lin Moyu was eager to try this technique. If its effect was as good as described, he could completely divide the undead legions into independent corps, each performing its own tasks, even forming battle formations. That's right, a battle formation. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. He thought of the battle against the great demon army. He clearly had more advantages, and his individual strength far surpassed the demons. But once the great demon army formed a battle formation, he could do nothing against them. The command technique gave him hope. Lin Moyu immediately memorized the method of using this technique. The beast hide stated that this command technique only worked on the Legion of the Dead and, moreover, it had to be combined with the immortal flame. Neither could be missing. The first step was to enlighten a skeleton. The first thing Lin Moyu thought of was the skeleton warrior. As his level continued to increase, the lowest level skeleton warrior had long been useless. The enemies he faced were too strong, the skeleton warriors were not powerful enough. So Lin Moyu's first choice was the skeleton warrior. A skeleton warrior appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Following the method recorded on the beast hide, he controlled the immortal flame to erupt. At the same time, Lin Moyu had to separate a sliver of his soul into the immortal flame. The immortal flame infused with the soul would become more spiritual. Then, Lin Moyu pressed the immortal flame onto the skeleton's head. The skeleton's eyes glowed with a fierce red light. The soul flame beat violently. The immortal flame quickly enveloped the skeleton, burning fiercely. Lin Moyu was constantly sensing the skeleton warrior's situation. He discovered that the skeleton warrior's soul flame had some movements. It was working. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. Enlightening and granting wisdom was an extremely high-level task, yet a kid in the true god realm like him could do it. Clearly, he was happy too soon. With a small explosion, the skeleton warrior exploded into pieces on the spot. The broken limbs and bones were scattered on the ground. Then the undead revival technique was activated, and the skeleton warrior was quickly revived. Failure. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. He had almost succeeded, but it suddenly failed without any warning. Lin Moyu didn't believe it and tried several more times, but the result was the same. He sighed. It seemed the skeleton warrior was not good enough. If the skeleton warrior was not good enough, then the skeleton soul archer and the skeleton mage couldn't be used either. These three types of skeletons were all basic skeletons. They were not much different. He tried and found that it was indeed so. No matter what method he used, he could not enlighten the three basic types of skeletons. On the list of summonable creatures, there were also the Witch Doctor General, Elemental Witch Doctor, Death Knight, Bone Dragon, and the Resurrected. Among them, the Witch Doctor General and Elemental Witch Doctor were immortal creatures, but they didn't really belong to the skeleton system. The Resurrected were even less, so the Resurrected already possessed the wisdom they had before death and didn't need enlightenment at all. The only thing was that the Resurrected had many restrictions, especially that they couldn't exist for long. Although the Death Knight and Bone Dragon also belonged to the skeleton system, Lin Moyu always felt that something was not right. These two were both warriors who could charge forward, but as commanders. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. A tall creature appeared beside him. A Witch Doctor General appeared beside him. The technique did not require it to be a skeleton. After the fusion level exceeded 100, the Witch Doctor General was already 10 meters tall, wearing leather armor, with well-developed muscles all over, exuding a sense of pressure. Since the Witch Doctor General appeared, Lin Moyu had always used it as a mag. Except for occasionally using it as a shield, he had never sent it to kill enemies. Initially, it was because the Witch Doctor General had no combat power. Besides having the best physique, it could do nothing else. Later, although the Witch Doctor General gained combat power, by that time Lin Moyu was already used to having the Witch Doctor General act as a medic. He had almost forgotten that when the Witch Doctor General first appeared, it had the ability to command skeletons. Lin Moyu stood on the throne, and the Witch Doctor General stood below it, his head just reaching Lin Moyu's waist. A sliver of soul was separated, and merged into the immortal flame. Then, following the method recorded in the technique, Lin Moyu merged the immortal flame into the Witch Doctor General's soul. At the same time, Lin Moyu carefully sensed the changes in the Witch Doctor General. The Witch Doctor General's body had an extremely powerful soul flame, far surpassing the three basic skeletons. Now, with the addition of the immortal flame, his soul flame became even more powerful. When the two merged, a sliver of Lin Moyu's soul also merged into it. The Witch Doctor General's soul suddenly became more agile. Lin Moyu also looked more serious. All three basic skeletons had collapsed at this point. But this time, the Witch Doctor General's soul did not collapse. His soul flame became stronger than before. His intelligence had truly appeared. The aura on the Witch Doctor General's body grew stronger, and his power also increased rapidly. In his sight, the Witch Doctor General grew larger and larger. In just a few minutes, the Witch Doctor General's height had increased from 10 meters to 100 meters. A 100-meter tall Witch Doctor General was like a mountain. He stood there occupying nearly half the mountain top. Seems a bit big, Lin Moyu thought. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, the Witch Doctor General immediately shrank, returning to his original height of 10 meters. The Witch Doctor General knelt on the ground. bowing his head in salute to Lin Moyu. A deep voice sounded at the same time. This subordinate pays his respects to the master. Thank you, master, for the enlightening. Lin Moyu felt a little happy that he had actually succeeded. This witch doctor general had become completely different from before. However, the command technique was not over yet. Enlightening the mind was only the first step. The second step was transformation, using the immortal flame to transform him into a true ruler. The skeleton general had also undergone this step before. His master had personally transformed him. However, he still remembered all the steps of the transformation and wrote them down in detail. The transformation required the immortal flame, and only his master could control the immortal flame. Therefore, he was not worried that someone could complete the command technique after obtaining it. Except for his master, the command technique was just useless garbage to others. But he could not have imagined that Lin Moyu had the immortal flame in his hands. Although there were some differences, Lin Moyu felt that they could still be used. The immortal flame flew out of his palm, landed on the witch doctor general, and began to transform him. The witch doctor general's leather armor turned to dust in the immortal flame, revealing his dark and strong body. Under the leather armor, the muscles rippled, containing immense power. Then, patterns appeared on his body. These patterns were also gray and white, and at the same time, they carried the characteristics of the immortal law. The patterns formed a complex and mysterious rune. These runes sparkled and intertwined into a set of gray and white armor. The armor enveloped the witch doctor general's body, making it even more muscular. A giant sword appeared in his hand, its sharp blade constantly tooting a sharp aura. Even Lin Moyu felt a slight pain on his skin. Lin Moyu could feel that the witch doctor general had undergone tremendous changes, and his combat power had also increased significantly. But at the same time, Lin Moyu frowned. Although the witch doctor general was still a subject summoned by him, completely obeying his commands, he now had wisdom, like an independent individual. He could no longer retract the witch doctor general back into the star technique. A headache. Lin Moyu didn't expect such a thing to happen. Just as he was thinking about a solution, the infinite fusion technique moved slightly. It enveloped all the star techniques, including the star technique that had summoned the witch doctor general. At this moment, it moved slightly, and an invisible force fell upon the transformed witch doctor general. It began to merge the star technique that summoned the witch doctor general with the witch doctor general in front of him again. The two auras merged into one, and the previously indistinguishable connection returned. This transformed witch doctor general once again became Lin Moyu's summon, and he could retract him into the star technique at any time. Lin Moyu was a little happy. He didn't expect infinite fusion to have such an effect. It was indeed infinite fusion. Whether it was a technique or a law, it could be fused. Lin Moyu quietly breathed a sigh of relief, letting go of his worries. After the infinite fusion technique trembled slightly, there was no more movement. Not long ago, after absorbing the mysterious iron block given by Zeke fainting, it had been quiet. Lin Moyu knew it was absorbing that mysterious iron block. This time, it just moved a little, like a sleeping person turning over and continuing to sleep. The infinite fusion technique was the most mysterious of all his techniques. Lin Moyu didn't know what its effect on him was, but he knew it was very strong. If used properly, it could be the strongest of all his techniques. When he had time later, he would have to study it carefully. His gaze fell back on the witch doctor general, checking his attributes. Legion Commander Realm, 3rd Tier God King Command Unit, 10,100 Ability 1. Command can command the Undead Legion to form an independent army. Ability 2, Healing. He can heal his own legion or other undead, including poison damage, soul damage, physical damage, and other abnormal conditions. The healing effect on other undead will be weakened. Ability 3, Resurrection. He can use the immortal flame to resurrect the legion under his command. Ability 4, Level Up. He can level up the legion he commands. The more people in the legion, the greater the power. Ability 5, Combined Strike. Can gather the entire legion's power to create a fatal blow. Gathering time is 10 minutes. The witch doctor general had evolved and become a new summon. It changed from a witch doctor general to a legion commander. It was not surprising that the name would be changed. Seeing the 3rd tier of the God King, then looking at its realm as 3rd tier God King, was also not surprising. But when he saw its command ability, Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. This command ability was completely different from the one described on the Beast Hide. The command ability recorded on the Beast Hide was not so powerful, at least not having the 1st and 3rd abilities. He suddenly understood. This was the original ability of the witch doctor general. Under the transformation of the technique, this ability might not have been retained. However, the appearance of infinite fusion not only helped it retain its previous abilities, but also enhanced them. The healing ability had been changed. The healing ability for his own legion, and the healing ability for other undead had a huge difference. The healing effect for his own legion would be increased, and it could heal all aspects, while the healing effect for other undead would be reduced many times over. But as long as the number of legion commanders was large enough, the reduced effect would not be a problem. This feature allowed the legion commander to fight alone or in a group, both were good. Second, it could also resurrect its own legion. The required material was the immortal flame. Lin Moyu had a lot of immortal flame, although they were not as strong as the gray flame on the torch. He could have as much as he wanted. Lin Moyu guessed that the combat power of a legion with a commander would be very different from those without one. Just the mutual help between a few members was enough to overwhelm a legion without a commander. What he had to consider now was which type of legion to give him command of. The most ideal state was naturally the Skeleton Divine General. However, the Skeleton Divine General was not a basic summon. It did not normally exist and could only be formed when necessary. After thinking for a long time, Lin Moyu decided to give him command of the Bone Dragons. Because the Skeleton Divine General was too strong, the opportunity for the Death Knight to appear in battle was not much. If he gave him the Bone Dragons like this, he would not have to arrange it himself. With a thought, 10,100 Bone Dragons were allocated under his name. The Legion commander bowed his head again to Lin Moyu, willing to serve the master to the death. Please give the Legion a name. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, too lazy to come up with a too complicated name. There would be more legions like this in the future. Inside the Star Technique, there were millions of witch doctor generals that needed to be transformed. If each legion had to have a name, his head would explode. He directly imitated the naming convention of the human race. You will be called Commander Number 1. The legion will be called Immortal Legion Number 1. Commander Number 1 did not doubt it at all, bowing his head again. Thank you, Master, for the name. Lin Moyu originally wanted to test the combat strength of Commander Number 1. But the immortal flame on the torch suddenly trembled. A hole appeared next to it, and from the hole flowed a drop of extremely concentrated death water. The death water fell precisely on the throne, tripping right on the broken bones. The skeleton immediately absorbed the death water, emitting a faint light. Under Lin Moyu's gaze, the skeleton suddenly grew larger, and the aura it exuded also became sharper. Lin Moyu was suddenly startled. At this moment, all his experiences after entering the ancient tomb came together. He finally understood what this ancient tomb was doing. This ancient tomb had appeared on the battlefield for tens of thousands of years. It had been absorbing the power of the death law in this area of the battlefield, and making it its own. After the fountain had accumulated enough energy, it would go from dry to erupting again. When the immortal flame accumulated enough power, it would begin to nourish the bones of the skeleton general on the throne. The bones grew larger and larger, and the deepest life was being nurtured. He would be resurrected. Not only would the skeleton general be resurrected, but the entire cemetery, this entire tomb barracks, would also be resurrected. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu suddenly jumped from the throne onto the coffin. Standing on the wide edge of the coffin, he carefully looked inside. He remembered just now when the image of the meteor appeared, a huge fiery meteor had fallen into the coffin. But he had looked inside the coffin before, and there was nothing there. These two things didn't add up. Now that he had guessed the true purpose of the skeleton general and the ancient tomb, Lin Moyu couldn't help but look at the coffin again. If the skeleton general wanted to be revived, he was still missing one of the most important things, the soul flame. The soul flame was the foundation of a skeleton. Its meaning was the same as the soul of a living creature. The soul flame was also the core of whether the skeleton generals could be resurrected or not. The coffin was empty. A glance could see the bottom. There was nothing but some gray powder. That gray powder seemed to be what he had seen in the image before. That thing was brought by the fiery meteor that fell into the coffin. Lin Moyu was not sure about this. He carefully sensed it. A few seconds later, his eyes moved, finally stopping on the torch behind the throne. Along the body of the torch, one could see the immortal flame at the top. A skeleton appeared beside him, connecting with the undead's vision. The world of color changed, and the immortal flame gradually dimmed. The soul flame in the center of the flame was burning fiercely and intensely. So it was here. The skeleton general's soul flame did exist, but it was not in the coffin or on the throne, but within the immortal flame. He used the immortal flame to warm his soul flame. Before he truly woke up, he would only follow the rule set before he fell asleep. Just like the skeleton soldiers in the cemetery, they guarded the cemetery according to the rules before falling asleep. Lin Moyu didn't know what realm the skeleton soldiers in the cemetery had reached in that era. Now they were at the third-tier God King realm, but in that era, they were definitely more than that. Otherwise, if they were only third-tier God Kings, what qualifications would they have to suppress a rebellion? Because the skeleton general was defeated in the rebellion that year. All the skeleton soldiers were killed or injured. Although they were later resurrected by a technique, the entire skeleton army was no longer as strong as before. If the current situation continued, the skeleton general would be resurrected at some point in the future. The skeleton army would also be revived. In that case, they could also recover in a very short time. What the situation on the battlefield would be like then was hard to say. Lin Moyu didn't know how strong the skeleton general was, but just based on the fact that he could exist for countless years, it could be seen that even a god venerable was no match for him. If such a creature was resurrected, it would have a huge impact on the entire situation on the battlefield. The moment Lin Moyu saw the soul flame began to beat violently. It seemed to have sensed Lin Moyu's gaze. Lin Moyu's heart also beat violently. A great sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart, spreading throughout his body, flooding his soul. This feeling had never happened before. Even when facing the second clone of the Abyss Demon, he did not have such a sense of danger. Lin Moyu felt that he was going to die. This was the soul flame of the skeleton general. He had not been resurrected, had no consciousness. It was just his own prowling that caused it to fight back. This was instinct. But this instinct was strong enough to kill him. Lin Moyu felt like he was being targeted by an ancient beast, locked on, unable to escape. The gray flame erupted, and a spark fell, landing on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu couldn't move or dodge. In an instant, he became a burning man. The gray flame was the immortal flame in the words of the skeleton general. It contained a thick death aura, almost like the death power in the immortal law. But Lin Moyu was surprised to find that the immortal flame did not cause any harm to him. It was not because his passive immunity to techniques had taken effect. There were powerful laws in the gray flame. The technique immunity was useless. The only thing that could protect him from harm was the immortal law. His whole body was wrapped in the immortal law. It was like a barrier blocking the gray flames. The immortal flame that the skeleton general mentioned was really related to his immortal law. Not to say they were exactly the same, but they definitely had a great connection. Lin Moyu's heart felt heavy. The relationship between him, the mysterious manner, and this ancient hymn was even deeper. This was not a good thing, but it also aroused his curiosity. The danger still existed. Lin Moyu still couldn't move. A huge force enveloped him, suppressing him. Outside his soul world, a giant skull appeared. This was the consciousness of the skeleton general. He had to destroy anyone who dared to spy on him. The skull roared, and in its empty eye sockets, a blazing red light suddenly appeared. It was like two sharp swords stabbing straight into the crystal fortress. The soul world shook violently, and under the great pressure, the crystal fortress creaked, and countless cracks quickly appeared on it. Lin Moyu's soul suddenly opened its eyes. This was the second time he had encountered such a powerful soul attack. The first time was from that Kamwen Buddha of the Buddhist race, but at that time he was still very weak, and his soul world was also very weak. But now his soul was at the 4th level. Even a god, venerable, couldn't easily break his soul defense. But the skeleton general did it so easily, and this was just his instinct. Lin Moyu's soul power quickly boiled, maintaining the soul world. He was truly terrified in his heart. The strength of the skeleton general was indeed terrifying. Perhaps he had surpassed the god, venerable realm. The soul was the foundation. To know whether a person was strong or not, one could look at the soul. Lin Moyu tried his best to maintain the soul world. The cracks on the crystal fortress continued to expand. The talent tree stretched out from the soul world, countless branches reaching out, striking at the skull. The blazing red light exploded, and the giant branches were instantly cut into pieces by the red light. The talent tree quickly shrank back as if in pain. The disparity between the two was too great. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a fierce roar, and a divine dragon phantom appeared outside the soul world. It spat dragon's breath at the skull. The skull swept out a red light, as if glancing at it. The phantom of the divine dragon instantly dissipated, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal seemed to be severely injured as well. It also retracted like the talent tree. Lin Moyu felt a little desperate. The talent tree and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal were defeated too quickly, almost crushed. Was he going to die here? Playing with skeletons all day, only to be killed by a skeleton. This thought couldn't help but arise in Lin Moyu's mind. It felt a little funny, but the next second, he firmed his belief. He could die, but not so easily. He could still fight. The talent tree was no good, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal was no good, but he still had his soul origin. This was his home ground. His soul origin was very strong. The soul origin moved slightly, and the soul flaying sword flew out, stabbing at the skull. The soul flaying sword cut through the air, majestic and imposing. A red light turned back, and hit the soul flaying sword. Bang! The soul flaying sword was knocked back. Lin Moyu's soul suddenly stood up, soul power boiling. In the soul world, a large number of skeletons suddenly appeared. Appearing with the skeletons was the Legion of the Dead, which could not appear in reality but could still appear in the soul world. But at this time, facing the skeleton general, Lin Moyu was not sure. At this moment, the scourge scepter in the hands of the soul origin exuded a brilliant light. The scourge scepter shone brightly, and the soul gem on it radiated a dazzling light. The purple light covered the entire soul world, and the cracked crystal fortress was quickly repaired. At the same time, a layer of purple light also filled the crystal fortress, easily blocking the skull's attack. The purple light surged again, covering the skull. The skull suddenly shook and then shattered. At this moment, Lin Moyu regained control of his body. The wings of the undead immediately opened, flying straight into the sky. Right above the gray flame, thousands of meters in the air, there was a small hole with no starting point. Lin Moyu had discovered this hole when the fiery meteors fell. That hole appeared, hidden in the air and not obvious. Afterwards, Lin Moyu calmly observed it, trying to probe inside with his soul force. From the hole, he immediately felt the aura of the outside world. This was the exit of the ancient tomb. The teleportation talisman must be useless here. Lin Moyu hadn't tried it. If the teleportation talisman was useful, those god kings would not have been trapped and died here, becoming cemetery cleaners. So after entering this place, Lin Moyu had been looking for an exit. Until the firing meteor appeared, a large hole appeared in the sky. That was an image from the distant past, but it was also a real image. The hole quickly shrank during the firing meteor shower, but it did not completely disappear. Lin Moyu did not dare to turn back, rushing quickly into that hole. When the scene changed and his vision returned, Lin Moyu found that he was standing at the end of the third passage. A high wall was in front of him, facing the wall, and behind him was a thick black fog. Without thinking, Lin Moyu immediately took out the teleportation talisman and activated it. This was the time to use the teleportation talisman. The talisman emitted a soft light, enveloping Lin Moyu, and then his figure disappeared from the ancient tomb. In the center of the cemetery on the high mountain, the immortal flame still burned brightly. The soul flame in the center of the immortal flame beat rhythmically, its consciousness gradually awakening. Scepter. With scepter. A whispering voice sounded, as if someone was talking in their sleep before waking up. As the sound came out, the bones on the giant throne also shone brightly. The death water from the immortal flame dripped down, falling on the bones, causing them to begin to regenerate again, at a faster speed than before. Outside the ancient tomb, Lin Moyu suddenly appeared. Then he took out the Battle King Tower, turned it into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. At this moment, he had no other thoughts, only wanting to quickly leave the ancient tomb. If the skeleton general chased after him, he would only have one path, death. It was not until he had flown for hundreds of millions of kilometers that he breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the scourge scepter suddenly taking effect, he would have really been in danger this time. The battle in the soul world was more dangerous than in the real world. Although his Legion of the Dead was large, he was really not sure he could deal with the skull transformed from the skeleton general. Even if this was just the most instinctive consciousness of the skeleton general, he was not sure. Lin Moyu realized he knew nothing about the scourge scepter, nor did he understand the soul gem on it. He only knew that it and the Great World Rune were two super treasures, but he knew nothing about their specific functions, or how to use them. The soul gem seemed to help him enhance his soul defense, but its other functions were still unknown. This time, it was also the scourge scepter that actively helped him escape. It seemed he needed to spend time studying it carefully, but his current realm was too low, and he didn't know if he could study a magic weapon at this level. Lin Moyu was thinking in his head. All cultivators knew that it wasn't that the higher the level of the magic weapon, the better. It had to be suitable for oneself. Just like someone in the true god realm would find it very difficult to control a magic weapon of the god king realm. Even if they could use it, they couldn't unleash its full power. The realm of the magic weapon must correspond to one's own realm. Lin Moyu knew that the level of the scourge scepter was very high, and his own realm was not enough to control it, so he had not studied it in depth. After thinking for a long time, Lin Moyu finally decided to tell Shuqi what had happened in the ancient tomb. As for what Shuqi would do, even if he couldn't control this matter, at least there would be preparations. When the million-strong skeleton army in the ancient tomb was revived, the human race would also be prepared. Unconsciously, Lin Moyu had returned to Outpost 70. After teleporting through Fortress Number 7, he returned to Fortress Number 1. Only the Human Emperor network at Fortress Number 1 could send a direct message to Chukwu. The message had two words: need help. As long as the message was sent, it would eventually reach Chukwu. Lin Moyu didn't care about the process. He wasn't worried that Chukwu would ignore him. The fewer words, the bigger the trouble. Chukwu would definitely come to find him. Lin Moyu went straight to the mission center to turn in his mission. He should have chosen a combat mission, but the fourth mission was not a combat mission, so it was an incorrect choice. Lin Moyu didn't care much about this. He believed his points for this mission would not be low. Even if there were no extra points for this mission, other missions would be enough to make up for it. Entering the Divine City was his goal, but there were many ways to achieve it. Lin Moyu was no longer as cautious as when he first entered the battlefield. As his combat power grew stronger and his realm grew higher, Lin Moyu became more and more confident. He was very clear about the results of the various regulations pursued by the human race. Even with his level of combat power, he couldn't enter the Divine City. It was estimated that in the entire human race, no one could enter the Divine City. He had seen geniuses from the Divine City, the Sword Daoist and Zi Kaiting. They were indeed geniuses, at least fighting above their level, even fighting across realms, but compared to himself, they seemed much worse. Now, Lin Moyu was confident that he could kill Zi Kaiting instantly. If he were at the same realm as the Sword Daoist, he could also defeat him. Therefore, at the mission level, he could relax a little and not pursue perfection too much. After queuing and successfully handing over the mission, he received 5,010 points. This time there was no additional reward. Lin Moyu did not continue to accept new missions. During the mission handover, he had received a message from Shu Qiyu. After leaving the mission center, he saw Shu Qiyu standing outside. The people around came and went, and no one seemed to notice him, as if Shu Qiyu didn't exist. Lin Moyu was not surprised and went over to greet him. "Hello, senior." Shu Qiyu asked. Something happened in the ancient tomb. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, yes. He didn't find it strange that Shu Qiyu knew. With Shu Qiyu's authority, he could easily check the missions Lin Moyu had taken on and thus determine what he had done. Shu Qiyu's expression was a bit serious at this time. "Follow me." Lin Moyu silently followed Shu Qiyu into the military district. The noise gradually disappeared, and the surroundings became quiet. Occasionally, soldiers could be seen passing by. Whether alone or in groups, they were very quiet. They wore battle armor, tall and straight, exuding a completely different temperament from ordinary cultivators. This was the military area. Ordinary cultivators were not allowed to enter. Even though Lin Moyu held the title of glory, he could not enter and exit at will. After all, it was just a title. He was not a real soldier. Enjoying some privileges was still different from being a real soldier, but now he was led by Shu Qiyu, so he could walk around without any hindrance. Shu Qiyu walked very fast, and the two quickly reached the center of the area. A gray-green building appeared in front of them, a square building that was not very tall. Lin Moyu felt an unusual aura on the top floor of the building, making him feel a little dangerous. This kind of danger was like many needles pricking him, causing Lin Moyu pain. Around this building were taller buildings, concealing it. Even if you stood at the top of the Star Fortress, if you didn't look carefully, you would miss its existence. Shu Qiyu noticed the change in Lin Moyu's expression and smiled. "That's the core of the fortress. On the top of the building is carved a star formation." Shu Qiyu said no more. He believed Lin Moyu could understand. Lin Moyu just nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. The Star Fortress was a powerful weapon of war. When fully operational, its combat power would be extremely terrifying. There were countless secrets hidden in the Star Fortress. Sometimes, knowing too much was not a good thing. Shu Qiyu suddenly asked, "Aren't you curious this time?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Curiosity will kill a cat." Shu Qiyu couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head gently. He knew Lin Moyu had a good sense of proportion. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. The two entered the building that was the core of the fortress. In the middle of the building was a huge rectangular conference table. Each side of the table had 9 seats, and at the front was a main seat. Hyunjin, the Legion commander of Fortress No. 1, sat in the first seat to the left of the main seat. Sitting in the position to the right of the main seat was an old man whom Lin Moyu did not recognize, but he knew this old man's status was definitely not ordinary. He was likely an elder at Fortress No. 1. Shu Qiyu pointed to an empty chair and said, "You can sit wherever you want." After speaking, he went straight to the main seat. Lin Moyu was not polite anymore, went to the second chair on the left, and sat down next to Hyunjin. Shu Qiyu said, "Hyunjin, the Legion commander of Fortress No. 1. Lin Moyu greeted Hyunjin, "Senior, long time no see." The two had met before and had known each other since then. Shu Qiyu pointed to the old man in white on the right and said, "The elder of Fortress No. 1, Bai Kishin." Lin Moyu greeted Bai Kishin. "Hello, Elder Bai." Bai Kishin nodded slightly to Lin Moyu. "Little friend Lin, no need to be polite." Each fortress had 4 elders, so his appearance here was not strange. But Lin Moyu didn't understand why only one of the 4 elders came. Could it be that this elder Bai Kishin was related to the ancient him? Chu Keiyu said. Elder Bai's only son went to the ancient him and never returned. As expected, Lin Moyu thought to himself. He guessed that Bai Kishin's appearance here was definitely related to the ancient him. Lin Moyu looked at Ki Yuanjun again. Ki Yuanjun smiled bitterly. My personal disciple also went to the ancient tomb. Lin Moyu couldn't help but say, they are all god kings, right? Bai Kishin, and Ki Yuanjun nodded in unison. Lin Moyu sighed softly. My condolences. Although they had all guessed this answer, their faces still changed, and a hint of sadness appeared in their eyes, especially Bai Kishin's. That was his only son. Bai Kishin was a god, venerable, but his eye sockets were still moist. Who said heroes don't cry? It's just that they haven't reached the point of sadness. Lin Moyu's words had shattered his last glimmer of hope. Chu Keiyu coughed lightly and said, tell me in detail. Lin Moyu looked at Ki Yuanjun and Bai Kishin. He felt that death was already a blow to them. If he let them know that their loved ones' souls were imprisoned and would have to stay in the cemetery forever, it would be another blow. Bai Kishin suppressed the grief in his heart and said in a low voice, it's fine. Little Franlin, just speak. Ki Yuanjun also said, we want to know more about the actual situation. Lin Moyu told them the situation he knew. When he spoke of the souls being trapped in the cemetery, Bai Kishin couldn't hold back his tears. Yuanjun's eyes grew sadder. His hands clenched tightly, trembling slightly. They had never imagined that after waiting for so many years, this would be the result. A sad result. Curiosity had indeed killed the God King. Chu Keiyu sighed softly. The mystery of the ancient tomb has been solved. In that case, ordinary God Kings only have the path of death. The meaning behind his words was that only people like Lin Moyu could survive. Regarding this matter, Chu Keiyu would report to the Human Emperor Network and the mission would be changed then. Looking at the silent Ki Yuanjun and Bai Kishin, Chu Keiyu said again, you two are also god venerables, you should be more open-minded about life and death. As for the souls in the cemetery, I will talk about it later and see if there is a chance to do something. Bai Kishin's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean? Chu Keiyu nodded but did not answer directly. Ki Yuanjun respectfully saluted Chu Keiyu. I'll have to trouble the garrison commander. Chu Keiyu waved his hand. I called you here just to give you an answer. Now you can leave first. I have something to talk to this kid alone about. The two did not hesitate, and quickly stood up to leave. Before leaving, both of them did not forget to thank Lin Moyu. Although it was a sad result, at least they knew the result. They did not doubt what Lin Moyu said. Lin Moyu had no need to lie, and it was very difficult to lie in front of a god venerable. After the two left, Chu Keiyu tapped lightly on the table. The door of the house slammed shut. Chu Keiyu glanced at Lin Moyu. Continue. Finish your story. Lin Moyu had only said how he entered the cemetery, found the imprisoned god kings, and was forced to be a janitor, but did not say what happened after passing the test. He could have returned directly after passing the test, perhaps receiving some benefits. But Chu Keiyu felt that it was not that simple. Lin Moyu would not rush to find him just for such a small matter. The fewer the words, the bigger the matter. Chu Keiyu also thought so. Lin Moyu said, there are a total of 8 cemeteries surrounding the mountain in the center. After passing the tests, I entered the mountain in the middle. I climbed to the top of the mountain, and saw some scenes from the distant past. Lin Moyu recounted the scene of the immortal flame, and also mentioned the giant coffin, the golden throne, and the skeleton general who wanted to be revived. But he had hidden the matter of the beast hide scroll. At this time, that beast hide had been put away by him. If someone went in later, they would not see that beast hide. As long as he didn't say it, no one would know. No, the skeleton general knows. But so what if the skeleton general knew? Chu Keiyu's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and his voice became solemn. You mean he is preparing to be resurrected? Lin Moyu just corrected Chu Keiyu's words. It's not that he's preparing to be resurrected, but that he's already in the process of being resurrected. Chu Keiyu looked at Lin Moyu, signaling him to continue. Lin Moyu expressed his thoughts. To say he is being resurrected is not entirely accurate. It should be said that he never died but was just severely injured and entered a state of deep sleep. To be more precise, he is awaking. During his deep sleep, he has always been accumulating power through the ancient hymn. At that time, he accumulated power through the ancient hymns. Now he has accumulated enough power to officially begin his awakening process. This can be seen from the previously dried up fountain, which is now starting to gush water again, and what flows out is death water. Chu Keiyu said solemnly, so if we take all the death water from the fountain, can we prevent him from being resurrected? Lin Moyu shook his head. I also thought about this, but I feel it's unlikely. There are 3 reasons. First, It's not because he wants to be resurrected that the death water gushes out, but because he has accumulated too much power, and there's too much excess, so it starts to gush back out. The second reason is that I have clashed with his soul. Although it was just his instinctive consciousness, I was still completely defeated. If it weren't for luck, I would have died there. I can feel that his soul is already complete, and it's also very powerful. The third reason is that the death water in the fountain cannot be taken away. After all, my ability is limited. You can find someone else to try, maybe it will be useful. Shukyu sank into thought again. Lin Moyu's words were very reasonable. The first reason was completely plausible. It seemed he himself had reversed the cause and effect, but this reason had little effect, the result was the same. The second reason made Shukyu feel puzzled. He knew that Lin Moyu's soul had reached the peak of level 4, the soul jade was purple, it could be said that Lin Moyu's soul had reached the limit of the God Venerable realm. Although his soul force was not as good as a God Venerable's, an ordinary God Venerable would find it difficult to kill Lin Moyu at the soul level. Even if he wanted to kill Lin Moyu at the soul level, he would have to use some soul level weapons. In terms of soul, Lin Moyu's attack power was not strong enough, but his defense was more than enough, but this time he was still completely defeated. This showed that the opponent had completely crushed Lin Moyu in terms of soul. This also showed that the opponent's strength was very powerful. At his level, the soul was the most important. Because as long as the soul was intact, the body could be regenerated, which was not difficult. Therefore, he could also conclude that as long as the opponent's soul was resurrected, the day he truly recovered was not far off. As for the last reason, it was nothing. It was just mentioned, the death water was originally a surplus product, so the last reason was more like a supplementary opinion. Shukyu said in a deep voice, "Is there anything else you've left out?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment, confirmed that he had not missed anything, and then asked, "Senior, I'd have some questions I want to ask." Shukyu grunted. "Ask." Having just gotten such important news from Lin Moyu, it wouldn't be good for him to refuse now. Lin Moyu also knew this point and took the opportunity to ask questions. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. He knew this problem was limited. He would not ask about unimportant issues, but similarly, he could not ask about important issues. Even if he asked, Shukyu would not say. This question is very abstract. I want to know something about the ancient era. Shukyu snorted, curious again. Lin Moyu smiled without saying anything. Shukyu asked, "What do you want to know?" Lin Moyu said, "Anything. Just say what I can hear." Shukyu stared at Lin Moyu for 2 seconds. "You little brat, you're getting more and more cunning." Lin Moyu corrected Shukyu's words. "This isn't cunning. It's being a little smart. Although I'm very curious, I also know my limits. Of course, in front of you, this Chinier's little cleverness is nothing." Lin Moyu handed the initiative to Shukyu. What could be said and what couldn't be said were all decided by Shukyu. The Human Emperor Network had no information about what happened in ancient times. Perhaps he could find some information after gaining higher authority, but Lin Moyu knew that extremely important information would not be displayed on the Human Emperor Network for everyone to see. Shukyu had a high status, he was the supreme commander of the Vermilion Bird Battlefield, and in the Vermilion Bird Battlefield, there were some things related to the Eternal Era. Plus, before entering the mysterious manor, Shukyu had taken him to see a mysterious person. Through the brief conversation with the mysterious person, Lin Moyu was sure that Shukyu must know some secrets from the distant past. This time, Lin Moyu wanted to analyze from this conversation combined with the information he had, and then draw a conclusion. At this time, he was sure that he had a connection with some kind of power in ancient times. A long time ago, a faction that controlled skeletons had gone to war with the human race, and it was even a life and death battle. This meant that he had grasped the power of this faction. What would the high-level leaders of the human race think? But this kind of thing could not be asked, because it was speculated from analysis. Shukyu smiled. "All right, then I'll tell you some things from the past." Lin Moyu immediately pricked up his ears to listen. Shukyu closed his eyes, pondering, seemingly considering what could be said and what couldn't. After a few seconds, Shukyu's voice slowly came out. The ancient era was a very ancient era. To know about things from the distant past, one must first clearly distinguish the eras. We divide time into the primordial, ancient, near ancient, and the present. The current era belongs to the era of the battle god Xiao Jiantian. Before Xiao Jiantian, about 50,000 to 100,000 years ago, was the modern period. It was the appearance of Xiao Jiantian that ended the near ancient period. The time of the ancient period cannot be determined. I have studied it thoroughly, and concluded that it was about 500,000 to several million years ago, not entirely accurate. As for the primordial period, it is even more ancient, so there is no need to mention it. In an era, many things happened, Often, it was because of some great catastrophe that it had to end. Whether it was a natural disaster or a man-made one, it could have happened in the ancient period. It seems there was a great war that affected a large area, and it was that war that caused the disaster. It was a very great disaster. It ended that period. Hearing this, Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "Is it similar to the disaster of Xiaojiantian?" "No," Shikyu said. "Compared to that time, it was much larger. It is said that after that great catastrophe, the great world was almost destroyed. It took the great world countless years to recover. It is because of this that each race has very little information about the ancient period. We can only find some clues in the sparse information. We don't know the cause of that war. All other races are the same. Perhaps the dragon race will have some news from ancient times, but it certainly won't be too much." Lin Moyu pricked up his ears, carefully listening to every word Shikyu said. He rarely asked questions, unless he couldn't help himself. Shikyu also spoke very carefully, telling everything he could tell, not hiding anything. In the restaurant of Fortress Number 1, gentle sounds of dining could be heard. Lin Moyu chose a corner by the window, looking at the starry sky outside, watching the starlight that had traveled through thousands of years of light to appear here. In his mind, he was still thinking about Shikyu's words just now. Shikyu had said a lot. He had told him everything he knew about the ancient period. Those were all things that could be told. First, according to Shikyu, this information was all information that Lin Moyu could see when he became a god, venerable, but it would take some time to collect and compile it. And he had kneaded this pile of information into a ball, then rearranged it completely, and told Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu could see that Shikyu was also very interested in the ancient period. Shikyu's curiosity was no less than his own. Otherwise, he would not have collected and arranged the information from the distant past. A waiter brought many exquisite dishes and a bottle of golden wine. Lin Moyu took a sip. The wine was clear and refreshing. The aroma was not strong but left a long, lasting taste. Then it exploded in the body, turning into a clear stream, sweeping through the whole body. Immediately, an invisible law flowed into the soul. The soul was like a clear spring falling, and his thoughts became clearer. This wine was called spirit wine, brewed from a plant called clear spirit grass in area 433 of the Vermilion Bird Battlefield. This wine was very special, containing a special law that directly affected the soul. Drinking a small amount could make the whole person clear-headed and help with thinking about problems. But if you drank too much, it would make your thoughts chaotic for a while, and you would not be able to concentrate. This kind of law would not cause any significant damage, so it did not trigger the soul's defense mechanism. With the help of the spirit wine, Lin Moyu began to combine and analyze the information Shikyu had said with the information he had. Gradually, some things from the distant past began to become clear. First of all, it was certain that his profession, techniques, and even his laws must be related to the ancient period. An unimaginable catastrophe had occurred in the ancient period. The entire world had changed. In the catastrophe, all races were wiped out. The world was on the brink of collapse. Facing such a catastrophic disaster, it would not be surprising if any major changes occurred in the world. The laws changed, old races were wiped out, and new races were born. It was hard to say whether the humans who appeared later were the same humans from ancient times. According to Shikyu's words, the experts of the ancient period would definitely find a way to save themselves. The chaos that appeared in the battlefield now, the things belonging to the ancient period, could all be independent worlds opened up by the experts of the ancient period. Those independent worlds had escaped the catastrophe and survived to this day. Lin Moyu knew that Shikyu definitely still had some secrets that he hadn't revealed. What could be said and what couldn't be said were all under Shikyu's control, not his. From Shikyu's words, Lin Moyu still guessed some very important news. For example, when Shikyu called the ancient hymns and the skeleton general, he used the word they and them, not him. This showed that there must be people like the skeleton general. There really were people from the ancient period who were still alive today. Those who lived from Xiaojiantian's era also existed. In almost every powerful clan, there were old monsters who had survived from the late ancient era to the present day. There was a high probability that Xiaojiantian was still alive. After all, at their realm, living for hundreds of thousands of years was not unusual, but being able to live from the eternal ancient era until now was somewhat surprising. To have escaped the great catastrophe and survived to this day, one could only imagine how powerful they must be. As the wine in the bottle gradually emptied, Lin Moyu had sorted through all the information. He summarized it as follows: the great catastrophe of the ancient era must have been a massive war. One so catastrophic that even the runes of the greater world nearly collapsed. The runes of the greater world are the foundation of this world. Once damaged, it's no surprise that it would cause a disaster. The catastrophe of the eternal, ancient era was very likely caused by this. Almost all creatures of every race were annihilated during that period. There might be some relics left, but not many. Why profession and spells must have come from a certain race in the ancient era, most likely from the race that controlled skeletons. The road ahead was still full of mysteries. He could only move forward through a dense fog, slowly searching for answers. Perhaps he would have to wait until he reached the very end, truly stepping out of the fog, and only then could he look back and see clearly what had happened. Mere speculation was not enough. In front of Area 710, Jiu and a man in black appeared simultaneously. The man in black was like a black hole, absorbing all surrounding light. Even standing in close proximity, it was difficult to detect his existence. Jiu said, "Are you still planning to see it with your own eyes?" The man in black spoke in a deep, majestic voice. "You know the ancestor is very curious about this matter." Jiu smiled, "Indeed. But one wants to die. Some things are better left unsaid." The man in black lowered his head and glanced at Jiu. Jiu gave a wry smile. "I understand." He said no more, knowing he had misspoken. There were some things he was not qualified to discuss. The man in black stared at Area 710 for a moment, then his figure faded and vanished like a dissolving mirage. Jiu knew he had entered Area 710, and perhaps had even entered the ancient him. The restrictions in Area 710 could not stop him. No, it would be more accurate to say that the restrictions of the entire Vermilion Bird battlefield could not stop him. He could go wherever he pleased with a single thought. Inside the ancient him, outside the third passage beside the fountain, the man in black appeared silently. Within his black, hole-like body, a pair of brilliant eyes shone brightly. As expected, it's flowing with water again. He pondered. He had been here many years ago when the ancient him first appeared, and the fountain had been completely dry. He then turned his attention to the third passage. The dark fog could not obscure his vision. He clearly saw the 8 entrances on both sides of the passage. "When I came here before, there were no doors. Even if there were, they could not have been hidden from my sight." His body moved slightly, and he stepped into the dark fog, randomly choosing an entrance. In the next second, he appeared in the cemetery. His gaze swept across the cemetery, looking towards the distant mountain. He had already learned about the situation in the cemetery from Jiu, so naturally, he wouldn't wait for the immortal flame to rise like Lin Moyu. He took a single step, and appeared inside the cemetery. Within the cemetery, God-King souls were meticulously sweeping the grounds. He sensed the atmosphere and said in a deep, majestic voice, "The power of rules." There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. Among the cleaners, many were God-Kings of the human race. He was dissatisfied seeing the souls of his fellow clansmen imprisoned here. The aura on his body fluctuated slightly. He took another step and appeared on the mountain top, completely ignoring the rules of the cemetery. The peak was extremely quiet, not even the sound of wind could be heard. The immortal flame had not yet risen. Only the giant coffin and the throne carved with skulls stood there silently, as they had for countless years. The man in black lightly stomped his foot. An immense force swept out, causing the entire mountain to roar. Following that stomp, the flames instantly erupted. The immortal flame quickly rose from the foot of the mountain, appearing on the torch at the peak, burning brilliantly. Inside the immortal flame, a particularly bright soul flame flickered. Compared to when Lin Moyu was here, the soul flame had grown stronger, but it had not yet fully recovered. The man in black looked at the soul flame within the immortal flame and said softly, "The recovery of the strong also takes time. This time could be a few days, or it could be hundreds of years." At this moment, the soul of the skeleton general was recovering, but it was far from complete. The immortal flame blazed, and the soul flame within it flickered incessantly. Suddenly, the man in black's figure froze. His soul world was under attack. The exact same situation Lin Moyu had faced now appeared in the man in black's soul world. A giant skull roared at him. In its not yet fully recovered state, the skeleton general was left with only instinct. Instinctively, it could sense a threat, and fought back. The skeleton general's soul attack was powerful, but the man in black's strength far surpassed Lin Moyu's. He simply snorted, and the skeleton general's soul attack was neutralized. The man in black looked at the burning immortal flame, and shook his head slightly. In a flash, his figure disappeared and reappeared high in the sky. The entire cemetery was in his view, 8 fan-shaped cemeteries guarding the central mountain. A large number of God-King souls were working within them. He reached out his hand. Simultaneously, hundreds of janitorial God-Kings were enveloped by an invisible force and slowly lifted into the air. At this moment, a light began to shine from within the cemetery. The cemetery generated a powerful suction force, preventing the janitorial God-Kings from leaving. The man in black snorted with a bit of disdain. Though you are a rule-based treasure, without a master, you are not qualified to resist me. After speaking, he increased his power. Space tore apart layer by layer, and the light in the cemetery was suddenly extinguished. The souls of the janitorial god kings were all drawn into his palm, and then his body faded and disappeared completely. The immortal flame continued to illuminate the entire cemetery, but the number of janitorial god kings had been reduced by more than a third, all taken away by the man in black. Outside Area 710, the man in black appeared beside Yuki without warning. He held a ball of light in his hand, which contained the souls. These were the souls of the god kings of the human race. These god kings had been missing for many years, and this time, the man in black had brought them out. Yuki took the ball of light and looked at it carefully, sighing, a pity. Their soul eyes are dull, their consciousness has clearly been erased. Having one's mind erased was worse than having a damaged soul. It was essentially impossible to save. In the greater world, life and death are common. The man in black's voice held no trace of pity. Just as he said, in the greater world, life and death were normal. Even he could die at any moment. Zukyu only sighed for a moment before putting away the ball of light. Did you learn anything? The man in black shook his head. He has not fully recovered. I only heard his voice, not his emotions. It seemed to be an insignificant matter. Zukyu said, then we'll wait until he recovers to ask. The man in black nodded slightly. His recovery speed isn't fast. It might take at least another 100 years. While you wait, you can have that kid look elsewhere. I have a plan for that. That brat has good strength and decent luck. Perhaps he can find some useful information. The man in black grunted. I just made a move. Some old geezers might have detected it. I'm leaving. With that, the man in black's figure shattered like a bubble and vanished without a trace. Q took out his mount, and as the warship jumped, he disappeared. Less than 10 seconds after he left, an invisible force swept through the area, searching repeatedly before finally disappearing. Lin Moyu ordered another bottle of wine, slowly taking a sip and finishing his meal. His thoughts were now completely organized. He had corresponding speculations about many events that occurred in the ancient era. All that was missing now was information. Lin Moyu wanted to find out if the ones who fought the skeletons back then were the human race. It seemed the next step was to look for special missions related to the ancient era. Based on current news, there should be many ancient relics on the battlefield, and there might even be people from the ancient era still alive and in hiding, like the person in the black hole in Area 777. Perhaps he was also from the ancient era. It's a pity I'm too weak. Lin Moyu knew his own strength. In front of such a major figure, he could be killed at any time. How to obtain information, while remaining safe, was his primary consideration. After finishing his meal, Lin Moyu left the restaurant. Along the way, he constantly received gazes from people. He was now a celebrity. Almost everyone who frequented Fortress No. 1 knew that Lin Moyu was ranked first on both the power and potential leaderboards, and second on the contribution leaderboard. This was enough to prove that Lin Moyu was a top-tier genius. Some had even speculated whether he could rank first on all 3 leaderboards. Lin Moyu continuously harvested the power of faith transmitted from the void. The power of faith gathered into a great river, flowing ceaselessly. The current situation was that if he wanted to, he could break through to the Ace-tier true god realm at any time. But he felt he still had some gaps in his understanding of the laws and wanted to consolidate them further. Lin Moyu went to the training center and rented a secret training room. The large door closed, and the room plunged into darkness. Immediately, the formation in the room began to operate, illuminating the entire space. The secret training room used special materials and formations that could withstand attacks from god kings. At the same time, the walls of the room could display the power of an attack, allowing cultivators to test their spells. Although the rent was not cheap, it was very thoughtful. Lin Moyu rented the secret training room not to cultivate, but to transform his warlock generals into legion commanders. He first summoned Legion Commander No. 1. Legion Commander No. 1 was 10 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body. Appearing beside Lin Moyu, he bowed his head and said in a low voice, Legion Commander No. 1 greets Master. As he was about to kneel, Lin Moyu quickly stopped him. Lin Moyu looked at the wall not far away, used Dominion to gather the full power of the Legion and attack the wall. Lin Moyu's word was law. Legion Commander No. 1 did not hesitate. With a roar, his entire body emanated a layer of gray light. The 100,000 bone dragons he possessed roared in unison in the soul world. To gather the full power of the Legion, it was not necessary to summon them. They could be gathered even while in the soul. The aura of Legion Commander now. One continuously rose, and his entire body began to be filled with a grayish-white flame. Half a second later, Legion Commander now. One raised the sword in his hand and swung it fiercely at the wall. The sword light illuminated the entire secret training room, striking the wall heavily. Attack power, 6, Dear God King. Seeing this message, Lin Muyu felt a surge of joy, a look of satisfaction on his face. The third tier God King Legion Commander, after gathering the power of 100,000 bone dragons, could actually unleash the power of a 6th tier God King. Lin Muyu was extremely satisfied with the debut of this Legion Commander. For a 3rd tier God King to unleash the attack of a 6th tier God King was already very powerful. Although it could only be done once every 10 minutes. That was enough. He didn't just have one Legion Commander. He planned to turn all his warlock generals into Legion Commanders. With millions of Legion Commanders, he could control millions of legions. Of course, he didn't have that many skeletons to give them to command at the moment. But in the future, Lin Muyu had always been prepared for everything. Next, Lin Muyu tested the combat power of a single bone dragon. Without joining a legion, without the buff from a commander, and without the buff from a primal spell, the combat power of a bone dragon was only at the level of a 1st tier God King. In the undead army, it wasn't weak, but it wasn't particularly strong either. After spell fusion, a Death Knight could reach the 2nd tier God King realm, and a Skeleton God General could even reach the 3rd tier God King realm. Therefore, he didn't have many opportunities to use bone dragons alone. If he wanted to use them, they had to be integrated with Death Knights first. However, under the buff of Dominion, the combat power of a bone dragon had greatly improved, reaching the peak of a 2nd tier God King, surpassing the Death Dragon Knights and approaching the Skeleton God Generals. Now, if 100,000 Skeleton God Generals fought against 100,000 bone dragons with the Dominion buff, the outcome would be hard to determine. The healing ability of the Legion Commander was extraordinary. As long as he wasn't killed, most wounds could be healed in a very short time. Furthermore, Legion Commander No. 1 himself could occasionally unleash an attack of a 6th tier God King, equivalent to a minor Skeleton King. The Death Dragon Knight had been eliminated. It had been replaced by the Bone Dragon with the Dominion buff. An idea couldn't help but arise in Lin Muyu's mind. As his strength increased, the realm of the Legion Commanders would also increase. The number of members in each legion would also increase. As long as the number of legions increased, the mutual enhancement among the legion members would also increase. Coupled with the increase of the 9-star spell, could he perhaps abandon the fusion spell then? Carefully considered, a legion formed by millions of skeleton soldiers might be even stronger than a skeleton god general. Thinking of this, Lin Muyu was a little excited. It was not impossible. He began to transform the warlock generals. The immortal flame erupted, and the entire training room was covered in it. He used his own soul and immortal flame to open up the warlock generals' intelligence, helping them become legion commanders. Fortunately, the amount of soul split to transform a commander was not too much, just a sliver was enough. Luckily, he was now in the true god realm. If his soul power was still like it was in the small world, he probably would have had to stop after splitting it only a few times. With millions of warlock generals, only heaven knew how long it would take to transform them all. He became more and more familiar with the transformation method, and his speed got faster and faster. His soul was strong enough. It was only after tens of thousands of soul slivers were continuously split off that he began to feel a soul deficit. This feeling was very similar to when he sublimated his spells. His soul seemed to have been drained, and his whole body became weak. So Lin Muyu had long thought of a solution. In the small world, he had Antares to actively help him, but now Lin Muyu chose to detonate his own soul. With a bang from his soul, the giant talent tree shook violently, scattering thousands of purple lights. Lin Muyu's body trembled, and his soul was reborn in the purple light. After rebirth, his soul was extremely full, restored to its peak state. Lin Muyu was in the true god realm, but his talent had reached the peak of the 3rd tier. He could complete a rebirth every 40 seconds. So Lin Muyu paid no mind to things that consumed his soul power. He continued to transform, throwing out large immortal fireballs, splitting his soul, and continuing to transform them. Time gradually passed. Lin Muyu devoted himself wholeheartedly to the transformation, completely unaware of the time. He didn't know how long it took until all the warlock generals had turned into legion commanders. At this time, the stellar spell representing the warlock general had changed. The person in the stellar spell was no longer a warlock general but a legion commander. The stellar spell Infinite Fusion, gently and brightly, complemented the spell to summon a warlock general. The stellar spell was different. Lin Muyu discovered that the stellar spell, Summon Warlock General, had changed. The light of the stellar spell had changed, becoming brighter and a little larger. More brilliant light meant more power. The spell to summon a warlock general had become Summon Legion Commander. This meant he could directly summon a Legion Commander without having to modify it himself. Once again, Infinite Fusion showed Lin Moyu its magic. It was like a high and mighty king, looking down on all the stellar spells. Usually silent, but when needed, it would take the initiative. More than once, Lin Moyu had wondered if this stellar spell had its own consciousness. If not, things couldn't be explained. Like the time he got the mysterious iron block from Jinling, the stellar spell, Infinite Fusion, clearly showed its desire. For a stellar spell to develop its own consciousness was truly something Lin Moyu had never heard of. After temporarily suppressing his unease, Lin Moyu began to divide the legions. He was now in a state of having many people but little meat. He had over 1 million legion commanders, but only 1 million Death Dragon Knights to divide among each legion commander. In a situation where each could control 100,000, it would only be enough for 10 legion commanders. The Bone Dragons were even fewer, only 500,000. That would only create 15 legions, not even a fraction of the 1 million legion commanders. Lin Moyu had a bold idea. He tried to have legion commanders control other legion commanders. This would perfectly solve the problem of having too many commanders, but unfortunately, his idea couldn't be realized. A commander could not command another commander. One could only say his idea was too bizarre. There were a total of 9 million basic skeletons of 3 types, but they were only enough to be allocated to 90 legion commanders. Not to mention, Lin Moyu didn't want to touch the skeletons yet. The skeleton god general was still the main fighting force and could not be replaced. The appearance of the legion commander could only be considered as icing on the cake. For now, this was it. First, allocate the Death Knights and Bone Dragons to form 15 legions. The legion composed of giant bone dragons was named the Bone Dragon Legion, and numbered from 1 to 5. The legion composed of Death Knights was named the Death Knight Legion, numbered from 1 to 10. The combat power of the Death Knight Legion was close to a 2nd-tier God King. The Legion Commander could unleash the attack of a 5th-tier God King. The combat power of the Bone Dragon Legion was close to a 3rd-tier God King. The Legion Commander could unleash the attack of a 6th-tier God King. This way, the gap in combat power between the Skeleton King and the Skeleton God General would be filled. The 15 Legion Commanders whose members had been assigned bowed respectfully to Lin Moyu, pledging their loyalty to their master until death. Their voices were extremely devout. They were the most loyal people in the world. No matter the circumstances, they would not betray him. If Lin Moyu wanted them to die, they would not hesitate. After putting away the commanders, Lin Moyu took out the Scourge Staff from his soul. Next, it was time to study the Scourge Staff. Just as he finished his thought, a message came from the Human Emperor Network. The message was sent by Yu Xiu. It contained only 3 words. The goods are here. Lin Moyu checked the time and found that he had been in the secret training room for over a month. This period of over a month was neither long nor short. After all, for cultivators, retreats were often calculated in years. Lin Moyu withdrew the soul of the Scourge Staff he had just taken out. He would find time to study it later. Now it was time to go to the trading center to meet Yu Xiu and get the goods. He didn't know what kind of items she had found, but he felt they wouldn't be too bad. He hoped there would be God, sovereign realm materials, so the warlock element could start to be effective. Without good materials, the warlock element was just a pile of scrap. But with good materials, the warlock element could produce amazing results. He had seen how powerful the warlock element could be. When the flame warlock element first appeared, the enemy's entire body in the starry sky was covered in flames. No matter how strong he would be burned to ashes. The warlock element was the real cannon. It also had the ability to attack relentlessly. There were no useless spells, only that we didn't know how to use them. Almost everyone was dedicated to a single path. In the end, it was rare for someone to retain more than 10 spells, perhaps only 3 to 5 were truly powerful. Lin Moyu wanted to improve every spell to its limit. None of his spells were useless. It all depended on whether he could discover the power of the spell. It was all thanks to Infinite Fusion, which gave him infinite possibilities. The Scourge Staff needed to be studied, the fusion spell needed to be studied, and he had missions to do. Time was too short. Lin Moyu sighed softly and went to the trading center. Under the guidance of the staff, he went to the transaction room in the backyard. It was the same pavilion, the same aroma of iced tea. The beautiful Yu Xiu was sitting behind the tea table, gently fiddling with the tea set. Today, Yu Xiu wore a slightly tight-fitting pink robe, showing off her beautiful figure. The robe was embroidered with lifelike flowers, but Yu Xiu was so beautiful that the flowers on the robe were overshadowed. Lin Moyu was a regular customer, so he naturally walked in and sat down at the tea table. After taking a sip of the refreshing tea and letting the cool feeling explode in his body, he said, "You seem to really like drinking tea." Yuju smiled and poured tea for Lin Moyu. "Isn't it because of you, Captain?" Her meaning was clear, it was because of the transaction of the stellar essence. Her eyes seemed to hold a bit of blame, but also a bit of playfulness. Yuju's temperament was very changeable. Lin Moyu didn't know which elder in her family she had learned this from. The formation in the pavilion was activated, turning it into an independent space. Lin Moyu got straight to the point. "Have you found the materials?" Yuju took out 4 jade boxes and placed them on the tea table. Sovereign-level materials are not easy to find." Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "I trust the power of the Yu family. Besides, haven't you already found them?" Yuju gave Lin Moyu a mischievous glance. "That's because we had to pay a great price to buy them." Suddenly, she lowered her voice. "Captain, let me tell you something. In fact, there aren't few sovereign-level materials, but most of them are in the hands of the military or the War God Hall." Of course Lin Moyu knew this. The greater world was so vast. Even if the output of sovereign-level materials was scarce, on the scale of the greater world, their quantity was certainly not too small. Not to mention, he only needed a small amount. Look at the sovereign-level warships and fortresses which one wasn't made of sovereign-level materials. Similarly, sovereign-level materials were strategic materials, so it was normal for them to be controlled by the military or the War God Hall. If ordinary sovereign-level cultivators wanted to obtain such materials, they had to pay an extremely high price. There were even some precious materials that they couldn't buy even if they paid a high price. From this, it could be seen that Yuju's family was not ordinary, at least they could still buy sovereign-level materials. Yuju opened the first jade box and immediately withdrew her hand. A flame shot out of the box. Inside was a bright red gemstone. The gemstone was in the shape of a flame, and the strangest thing was that a flame was burning in its center. The long-used exploration spell suddenly activated, falling on the gemstone. Flame Star River Crystal, a gemstone that fell from the Flame Star River Law, sovereign-level material that can be used to refine flame-type magic treasures and enhance the power of the Flame Law. The result of the exploration spell surprised Lin Moyu slightly. The Star River Law could also produce materials. A strange look appeared on Lin Moyu's face, and he said with a cold smile, "The Star River Law has many treasures, which means it's very difficult to obtain them." Lin Moyu looked at Yuju and said, "Tell me about it." Lin Moyu still lacked this knowledge. He came from a small world and only had 4th level authority. His understanding of the greater world was still very limited. Although he knew a lot, compared to people like Yuju who had family legacies in the greater world, he was still far behind. Yuju giggled and explained to Lin Moyu. Finally, Lin Moyu had a better understanding of the Star River Law. The Star River Law was a place that only sovereigns could go to. Only the soul could enter, while the body had to stay behind. Ordinary sovereigns would not stay in the Star River Law for too long. They would spend all their time understanding the primal laws and basically had no time to search for other things in the Star River Law. Only those truly powerful sovereigns could go deep into the Star River Law to find treasures within it. The Flame Star River Crystal was a treasure from the Star River Law. But that didn't mean that only sovereigns could obtain things from the Star River Law. Sometimes, the Star River Law would manifest externally, and something would fall out. So the result given by the exploration spell was accurate. And how this Flame Star River Crystal was obtained didn't matter. Whether it was obtained by a sovereign or fell out, it made no difference to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with this material. How many points? He knew this thing was expensive, and couldn't be bought with just points. He had just deposited 100 million points. He didn't know if it was enough. Yuju held up 4 fingers and said, 40 million points. It's expensive, but still within an acceptable range. Lin Moyu reached out to take the Flame Star River Crystal. Yuju cried out in fear. Wait a minute, Lin Moyu, stop. What's wrong? Yuju said, that's a sovereign-level material. It's been soaked in the Star River Law for so long, it's sure to have its own spirit. If you touch it directly, the flame inside will burn you. So that's why she withdrew her hands so quickly just now. This is a pair of mystic ice gloves made by the Ice Clan. Wearing them can resist most fire damage. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. I don't need them. As he spoke, he reached out and touched the Flame Star River Crystal. The crystal suddenly erupted into a fireball, burning fiercely in Lin Moyu's hand. The pavilion immediately caught fire, and the temperature soared. Yuju's face changed color with fear, and she instinctively stepped back. Lin Moyu, however, showed no expression. The temperature of the flame was very high, but compared to the blue flame star, it was much weaker. However, the law hidden in the flame had a much greater damaging power than the blue flame star. After all, it was just a piece of material. This law couldn't hurt Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu picked up the crystal in front of him and looked at it carefully, feeling the power within it was at the god, sovereign realm. He was very satisfied. Indeed, 40 million is worth it. Yushu's eyes widened. Lin Moyu had opened her eyes again. Even a god king couldn't casually hold the flame star river crystal like this. The high temperature inside was no joke. Only a god king proficient in the fire law could be so fearless. But Lin Moyu was clearly not such a person. But when Yushu thought about Lin Moyu's miraculous deeds, she felt it was not surprising at all. She gently drank a sip of iced tea to cool down. Lin Moyu admired the Flamestar River crystal for a while, then put it back in the jade box and closed the lid. Yushu pointed to the second jade box next to it. Captain, please have a look for yourself. She held the iced tea and drank it sip after sip. Lin Moyu half-jokingly said, your service is not very good. I will complain about you. But Yushu seemed to have widened her eyes at him. Captain, are you kidding? Lin Moyu chuckled without replying. He was in a good mood now, so he wanted to joke around a bit. He reached out and opened the second box. As soon as he opened it, a stream of light shot out from inside. The stream of light exploded in the pavilion, interweaving into a starry sky. Lin Moyu felt a strong starlight law coming from it. The starlight law was one of the very common laws in the greater world. The number of cultivators practicing this law was very large, so the starlight law had also evolved into many types. Some people had transformed it into a weapon like a sword, shield, or other weapons. Some people had also turned it into a defensive move, and some even used the starlight law to form a formation. That was the Wanjin Yu law. The starlight woven at the top gave Lin Moyu the scent of a formation. He guessed that this material must be related to a god, Frieren, who was good at formations. Inside the jade box was a round pearl. The surface of the pearl was full of lines, like the runes of a formation. Inside, thousands of starlight points flickered and shone, looking very disordered but actually operating according to a certain rule. Yushu said, this is a formation pearl condensed by a god, Frieren. God, Sovereign Sing Lu used the starlight law to set up a large formation, condensing the starlight for 100 years to create a few starlight law pearls. I had to beg for a long time to get this one. At this point, Yushu suddenly stopped. Lin Moyu could roughly guess something. How much? He thought the starlight law pearl in front of him was a bit more expensive than the Flamestar River crystal just now. After all, it took that guy Sovereign 100 years to make it. Yushu took a sip of tea and reported a number. 60 million points. Lin Moyu nodded. Oh right. He could still accept this price. He earned points very quickly, so he didn't value them too much. After all, if points were used up, they could be earned again. It didn't affect his authority upgrade. The important thing was to be able to use points to buy what he needed. Points that could be used were called points. Those that couldn't were just numbers. Yushu asked strangely, aren't you going to bargain a little? Lin Moyu shook his head. You've already helped me. Yushu's beautiful face turned red, her beautiful eyes looking straight at Lin Moyu. Captain, I just discovered that your mouth is so sweet. Just telling the truth, Lin Moyu showed his straightforward and honest personality in the second sentence. He raised his head and felt the starlight law pearl. This pearl came from the hands of a god, Sovereign Realm Formation Master, so it contained a faint aura of a formation. He didn't know what it would be like after becoming a warlock element. Putting away the starlight law pearl, Lin Moyu looked at the third box. According to Yushu's arrangement, the material in this third box would definitely be better and more expensive than the previous ones. Lin Moyu opened the third box. White light illuminated the entire pavilion. Even the formation in the pavilion could not block the light. A lot of it leaked out. This was pure light, without any impurities. It was like a sharp arrow flying around the pavilion at an incredible speed. Yushu giggled. Captain, you have to find a way to catch it. Lin Moyu had already seen the true form of this material. It was a wisp of white light as long as his little finger, and only a little thicker than a strand of hair. Its whole body glowed, and it shot out as soon as the jade box was open. Thanks to the formation blocking it, it couldn't leave the pavilion and could only fly around inside. Its speed reached the speed of light because it was light itself. The extremely high speed created the illusion that the entire pavilion was enveloped in brilliant light. Lin Moyu heard Yushu's voice, and knew that this girl had known about this for a long time, and wanted to embarrass him. Although the space in the pavilion was not large, the speed of light was so fast that it was really difficult for ordinary people to catch up. But for Lin Moyu, it was not difficult at all. If it were in the outside world and a wisp of light escaped, Lin Moyu really couldn't do anything about it. But in this small area, red light descended. The entire space in the pavilion, except for the small area where Yushi was covered in red light. Spell, temporal curse. The temporal curse did not only target the soul. Almost everything in the world was within its cursing range. The three spells merged into one, hiding the power of the law of time, instantly slowing everything around. It didn't need to be too slow, just slowing it down by double was enough for Lin Moyu to see and catch. The light was also cursed. A red light appeared on the white light. The red light covered it like blood. No matter where it went, the red light was still there. While cursed, it slowed down. Lin Moyu was well prepared. He stretched out 2 fingers and clamped it like holding a strand of hair. In the next second, the curse disappeared, and the light struggled frantically on Lin Moyu's fingertips. But no matter how hard it tried, it was useless. Clap, clap, clap. Yushu clapped her hands. Captain is amazing, you can catch them all. Lin Moyu said, if I couldn't catch it, what would you do? Yushu giggled. Actually, as long as you activate the formation on this jade box, this wisp of light will obediently return. It is because of this restriction that Yushi was not in a hurry. She planned to wait until Lin Moyu couldn't catch it before telling him. She didn't expect Lin Moyu to be able to catch the light. How many points? A material containing the law of light speed at the god, sovereign level, so the price was estimated to be very high. Yushu giggled. 80 million. It's mainly because light bead materials are too rare, they're precious items. Captain Lin Moyu didn't say much and directly returned the wisp of light to the jade box. The formation in the jade box was activated, binding it. There was one last box. Before Lin Moyu could open it, Yushu's delicate hand was placed on the box. Yushu's beautiful face seemed a little troubled. Captain, I have something to say first. Lin Moyu said, go ahead. This material is a bit special. Once the jade box is opened, you can't return it. I can tell you the price in advance. The price of this material is 100 million points. If your points are not enough, our Yu family will not take any money from you. Lin Moyu looked at Yushu. How could such a good thing happen in the world? He didn't have enough points, and the Yu family would give him a material worth 100 million points. He knew there must be a catch. A hint of embarrassment appeared in Yushu's eyes. Actually, the elders in my family hope that Captain can accept this favor. Accepting a favor was easier to understand. He would owe the Yu family a favor. Lin Moyu's current strength was indeed still weak. A large family like the Yu family would definitely have god, sovereigns, and even people who surpassed god, sovereigns. But no one could predict how far he would develop in the future. He could fall halfway or grow up to reach the god, sovereign realm, and even surpass it. What the Yu family was doing was essentially an investment. If Lin Moyu really grew up and something happened to the Yu family, their favor would be very valuable. This was just the surface. Lin Moyu thought deeper. A large family like the Yu family was very likely to have internal disputes. Saying he owed the Yu family a favor, it was more likely he owed Yushu's lineage a favor. Lin Moyu's gaze changed slightly. He looked at Yushu, a half-smile on his face. My favor is very valuable. Lin Moyu had confidence in himself. The Yu family would not let him easily repay the favor. 100 million points might seem like a lot, but in the end, it was just a god, sovereign level material. If he really wanted it, he could ask Jukiyo. It wasn't impossible to get. Moreover, he didn't like the Yu family's way of doing things, but Yushu had spoken before he opened the box, so she hadn't violated his principles. If Yushu had said these words after he opened the box, his relationship with the Yu family might have changed in the future. Yushu pouted, with a hint of playful anger. I knew I couldn't fool you, Captain. I also told the elders in the family that although this thing is very good, it can't be used as a condition. Sell it or don't sell it. What does that mean? Lin Moyu looked at Yushu's appearance and said in a low voice, actually, the elders in your family are right. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely accept. 100 million points is a huge sum for the vast majority of cultivators, so almost all of them would choose to accept. Conversely, the Yu family would never offer such a price to an ordinary person. Exchanging 100 million points for a favor, without even a promise. What if the person turns back on their word? So this is also a gamble for the Yu family. Lin Moyu continued, perhaps the elders think I won't refuse. You also said this is a good thing. Even if I don't know what's inside, as long as you say this, I shouldn't refuse. But I think my favor is worth more than 100 million points. Yushu sighed. Alright, let me take it back. She knew Lin Moyu only had 200 million points. After buying the first 3 items, he no longer had enough. Lin Moyu shook his head. Naomi. If it's a good thing, I still want it. Yu Xiu had very high standards. The first 3 items were all god, sovereign level materials, but she had never praised them as good. For her to say the words good thing, it must not be bad. Moreover, the price of 100 million points also represented the high quality of this item. Now that such a thing was right in front of him, how could he easily let it go? Lin Moyu took the box from Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu looked at him blankly, not knowing what he meant. Lin Moyu opened the box without hesitation. A pitch black color flew out from the box, enveloping Lin Moyu's entire body. Lin Moyu felt an inexplicable connection between himself and the material in the box. The material in the box was a metal strip as thick as a finger and less than 10 kim long, emitting a golden light. Occasionally, a faint purple light would show, continuously moving on the surface of the metal like a fish in water, swimming happily. The entire piece of metal exuded an inexplicable spirituality. Only then did he understand. Once the box was opened, it couldn't be returned. A material with spirituality couldn't be returned. He quickly found information about sentient materials in his head. Sentient material was the name of a type of substance. It did not refer to a specific material, but to the spirituality born within this material. Just like a spirit born in a magic treasure, it would greatly increase its value. Using a sentient material to refine a magic treasure would be 100 certain to produce a magic treasure with a spirit. When it had a spirit, the power of the magic treasure would also increase greatly, just like the long sword in Yu Qingru's hand. It was obviously a magic treasure of a lower level than a God King, but it could exert the power of a high-level God King magic treasure. Its value was higher than Lin Moyu's soul, flaying sword and War King Tower. If a God sovereign level sentient material was refined into a God sovereign level magic treasure with a spirit, then its value would be hard to estimate. Therefore, 100 million points was really not expensive. However, sentient materials also had their drawbacks. Because they had spirituality, they would actively recognize their master. And their recognition process was also very simple and crude. As long as it was the first person to touch it, or even the person closest to it, it would directly recognize them as its master. The material in front of him was the same. When Lin Moyu opened the box, the aura of the sentient material fell on him, so it had recognized him as its master. From then on, only Lin Moyu could use it. Even if he refined a magic treasure, he had to do it himself. If it was given to someone else, it would lose all its spirituality. No different from an ordinary god, sovereign level material. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "You even managed to get a sentient material. Your Yu family is really formidable. The entire greater world knows that sentient materials are very scarce. God King level sentient materials are extremely rare, and sovereign level sentient materials are even rare. I didn't expect the Yu family to have one." Yu Zhu explained, "Our Yu family is one of the few families in the greater world that can produce sentient materials. It's just that the output of sentient materials is very low, especially at the god sovereign level. It's even rarer." Lin Moyu knew that Yu Qiu was telling the truth. God sovereign level sentient materials were naturally very few, and because of the special nature of sentient materials, they rarely appeared in the outside world. Basically, whoever got it, it belonged to them. Lin Moyu was a little surprised to learn that the Yu family could actually produce sentient materials. This alone was enough to make the Yu family a major family in the human race. At this time, Yu Xiu showed a distressed look. "Captain, you didn't want to accept the Yu family's favor, but you opened the box. What should we do? I don't have that many points on me. I can't give them to you." Lin Moyu held the material in his hand and said, "I have enough points." Yu Xiu's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. She had personally presided over all of Lin Moyu's transactions and knew very well how many points he had in total, unless he had a lot of points before. Lin Moyu said, "A few days ago, someone came to challenge me and made a bet. Then they lost some points to me." But she didn't know the specific amount of the bet, so she couldn't help but ask, "How much did you win, Captain?" Lin Moyu smiled. "Not much, only 80 million. Yu Xiu was speechless for a moment, her small cherry mouth muttering softly, "What do you mean only 80 million? 80 million points was a huge sum for most cultivators. Unless they were a god, sovereign, they wouldn't disregard 80 million points." She quickly calculated in her head. The materials cost 40 million, 60 million, 80 million, and 100 million, for a total of 280 million points. Lin Moyu definitely had more than 280 million points. A look of joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. "So, Captain has enough points." "Of course I have enough." Lin Moyu had 190 million points left on him. Adding the 100 million point deposit he had paid earlier, his total points were 290 million. After buying the 4 materials for a total of 280 million, he still had 10 million points left. Yushu seemed very happy. Lin Moyu chuckled. I can't owe your family a favor. Why are you so happy? Yushu snorted. They are them, they and me. I don't like to be so calculative. Besides, if I really get into trouble, would Captain really stand by and watch? You have to know that I am your team member, your subordinate. As a captain, how can you not care about the life and death of your team members? Yushu said very heroically, a reason that was impossible to refute. Lin Wei smiled. Some captains would let their team members die for them. Yushu was still very confident. I don't care what other captains do. Anyway, my captain wouldn't do that. Lin Wei smiled. Let's make the transaction. After that, the transaction process went very smoothly. Lin Moyu paid the remaining 180 million points, and received the 4 materials from Yushu. There would be no military merit rewards for transactions created by this kind of personal demand fulfillment. After the transaction was completed, Yushu poured tea for Lin Moyu again. Captain, your points are all used up. Are you planning to take on missions to earn more? Lin Moyu said. Isn't coming to the battlefield to take on and complete missions. These materials and accumulated points are just byproducts of the missions. Yushu pouted. Not everyone thinks that way. Many people come to the battlefield to earn accumulated points. After all, you earn more on the battlefield than in the human domain. Everyone has their own ambitions. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of his mission. Do you know where to get information? Yushu frowned slightly. What kind of information does Captain want? Besides trading items, the trading center can also trade information, but some information is classified as military secrets and cannot be disclosed. Lin Moyu said, I want to know if any of the 10 most wanted people are on the battlefield. It would be best if you could specify the area. Yushu immediately knew what Lin Moyu meant. Captain, are you planning to hunt them? Yes, I have a mission to complete. Lin Moyu didn't hide anything. Yushu thought for a moment. This kind of information is probably not readily available. I'm not in charge of it. I'll ask someone. If there's any news, I'll contact you quickly, Captain. Lin Moyu nodded. Alright, I'll wait for your news. In Fortress No. Then Kizuki was still sitting in the void. Thousands of years had passed since he came to the Vermilion Bird battlefield. In these thousands of years, Hyukyu had never left his original body. He rarely used it. But some high-ranking military officials on the battlefield all knew that Hyukyu actually had a clone. His clone was extremely special. It was not like the clones created by ordinary people. Instead, it was somewhat similar to the clones of the Demon Clan. It was said that his clone came from the Divine City. But if Hyukyu didn't say, no one would dare to ask. At this time, Hyukyu's clone was in a small room in Fortress No. There were more than a dozen people standing in the room, all of whom were elders from different fortresses, and there were even 2 legion commanders. On the table between them were hundreds of balls of light. Each ball of light was only the size of a fist, and inside it were souls. The souls' eyes were dull, their expressions lifeless, having lost their minds, but the souls still radiated a powerful aura. Each soul had reached the 3rd tier. They were all god kings before. Now their bodies had been destroyed, their souls' minds erased, falling to such a fate. Hyukyu sat in the main seat, and said in a low voice, Everyone, do you have any solutions? No one spoke. Everyone's face was grim. Hyukyu seemed to have guessed the answer long ago. In fact, after obtaining these souls, he knew they would be difficult to save. But if he didn't try, he always felt unwilling. Most of the god kings here were geniuses and very intelligent. Some of them were sons of military elders, disciples of legion commanders, so they were also members of the military. The military had also placed high hopes on them. But alas, no one could do anything. Hyukyu tapped the table lightly. The balls of light were all collected by him. I'll think of another way. Everyone's eyes lit up slightly as they looked at Hyukyu. Then we'll have to trouble you, Lord Guardian. They all knew that Hyukyu's identity was very different. He also had connections with those major figures. Perhaps there really was a way. Just like how Hyukyu was able to bring the souls of these god kings back from the ancient tomb, they were fundamentally unable to do such a thing. They guessed that it was not Hyukyu who did it, but perhaps some major figure. If Hyukyu could do it, he would have done it long ago, and not waited until now. After everyone dispersed, only Kyuanjin and Baikishin remained. Among the more than 100 souls just now were Kyuanjin's disciple and Baikishin's only son. Baikishin bowed respectfully to Hyukyu. Thanks you, Lord Guardian. Hyukyu waved his hand. I didn't do it, so you don't need to thank me. Kyuanjin asked, My lord, is there really a way? That great lord. He didn't continue. As a Legion commander, he already knew some information. This kind of character could not act casually. There seemed to be many restrictions. Q said, "You don't need to ask. I will find a way. If they can't be saved, you don't need to grieve. Life and death are fated. Every day in the greater world, many people die. You should understand." Bai Kishin grunted and said, "If he really can't be saved, what will happen to his life?" Yuanjin sighed and bowed respectfully to Zhu. "We troubled you." Q waved his hand for them to leave. In the empty room, Q sighed. Human strength will eventually be exhausted. One can only do one's best and obey fate for the rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Q was no longer in the room. Lin Moi went to the training room again and rented a secret training room. This time, he wanted to summon the warlock elements. The 4 materials could summon 4 warlock elements. Among them, he already had the fire warlock element. But because its combat power couldn't keep up, he rarely used it. He had a similar dilemma with the water and lightning warlock elements. Only the light, bead warlock element was still used by him. The light, bead law halo could make Lin Moyu's speed reach 30,000 km per second, equivalent to 1 in the speed of light. But as Lin Moyu's strength continued to increase, the speed would not be enough. Once Lin Moyu reached the God King realm, the speed of the wings of the undead could exceed 30,000 km. At that time, the law of light speed would also be officially eliminated. This was the limitation of the warlock elements. They needed to be continuously supplied with materials to grow. Without high-level materials, they would have difficulty evolving and would gradually become obsolete. Another reason was that Lin Moyu's strength increased too quickly. If he progressed slowly, the warlock elements could still their abilities. When the first box was opened, a fireball shot out, and the temperature in the secret training room rose sharply. In the fierce flames, the bright red flame star river crystal appeared, as transparent as crystal. At the same time, a flame warlock appeared beside Lin Moyu. The attributes of the flame warlock naturally appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. Flame law warlock, high grade, growth limit, none. Halo of the flame law, the halo will cover all members of the undead legion. Each attack will be accompanied by the power of the flame law. All enemies will be incinerated by the flame law. This was the use of the divine flower law when summoning a warlock. It had the combat power equivalent to a 7th or 8th tier true god. Unfortunately, the enemies Lin Moyu would face later were all peak true gods, or even God King realm. It was of no use at all, only to scare enemies, but with very little effect. But it still had its advantages, which was to serve as the basis for the divine flower law. The divine flower law was a miraculous material. It might not be high level, but it had unlimited growth potential. Therefore, the flame warlock summoned by it was also called the law warlock. Its grade had reached a high level, and it was not limited in its growth. The flame warlock stood quietly beside Lin Moyu, waiting for his command. A pair of fiery eyes as bright as jewels stared at the flame star river crystal in the box without blinking. Its instinct told it that this thing was very useful to it, but without Lin Moyu's command it would not act rashly. Whether it was a skeleton or a warlock element, Lin Moyu's command was always paramount. Lin Moyu picked up the flame star river crystal and said, "Take it." After receiving Lin Moyu's command, the flame warlock immediately reached out and took the flame star river crystal, opened its mouth, and swallowed it. Flames covered its entire body, and then exploded instantly. A flame rose in the secret training room, burning fiercely. The small space turned into a sea of fire. The formation in the secret training room emitted a strong light, protecting the room from being destroyed. The flame was extremely powerful and combined with the protection of the formation, it was enough to withstand the impact of a God King's power. Of course, if it was attacked by a high-level God King with all his strength, it could still shatter the secret room. The halo of the flame law warlock continued to grow stronger. He absorbed the majestic energy in the flame star river crystal and began to transform and evolve. Lin Moyu was curious to see how much it could grow after absorbing a god, sovereign level material containing the flame law warlock. The grade of the divine flower law had reached a high level, but it was not limited in its growth. The rest could only depend on luck. God, sovereign level materials had one characteristic: the law contained within them would always reach the level of perfection. This was the difference between God King and God, sovereign level materials. A God sovereign had reached the level of superior control over laws, completely integrating the law into themselves, merging with the soul, and entering a state of perfection. Under the envelopment of the law, the soul could roam in the Star River law. God, sovereign level materials were the same. The law contained within them had also reached this level. Lin Moyu even wondered if the warlock element could reach the God, sovereign level in this one transformation. If it could, then he could also act on his own. All the God Kings combined couldn't defeat him. If there was an enemy, he could just burn them all. But he knew very well that this was just a fantasy. It was almost impossible to happen. The gap between a God King and a God Sovereign was huge and could not be easily crossed. The aura of the warlock continued to rise, and the flames grew stronger and stronger. Through the flames, one could see the wall continuously displaying the attack intensity. Third tier God King, fourth tier, fifth tier. The formation began to creak, and the entire secret room shook as if it could no longer bear it. Lin Moyu looked at the warlock element, and knew that its leveling up was not over yet. If this continued, the secret training room would definitely not be able to withstand it. But now was a critical moment for the warlock element to level up. It must not be disturbed. I underestimated the God Sovereign level material. Lin Moyu felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have come to the secret training room to level up. He should have found a place in the void with people, so he wouldn't have to worry. But it was too late to think about this now. The key was how to solve the problem at hand. A second later, he left the secret room filled with fire. In an instant, the door of the secret room opened, and the flames immediately surged out, casting a red glow that covered the entire training ground. Flames shot straight up into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Many people in the training center saw the towering flames, and were all extremely surprised. They could feel the incredible power from the flames. This was the power of a God King. Lin Moyu rushed out of the secret training room, closed the door, and flew directly into the sky above the training room, shouting to the people below, "Get out of here." People heard what Lin Moyu said, but not many left. Instead, they all looked at him curiously. It's Lin Moyu, the one who's first on the power and potential leaderboards. What is he doing? Why is he telling us to leave? I don't know, but he looks a little anxious. Lin Moyu was indeed a little anxious. The secret training room was shaking. It would explode at any moment. At that time, the flames of a 7th-tier God King would sweep through this area, and everyone here would be dead or injured. Lin Moyu really wanted to summon his skeletons and use violence to get them to leave. Moreover, if the secret room exploded, even he couldn't know how wide the range of its influence would be. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and continued to shout, "Everyone, leave quickly. It's dangerous here." Finally, someone listened to Lin Moyu and quickly retreated a distance, but only one gim. This distance was not safe, and there were still many people who remained in place, not having left. Lin Moyu's voice grew deeper. "If you don't want to die, leave immediately." His words were even met with retorts from others. "You think you're at the top of the leaderboards so you can give orders here? Are you going to kill us? I'm standing right here, do you dare to make a move?" I don't know if he's right or not, but we should probably just back up a bit. Everyone's reaction was different, but in reality, not many people left. An old man in a military uniform appeared beside Lin Moyu. A majestic voice rang out. "What's going on?" When Lin Moyu saw him, joy appeared in his eyes. The person who came was Murong Bafang, one of the elders of Fortress No. 1, a God's Sovereign powerhouse. As long as he was here, everything would be fine. Lin Moyu immediately recounted what had happened in the secret training room. Murong Bafang's expression changed slightly. He had already sensed the abnormality in the secret training room below. The power had reached the 7th-tier God King level. The formation in the secret room couldn't withstand it, and would explode at any moment. He shouted to everyone outside, "Everyone, fall back, 10,000 meters away. Who would dare not listen to an elder?" His words were much more effective than Lin Moyu's. They all retreated. Then, Murong Bafang's sharp gaze swept over the other secret training rooms. The other secret rooms would also be affected. At least hundreds of them would be blown up. There were over 1,000 secret training rooms here, arranged neatly like a military formation. Lin Moyu's secret room was in the middle. The formation of the training room only defended from the inside, not the outside. Destroying the room from the outside would be much simpler and easier than from the inside. At this time, most of the other rooms had people cultivating. If no measures were taken, they could be seriously injured, or even die. Lin Moyu looked at Murong Bafang, thinking, "Then you should think of a way." Murong Bafang had indeed thought of a way. At this time, the secret training room began to shake. Lin Moyu felt that his element had reached the 8th-tier God King level. The secret training room couldn't take it anymore. It would explode at any moment. Murong Bafang said in a deep voice, "I will use my laws to cover the entire room and suppress the power inside." Lin Moyu felt that Murong Bafang's method was not appropriate. It was right for him to use the power of a god Sovereign to suppress the warlock element, but the suppressed power would also affect the development of the warlock element. It might prevent the warlock element from developing to its optimal state. Instinctively, Lin Moyu didn't want this to happen, but after thinking again, He had no other choice. At this time, the warlock element was in a special state and couldn't be moved or leave. In short, it was all due to his wrong choice. He had underestimated the god, the overrun level material, and overestimated the secret training room. This place claimed it could block the attacks of a god king, but it didn't specify that it could only be blocked for a short time and not indefinitely. Now he had no reason to stop Murong Bafang. Just as Murong Bafang was about to make a move, a deep and majestic voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Leave it to me." Murong Bafang heard the sound and looked over, seeing Zhu Qiu suddenly appear. "Lord Guardian." Murong Bafang was startled and immediately bowed respectfully. Zhu Qiu waved his hand and looked at Lin Moyu. "You brat, you're quite something." Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "Not as impressive as you, sir." Zhu Qiu snorted and pressed his palm down lightly. Majestic laws from all directions surged, turning into huge walls of law that blocked the training room. The wall of law was like real matter, instantly covering the secret training room. Lin Moyu saw a formation appear in the void, and the entire training center was covered by this formation. Zhu Qiu's law was like an unparalleled sharp blade, passing through the formation and directly sealing the inside. It looked simple, but it was not as simple as it seemed. The formation connected the secret training rooms into a whole, with strong defensive power. Zhu Qiu's law just now had directly pierced through the formation's defense. Actually, Murong Bafang could also achieve a similar effect, but his power was not as great as Zhu Qiu's. He would be blocked by the formation, and might have to destroy it. Zhu Qiu could ignore the formation and directly pierce through its protection. This was the difference between the two, a fundamental difference. Zhu Qiu glanced at Murong Bafang and said, "You may leave." Murong Bafang understood, and immediately left. Lin Moyu thanked Zhu Qiu. "Thank you, senior." Zhu Qiu snapped lightly. "Be more careful in the future." "This junior understands," Lin Moyu did not retort. Once the training room exploded, casualties would be unavoidable. Now that Zhu Qiu's law was covering one side, there would surely be no problem. Lin Moyu sensed the increasingly violent power of the warlock element and asked, "Did senior come here specifically to find this junior?" Zhu Qiu glanced at Lin Moyu and said, "You're quite confident." Lin Moyu smiled faintly without replying. He knew that normally, if there was nothing, Zhu Qiu would never wander around, let alone come to Fortress No. 1. Now that he was here, it was very likely he came to find him. Zhu Qiu looked at the secret training room that was about to explode. "You're a very smart person. How could you make such a mistake?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "The god overran level material is too powerful. This junior didn't expect it." "How many points does a secret training room cost?" "This junior can compensate." Zhu Qiu said with a cold smile, "Aren't you afraid the Asteris god behemoth like me will open my mouth wide?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Senior's character is very reliable." Zhu Qiu said, "Do me a favor, and the losses here will be written off." He had offered a way out, and Lin Moyu obediently took it. "Thank you, senior." Boom. The secret training room finally couldn't take it anymore and exploded. The secret room became a powder keg. At this moment, the compressed flames inside immediately shot up into the sky. The law only covered the surroundings, not the sky above. Under the cover of Zhu Qiu's law, the flames had nowhere to go, and could only shoot straight up. The flames shot up from the opening, spreading for hundreds of kilometers, forming a huge pillar of fire that existed for a long time. The Zhu Qiu joked, "Not bad, it has almost reached the peak of the God King realm." Lin Moyu was also very satisfied with this power, but he remained humble in front of Zhu Qiu. "I'm still far behind you, sir," Zhu Qiu said. "I remember you used this spell before, but its power didn't seem to be this strong back then." Lin Moyu was in the Starfire Stellar region, and Zhu Qiu was always behind him. Many of his spells had been clearly seen by Zhu Qiu. Although the warlock element was not very useful, it was definitely used. Especially the light, bead law warlock, which was the law Lin Moyu used most often. Zhu Qiu was no stranger to it. He used arrow up and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chaff. This is a technique of this junior, which can use elemental materials to summon corresponding witch doctors. This time, this junior used a crystal containing the law of the Star River to summon a flame law witch doctor. He didn't go into detail, and he knew Zhu Qiu wouldn't ask further. Zhu Qiu didn't ask any more questions and said calmly, "It seems you are already invincible in the God King realm." Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's hard to say. I know there are some peak God King experts who can challenge across the God Venerable realm. Against those experts, I have very little chance of winning." Zhu Qiu out and smiled lightly. Actually, I also have some understanding. In fact, between the peak God King realm and the God Venerable realm, there is a small, unknown realm. Lin Moyu had never heard of it, and immediately said, "Please enlighten me, senior." Zhu Qiu didn't hide it. That realm is called the Minor God Venerable. In fact, it's stronger than a God King, but weaker than a true God Venerable. A true God Venerable has already achieved law perfection, using the law to envelop the soul, and can enter the Law Star River at any time, mobilizing the power of the Law Star River. A Minor God Venerable has also achieved law perfection, but the law cannot yet completely envelop the soul, cannot enter the Law Star River, nor can it mobilize the power of the Law Star River. Other than that, the two realms are not very different, but a Minor God Venerable is still much stronger than a God King. No matter how strong your combat power is, as long as you haven't reached that level, you are still a little weaker than them. Lin Moyu heard the meaning in his words. Actually, Zhu Qiu put it very tactfully. In fact, the Minor God Venerable is not an official realm. It's a realm created by the cultivators themselves. A cultivator who can become a Minor God Venerable can definitely become a God Venerable. They have completed the path to becoming a God Venerable, and have reached the door of the God Venerable. When the time is right, that door will naturally open. That's right, all that a Minor God Venerable lacks to become a true God Venerable is time. Therefore, people in this realm, although not true God Venerables, are stronger than any God King. However, Lin Moyu had his own ideas. If his undead army could reach the 9th tier God King, it might be enough to defeat any Minor God Venerable. Even if there was a difference in strength between the two, it was not to the extent that numbers could be ignored. The flames gradually died down, and the Flame Law Witch Doctor appeared in his sight. The Flame Law Witch Doctor looked like a ball of fire, a humanoid flame. It had no real body. Its entire body was composed of the Law of Fire. Its body shape could be large or small. When small, it could shrink to the size of a fist. When enlarged, it could be infinitely large. As long as there was enough energy, even covering the entire Star River would not be a problem. It exuded an extremely powerful aura, the aura of a 9th tier God King. Because it used God Venerable level materials, its fire law was already perfected. It was only for some other reason that it could not reach the God Venerable realm. Lin Moyu didn't immediately check the attributes of the Flame Law Witch Doctor but put it away and said to Zhu Qiu, "Senior, if you have any tasks, please just assign them." The Flame Law Witch Doctor had completed its growth process, and all its attributes had neither increased nor decreased. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry to check. On the other hand, Zhu Qiu's appearance here definitely meant there was something. Zhu Qiu smiled, "Follow me." He followed him out of the Star Fortress, and then jumped onto a warship. After several jumps, they entered a vast, empty space. This place was quiet and empty, but Lin Moyu knew that this place was not far from the Star Fortress and was still within the monitoring range of the Star Fortress. He could even feel a little bit of the aura of the human Emperor Network. Although this aura was originally extremely weak, in fact, he should have chosen a nameless empty space like this to summon the Elemental Witch Doctor. Why go to the secret cultivation room? Lin Moyu secretly cursed himself again. It was true that no matter how smart you were, sometimes you would still make wrong choices. No one is perfect. He was just an ordinary person. While Lin Moyu was blaming himself, a ball of light appeared in Zhu Qiu's hand. The light scattered, turning into hundreds of small spots scattered around. The spots of light flew up and fell around Lin Moyu, floating in the air like slow-moving bubbles. Lin Moyu saw the unintelligent souls in those spots of light. "These are the souls from the cemetery." Zhu Qiu nodded, "Yes." Lin Moyu glanced at these souls and felt a little surprised. He knew the situation in the cemetery well. Even Zhu Qiu was not capable of bringing these souls out. If Zhu Qiu had the ability, he would have acted long ago and not waited until now. This also showed that a more powerful existence had acted. If he guessed correctly, it was the mysterious man he had seen in the black hole. He was very surprised that this mysterious man was so strong that he could ignore the laws in the cemetery and bring these souls back. It was estimated that the mysterious person had also seen the skeleton general gradually reviving. He didn't know what the outcome between the two sides was. Zhu Qiu said, "Do you know what I'm looking for you for?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "Am I that stupid?" If he still didn't know why he was looking for him now, he would be too stupid. The fact that he could heal souls was no longer a secret. Although not many people knew about it, Zhu Qiu was one of them. He wanted him to try and see if he could save the souls of these God Kings. As long as the soul could be restored, recreating the body would not be a difficult thing for someone like Zhu Qiu. Soul damage and having one's intelligence erased are two completely different things. "I can only try a little." Lin Moyu didn't dare to guarantee it. These two things were really very different. He didn't dare to be sure that he could cure them. In fact, Zhu Qiu didn't hold out much hope either. "Just try your best." Lin Moyu's eyes swept over the souls one by one, and finally chose a relatively strong soul. Lin Moyu didn't know the other party's identity, and now his identity was no longer important. He chose him because he was strong enough. The quality of his soul had reached the peak of the 3rd level. The stronger the soul, the higher the possibility of recovery. A little white light appeared at his fingertip. The immortal law was almost completely transformed into life force. The power spread like 10,000 threads, gently penetrating the spot of light and wrapping around the soul. The gentle life force slowly flowed out and entered his soul. Lin Moyu sensed his soul through the law. He did it very carefully. Without the protection of the body, and without the law's wrapping, the soul was extremely fragile. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill the other party. But gradually, Lin Moyu frowned. The life force could heal wounds, whether they were physical or spiritual, but the soul in front of him was not injured. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt that the law and the soul had disappeared. At the God King realm, the law began to merge with the soul. Finally, when they reached the God Venerable realm, the law would envelop the entire soul, both inside and out. Only in this way could the soul enter the Law Star River. But the soul in front of him did not have a trace of the law's aura. Although it still exuded the aura of a God King, the law had been erased along with the consciousness. After finishing, Lin Moyu withdrew the law. Shu Qiyu immediately asked, "How is it?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's no good. The soul is not injured at all, so my law is useless." Shu Qiyu had almost expected this result. The rules of power are indeed very troublesome. Lin Moyu's heart pounded. This was the first time he had heard of the rules of power. What are the rules of power? Could it be a law higher than power? Is it a high-level power that only those who have surpassed the God Venerable realm can master? However, Shu Qiyu did not continue. He changed the subject. Although I had guessed this would happen, it's still a pity. These people were all smart kids, and we had high hopes for them. What a pity. A white light emitted from Lin Moyu's hand. A few seconds later, a halo appeared, a ball of light made of life force. It was similar to the ball of light he had given to Frieren, but he did not act on the soul, but only buried it in the spot of light. The spot of light rippled like water waves, and the soul inside seemed to have returned to its mother's body. The unintelligent soul showed a comfortable expression. Shu Qiyu's eyes lit up, as if he had just seen hope. Unintelligent souls could not have any expression. They were like vegetative people, manipulated by the laws in the cemetery, doing repetitive work, not happy, not sad, not happy. But now they were showing comfort, which meant they had feelings. What's wrong? Shu Qiyu looked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, "I was just trying something, trying to use life force to nourish them for a long time to see if they still have hope of recovering. It seems there is some hope, but I still can't be sure if their expression just now was instinctive or if it's really useful." Shu Qiyu said in a low voice, "Try again." Lin Moyu nodded and began to condense the law, fusing it with 10 different spots of light, and putting them into 10 souls. Without exception, when the souls received the light, they all showed a comfortable expression, and nothing more. Lin Moyu said, "I still can't be sure if it's effective. Even if it is, it will probably take a very long time." Shu Qiyu thought for a moment. Having hope is better than having no hope. Let's try it first. All right, just say so, and I'll do it, Lin Moyu said, but he didn't act directly. Shu Qiyu glanced at him. "You little brat. You won't let yourself suffer a loss." Lin Moyu chuckled. "You're overthinking it. I was just thinking of a more convenient way." Shu Qiyu snorted. "Am I overthinking it?" "Of course. If you really want to give me some benefits, I don't mind. After all, with your status, just a little bit from you is a huge asset to this junior." Lin Moyu showed the enthusiasm he had once shown to entares, speaking words of praise. It was just that he was a man of few words, not that he couldn't speak. How could Shu Qiyu not understand? Stop the nonsense, and get to it. The white light grew stronger and stronger, almost filling the small space in the warship. A huge halo with a diameter of more than 5 meters was gradually taking shape in front of Lin Moyu. Inside the warship was a pot of nameless green grass. This small pot of green grass was not an ordinary thing. It must be some kind of special material, with high quality and strong vitality. Even without light, without air, without nutrients, it could survive simply by absorbing the stars. Lin Moyu gathered a large amount of life force, and the entire warship was enveloped in the majestic life force. The life force in the air continuously stimulated the green grass. The green grass stretched out, greedily absorbing the life force. A look of horror appeared on Shu Qiyu's face, his eyes flashing continuously. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Moyu also gradually changed. Before, Lin Moyu was a young man whom he valued very much and was very optimistic about. He had potential, talent, and a very stable mentality. Young people like this were very likely to develop into the pillars of the human race. But now, there was something magical in his eyes when he looked at Lin Moyu. Yes, it was magical. He knew this pot of green grass very well. He had also tried to infuse it with the law of life, but it didn't pay any attention at all. The level of the law of life was too low, causing this pot of green grass to look down on it. He didn't expect it to absorb Lin Moyu's law so greedily. Was the immortal law really that magical? Even if it was just the first level, was the immortal law still at the top? The first time he heard of the immortal law, he just felt that this law was very powerful. The laws that could be ranked at the first level all had great power. Now he felt that the immortal law was very magical, extremely magical. It not only had strong attack power but also strong healing ability, almost perfect. Lin Moyu's face was a little pale, and his law power was consumed too much. The ball of light with a diameter of more than 5 meters in front of him was filled with life force. If the balls of light just now were just small things, and the concentration of life force was only 1, then the ball of light in front of him was the result of Lin Moyu's all-out effort. The concentration of life force inside had soared to 10, a difference of at least 10 times. At the center of the ball, this light full of life had an insignificant black dot. Inside this tiny dot was also filled with the power of death. The power of life and death was only relative. How strong the power of life was, how terrible the power of death would be. Everything would be reversed when it reached the limit. The power of life and death was like that. Lin Moyu's whole body was drained of law. He closed his eyes and recovered for a few minutes before regaining his composure. He looked at Chu Qiyu and said, "Senior, I've tried my best." Chu Qiyu showed his satisfaction. How could he not see that Lin Moyu had really tried his best? He could feel the power of the immortal law. Although Lin Moyu's realm was only 7th tier true god in terms of the strength of the law, it was almost at the peak of the true god realm. In other words, Lin Moyu never relied on any techniques or magic weapons. He only needed to rely on his own law to be able to fight with the peak true gods. This was the power of the first tier law. It directly gave the cultivator the ability to fight across levels, even across realms. As the cultivation level became higher and higher, the control of the law became stronger and stronger, and the power of the first tier law would be highlighted more. The gap between the laws would become larger and larger, and the gap in combat power between people in the same realm will also become larger and larger. Moreover, Lin Moyu also had extremely powerful techniques. As soon as those skeletons appeared, Lin Moyu's combat power had increased to a frightening level. After all, with Chu Keyu's understanding, he had never seen anyone with such exaggerated combat power. It seemed that even Xiao Jiantian, who had broken the near ancient period, had not reached this level. Chu Qiyu gently waved his hand, and hundreds of souls entered the ball of light full of life one by one. Hundreds of souls all showed a comfortable expression, and the life force began to warm and nourish the soul. As for whether they could eventually recover, Lin Moyu couldn't control it. Lin Moyu said, "We can't let them touch the black dot in the center." Chu Qiyu had seen the black dot in the center of the ball of light, which contained a death force, a force more powerful than the law of death, and even comparable to the law of destruction, which was also a first-tier law. If Lin Moyu were God venerable, even he would be reluctant to use these laws filled with death force. Chu Qiyu said, "I'll keep an eye on it." Lin Moyu said, "If the life force weakens, I can replenish it. The life force is not infinite. At some point, it will be exhausted." Lin Moyu didn't know how long these souls needed to be nourished, so he had to say it in advance. Chu Qiyu said, "Actually, I came to you this time for 2 things. Go ahead, I'm listening." Lin Moyu said as he adjusted his breathing. The giant talent tree in his spiritual world continued to shake, and streams of power were transferred, making Lin Moyu's recovery speed surprisingly fast. If he hadn't consumed all his law power, Lin Moyu would almost never have to worry about running out of power. Chu Qiyu reached out and took the pot of green grass not far away. "From our second conversation, let me pay you back first." Lin Moyu took the pot of green grass and said with a smile, "Your reward is too perfunctory." Chu Qiyu glared at him. "If you don't like it, give it back to me." Lin Moyu took a half step back and said, "It's not appropriate for someone of your status to ask for something back after giving it." Chu Qiyu snorted, too lazy to pay attention to this brat. Of course, Lin Moyu knew that with Chu Qiyu's status, whatever he gave would not be bad. The pot of green grass was planted in a beautiful small flower pot, no less exquisite. His first impression when looking at it was that the pot shone like crystal, as if it were transparent. At the same time, it also contained life. Although not very rich, it could be slowly released. Most importantly, the pot could also absorb external forces and convert them into life. This pot was obviously a very special material, probably a high-grade one. Even if it wasn't a god venerable level material, it had to be a god king level material. Even the soil in the pot was not ordinary. It had similar properties to the pot. Using such a pot and soil to grow grass, could this grass be ordinary? Finally, his eyes fell on the green grass. The green grass had a long stem and was about 30 km tall. It really was just like grass. 5 green leaves grew on top, and the jagged edges of the leaves gave Lin Moyu a soft feeling. A little below the 5 leaves on the stalk was a new green leaf, which seemed to have just grown and looked fresh. Lin Moyu used the appraisal technique, but the result returned by the appraisal technique was unknown. Things that even the appraisal technique didn't know must have come from the battlefield, most likely from an area with chaotic laws. A look of curiosity appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes. Senior, did you get this kind of grass from an area with chaotic laws? Chukyu smiled. Not bad, kid. It was indeed obtained from an area with chaotic laws. Lin Moyu said, can you tell me its origin? Chukyu did not hide it and told Lin Moyu about the origin of the green grass. 300 years ago, chaos arose on the battlefield, and the danger level of the chaotic laws there was very high. 2 god venerables of the human race died there, and even more god kings died inside. Chukyu had used his clone to enter. He passed through everything to reach the end and finally obtained this blade of green grass. It is said that when he got this blade of green grass, 5 leaves had already grown on it. After 300 years, it had not changed at all since he got it. Until now, after absorbing the life force, it had grown a new leaf. This small blade of green grass had been with Chukyu for 300 years. Of course, its small changes could not escape Chukyu's eyes. In fact, Chukyu had given up on growing the grass in the past 300 years. He had tried all kinds of methods, but the blade of grass had never changed. Although he knew that this blade of grass was not an ordinary thing, Chukyu also knew that this kind of grass was not destined for him. Now that he saw that Lin Moyu's life force could make it grow, Chukyu's heart was very moved, and he gave the blade of grass to Lin Moyu. After listening to Chukyu's story, Lin Moyu also knew that this plant was very extraordinary. Chukyu himself was not clear about its specific use, so he could only explore it himself. But this green plant was also very special. No matter what environment it was in, it would never die. Over the years, Chukyu had tried many different methods. Although the green grass did not grow, it had never withered. Of course, Chukyu did not use too violent methods such as throwing it into a black hole or destroying it with magic weapons. Because doing those things was too meaningless. There was only one blade of grass, and if it died, it would be lost. Lin Moyu quickly put away the plant. His breathing had completely recovered, and his strength had also recovered apart. Chukyu was very envious of this amazing recovery ability. Senior, I have received your reward. Now you can continue with the second matter, Lin Moyu said calmly. What magic does the green grass have? He will study it later. Chukyu said, this second matter is a bit dangerous. If you don't want to go, you can choose to refuse. In Area 8101, there is a place similar to an ancient tomb, called the Yellow Earth Desert. In the Yellow Earth Desert, in the deepest part, there is a place called the Nether Swamp. You have to go to the Nether Swamp to find a soul. Lin Moyu slowly frowned. He had seen most of the missions in Fortresses 1 to 9, but he had never heard of Area 8101 and its related missions in the Mission Center. Moreover, in the star map of Fortress Number 1, there was no location of Area 8101. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, I remember that there is no Area 101 in the 8th War Zone. Chukyu said, it's really not on the star map published to the outside world, nor are there any missions about it in the Mission Center. Because it only appeared in the last 1,000 years. After the chaotic laws first appeared, this new area was formed. Before, Area 101 was just a nameless void. We were originally going to include it in the star map, but it's a bit special, and it's not suitable for this. Now Lin Moyu understood, it turned out to be a hidden area. The chaotic laws had only appeared thousands of years ago, and it was just like the ancient hymns. After they appeared, they would never disappear. In fact, in the beginning, the entire battlefield was created from chaotic laws. Later, most of the chaotic laws disappeared, leaving only a few. However, due to the influence of the chaotic laws, special areas appeared on the battlefield, producing many different kinds of materials. No one yet knew the origin of the chaotic laws. Lin Moyu said, do you want me to kill the soul inside or save it? Chukyu had said these words, so there were definitely only 2 kinds of requests. One was to kill, the other was to save. It was definitely not possible to just ask him to go there, take a look, and come back. Chukyu said, of course, bring the soul back. So it was to save someone. It seemed that person's identity was not ordinary. Is it the child of which legion commander or elder? Lin Moyu thought to himself, It wasn't hard to guess with some connections. Shukiyu generously admitted, no, his identity is indeed very special, but it has nothing to do with the Legion commanders and elders. Lin Moyu was slightly startled, and his mind suddenly changed. If his identity was very special and had nothing to do with the Legion commanders and elders, then it must be related to a god venerable. It seemed the background was really big. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, Senior, if that person has a special identity, why don't you act yourself? The Lin Moyu was referring to was Chukiyu, and that mysterious figure. Chukiyu said, Area 8101 belongs to Fortress number 8, and the power limit in that star sector is below God Venerable. As for that person, that place is a bit special. You can't use force. It seemed that area was very special. Lin Moyu thought for a few seconds, and did not make a decision immediately. I want to see the detailed information about Area 8101. After reading the information, I will decide whether to go or not. Lin Moyu was very cautious. Chukiyu said that place was dangerous, so he must know what kind of danger it was. Moreover, the realm limit was below God Venerable, which meant that there might be peak God Kings or even minor God Venerables who had gone in. Even if Lin Moyu had confidence in himself, he did not dare to take it lightly. There were many hidden dangers on the battlefield. If you were not careful, you could die. Inside the mission, there would definitely be related materials. Lin Moyu knew it was in Chukiyu's hands. Chukiyu was not surprised by Lin Moyu's choice. He immediately threw a jade slip over. After activating the jade slip, information about Area 8101 was immediately displayed in front of him. 1,000 years ago, in Area 8101, after the chaotic laws appeared, a yellow earth desert suddenly appeared in the starry sky. In the yellow earth desert, there were many powerful creatures, and these creatures also had all kinds of strange shapes. The strength of these creatures was basically at the 3rd to 5th tier God King. Among these creatures, there were also leaders, whose strength was about 7th tier God King. In the deepest part of the desert, there were more powerful monsters, whose strength could reach 9th tier God King. At that time, people from all races went into explore, and a war broke out between the races. Coupled with the powerful creatures in the yellow earth desert, many God Kings of the races were killed or injured. In the human race, there was a person named Chu Kinjiang. He had reached the peak God Venerable realm. He had swept a path to the deepest part, but since then, there has been no news of him. This time, the person Lin Moyu had to save was Chu Kinjiang. His physical body had been destroyed, and his soul was hiding in the nether swamp. Lin Moyu put down the information, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. There was a problem with the information in his hand, a very big problem. The information was clearly specially prepared for him, and many important pieces of information had been omitted. Chu Kinjiang was trapped inside, so how could he still send news out? Based on his understanding of the chaotic law area, it was basically impossible to send news out from inside. If the news couldn't be sent out, how did they know that there was a nether swamp in the deepest part of the yellow earth desert? This was clearly inconsistent. Any ordinary person could see that something was wrong. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that Chukiyu would never make such a mistake. That could only mean one thing: the way they got this information was problematic. The area mentioned was an area belonging to the God King realm, different from the area of the true God. In the area from 1 to 5, which was the area of the true God realm, a true peak God venerable like Chukiyu could break in. But when he reached the area from 6 to 8 of the God King realm, the restrictive power had been greatly enhanced, making it impossible for Chukiyu to enter. The person inside couldn't get out, and Chukiyu couldn't get in, so it was self-evident who could enter. According to Lin Moyu's speculation, the person who could ignore the restrictions and enter must be the mysterious man, or it could be a powerful figure on par with the mysterious man. But he still couldn't rescue Chu Kinjiang, who was trapped inside. There must be some special reason. Chukiyu refused to elaborate. Lin Moyu judged that this reason had nothing to do with him. If that matter was related to his life and safety, Chukiyu would not refuse to tell him. Lin Moyu read the information again carefully, memorizing every little detail, and then returned the jade slip to Chukiyu. Lin Moyu was still a little hesitant. After all, this was not an ordinary God King, but a minor God Venerable. Below the God Venerable, the minor God Venerable was already invisible. Becoming a God Venerable was only a matter of time. Right now, he was a little stronger than Lin Moyu. Of course, if he fought recklessly, Lin Moyu was confident that he still had the combat power of the minor God Venerable realm. Besides this concern, Lin Moyu was also a little curious about this yellow earth desert. The chaotic laws seemed to be related to the events that happened in the ancient era, and he also wanted to find out what had happened in the ancient era. Lin Moyu said with some doubt. Su Kingdian has reached the minor god, venerable realm and is still trapped inside. If I go, I'm afraid the result will not be as good as his. Shu Qiu said. It was for some special reasons that Shu Qingdian was trapped inside. Not because it was too dangerous inside. Lin Moyu suddenly asked, is this a mission? How could Shu Qiu not understand his meaning? It's not a mission, but the remuneration is very high. Then there's no problem. Lin Moyu agreed, but you have to wait for me a little longer. I have to summon a few more elemental witch doctors before I can go. He still had 3 pieces of god venerable level materials in his hand, and he could also create 3 powerful elemental witch doctors. With the elemental witch doctors, he would be safer on this trip. Shu Qiu opened the warship's door. You can go outside to summon. I'll watch over you. Don't worry. With Shu Qiu protecting him, Lin Moyu naturally didn't have to worry. In the nameless void, Lin Moyu's figure was tall and straight. In his hand, he held a jade box and slowly opened it. Countless starlight shot out from the jade box, intertwining into a starry sky. The starry sky contained the aura of a formation, mysterious and powerful. The next second, an elemental witch doctor appeared beside Lin Moyu. The whole body of the starlight elemental witch doctor was also sparkling with starlight, creating an attraction with the pearl containing the starlight law. Lin Moyu gave it the pearl containing the starlight law. It swallowed it, and in an instant, the starlight flashed brilliantly. The scene in front of him changed, and Lin Moyu felt as if he were in a star system. The star system had all kinds of stars, planets, and meteorites. It looked no different from a normal star system. This place was clearly a nameless void. Where did this star system come from? Lin Moyu knew that it was the starlight elemental witch doctor who had created the scene during its upgrade process. It could be considered an illusion or a formation. He guessed that the god, venerable who had made this pearl was best at illusion, formations. The illusion was so real that even he would have difficulty discovering it if he didn't look carefully. But when he summoned a skeleton, and used the undead's vision, all illusions disappeared. Through the undead's vision, he could see the nameless void where he was standing. The huge soul flame belonged to Shu Qiu. These illusions had no effect before the undead's vision. The undead's vision could see the essence of things and was not affected by illusions. But other than that, as the master of the elemental witch doctor, Lin Moyu could avoid the influence of the illusion with just a thought. He just wanted to experience it a little, and at the same time, he wanted to test the undead's vision. The ability of the flame law witch doctor was the attack law of the fire system. The ability of the starlight law witch doctor was probably to create illusions, disturb the enemy, imprison the enemy, and even separate the enemy. One attack, and one disturbance was a very good combination. Although I had many elemental witch doctors before, each with different functions, none of them could be used together. Scattered like a pile of loose sand, it couldn't be like this in the future. It's best to coordinate the elemental witch doctors to attack, and not just have one type of attack. That would be too monotonous, and easy to be restrained. Lin Moyu had thought a lot, and he had made some plans for his future development. The elemental witch doctor was definitely a very powerful technique, and it was somewhat different from other techniques. How strong it could be mainly depended on the materials he provided for it. The stronger the materials used, the better they would cooperate with each other. At that time, this technique could exert amazing combat power. Otherwise, this technique would be useless. While the starlight elemental witch doctor was growing, Lin Moyu had summoned the flame law witch doctor. At this time, the flame of the flame law witch doctor had been retracted and was no longer spreading outside. Its body was like a flame, standing in front of Lin Moyu, waiting for his orders. Lin Moyu began to check the attributes of the flame law witch doctor. Star River Flame Witch Doctor Realm, Nang Tier Guide King Growth Limit, N Technique, Star River Flame. Use oneself as a medium to summon a projection of the Star River Flame Law to attack. The name changed from Law Witch Doctor to Star River Witch Doctor. Law Witch Doctor meant that the Witch Doctor had begun to master the law, and Star River Witch Doctor meant, in his heart, Lin Moyu had guessed that the Law Star River was a place that only God Venerables could enter. Using God Venerable level materials to summon a Witch Doctor, the name also changed to Star River Witch Doctor. Could it be related to the Law Star River? Soon, the attributes and the technique confirmed Lin Moyu's guess. The Witch Doctor's realm had reached 9th tier God King, and the technique had also changed, no longer being the Law Hallow. Although the Law Hallow had great attack power and a wide attack range, the attack was too scattered, making the attack power not strong enough. The more enemies there were, the smaller the attack power. This was the disadvantage of the Law Hallow. Dealing with people of the same realm was fine, but if you used it to fight across levels, it couldn't cause any damage. Now the Law Hallow had been replaced by the Star River Flame. Summoning a projection of the Star River Flame Law to attack was obviously more powerful, at least reaching the peak God King, maybe just a little worse than a minor God Venerable. If you added the blessing of the original technique, it might even be able to compete with a minor God Venerable. As expected, it was related to the Law Star River. Lin Mui suppressed the excitement in his heart and focused his attention on the upcoming upgraded Starlight Witch Doctor. At this time, the illusion in the starry sky had become extremely real. Lin Mui believed that if a God King were trapped inside, it would be extremely difficult to recognize. Even if they recognized it, it would be extremely difficult to escape. This was not just a simple illusion, it also contained the function of a formation that could be used to trap enemies. After the Starlight Law Witch Doctor completed its upgrade, Lin Mui leisurely checked its attributes. Star River Starlight Witch Doctor level, 9th tier God King level. High growth limit, non-technique, Starry Sky Illusion. Starry Sky Illusion creates a starry sky illusion with a maximum range of 10 kilometers. The illusion has the effect of deceiving and confusing the enemy, and can deceive enemies at the highest level of the God King realm. The illusion has the ability to confuse and deceive the enemy. It can trap enemies at the highest level of the God King. If faced with a God Venerable, it would not be enough. The souls of God Venerables are protected by the law, and ordinary illusions have no effect on them. They can be easily seen through and broken. He recalled the 2 Star River Witch Doctors. Now they had surpassed the Skeleton King, and besides the corpse explosion, they had become the strongest trump card. Then he took out the 3rd Jade Box. The 3rd Jade Box was the most special. A formation was carved on the Jade Box to prevent the Law of Light Speed inside from escaping. Lin Moyu activated the formation first, then opened the Jade Box. A ray of light passed through the Jade Box but was blocked by a layer of formation and could not leave. The Light Law Witch Doctor appeared beside Lin Moyu. The Light Speed Law Witch Doctor was small in size and looked very agile. Its body was as transparent as crystal, emitting a brilliant light from the inside out, as if countless rays of light were flowing from the inside out of the body. Since he entered the battlefield, the Light Speed Law Witch Doctor was the one who had helped him a lot. Lin Moyu picked up the ball of light from the Jade Box and directly brought it to the mouth of the Witch Doctor, the Law of Light Speed. In an instant, the Light Speed Law Witch Doctor disappeared. The next second, he had appeared in the void 50,000 kilometers away. Then he disappeared again and flew tens of thousands of kilometers further. A little smile appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes. The speed of the Light Speed Witch Doctor was gradually increasing, and running around in space was its way of evolving. Lin Moyu was not afraid of it running far. No matter how far it ran, with just a thought, he could call it back. Now he just needed to quietly wait for the evolution process to complete. From a distance, Shu Qiyu saw everything, and the surprise in his eyes never stopped. How many trump cards is this little brat still hiding? Before, he only thought it was an auxiliary technique, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a powerful weapon. When the primordial technique erupted, even if he encountered a minor God Venerable, this brat could fight a close battle. Now he had another trump card. The minor God Venerable would most likely be killed. No. That's wrong. Shu Qiyu suddenly realized he had thought wrong. He remembered that Lin Wei still had a technique that ignored levels, corpse explosion. As long as the material was strong enough, even God Venerable could be killed. After a long silence, he couldn't help but spit out 2 words. Pervert. 10 minutes later, the Light Speed Law Witch Doctor appeared beside Lin Moyu, its body as bright as a ray of light, like a shining star. Lin Moyu checked its attributes as usual. Light Speed Witch Doctor Realm. 9th tier Ga King level, high growth limit, non-technique. Light Transformation Passive. Light Transformation Passive. The Master and other summoned objects will be transformed into light. In the light state, some damage will be reduced, and the speed will be increased to 150 kilometers per second. This time it had nothing to do with the Star River Witch Doctor, and its name no longer contained the law, as if returning to the basics. Reaching the peak was also the time to return to the starting point. Lin Moyu looked at the attributes, and prepared to try it. He did not open the wings of the undead, only maintaining the summoned state of the Light Speed Witch Doctor. The next second, his figure turned into a ray of light, and rushed forward. He saw with his own eyes Shu Qiyu's warship gradually move away, and quickly disappear from his sight. After 1 second, it had turned into a black dot. After 2 seconds, he could hardly see it anymore. A speed of 150 kilometers per second was truly amazing. The speed of the Battle King Tower was only 100 kilometers per second. If not relying on a flying magic weapon, cultivators who had just entered the God King realm would only have a speed of 30 kilometers per second. As the cultivation realm increased, the speed would gradually increase. But even at the peak of the God King, the speed would only be 100 kilometers per second, equivalent to the Battle King Tower. This was also the highest limit of most god kings. Only by cultivating a speed pipe law or possessing a talent for speed like the Golden Eagle race could they break through this limit. But now Lin Moyu had broken this limit. His speed was almost equal to that of a ninth-tier god king of the Golden Eagle race. Fast speed had too many advantages. It could be used for both fighting and moving. It could really enhance a lot of combat power and safety. In addition, in the light state, it could also reduce some damage, further enhancing safety. Lin Moyu was very satisfied. After recalling the light speed witch doctor, Lin Moyu took out the fourth jade box and opened it, revealing a special aura of a spiritual material. Not far away, Shu Qiu's eyebrows furrowed, and he said in surprise, "A spiritual material. Spiritual materials are too scarce, and only the one who gets it can use it. There are almost no circulating trade items on the market, and even he would have difficulty obtaining one." Then Shu Qiu figured it out. It turned out to be the Yu family. He guessed where Lin Moyu's spiritual material came from. It must be from the Yu family. The Yu family was one of the few families in the human race with the ability to produce spiritual materials. But the output of the Yu family's materials was also very small, and almost all of them had owners. Spiritual materials were very difficult to preserve for a long time. After being produced, they had to be quickly claimed by a master. He didn't expect the Yu family to be willing to sell spiritual materials. This little brat had a lot of face. He wondered what kind of witch doctor could be made this time. Seeing Lin Moyu summon witch doctors one after another, each one was very powerful. Now Shu Qiu was also looking forward to it. The spiritual material was of a higher grade than the previous three materials, so the summoned witch doctor must be stronger. Not only was Shu Qiu looking forward to it, but Lin Moyu, as the master, was also very much looking forward to it. The characteristics of this spiritual material were a bit special. It seemed to belong to some kind of plant, not a common element like wind, fire, thunder, and water. As he was preparing to summon, the infinite fusion technique in his spiritual world suddenly trembled. Its vibration affected the entire spiritual world, and almost all the star techniques trembled. This had happened before when Xi Jinping gave him the mysterious black iron piece. You wanted it. From the beginning, Lin Moyu's soul had always been transmitting a thought to the infinite fusion star technique. He had long suspected that the infinite fusion star technique had its own will, and it was a good time to test it. The infinite fusion star technique was high and mighty, like a king in the 9 heavens, commanding all other techniques. The other star techniques were like courtiers accepting its leadership. At this time, after receiving Lin Moyu's will, the infinite fusion star technique immediately flew down, circling the soul body, round and round. It was a king, but Lin Moyu was its master. Lin Moyu could feel its thoughts. It was a very simple thought. It really wanted it but couldn't express it. Lin Moyu was completely sure that the infinite fusion star technique did have self-awareness, but this awareness was still very weak, and it couldn't even be called intelligence. It could only be considered a higher level of instinct, but it had not been fully enlightened. It knew what was useful to it, and would ask for it. Lin Moyu was not stingy about this. He gave up summoning the elemental witch doctor and directly collected the spiritual material into his soul. The infinite fusion star technique, like a kitten asking for food, rubbed against his soul. The soul threw the material towards it, and it swallowed it instantly. With joy, it flew back to its original position, once again becoming the ruler of the techniques. Lin Moyu could feel that at this moment, the infinite fusion star technique was working hard to digest the spiritual material, but it seemed that the mysterious iron block from before had not been completely digested. Now it had eaten another piece, and the digestion speed seemed to be slower. It was not afraid of choking. Lin Moyu snorted, and his consciousness left the spiritual world and flew towards Shu Qiu. Shu Qiu asked curiously, "Why did you stop summoning?" What he meant was that everything was ready. The show was about to start. Why did you suddenly stop performing? Lin Moyu said, "This material has other uses, so I won't summon it for the time being." He didn't intend to reveal that the star technique had its own consciousness. Although he trusted Shu Qiu, he was still very cautious. Shu Qiu did not suspect anything. This spiritual material was indeed very rare. Perhaps it would be better to use it to refine a magic weapon. After speaking, he threw a black stone over. "Take it." Lin Moyu took the black stone and looked at it carefully, but he couldn't find any clues. This stone was like an ordinary stone that could be seen everywhere. There was nothing magical about it, no powerful energy, and no aura of any law from it. Shu Qiu's deep voice sounded. "Don't look. With your current level, you can't see anything." Lin Moyu humbly accepted. "Then can you tell me what this is for?" "It's for saving your life. When you are in danger, crush it, and it can save your life." Shu Qiu's words made Lin Moyu shiver. It turned out to be for saving his life. Lin Moyu asked, "Can it still save my life when I'm facing a god venerable?" Chukeiyu smiled, "Yes." Lin Moyu felt more confident, quickly put away the black stone, and said with a smile, "Senior, I have a small request, and I hope Senior can help." Chukeiyu grunted. "Go ahead." Lin Moyu said, "Last time, in order to deal with the ancestor of the black hole snake, he used up the second clone of the abyss dragon. I can't buy the body of a god venerable." "You can," he had asked Yushu before, "but god venerable realm materials could be bought with points, but don't even dream about the body of a god venerable." Whether it was a god venerable of another race or a starry sky giant beast of the god venerable realm, they were all extremely precious things. The most important thing was that it was a military material that could not be circulated on the market. Even Yushu couldn't get it. The only way to get it was for Lin Moyu to become a general and exchange military merit, or become a god venerable and exchange for it in the military supply depot. By that time, Lin Moyu wouldn't need the body of a god venerable anymore, so he thought of Chukeiyu. Maybe Chukeiyu could get it. Chukeiyu laughed loudly. Seeing his smile, Lin Moyu also knew that this matter could be successful. Chukeiyu really had it. Shunv laughed twice. "Do you know how precious the body of a god venerable is?" Lin Moyu nodded. "It must be very expensive." "It's not that it's expensive, but that you can't buy it even if you have points. This is a material controlled by the military, and the value of a body is extremely high. Whether it's for research, refining magic weapon warships, or in short, if you want to buy the body of a god venerable realm through normal channels, it's definitely not possible." At this time, Lin Moyu's face immediately thickened. "Actually, I always think of you when I'm in trouble." He understood Chukeiyu's words. He couldn't buy it through normal channels, so he could buy it through abnormal channels. He secretly found Chukeiyu. Wasn't that an abnormal channel? Moreover, Chukeiyu didn't refuse him, which meant he had a chance. Under Lin Moyu's earnest gaze, Chukeiyu took out a piece of flesh and blood. The piece of flesh and blood was very large. Just a small section of it was over 100 meters long. Lin Moyu could guess that this was not a small leg. It was the flesh and blood of a giant starry sky beast. It was obvious that the flesh and blood had been processed, the scales and hair on it had disappeared, and the skin on the surface looked smooth. The piece of flesh and blood was well preserved. He could still see that the flesh and blood at the cut was still very fresh, as if blood was flowing out. It must have been placed in some kind of special container. This thing must be leftover food. Lin Moyu began to speculate in his heart. If it wasn't for eating, there would be no need to process it so cleanly and deliberately preserve it. The flesh and blood was still very fresh, and it exuded a majestic aura. Lin Moyu felt a kind of oppressive feeling. There was no doubt that this was flesh and blood belonging to a god venerable. Chukeiyu gave the answer. "This is a starry sky giant beast that can only be found in Area 10. It's called the Void Wolf. If I remember correctly, it was a third-tier god venerable. This Void Wolf was very cruel and greedy, eating creatures of all races. Similarly, it's also a good ingredient for cooking. A few hundred years ago, I suddenly had a craving, so I killed one by the way. After eating for so many years, this much is still left. Take it. This is enough to be comparable to the second clone of the Abyss Dragon." Hearing Chukeiyu's words, the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched a few times, especially after hearing the phrase "eaten for many years." Looking at the hundreds of meters of flesh and blood left, he didn't know how big this Void Wolf would have to be when it was alive. Judging from its small size, it was estimated that the size of this Void Wolf was at least several thousand meters, or even 10,000 meters. Lin Moyu asked, "So you're not planning to continue eating it?" Chukeiyu grunted. It was just a whim at the time. After eating for so many years, I'm sick of it. Thinking about it, it made sense. Eating one thing for several hundred years would not only make you sick of it, but you would probably go crazy. Lin Moyu was not polite and put away the flesh and blood of the Void Wolf. Getting back the trump card that could kill a god venerable, Lin Moyu really had confidence in his heart. This time, let alone a minor god venerable, even a real god venerable, as long as it did not exceed the third-tier god venerable, he would not be afraid. However, he was still a little hesitant in his heart. He realized that this rescue mission might be very difficult. He was even given the life-saving Blackstone, and even the flesh and blood of a god venerable was given to him. I'm afraid the danger inside is not small. Returning to Star Fortress number 1, they finally used the teleportation array to go to Star Fortress number 8. Looking at the brilliant light during the teleportation, Lin Moyu had once seen the mysterious world behind the starry sky. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior, I have seen the world after the starry sky was broken. What is the world behind the starry sky?" Chukeiyu said in an indifferent tone, "That's just sub-base, also known as the second space. You can enter it when you reach the God Venerable realm. What's inside? Lin Moyu continued to ask. Shu Qiu shook his head. Nothing. It's just an empty space. It's often used for travel. God Venerables can travel through sub-base to achieve an effect similar to instant teleportation. Lin Moyu thought for a few seconds and then said, is it related to the law of space? He thought of Yu Qingru. Yu Qingru, who had mastered the law of space, could also achieve instant teleportation. Lin Moyu didn't know much about the law of space. Although the wings of the undead would also display the law of space when fully activated, he had obeyed Chu Tian's words. Before entering the God Venerable realm, he didn't need to learn the second-tier law. Shu Qiu chuckled. It's different, completely different. The ability of a God Venerable to travel through sub-base is just the ability of a God Venerable. This is like a God Venerable level worship, which can also do it. Although it can increase speed and quickly travel through the starry sky, it's far worse than the true law of space. Lin Moyu had seen Yu Qingru use the law of space to travel hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant, which was both fast and convenient. He was also very envious of this ability and couldn't help but ask, how fast can the law of space be? Shu Qiu quickly gave the answer, I don't know. Lin Moyu was speechless for a moment. What kind of answer was this? Shu Qiu said, the number of people who can understand the law of space in the human race is too small. From ancient times to the present, only 2 people have comprehended it. But those 2 people could not break through to the God Venerable realm. They were God Kings their whole lives. According to limited records, the law of space at the God King realm can span light years in an instant. From this, it can be inferred that the rule of space at the God King level can cross hundreds of light years, or even thousands of light years, in the blink of an eye. There is a huge difference between a God Venerable and a God King. A difference of several hundred times is considered small. From this point of view, the movement of a God Venerable in sub-base is too different from the true law of space. Lin Moyu couldn't help but yearn for the law of space. When he reached the God Venerable realm, he had to study the laws of space carefully. While the 2 were talking, the teleportation had also ended. The 2 arrived at fortress number 8. The 8th star fortress exuded a powerful pressure. When a true God realm person came here, they would feel as if their body was being pressed down by 1,000 caddies, and even the most basic movements would become difficult. And they might not even be able to fly. This was definitely done on purpose. After all, starting from fortress number 7, they all had to face the area of the God King. If a true God realm person rashly went to this place, they would surely lose their life at any time. Fortress number 7 was better, but fortress number 8 was much more dangerous. The reason for doing this was to give a warning to those true gods who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, to let them know the difficulty and retreat. Lin Moyu stepped out of the teleportation array, and immediately attracted the attention of many people. In front of the teleportation array, there were quite a few God Kings. About a dozen of them. A true God suddenly appeared here, which was easy to attract attention. In the eyes of the God Kings, Lin Moyu could not hide his true aura. As for Chu Qiu, his aura was very deep, and those God Kings couldn't see through it, so they directly ignored him. A true God came here to die. War Zone 8 is not a place for a true God to come. His life could be in danger at any time. His guts are really big. He's still standing there without moving. Is it because he can't move? It's not bad to be able to stand firm. The pressure here is so heavy that even a first-tier God King will feel uncomfortable. The discussion of a group of God Kings reached Lin Moyu's ears. But he didn't have any expression. He quietly waited for Chu Qiu, who was performing some operations on the teleportation array. They had to go to Area 101. This was a hidden area, so they couldn't teleport there normally. Chu Qiu wanted to use his authority to open a teleportation path there. After waiting for nearly a minute, Chu Qiu said in a deep voice, "Alright." Lin Moyu entered the teleportation array again, and the 2 quickly left. The God Kings here thought that Lin Moyu had returned. Everyone thought this was normal. An ordinary true God should not be active in War Zone 8. This was no different from seeking death. But suddenly someone noticed that something was wrong, because the teleportation array had always remained in an active state. The teleportation array should have entered a standby state, waiting for the next teleportation. But this time, the teleportation array had always been in a continuous active state. Of the 10 teleportation arrays in front of them, only 9 were in standby mode, only this one was always active. What's this? I don't know. I've never seen this before. An old God King suddenly said in a low voice. I heard that many fortresses have mysterious areas. As long as someone enters a hidden area, the teleportation array will always be open until the other party returns. What is a hidden area? Why have I never heard of it? Someone immediately raised a question. Very few people had ever heard of a hidden area, and there was no mission information about a hidden area on the Human Emperor network. The old God King explained, if it's a hidden area, of course very few people know about it. I also happen to know about such a place. I heard that a hidden area is an extremely dangerous place, a life and death situation, and the benefits received are not too great, so it's not worth going. That's why the military hid it to prevent others from going in to die. Everyone was surprised when they heard the old God King recount the situation in the hidden area. There were too many secrets on the battlefield. They were just God Kings. Even God Venerables would not understand countless things. A teleportation array hidden in the void suddenly lit up. The light very dim. The light shone on an area with a radius of 10 meters, like a ball of fire, slowly burning. Lin Moyu and Shu Qiyu appeared in the teleportation array. Shu Qiyu set the coordinates in the teleportation array. This coordinate could be sensed by his warship, and it would become a beacon in the starry sky. There was no outpost here, nor was it displayed on the star map. This was a hazy void. If you didn't leave a mark immediately, you would easily get lost. Although they were not afraid of getting lost on the battlefield, it would be no fun if they lost their direction and broke into the enemy's territory. After creating the mark, Shu Qiyu closed the teleportation array, and the space returned to darkness and silence. If the teleportation array continued to shine, although it could become a beacon, it would be too conspicuous and easily destroyed by the enemy. The God Venerable's warship continuously jumped into the void, each jump as long as tens of millions of kilometers. Around them was a boundless void with nothing to use as a reference. Lin Moyu didn't know what Shu Qiyu used to navigate. The hidden area was very mysterious, and it was basically completely different from other areas. This place was originally a nameless void, but because of the chaotic rules, someone came. Shu Qiyu said in a deep voice, "Our human race considers this a hidden area, but other races don't. After entering the Yellow Earth Desert, besides the danger inside, you may encounter other races, so you must be careful." Lin Moyu asked, "Didn't you say that area has no benefits? What are the other races doing there?" Shu Qiyu smiled, "It really has no benefits, but that's for our human race. For some special races, that area still has benefits. The Yellow Earth Desert contains a place with the law of the earth, and the law of earth and stone. For those races who are good at these two laws, that place is a good place to cultivate. Also, monsters will appear continuously in the desert. If you kill them, you can get their crystal cores. Absorbing the crystal cores can improve the power of these two laws. In addition, there will also be some leader-level monsters in the desert. If you kill them, some special materials will drop, but these materials are useless to us humans." Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. No matter how he heard it, it felt strange. He muttered to himself, "Why is it more and more like a dungeon in a small world? The only thing missing is equipment drops." Thinking of this, Lin Moyu suddenly asked, "Will the leader there drop equipment? Can it drop magic weapons?" He originally wanted to call it equipment, but then he thought that there was no such name in the Great World, so he changed it to magic weapons. Shu Qiyu looked at Lin Moyu a little strangely. "Why do you have such a strange idea?" "It seems not." Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "I just feel that it's strange for monsters to drop materials. It's better to drop magic weapons." Lin Moyu immediately changed the subject. "If there are other races active inside, after so many years, haven't they fought to the deepest part of the desert yet?" He originally wanted to ask if those races had fought to the nether swamp, would Shu Qinjiang's soul still be alive? If Shu Qinjiang was already dead, then he didn't need to go save him. Shu Qiyu said, maybe not, but Shu Qinjiang is still alive, that's for sure." Seeing Shu Qiyu so sure, Lin Moyu didn't ask any more questions. Shu Qiyu said, "Anyway, just try your best. It's fine if you can't save him. Saving your life is the top priority. The danger is certain." But perhaps even Shu Qiyu himself didn't know what kind of danger it was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that to him. When the warship jumped for the last time, it separated from sub-base and completely stopped. A large yellow area appeared in his vision, so large that Lin Moyu couldn't help but exclaim. The warship was at least tens of millions of kilometers away, and in the distance was the unimaginably vast Yellow Earth Desert. Lin Moyu roughly estimated that even the normal star systems in the human race's star sector were not as large as it. Looking from the outside, in the Yellow Earth Desert, sandstorms filled the sky, roaring continuously, but an invisible force had restricted the sandstorms, preventing them from leaving this continent. In the sky of the Yellow Earth Desert, 9 giant fireballs hung like 9 stars, scorching this continent. You didn't even need to go in to know that the temperature inside was extremely high. Lin Moyu left the warship and observed the Yellow Earth Desert. The sand dunes in the desert had various heights, some as high as mountains, thousands of meters high. At the same time, Lin Moyu also saw green plants, which were oases. In the distance were towering yellow earth mountains that connected heaven and earth, blocking the view. That was the deepest part of the yellow earth desert, and that was also where he had to go. Looking at the yellow earth desert, Lin Moyu couldn't help but frown. Shukyu asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "Nothing. I think this yellow earth desert is extremely large. It's much larger than the ancient tomb, and the mysterious manor. In the small world, he had experienced a large-scale dungeon called the Tyrant Desert. For some reason, he felt that the yellow earth desert and the Tyrant Desert were a bit similar. It seemed that the Tyrant Desert was a smaller version of the yellow earth desert. Perhaps because both were deserts, they were somewhat similar. Lin Moyu thought to himself, after all, the scenery of all deserts is very similar, and it's normal for there to be some similarities. Standing on the outside, you can always only see the surface. Lin Moyu thought back to the materials about the yellow earth desert and some of the information Shukyu had said, and then said in a low voice, "I'm going." Shukyu nodded. "I'll wait for you here." Lin Moyu summoned the light-speed witch doctor. The light-speed witch doctor shrank into a hard, two-seed ball of light and attached itself to Lin Moyu's body. The next second, Lin Moyu turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the yellow earth desert. Shukyu watched him leave, his brows furrowed, his expression a little solemn. "I hope you can save him. Even if you can't, you must return safely." After Shukyu disappeared that year, a great figure had acted, but that great figure also couldn't save Shukyu. He only got a little news. The only way to save Shukyu was to ask someone below the God Venerable realm. At that time there were indeed some minor God Venerables who went in to try to save him, but the final result was all failure. This time, with Lin Moyu acting, he didn't know what the result would be. Shukyu also didn't know. He wasn't clear about the situation inside. He had never been in there before. However, if the minor god could return safely, he believed Lin Moyu could too. Sandstorms were everywhere, and the high temperature was scorching this continent. On the yellow sand, 9 fireballs burned brightly, exuding a terrifying heat. The temperature of the entire yellow earth desert was so high that it was frightening. It had long exceeded the limit that ordinary gods could withstand. A god who entered would surely not survive for more than 10 minutes. Logically speaking, this temperature had exceeded the temperature that sand could withstand. The sand would turn into lava. But the sand here was still sand, and the high temperature was still high temperature. The rules were extremely strange. Lin Moyu rushed in and immediately appeared in a border area. Everyone who entered the yellow earth desert would appear at the border of the desert, but there was no fixed position. This rule was like in the mysterious manor. An invisible force fell on him, making it impossible for him to fly. The yellow earth desert prohibited everyone from flying. No matter if it was a technique, a law, or a flying talent, none could be used here. Lin Moyu faced the sandstorm and looked at the fireball in the sky. The 9 fireballs were the best reference here. Through the position of the 9 fireballs, he could roughly know where he was and where he should go. The 9 fireballs were arranged in a semicircle in the air, which could be considered a 432 formation. The deepest part of the desert corresponded to the direction of the 2 fireballs. When he was outside, he had carefully observed the yellow earth desert, and imprinted the image of the entire desert in his mind. At this time, he compared the position of the fireball in the sky, determined his own position, and at the same time knew where he had to go next. "I am now in the northwest of the yellow earth desert. I have to go east." A look of contemplation appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes. In fact, there was no distinction between east, south, west, and north here. It was all defined by him, which would be easier to understand. Soon, a path was drawn in his mind. But he didn't act immediately. He began to feel the laws and situation of the yellow earth desert. The laws in the yellow earth desert were very strange. The law of the earth and the law of earth and stone occupied most of it. The remaining laws seemed to have been eliminated and become very weak, leaving very little. The fireball in the sky exuded a scorching heat, making the temperature of the entire desert reach an astonishing level. But the law of fire was very weak, not much stronger than other laws. Without a strong law of fire, how could the 9 fireballs transmit heat? That was what made Lin Moyu feel very strange. A similar feeling had also appeared when he was in the mysterious manor, where the law of death was dominant. From this, 3 situations could be inferred. First, except for the 2 main laws of earth and stone, the power of other laws would be greatly reduced. Second, after consuming other laws, it would be very difficult to replenish them. All cultivators who fought here would consume more laws than in the outside world. The ability to continue fighting would be weakened, and the recovery ability would also be weakened. Third, when fighting here, because the power of most laws was weakened, the advantage of physical attack power would be brought into play. Of course, this referred to pure physical attack power, not relying on physical laws. In other words, the advantage of physical strength would be multiplied. Lin Moyu tried to use his immortal law, and found that the immortal law was not much affected. Thinking about it, it made sense. From the very beginning, his immortal law did not need to rely on the power of external laws, it almost relied on itself. Plus the strong recovery ability brought by the giant talent tree. What restrictions could he be under here? Just as Lin Moyu was thinking, the ground not far away suddenly exploded, like a volcano erupting. Sand columns that soared into the sky shot out from the ground. A sandworm about 5 meters long with 2 pairs of sharp insect legs rushed out of the sand column. Use arrow up and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat. Sandworms are the most common monsters in the yellow sand desert. When they sense the breath of other creatures, they will rush out of the sand and attack them. The combat power of sandworms in the yellow sand desert is the weakest, usually only at the 3rd or 4th tier of God King. After the sandworm landed on the ground, its 2 feet stomped hard on the sand, and then it rushed quickly towards Lin Moyu. In Lin Moyu's eyes, this sandworm looked a bit like a praying mantis, its front legs waving like 2 sharp knives. With a slight thought, a Legion commander appeared beside him. The 10-meter, Ball Legion commander stood in front of Lin Moyu, casting a long shadow that enveloped him in darkness. This was the Legion commander, who controlled 100,000 Death Knights. Although the Death Knights did not appear, it did not prevent him from mobilizing their power. He swung his huge sword, slashing towards the frantically rushing sandworm. This attack from the giant Legion commander, which had gathered the power of 100,000 Death Knights, directly erupted with the attack power of a god king enough to kill the sandworm instantly. Yellow sand exploded with a roar, covering the sky like a yellow cloud, rushing straight to the end of the horizon. The extremely sharp sword energy cut a deep ravine several meters deep on the yellow ground. The sandworm was the first to be torn to pieces by the sword energy. Amidst the flying yellow sand, a round, fist-sized crystal core, shining like gold, fell to the ground. The Legion commander reached out to take the crystal core, and respectfully handed it to Lin Moyu. The yellow sand all over the sky fell like raindrops. But when it fell on Lin Moyu, it seemed to have hit some kind of barrier and slid to the sides. First, Lin Moyu carefully observed the crystal core in his hand. The crystal core was filled with the laws of the earth and rock. The laws were abundant, but a bit chaotic. Even so, it was still an excellent material, quite good for comprehending laws. No wonder it attracted so many people to enter to comprehend laws. Lin Moyu thought to himself, and with a wave of his hand, he threw the crystal core into the sand. The yellow sand flowed, and the crystal core gradually sank into the sand and disappeared. This was another characteristic of the yellow sand desert. The monsters inside would drop crystal cores, but the crystal cores could not be taken out. Once they left the yellow sand desert, the crystal cores would lose their function and have no value. Not only could they not be taken out, but they also could not be stored in a storage space. Once in a storage space, they would also lose their function. There were not many cultivators of the human race who comprehended these 2 types of laws. The human race had a whole sea of laws, and comprehending the laws in the sea of laws was much more effective than here, and it was not too dangerous. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, the human race had given up this area, defining it as a hidden area. One reason was to protect cultivators, and prevent them from dying meaninglessly. While comprehending laws, one could not be distracted, and it was easy to be attacked by others, even killed. The second reason was that the human race looked down on such small benefits. The human race had a solid foundation, and had many better places than this one, which could only comprehend 2 types of laws. Only races without a sea of laws would have to enter here, taking risks to comprehend laws. Lin Moyu advanced along the predetermined path. Death Knights continuously appeared on both sides, spreading out in all directions, getting farther and farther apart. In a situation where they could not fly, the speed advantage of the Death Knights was clearly demonstrated. They had the skill of attacking regardless of terrain, could advance and retreat, and were extremely useful. As each Death Knight riding a flaming bone horse went far away, they continuously sent back information to him, completing the picture of the yellow sand desert for Lin Moyu. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt as if he had returned to this small world, back to a dungeon. The yellow sand desert was very similar to a dungeon. It had so many similarities that Lin Moyu found it magical. The Death Knights were filled with the aura of death, without a trace of the aura of life, so they would not attract the attacks of the sandworms. The yellow sand desert was as vast as a star system. In the desert not only was flying prohibited, but speed was also restricted. The speed was limited to 30 km, which was also the lowest speed in the God King realm. No matter what method was used, this restriction could not be overcome. Even if he summoned the Light Be Warlock and used the Warlock's passive spell to turn the Death Knights into light, he still couldn't break the limit. After trying all sorts of methods, Lin Moyu decisively gave up. Since he couldn't overcome the restrictions, he could only obey them. Just like the situation in the ancient tomb, he could clearly see the mountain in the middle, but he still had to pass the test of the cemetery. It seemed there were some special regulations in the cemetery. He couldn't enter the next link without passing the test. According to the established route, he continued to advance in the Yellow Sand Desert, maintaining a speed of about 20 km. Lin Moyu did not increase his speed to the limit, leaving some room for himself. Along the way, he would occasionally encounter sandworms. But as soon as they rushed out of the sand, they were killed by the Legion commander with a single sword strike. The fireball gradually enlarged in his vision, and the temperature also got higher and higher. The scenery in the Yellow Sand Desert hardly changed. Besides yellow sand, there was nothing else. The sand dunes were intertwined and stacked, stretching as far as the eye could see. Every once in a while, the sand dunes would change their positions when a gale swept through. The original sand dunes would become flat land because they had lost a lot of sand. Only the 9 fireballs in the sky remained unchanged. No matter how many years pass, they would not change. After walking for a whole day, nearly 2 billion km, he finally got close to a fireball. The fireball in his vision changed from the size of a fist to the size of a wash basin. The closer he got to the fireball, the higher the temperature. The space above the yellow sand appeared distorted, becoming unreal. The space outside the fireball belonged to the border area. Only after passing the nearest fireball could one truly enter the Yellow Sand Desert. Here, the power of the flame law had increased, but it was still strongly suppressed and far inferior to the laws of earth and rock. Lin Moyu thought about some of the points of attention mentioned in the information. After entering the Yellow Sand Desert, the sandworms in the peripheral areas were nothing. They could be easily killed. As long as one's cultivation was not lower than the 4th tier God King, there would be no danger. The first dangerous thing in the Yellow Sand Desert was when approaching a fireball. There were 2 dangerous things. One was the meteors falling from the fireball. The meteors contained sand and rocks, and the outside was covered by a fierce flame with a fatally high temperature that could burn a God King to death. The second danger was that after the fireball shot, they would alert the monsters under the yellow sand, the sand giants. Compared to the sandworms, the sand giants were much stronger. Although they were only 5th tier God Kings, they could control the sand to attack, which contained the laws of the earth and rock. The vitality of the sand giants was very strong, and not as easy to kill as the sandworms. Lin Moyu looked at the fireball getting closer and closer. Without stopping, he strode forward. Boom! The sky suddenly turned red. Fireballs suddenly appeared from the air, turning into meteors, falling like rain. The meteors were dense, covering at least tens of thousands of kilometers. If it were another cultivator, he would have been in a very difficult situation at this time, with no other choice but to use all his strength to retreat and dodge. But Lin Moyu did not retreat a single step. He sensed the blazing meteors, and found that the power contained within them was only at the 4th tier God King level. The main damage caused by the meteors did not come from the flame law, but mostly from the fatally high temperature. And what he was not afraid of the most was this kind of pure elemental attack. The blazing meteors fell into the yellow sand, suddenly exploding. Flames engulfed the sky, the ground, and every meter of space. The sky and the ground were on fire, and the world in his vision turned into a sea of fire. Lin Moyu continued to advance into the sea of fire in front of him, without flinching. Occasionally, he would stop or suddenly accelerate and turn to the side. That was to avoid the blazing meteors that were coming straight at him. The flaming meteors kept falling in dense numbers, seemingly without end. If a 5th tier God King did not have a suitable magic treasure, an attack of this level would be dangerous for them. Moreover, the flaming meteors were only the first step. The yellow sand in the distance exploded again. 3 stooped sand giants emerged from the dust. They quickly expanded their bodies and turned into giant monsters over 20 meters tall, running like the wind towards Lin Moyu. The 3 sand giants stepped on the yellow sand, and with each step, the ground would shake violently. Huge footprints appeared on the sandy desert. They ignored the fireballs and rushed directly into the sea of fire. The flames infected their bodies, turning the 3 sand giants into fire giants. The aura of the sand giants had reached the 5th tier God King level. If a God King of the same realm used a magic treasure, they could fight it. Even in a 1-3 fight, they would not fall behind, but to kill the 3 sand giants was not easy. The strongest point of the sand giants was not their attack power, but their vitality. They stepped on the desert, and the desert would continuously provide them with strong vitality. Therefore, the information said that the best way to deal with the flaming meteors and the sand giants was to rush out. Get out of the range of the flaming meteors, as quickly as possible. As long as it ran a certain distance, the sand giant would not continue to pursue. Except for those with strong strength who chose to kill the sand giants, most god kings chose to run away. Lin Moyu would naturally not choose to break out of the encirclement. The sand giants in his eyes were nothing. It was not difficult to kill them. In the blink of an eye, the 3 sand giants had rushed in front of him. They rushed from 3 different directions, cutting off Lin Moyu's escape route. Boom! One of the sand giants, carrying flames, slammed its huge fist on the ground. Yellow sand obscured the sky, forming a towering sand wall. The sand wall was thousands of meters high, surrounding Lin Moyu. At this time, the other 2 sand giants had rushed into the sand wall, then jumped up high and slammed their huge fists into the air. 2 more Legion commanders appeared beside Lin Moyu. At this time, there were 3 Legion commanders around him. They simultaneously raised their swords and swung out a full-power Dominion strike. Each attack gathered the full power of 100,000 Death Knights, and each attack reached the 5th-tier God King level. The bodies of the 2 sand giants that jumped up high were immediately torn apart in the air, and then exploded, forming a rain of fire that covered the sky. However, Lin Moyu knew that the sand giants were not dead yet. Just this attack alone could not kill them. The most obvious point was that no crystal core had fallen out. Of the 3 strikes from the Legion commanders, 2 had shattered the sand giants, and the remaining 1 directly hit the sand wall. The huge sand wall was pierced with a large hole, creating gaps. Lin Moyu led the Legion commanders, stepped on the flames, and walked out of the gap leisurely. At this time, Lin Moyu was standing in a sea of fire, like a demon of the fiery sea. His eyes were not looking at the sand giants, but coldly looking into the distance. Far away, beyond the sea of fire, there seemed to be an area with nothing, but in the firelight and heat, this area remained as quiet as usual. Under the scorching temperature of the fireball, the space in other areas was distorted and deformed. Only this area had no change. Someone was using a magic treasure to hide there, waiting for him to break through the encirclement before launching a sneak attack. Generally speaking, if one could successfully break through, it would also be the moment when their nerves were most relaxed. If they were sneak attacked at that time, the danger would be very high. But their methods. This method was too clumsy. Lin Moyu sneered. Another Legion commander has appeared. This time, 5 Bone Dragon Legion commanders appeared. Lin Moyu had a total of 5 Bone Dragon Legions, with 100,000 members in each. These Legion commanders had stronger combat power than the Death Knight Legion commanders. A single strike that gathered the full power of the Legion could reach the 6th-tier God King level. The 5 Bone Dragon Legion commanders simultaneously swung their swords, releasing a stream of sword energy. The fierce sword energy of a 6th-tier God King cut through the sea of fire, creating huge cracks more than 10 meters deep in the yellow sand desert. The sea of fire was immediately extinguished under the power of the sword energy. The area where the enemy was hiding immediately exploded. Screams rang out, and black figures were blown away on the spot. Their bodies were shattered in midair. Even if they didn't die, they were still seriously injured. Among them, a black figure hurriedly rolled out of the sword energy area, then plunged headfirst into the sand and disappeared, escaping. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. Several Legion commanders rushed over and caught them like catching chickens. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the ultimate goal was to prevent them from digging into the sand to escape. Lin Moyu said with some contempt, "You have no strength but still want to sneak attack. You are even more stupid than the Bull Demon clan." At this time, the only intact sand giant rushed over. In the sea of fire not far away, the 2 sand giants that had just been chopped were merging their bodies. It wouldn't be long before they were fully recovered. The Legion commanders stepped forward, raised their battle blades, and fought with them. Lin Moyu did not summon the Bone Dragons. Facing these sand giants with combat power reaching the 5th-tier God King level, it would be useless no matter how many Bone Dragons he summoned. Among the things he could summon, only the Legion commanders, the Skeleton King, and the Warlock elements could fight against the 5th-tier God King sand giants. At this time, even the Skeleton God General seemed a little helpless. Lin Moyu knew very well in his heart that he would still suffer losses when his realm was not high enough. He even had the urge to upgrade his realm to the 8th-tier True God immediately, but it was just a thought. He didn't do it right away. In fact, raising 1 or 2 small realms wouldn't affect his combat power much. On the contrary, if the foundation was not solid enough, it would not be good for the future. He still needed to cultivate more, and there were still many things to do, so he didn't need to rush to raise his realm. The Legion commanders had already fought with the sand giants. Although they couldn't deliver a fatal blow, they had the skill of dominion in their hands, plus the power of a legion concentrated in one person. The combat power of the legion commanders was not weaker than the sand giants. Under the siege of the legion commanders, the sand giant was shattered again. They scattered into sand and landed on the ground. The legion commanders rushed to the two sand giants that were preparing to recover not far away. They raised their blades and chopped them into smaller pieces once again. The sand giants wanted to reassemble and revive, but Lin Moyu didn't give them a chance, quickly smashing them into pieces. He was very curious to see how many times these sand giants could revive. Anyway, he wasn't the one doing it, so he didn't feel tired at all. The legion commanders would not get tired. They would just stare and kill. A group of people stood in the sea of fire, ignoring the flaming meteors that continuously fell from the sky. After killing them 10 times, the sand giants finally stopped reassembling. Where they exploded, a crystal core appeared. The crystal core of a sand giant was similar in size to the crystal core of a sandworm, but it had a better texture. The laws inside were also clearer and less chaotic. This was a high-level crystal core, and using it to comprehend laws would be more effective. It's a pity it's useless to me. Lin Moyu casually threw it on the ground, but a second later, he picked it up again. Maybe it will be useful. The crystal core could not be put into a storage space. So Lin Moyu took out a bag and put the 3 crystal cores of the sand giants inside. Then he handed it to a legion commander to hold. Finally, he slowly left the sea of fire and officially entered the yellow sand desert. The moment he left the sea of fire behind him quickly extinguished. The fireball in the sky also stopped erupting. In just a moment, everything returned to normal. The yellow sand was still yellow sand. The fireball was still a fireball, and everything was as if nothing had happened. Lin Moyu felt that this place was getting more and more like a dungeon in the small world. 5 people had attacked him. 1 escaped, 1 died on the spot, and the other 3 were half dead. The lower halves of the 3 sneak attackers had been chopped off, but they were all god kings, so if they were only injured on their bodies, it wouldn't kill them. Just give them a little time, and they could recover. If the legion commanders hadn't controlled them just now, they probably would have all escaped by now. Looking at the 3 tattered bodies in the hands of the legion commanders, their yellow bodies and yellow blood were the same color as the desert. Lin Moyu already knew their race. The Sand clan was not a powerful clan in the greater world, but they were not too weak either. They lived in a small corner of the greater world, had no major conflicts with the human race, but could not be said to be friendly either. First of all, there was not much information about the Sand clan in the human race. Lin Moyu only knew that the Sand clan was very good at the laws of earth and rock. Some people said they were born from the desert, and the whole clan was made of sand and gravel, so it would not be surprising for them to appear here. But Lin Moyu did not expect this race to secretly attack him. He really didn't know what they were thinking. Was the human race a race they could afford to offend? If they were not careful, it might even lead to the extermination of their clan. Lin Moyu looked at them, and the half-dead Sand clan members also looked at him. You don't need to ask, we won't say anything, one of the Sand clan members suddenly said. His voice was also very hoarse, like countless pebbles rubbing against each other, not pleasant to hear at all. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. You're so stupid, how did you become a god king? Just one sentence has already told me that you have a reason for sneak attacking me. With such an eye, Lin Moyu felt they could be compared to the Bull Demon clan. As for what the reason was, there was no need to ask. With a thought, a legion commander raised his sword and directly killed the 3 Sand clan members. With a flick of his finger, an immortal flame immediately flew out and enveloped them. Even the Sand clan member who had been killed instantly just now was not spared. Their bodies were regenerated, and their souls were also reorganized. Soon 4 resurrected Sand clan members crawled before Lin Moyu. Tell me why you attacked me. Lin Moyu's words were the highest command. Unless they touched a restriction in their souls, they would answer everything. The 4 Sand clan members spoke at the same time. Their voices intertwined, making it very difficult to understand. Lin Moyu immediately stopped them and chose one of them. You tell me. The Sand clan member immediately recounted everything he knew. About 1 million kim ahead, they had found a boss-level monster. The Sand clan people were ready to hunt this boss-level monster. Fearing that someone would come and disturb the hunt, they had sent troops to guard this area. Lin Moyu asked, be more specific. How many Sand clan people are there in total? How many are hunting the boss-level monster, and how many are guarding the outside? The Sand clan member knew everything by heart. In the area covered by the fireball, there were thousands of Sand clan members. 500 of them were preparing to hunt the boss-level monster. The remaining 500 were divided into groups of 5 to guard different areas. The Sand Clan was not a powerful clan, and sending thousands of God Kings at once was not easy. However, using 500 God Kings to hunt a boss-level monster showed that this monster was very strong. Moreover, the Sand Clan was very afraid of being disturbed by others. This showed that they were not strong enough to crush the boss-level monsters. Lin Moyu believed that among the God Kings of the Sand Clan, there must be 6th and 7th tier God Kings. 500 God Kings working together still couldn't destroy a monster, and they were still afraid of being disturbed by others, which would affect the hunt. Similarly, in a situation where they knew they couldn't crush the monster but still insisted on hunting, it showed that the benefits from it could be very great. Lin Moyu analyzed instinctively and suddenly realized he was a bit stupid. The best answer was right in front of him. He could just ask directly. Why did he have to think about it himself? Lin Moyu asked, among the God Kings of the Sand Clan, who is the strongest? The other 3 members of the Sand Clan remained silent. Lin Moyu did not allow them to speak. The only one chosen confessed honestly. In the area of Fireball number 1, the strongest in our clan is a 6th-tier God King. But this time, to hunt the boss-level monster, the clan sent some more 7th-tier God Kings. They will be leading, and the allocation of tasks this time was also built by them. The human race had not set foot in the Yellow Sand Desert for thousands of years, and a lot of information was outdated. This place had been occupied by foreign races. A lot of the information in the data was no longer accurate and needed to be updated. Inaccurate data could sometimes cause unnecessary trouble. The fireballs in the sky had been numbered by various tribes in the Yellow Sand Desert, forming a common understanding. Among them, the outermost ones were fireballs number 1 to 4, the middle area was fireballs number 5 to 7. The heat dissipation range of fireballs number 8 and 9 was the deepest area. Each different area had different levels of difficulty and danger. The outer area corresponded to monsters of the 6th-tier God King and below. The middle area was equivalent to 7th and 8th-tier God Kings, and the deepest area was 9th-tier God Kings and above. As for where one would go after passing through the deepest area, these Sand Clan members in front of him also didn't know. They had never been there. Even a 9th-tier God King would not easily enter that deepest area. The deepest area was full of dangers. Just the fireballs alone were enough to block the path of a 9th-tier God King. As for why they needed to hunt the boss-level monster, it was because only boss-level monsters would drop the key to the next-level area. If you wanted to go to the middle-level area, you had to hunt boss-level monsters in the outer area. Only boss-level monsters would drop some keys, and only by holding a key could you freely enter and exit the outer and middle layers. After Lin Moyu finished asking, he had a full grasp of the information. Finally, Lin Moyu had enough information about this Yellow Sand Desert. The data for the human race would also be renewed. Some information was still useful, some had become invalid. No wonder when cultivating here, as long as one's cultivation progressed, sooner or later they would have to enter a deeper place. Boss-level monsters were not easy to encounter. If you were unlucky, you might not encounter one for decades. If you happened to encounter one, you would naturally try your best to hunt it. The 4 outer areas radiated by fireballs number 1 to 4 had been occupied. The Sand Clan occupied Area 1. The Stone Demons of the Demon Clan occupied Area 2. And the Earth Golem Clan occupied Area 3. Area 4 was divided and occupied by many other small races. Area number 5 in the middle layer was jointly occupied by the Sand Clan and the Earth Golem Clan. The Demon Clan was very strong. They had completely occupied Area number 6. The situation in Area 7 was also very chaotic, with all kinds of races. As for the deep areas 8 and 9, the situation was currently unclear. Lin Moyu reorganized his thoughts and from that, he discovered a problem, which was the frequency of appearance of boss-level monsters. According to the Sand Clan member, boss-level monsters appeared randomly, sometimes every few years, sometimes every few decades, but Lin Moyu didn't think so. There must be a rule for the appearance of these boss-level monsters. But the Sand Clan people had not discovered this rule, or the Sand Clan people in front of him did not know. And passing through the deep layer was also related to the boss-level monster. When he had time, he would find out this rule. Lin Moyu thought to himself, and suddenly looked into the distance. A powerful aura was rising from a place several 100,000 kilometers away. This aura had almost reached the peak of a 7th-tier true god. The realm was not very high, but the temperament was majestic, like a king looking down on the world with half an eye, proudly standing between heaven and earth. Under the attack of this aura, all realms would be suppressed, and it would be difficult to exert their original strength. Standing hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Lin Moyu could still see thousands of golden lights in the sky flying towards the distance and merging into them. This was a boss-level monster. A boss-level monster was born, and the shock it created was extremely great, spreading out at least millions of kilometers. The Sand Clan people knew this clearly, so they had to send people out to defend within a limited range of millions of kilometers. But Lin Wei felt it was useless. Other races would always find their way. Especially the Demon Clan. They would definitely want to get the key to enter the middle area. Even if they couldn't get it themselves, they wouldn't let the Sand Clan people get it. According to the information just obtained, there was also competition between races in the middle area. The more people from other races entered, the weaker they would become. Moreover, besides dropping keys, boss-level monsters would also drop some high-level materials. These materials were also supreme treasures for comprehending laws. How many people came to the Yellow Sand Desert without wanting to comprehend laws? If they didn't accept the risks to come here, what were they doing? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home in safe seclusion and cultivate? A shadow appeared in the distant sky. The shadow formed the shape of a monster. This was a giant scorpion. It was normal for scorpions to appear in the desert, but this was the first time he had seen such a large one. From the outline, it had to be at least a few thousand kilometers long. The length of its raised tail alone was more than 1,000 gam. Compared to many other huge starry sky behemoths, it was not inferior at all. It gradually took shape in the air. There were a total of 4 pairs of scorpion legs, each leg like a sharp blade, and you could even clearly see the incisors on top. Then dense barbs appeared on its body. Just looking at it was enough to make one's whole body numb. Finally, there was the tail that was thousands of kilometers long, with a fine needle at the tip. At first glance, it looked extremely sharp and very powerful. Lin Wei could see that this boss-level monster had definitely reached the peak of a 7th-tier god king. Even if compared to some 8th-tier god kings, it was not much inferior. Moreover, it also exuded a dense and majestic aura. Under the cover of this aura, the power of others was suppressed. Coupled with its huge size, its vitality was also extremely terrifying. No wonder the Sand Clan gathered the power of 500 god kings but might not be able to crush it. Even if an 8th-tier god king came, they wouldn't dare to say for sure that they could crush it. Lin Wei looked at the scorpion gradually taking shape in the void and felt a little strange. Why not let an 8th or 9th-tier god king powerhouse make a move? The resurrected Sand Clan member replied, 8th or 9th-tier god king powerhouses are not allowed to act. Most of them have already entered the middle or deep areas. Even 7th-tier god kings rarely move in the outer area. Moreover, after they get the key and enter the middle or deep area, although they can come back, they cannot attack the boss-level monster in the outer area. Once they act, the boss-level monster will not drop a key, nor will it drop materials. Moreover, even if an 8th-tier god king or above who has never gotten a key makes a move, it will still cause the number of keys to be much less. Lin Wei frowned. This setup sounded very familiar. Isn't this that fighting monsters of a higher level will reduce the drop rate? The dungeons in the small world were like this before. If your level was higher than the monster's level, the monster wouldn't drop any extra items. It's just that it was stricter here. If you exceeded 1 level, it would affect the drop rate. If you exceeded 2 levels, it would no longer drop anything. So the highest level that could act was a 7th-tier god king on par with the monster. There were still such restrictions. Lin Wei thought of another problem. Besides the realm restriction, are there any other restrictions? Be specific. The resurrected Sand Clan member mentioned some more restrictions. Besides the realm restriction, there was also a limit on the number of people, which could not exceed 500. Once there were more than 500 people, the power of the boss-level monster would increase accordingly, making the fight more difficult. In addition, there was a time limit. They only had 1 hour. If they couldn't kill the boss-level monster within 1 hour, it would disappear, and it would be impossible to determine when it would appear again. It was because of these 2 reasons that the Sand Clan was very afraid of being disturbed by others. The scorpion in the void became clearer and clearer. The outline of its body had completely formed. A wide mouth appeared in view, with sharp teeth on top. It would take at least 10 minutes for it to form completely. Lin Wei had already sensed the aura of the God King. The God King of the Sand Clan was ready to attack. These 4 Sand Clan members would continue to stay here and not follow him. One of the Sand Clan members had escaped earlier, so if these people returned, they would definitely arouse suspicion. At the same time, Lin Wei also knew that the Sand Clan people must have already known of his appearance. In the direction he was heading, there would probably be Sand Clan people ambushing him. At first, Lin Wei didn't care about all the monsters in the Yellow Sand Desert, because he didn't need the crystal cores dropped by those monsters. But now it was different. He needed the key dropped by the boss-level monster, otherwise he wouldn't be able to enter the next area. Although he was very confident, It wasn't to the point where he had the guts to go against all the rules of the Yellow Sand Desert. The Yellow Sand Desert originated from chaotic laws. Although there was no evidence that the Yellow Sand Desert was related to the Ancient Era, even if it wasn't a product of the Ancient Era, it was a product of the Late Ancient Era. In terms of the power contained within it, even Zhu Qiyu couldn't do anything about it. What could a small fry like him do? Now he had to act according to the rules. Kill the boss, level monster, get the key, and then he would figure out the rule for the appearance of the boss level monster. He couldn't wait here for years, or even decades. He couldn't waste this time. Lin Mui tried his best to control his aura, withdrew the Legion commanders, and quietly approached. At the same time, he also withdrew the scattered Death Knights, and then released a large number of Death Knights to help the Sand Clan defend, quickly forming a new line of defense. He didn't want others to disturb him, at least not until he killed this big scorpion. This big scorpion was very difficult to deal with, especially when he couldn't use power beyond its realm. Therefore, Lin Mui had to seriously arrange for the Death Knights to secretly set up a defense. They themselves had no aura of life, and would not alert the monsters in the Yellow Sand Desert. As long as they avoided the eyes and ears of the Sand Clan, there would be no problem. Moreover, the souls of the Sand Clan appeared very clearly in the undead vision, so the whole process was not difficult for Lin Mui at all. Lin Mui stopped when he was still 1,000 km away from the scorpion. This distance was close enough for him to act in an instant. Before acting, he wanted to see how the Sand Clan people fought. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy can make the fight easier. A piercing cry, the scorpion finally took shape. A large amount of yellow sand flew into the sky, enveloping the scorpion in the air, forming a layer of yellow sand armor. The scorpion followed the rules in the Yellow Sand Desert, fell from the air, and landed heavily on the sand. The yellow sand once again covered the sky, even the scorching fireballs in the sky were covered. For a time, the yellow sand was like a dense fog, making it difficult to see everything clearly. The figure of the scorpion in the yellow sand also lost its form. Action. Before the vision was restored, a piercing shot suddenly sounded. The long, ambushed Sand Clan people began to move. The leader of the Sand Clan people was a seventh-tier god king, holding a bright golden saber in his hand. He was also the first to rush forward. The Sand Clan people rushed into the yellow sand. In this situation, others could not see clearly, but they could. The Sand Clan people were born in the desert, and had been with the sand all their lives. The yellow sand was their best eyes. The bright saber light tore apart the yellow sand in the sky, and the scorpion's figure was reflected in the saber light. The saber light fell on the scorpion's body, feet, tail, and head. The 5 fierce attacks all had their own purposes, and they were all full power attacks. Lin Mui had switched to his undead vision, and he could also see clearly. The saber light cut through the scorpion's armor, breaking a part of the scorpion's carapace, causing wounds hundreds of meters long on its skin. With the scorpion's body being thousands of kilometers long, a wound of only a few hundred meters was indeed just a superficial wound, maybe even just a scratch. Even the carapace was not completely cut. But these 5 attacks also successfully enraged the scorpion. It quickly locked onto the 5 people, and then launched a fierce counterattack. Its tail turned into an afterimage, stabbing fiercely at the God King of the Sand Clan. A shield appeared in the hands of the God King of the Sand Clan, and a heavy suit of armor also appeared on his body. The shield was very large, with complex lines carved on it, and it emitted an orange light. The light turned into a wall hundreds of meters high, connecting heaven and earth, firmly protecting him from behind. He was well prepared for the scorpion's attack. The scorpion's tail stabbed into the high wall, and the high wall exploded like a bubble. The God King of the Sand Clan let out a painful cry and was then blown away by a huge force. But he was not injured, and even the shield in his hand was not damaged. At this time, the scorpion's tail launched another attack, its target shifting to another God King. This God King of the Sand Clan was also wearing armor, and holding a shield identical to the previous one. He also conjured a high wall to block the scorpion's attack. He was also knocked back but was unharmed. Then the other 3 were treated similarly. Their defensive methods were exactly the same. The scorpion's attack was very fast, taking less than half a second. After the last God King of the Sand Clan was sent flying, the first 4 had already flown back. The 4 stood precisely at the 4 corners of the scorpion, almost surrounding it. He raised the shield in his hand, and the shield once again emitted an orange light, stronger than before. The light of the 4 shields connected heaven and earth, forming a circle of light, creating a wall of light that completely enveloped the scorpion. The scorpion began to attack the wall of light, but this time the wall of light was not broken. It had become extremely strong. At this time, the God King who had been sent flying last had also returned. He jumped to the top of the scorpion's head, and the shield in his hand also emitted an orange light, connecting with the four surrounding walls of light to form a complete entity. The walls of light appeared around and above its head, blocking the scorpion. Then, the god kings of the Sand Clan simultaneously stumped their feet, and the sand exploded. A wall of light also appeared under the sand. The wall of light was like a cube that enveloped the scorpion inside. The 5 sand god kings continued to supply power to the shields in their hands, maintaining the wall of light. Even if it was attacked by the scorpion from the inside, the wall of light would not move at all. At least the scorpion would not be able to get out until they were exhausted. However, this place was filled with powerful earth and rock laws. For the Sand Clan people, this was their home ground. Their consumption could be quickly replenished. Trapped in the wall of light, the scorpion became even more ferocious. Its tail and legs constantly attacked the wall of light, and piercing screams came from its mouth. After waiting for about 10 seconds, one of the god kings of the Sand Clan shouted again, "Action!" The second call to action was not for them. As his voice fell, a large number of figures appeared from under the sand. A large number of god kings of the Sand Clan rushed out, and began to attack the scorpion. The scorpion could not get out of the wall of light, but the attacks of the Sand God Kings could pass through it. Falling on the scorpion, although the cultivation of these Sand Clan people was only from the 4th to the 6th tier of God King, their attacks would cause very little damage to the scorpion, but it was really impossible to fight against a crowd. As long as the attacks were continuous enough and lasted long enough, they could still cause some damage. Lin Moyu saw what the Sand Clan people were doing and silently commented, "Surround and kill, trap and kill." The getting tactic, although not very efficient, was safe. He thought of himself in the dungeons of the small world, where he used the ketting tactic to fight every boss. The damage caused by each hit was not much, but as long as there was enough time, the boss could be killed. It was like someone pricking another person with a needle. The prick might hurt a little but wouldn't cause much harm. But if it was done tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even tens of millions of times, the person could also be pricked to death. Among the 500 god kings of the Sand Clan, only 400 actually made a move. The other 100 still stood still in the distance. They were not only reserve personnel but also to guard against harassment from other races. In addition, no more than 500 people could attack the scorpion. If there were more than 500 people, the scorpion's combat power would increase. Therefore, adding another 100 people was also redundant. In this way, if a small number of enemies attacked the scorpion, even if a few more people were added to the attack, the scorpion would not become stronger. This was not the first time the Sand Clan had dealt with a boss-level monster. It was clear that they were very experienced and had thought about everything that could happen. Lin Mui watched for a while and made a preliminary assessment. Based on their ketting strategy, the scorpion could be killed in about half an hour. The time to conquer the scorpion was 1 hour, which was completely sufficient. But in this half hour, would there really be no other races coming to harass them? If not, why would the Sand Clan be so concerned? Lin Mui was not in a hurry to act. His goal was not to kill the scorpion, but to get the key to the next area. Even if the scorpion was killed by the Sand Clan people, he could still get the key. After all, he was only one person and needed only one key. 10 minutes later, a Death Knight finally sent back news. Finally, a foreign race rushed over. 2 teams arrived. One team was the Demon Clan, about 100 people. The demons active here were the stone demons from hell. The whole body of a stone demon was wrapped in huge rocks. When they couldn't fly, they would curl up and roll forward in the desert at a very fast speed. With a layer of yellow sand on their bodies, a stone demon looked like a yellow ball. The other team also had about 100 people, belonging to the Earth Golem clan. The appearance of the Earth Golem clan was somewhat similar to a Trent. Their entire bodies were made of earth, and they ran like the wind on the yellow sand towards this side. The people arranged by the Sand Clan along the road began to act, trying to stop the stone demons, but it was useless. The stone demons ignored their attacks and rolled straight through the yellow sand like a wheel, rushing straight to the scorpion. The Earth Golem clan was not blocked by the Sand Clan, but they also did not rush towards the scorpion, but towards the stone demons. Soon, the 2 teams of stone demons and Earth Golems clashed. The Earth Golem clan deployed their domain law. Their laws were very unified, and even the domain laws could be combined without any distinction. Thousands of kilometers of yellow sand instantly turned into soft mud, like a swamp. The stone demons had rolled into it and were stuck in the mud, unable to roll forward anymore. They had to restore their standing posture. The stone demons roared angrily one after another. Earth Golem clan, are you looking for death? The god king of the Earth Golem clan was silent, and did not answer. Lin Moyu searched his memory and found information about the Earth Golem clan. The Earth Golem clan, like the Sand clan, was not a strong clan. There were not many people in the clan, but there were still some strong people. The strength of each individual in the clan was not weaker than any other person of the same realm from other races. They didn't like to talk, and their personalities were relatively simple and honest. The Earth Golem clan once had a good relationship with the human race for a short period of time, but for some unknown reason, they gradually became estranged from humans. But no matter what happened, the Earth Golem clan had never had any enmity with the human race. The relationship between the two sides was generally good. No matter how loudly the stone demon shouted, the people of the Earth Golem clan did not respond. Moreover, they did nothing else, they just trapped the stone demons, making it difficult for them to escape for a while. If they were in the starry sky or an area where they could fly, the Earth Golems would not be able to hold back the stone demons. But in this special environment, the stone demons had no way to escape the bondage of the Earth Golems. Lin Moyu guessed that it was the promise of the Sand clan to the Earth Golems that made them do this. When they entered the middle area, the Earth Golems and the Sand clan jointly occupied an area. The relationship between the two sides was probably not bad. He watched for a while and then paid no more attention, knowing that the stone demons would have difficulty escaping the obstruction of the Earth Golems. At this time, a stream of golden light shot out from the distance. The golden light had an extremely fast speed, rolling up a large amount of yellow sand. Through his undead vision, Lin Moyu saw that the person who came was a god king of the Golden Rock clan. It seemed that the Golden Rock clan coming here was of no use, but in the next second, Lin Moyu knew why. Besides the unique speed law of the Golden Rock clan, he also exuded the law of the earth element. This was a god king who cultivated dual laws. Dual laws were not rare. In the human race, there were also some god kings who held multiple laws at the same time. Even Lin Moyu, besides his own law of undeath, also held the law of slaughter, and even the law of lightning. It was just that he had listened to Ju Tian, and temporarily gave up these two laws. The god king of the Golden Rock clan broke through the defense of the Sand clan with incredible speed. This speed was so fast that the god king of the Sand clan couldn't even react. Lin Moyu did not let the Death Knight act. The god king of the Golden Rock clan had reached the 8th tier, and the Death Knight could not stop him. In an instant, the god king of the Golden Rock clan was not far from the Scorpion, standing in the area of flying sand, and said loudly, "Give me a key later, and I promise not to do anything." The face of the god king of the Sand clan was not very good, with a bit of anger in his eyes, but he said nothing. They had a leader, and it was not their turn to speak. After the leader of the Sand clan looked at the god king of the Golden Rock clan for a few seconds, he said in a deep voice, "All right, but I also have a condition." The Golden Rock clan member said in a deep voice, "Speak." The leader of the Sand clan said, "If an 8th tier god king comes, you will be responsible for stopping them." The god king of the Golden Rock clan thought for a few seconds, and then replied, "I will do my best." This was a transaction. If he acted, the Sand clan people couldn't stop him. Once an 8th tier god king acted, according to the rules in the Yellow Sand Desert, the Scorpion was a 7th tier god king. Once an 8th tier god king powerhouse acted, the number of materials and keys dropped would be greatly reduced. If a 9th tier god king acted, the Scorpion would not drop anything at all. Lin Moyu watched for a few more minutes, knowing that there would be no more unexpected events. He then revealed himself and rushed towards the battlefield. His appearance attracted the attention of many of the Sand clan people. The aura of the true god realm on his body was very clear. A true god could come to this place. I'm afraid he would have been bitten to death by a sandworm as soon as he entered the desert. How could he have come here safely? Lin Moyu's appearance was a bit strange, and moreover, the human race rarely appeared here. For many years, they had never seen a human. At this time, the leader of the Sand clan suddenly looked at Lin Moyu, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "Human, you are the one who killed my people." The Sand clan member who had escaped under the sword of the Legion commander just now had reported the news. But he didn't tell the others, only their leader. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "They wanted to attack me. I was just defending myself. This is a matter of course, even somewhat justified." The leader of the Sand clan snorted coldly. "They didn't even act." Lin Moyu said indifferently, "Keeping is the same as acting. Is there a problem with me taking precautions?" The leader of the Sand clan said in a deep voice, "This matter is hard to distinguish right from wrong. Why are you here at this time?" Lin Moyu said, "I want the key." The leader of the Sand clan laughed angrily. The leader's voice was hoarse, like grains of sand rubbing against each other. "Are you dreaming?" Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "I'm just asking you. Can you give it or not?" At this time, the Sand clan people couldn't escape. The leader of the Sand Clan had gotten some information about Lin Moyu from the one who had escaped. Lin Moyu seemed to have some very powerful puppets that could easily kill a sand giant in an instant. Although they had hundreds of Sand Clan members in reserve, if they acted against Lin Moyu, it was very likely there would be casualties. The leader of the Sand Clan rolled his eyes and said to the God King of the Golden Rock Clan, "According to our agreement, please kill him." The God King of the Golden Rock Clan smiled and said, "Our Golden Rock Clan and the human race have long been mortal enemies. Even without an agreement, I wouldn't let him go. It's just that I'm very curious. How could a brat from the True God realm get here? As far as I know, the human race has abandoned this area for thousands of years, and no human has ever set foot here." Lin Moyu looked at the God King of the Golden Rock Clan and sighed softly, "You talk too much." After speaking, a fireball appeared beside him, and the flame instantly turned into a burning man. Stellar, rank spell, summon Warlock element. The Flame Star River Warlock looked at the God King of the Golden Rock Clan, his eyes flashing with a brilliant red light. The body of the Golden Rock Clan member immediately heated up, as if it was being burned by flames. It wasn't pure high temperature, but the power of the flame law. At this time, the Flame Star River Warlock suddenly disappeared. The soul of the God King of the Golden Rock Clan jumped up. He immediately sensed danger, and wanted to escape. But at this time, a Star River Law appeared above his head. The Star River Law was burning fiercely. The God King of the Golden Rock Clan let out a strange cry. Star River Law. His voice was full of suspicion and terror. To be able to summon the Star River Law to attack. What kind of terrifying method is this? Even a god, though Frieren can't do it. The incomparably large Flame Star River Law, as soon as it appeared, engulfed him. The glittering golden body of the Golden Rock Clan member was constantly struggling madly in the Star River Law. But the speed law that the Golden Rock Clan was proud of had no effect at this moment. His soul deployed his domain law, his soul controlled his magic treasure to attack the Star River Law, and he blew up the golden feathers all over his body, fighting desperately. But all attacks were useless. The flames swallowed all its attacks, and at the same time, swallowed both its body and soul. 1 minute, the God King of the Golden Rock Clan was still majestic. The next, he had turned to ashes, with not even a corpse left. The Flame Star River Law disappeared, and the Flame Star River Warlock returned to Lin Moyu's side, standing quietly. This scene made all the Sand Clan people feel terrified. The God King of the Golden Rock Clan died just like that. The Golden Rock Clan was known as the race with the best life-saving ability in the greater world. What kind of spell did this human use that could completely restrain the life-saving ability of the Golden Rock Clan? It felt like even if the greater world didn't have all sorts of restrictions, the Golden Rock Clan would not have a single chance of survival. The leader of the Sand Clan was extremely afraid. Fortunately, he hadn't let his people act before. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would all be dead. At first, this human was a true god, but in fact, he was not a simple true god. He must have used some method to disguise his realm. If the true gods of the human race could be so powerful, how could other races survive? Lin Moyu's low voice sounded again. "Now can you give me the key?" The leader of the Sand Clan hesitated for half a second, then said in a low voice, "I can." Could he say no? If he said no, everyone here would die, including him. Lin Moyu smiled. "Only those who know the times are heroes. Your decision has saved them." These words were like the whisper of a demon, making everyone feel a chill. No one dared to doubt Lin Moyu's words. They all knew that Lin Moyu really had this ability. Exchanging a key for the lives of everyone here was a profitable exchange. As for the few people who were killed by Lin Moyu just now, they could only be considered unlucky. No one here would dare to seek revenge on Lin Moyu. The battle that followed went very smoothly. A boss-level monster. After the scorpion persisted for nearly 40 minutes, it was finally defeated. It didn't know how many attacks it had suffered on its body. Though part of its body was intact, like a world-class boss appearing in a small world, surrounded by countless professionals. The situation was exactly the same. In an instant, the scorpion's whole body exploded into flying yellow sand. A pile of glittering things fell out of that yellow sand. Lin Moyu counted about 5 or 6 pieces of material, and 12 keys. The leader of the Sand Clan went up and collected all the things, then threw a key to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu caught the key. With a slight movement of his soul power, the key was activated. The key turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into his body. Lin Moyu found that there was an inexplicable aura on his body. It was resonating with the yellow sand desert. It seemed that some rules had been changed, just for him personally. He secretly understood, knowing that he was now qualified to enter the next area, but he was not in a hurry to go in. Lin Moyu nodded slightly to the leader of the Sand Clan. "Thank you." In fact, the Sand Clan didn't lose anything. Even if they didn't give this key to Lin Moyu, they would have had to give it to the God King of the Golden Rock clan. Moreover, Lin Moyu had kept his promise and did not make any further demands. Seeing that Lin Moyu was about to leave, the Sand Clan people who were a little worried all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Moyu's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around, making them nervous again. They were afraid that if Lin Moyu went back on his word, they didn't know how many Sand Clan people here could escape. Lin Moyu's voice was very calm. I have a question. What conditions need to be met for a boss-level monster to appear? Lin Moyu had ruled out the possibility of waiting. He knew that there must be some reason for the boss-level monster to appear. If he was given a little time, he could also find the corresponding trigger conditions. But he was too lazy to look for them. It was more convenient to ask someone directly. Hearing Lin Moyu's question, the leader of the Sand Clan breathed a sigh of relief again. In the outermost area, you just need to kill enough monsters. Then he added, sandworms don't count. Lin Moyu understood what he meant. They had to destroy the monsters in the outer area. When a certain number was killed, the boss-level monster would naturally appear. Sandworms did not belong to the monsters of the outer area. They were monsters on the edge, so they were not counted. No wonder he hadn't encountered a single monster after entering the outer area. In a long journey of hundreds of thousands of kilometers without a single monster, it was a very strange thing. It seemed that they had destroyed all the monsters here. Knowing the answer, Lin Moyu asked again. In the middle area, do boss-level monsters use a similar method? The leader of the Sand Clan shook his head. Each layer has different conditions. The middle area will definitely be different from ours, but I don't know what the conditions are. Regardless of whether he was lying or not, Lin Moyu didn't want to pursue it. If he dared to lie, Lin Moyu would return to the middle area to slaughter the entire Sand Clan there. Although he was not bloodthirsty, he was not a good man either. Since the beginning of his profession change, all along this path, he had been constantly fighting and killing. Lin Moyu continued to ask. Last question, how do you determine which area the boss-level monster will appear in? There are 4 areas on the outermost layer. If according to this condition, the monster can appear in any area. The leader of the Sand Clan said, the boss-level monster will appear anywhere on the outer layer. The specific location will only be known when the conditions are met. Only the person who kills the last monster will know. Fortunately, this time it was our Sand Clan who killed the last monster. Lin Moyu said, thank you for your answer. I have no more questions. After speaking, he finally lifted his foot and left, disappearing into the yellow sand in an instant. A gust of wind blew, carrying the yellow sand. A layer of fine sand-like material appeared behind all the Sand Clan members present. Although Lin Moyu had no expression and did not release any huge pressure, it still caused great pressure on them. The main reason was that Lin Moyu's method of killing the Golden Rock God King was too terrifying. An 8th-tier God King was not an easy person to kill. How could such a terrifying person appear in the human race? The human race was indeed one of the most powerful races in the world. Too terrifying. The law he just used was the Flame Law. How could he summon the Star River Law? Even a guy. Frieren couldn't do it. Fortunately, we didn't provoke him, otherwise we would all be dead. The people in the Sand Clan all felt lucky, as if they had just found a way to live from a dead end. In the greater world, what is there to say about benevolence and kindness? There were many people who acted without saying anything, and they would directly start killing when they met. If Lin Moyu had attacked them, perhaps not many of the more than 500 people here would have survived. Everyone thought that Lin Moyu was hiding his cultivation. Lin Moyu had to be at least a 9th-tier God King, or even a minor God Frieren. The Earth Golems received news that the boss-level monster had been eliminated, and their mission was completed. According to the agreement, they could ask the Sand Clan for the share they deserve. They began to withdraw their domain law, preparing to retreat. The stone demons also had no intention of continuing the fight at this time. The boss-level monster had been killed. Now if they went over, it would only cause a war between the 2 races, which would be of no benefit. But they still had to say some harsh words. Earth Golems, just prepare to face our revenge. From the time they appeared until now, the Earth Golems had not spoken. When they were about to leave, they suddenly saw a figure walking towards this side not far away. Amidst the flying sand, a figure stepped on the sandstorm, walking from a hill not far away. He seemed to be moving very slowly, but in fact, he was very fast. He had crossed tens of thousands of kilometers in a few seconds. When the sky cleared up again, he was already very close. Lin Moyu stood beside the Earth Golem's domain law, looking at the stone demons with a cold gaze. Now that he had encountered the stone demons, the 2 races had a deep hatred. Lin Moyu had no reason to let them go. Seeing Lin Moyu approaching, many of the earth golems showed a look of surprise. Their eyes were very small, but they could clearly express a surprised mood. They understood what a true god of the human race was doing passing by here. The stone demons on the other side were still stuck in the swamp. They didn't even understand how a true god of the human race could be here. Although the stone demons and the earth golems belonged to two different races, they both had a common characteristic, which was that their reactions were not very fast. So when they encountered something, they always liked to use simple methods to solve the problem. Just like now, the first reaction of the earth golems was to withdraw their domain law. No matter what Lin Moyu's strength was, they would stay away from the dispute between the human race and the demon clan. Lin Moyu glanced at the earth golems with a hint of contempt. In the past, the relationship between the earth golem clan and the human race was very good. Later, when the human race was in trouble, the earth golem clan did the same, staying away from the dispute and not helping the human race. It was true that they were not a powerful race. Facing the allied forces of more than 200 races, even with their clan, it wouldn't have helped. In fact, what the human race needed most at that time was an attitude. The attitude of the earth golem clan made the leaders of the human race dissatisfied. Later, Xiao Jiantian was born and repelled the allied forces of the clans, entered the ancestral temple, and won back living space for the human race. When the human race rose again, the earth golem clan also helped to part. But without timely help before, the later concern also became unnecessary. Since then, the relationship between the human race and the earth golem clan has become lukewarm, neither good nor bad. Now the earth golem clan was still the same, trying to escape from the dispute. They might not be the losers, but what they did was like the losers, making everyone dislike them. Races like the earth golem clan, perhaps only when their interests were threatened, could they make corresponding choices. Just like here, they had joined forces with the Sand clan to fight against the demon clan. Otherwise they would have been driven away by the demon clan long ago. How could they still occupy the territory? The choice of the stone demons was also simple. They chose to kill Lin Moyu. There was a deep hatred between the two races, plus the simple thinking of the stone demons. There was basically no need to say a word of nonsense, let alone find a reason. After all, the human race had not set foot in this place for thousands of years. If someone suddenly entered, something must be wrong. If they were smarter, they would definitely ask what had happened. The swamp disappeared, and it became a land of yellow sand again. The stone demons had regained their freedom of movement and were preparing to act with a sinister smile. Suddenly, a brilliant red fireball appeared in the sky. The flame radiated a terrible heat, even hotter than the 9 fireballs. The temperature rose sharply. In almost an instant, the temperature had reached a level that even a god king would find uncomfortable. How can there be a 10th fireball? Where did this fireball come from? Why is it so hot? This fireball looks a little strange, it's too close to us. The brains of the stone demons were not too smart. When they saw the fireball, they didn't react in time and basically didn't even think that this might be Lin Moyu's attack method. The fireball exploded in their eyes, turning into a brilliant and beautiful flaming star river. The star river contained the power of the flame law. It was the star river law. Strange, how can the star river law appear in this place? It's not impossible. I heard that sometimes the star river law will appear in time, and when it appears, treasures will fall out of the star river. Really? Then are we very lucky? Amidst the discussion of the stone demons, the flaming star river fell and enveloped them. The flames burned fiercely, and the flame law continuously spewed out, almost swallowing them instantly. A few seconds later, the flame star river law disappeared, turning into a fireman who appeared beside Lin Moyu. The fireman held many storage treasures in his hands. These were all spoils of war. This was truly arson and murder. Lin Moyu muttered softly and looked at the earth golems. The earth golems looked at Lin Moyu in silence, with vigilance and fear in their eyes. They could trap the stone demons, but that was only because they had an advantage in the rules. It didn't mean their combat power was stronger than the stone demons. Lin Moyu could easily kill hundreds of stone demons, so killing them would not be difficult. Lin Moyu glanced at them and said softly, "Where's the stronghold of the demon clan? Just point in a direction." Most of the earth golems were motionless, but one of them raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Lin Moyu turned and left without saying anything. Lin Moyu really didn't like races like the earth golems. If he had a reason, he would really kill them. Now, asking this question was also to give him a reason not to kill them. Although he had to go to the deepest place to save someone, Xu Qinghyun had been trapped in there for thousands of years, so there was no need to rush. Lin Moyu needed to straighten out the demons in the yellow sand desert first. As long as he didn't encounter characters like a minor god. Sobering, Lin Moyu was invincible in the yellow sand desert. The Death Knight ran ahead of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had released millions of Death Knights, the main purpose of which was not to let any demon escape. Then Legion commanders rushed into the yellow sand. With their huge 10-meter tall bodies, every step they took sent yellow sand splashing, dragging their huge swords behind them, creating a long ravine in the sand. Originally, he could have killed them at will, killing everyone he saw, but in order not to miss a single demon, he first had to understand the situation in Area 2. Area 2 was very vast, with many monsters on the road. Because of the special nature of the Death Knights, the monsters encountered on the road would not actively attack them. This made Lin Moyu's exploration much easier. The 4 fireballs in the outer area, the area covered by each one was about the same. The shape also had no specific rules, it could be a ball shape with a narrow inside and a wide outside. The distance between the farthest points was about 300 million km. A large number of monsters would continuously appear in the area. Some monsters were buried deep under the sand, while others were active on the surface of the yellow sand. Although Area 2 was under the control of the Demon Clan, due to the number of people, the Demon Clan only controlled about 1/3 of the area. The remaining ranges were all inhabited by monsters. Even if another race came to live, it would not be a problem, but because the Demon Clan was too strong, they did not allow other races to get close. Once they got close, they would be directly killed. Although the Sand Clan also occupied Area 1, other races would still be allowed to kill monsters and get crystal cores at the edge of the area. The tyranny of the Demon Clan was obvious. The Death Knights formed an encirclement. The Legion commanders rushed forward, commanding 10 armies. The encirclement began to shrink rapidly. The Demon Clan had a stronghold in the center of this area. After hunting monsters outside and obtaining enough crystal cores, the demons would return to their stronghold and comprehend there. This way, there would be no danger. The stronghold was dominated by stone demons, and there were also some scattered other demons, with a total number of about 1,000. Including the 100 that Lin Moyu had killed earlier, the number of people deployed by the Demon Clan in Area 2 was indeed too many. Lin Moyu appeared 100,000 kilometers away from the Demon Clan stronghold. His sharp eyes. It was time to close the net. In Lin Moyu's vision, 10 Death Knight legions were ready to surround the Demon Clan stronghold from all sides. The Death Knight legions were silent and did not cause any movement. The Demon Clan felt that no one dared to attack them, so they did not guard against the outside world. It was indeed so, even the Sand Clan and the Earth Golems did not dare to sneak attack the Demon Clan here. Even if the combined strength of the two had surpassed the strength of the Demon Clan here. But so what? The Demon Clan was a powerful clan. If they used violence, they could destroy both clans in the greater world. It was the same in the middle area. The two races could only occupy one area together, while the Demon Clan could occupy one area. This was the strength of a race, they couldn't do anything about it. But today, in just a little while, these demons would all die, and no one would be able to escape. He didn't know how many of them were clones, and how many were original bodies. Lin Moyu thought to himself and then made the final arrangements. Skeleton God Generals rushed out one after another. Billions of Skeleton God Generals coordinated with the Death Knight legions, forming a denser encirclement. If such an encirclement was arranged in the greater world, there would be many loopholes. The greater world was a 3-dimensional world, and one could break through the encirclement from all directions. If you wanted to encircle such a large area, the number of troops would have to be increased by several times at least, and the combat power would not be enough. The combat power of each Death Knight legion, under the buff of the Dominion spell, could only reach the 1st-tier God King realm. The Skeleton God General was only a 3rd-tier God King, completely insufficient to face demons of the 4th to 5th-tier God King realm,